Question: in a fantastical world, what should an ordinary laborer do if he desires to remain uninvolved and simply lead a languorous existence? Answer: this is a modified version of a fantastical realm, where cultivation, talent, proficiency in techniques, and wealth are all set to maximum levels, exceeding 9,999,999. Upon commencing with full mastery of cultivation, Chen Mu soon realized that he was invincible. What? My senior brother disapproves of me and seeks to provoke me? I shall simply alter him into a worthless being, stripping him of all power and expelling him from his sect. What? The stunning senior sister who admires my brother wishes to confront him? I will directly modify her affection to 100. My senior brother's face turned pale. Junior sister, how could you? Chapter 1. Commencing with full mastery of cultivation. The world has been successfully modified. The host can experience it anytime, anywhere. This system is dedicated to making the host invincible across the world, overpowering all adversaries. Just a moment ago, Chen Mu was troubled by his reincarnation into a fantastical world, reborn as a harassed laborer of the outer sect. Having perished from overwork in his previous life, he simply yearned for a leisurely existence in this one. Yet he sensed that this narrative harbored certain dangers. Unexpectedly, the system bound to him informed him that it had fully unlocked the entire Tsongxian world. This meant that he had been reborn into a cracked version of a fantastical realm. It is likely akin to a modified game, is it not? Chen Mu, who enjoyed playing modified mini-games to uplift his spirits, had no interest in gradually completing tasks to grow stronger. Instead, he altered the values directly to a full 9,999,999, relishing in his invincibility and effortlessly defeating monsters. To confirm his assumptions, Chen Mu opened his personal attribute panel, murmuring, if this truly is a modified version, I should be able to alter my various attributes, right? Name: Chen Mu. Age: 20. Gender: male. After seeing each piece of information followed by the words modifiable, Chen Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh really? Even gender can be modified? This, he couldn't help but tease. His gaze swiftly scanned to the cultivation section. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, since it is a modified version, how could he not grant himself full mastery of cultivation to ensure his survival? Retaining the memories of his predecessor, he vividly recalled being a target of bullying within the Qingxian sect, simply due to his poor talent and low strength. Cultivation, foundation establishment, first stage. Note: the cultivation levels from lowest to highest are foundation establishment, enlightenment, integration, heart movement, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, dividing spirit, merging, void, great ascension, tribulation. Each major realm is further divided into 9 stages. Foundation establishment, first stage, the most pathetic level. No wonder everyone can bully and humiliate me. However, from this day forth, you shall no longer be my adversaries. Chen Mu selected his cultivation and confirmed the modification. A system prompt appeared. Do you wish to change the cultivation from foundation establishment first stage to tribulation 9th stage? Modify. Without hesitation. Modifying. Modification successful. In that moment, Chen Mu could distinctly feel himself growing stronger, an unceasing flow of spiritual energy surging into his dantian, meridians, and every part of his body. Powerful. He had become exceedingly strong at this moment. An extraordinary strength beyond reason. With a snap of his fingers, he effortlessly shattered a millennium-old tree that was too large for 2 hands to embrace, leaving not even ashes behind. Is this the feeling of being at maximum level? Chen Mu was exhilarated. Having yet to practice any techniques, I'm already this strong. If I were to cultivate some formidable techniques, I fear no one would dare to oppose me in this world. With that, Chen Mu turned to head toward the inner sect's treasure vault to retrieve some techniques for cultivation and enhance his power. However, just as he turned, he came face to face with several loathsome visages. Outer sect disciples Su Qingchong, Zhu Guangyuan, and Lin Sifan. These 3 ranked within the top 100 on the outer sect disciple leaderboard. Having entered the sect for barely 2 years, their rapid ascension was attributed to one simple reason. They thrived by plundering the cultivation resources of others to strengthen themselves. The sect had always turned a blind eye to such matters. In an age where strength is revered, how can one survive without a fighting spirit? Even if one were to lodge a complaint, no one would take action. Instead, they would be ridiculed, deemed unworthy of cultivating if they lacked the strength to protect their elixirs, and would be hastily sent down the mountain to avoid wasting sect resources. Chen Mu's predecessor was a prime target for their bullying. Not only did they plunder the scant cultivation resources he possessed, but they also frequently treated him like a beast of burden. If they were displeased, they would deliver a few punches, sending him flying several meters, deriving satisfaction without care for his well-being. Truly, fate had conspired against him. Although they bullied his predecessor, Chen Mu inherited those memories, along with the accompanying hatred. In a modified life, how could he allow himself to be discomfort? This grievance must be avenged. Oh, is that not Junior Brother Chen? What a coincidence. Su Qingchang approached, draping his arm over Chen Mu's shoulder with a sinister grin. Tomorrow marks the day the sect distributes cultivation resources. You know what to do, right? If you dare to run away again, or fail to obediently hand over your elixirs, I will break one of your arms. He glared at Chen Mu, threateningly. Are you suggesting this? Crack, crack, crack. As soon as Chen Mu's words fell, Su Qingchang had yet to react when he witnessed his right arm disintegrate into blood mist from his fingertips, shattered by an invisible force. In an instant, the entire limb vanished. Ah, my hand, my hand. He collapsed to the ground, rage filling his eyes as he glared at Chen Mu. You bastard, what have you done to me? Chen Mu casually cleaned his ears, dismissing him. I merely broke your arm. Why the uproar? Merely broke my arm. Su Qingchang gritted his teeth, turning to Zhu Guangyuan and Lin Sifan. What are you waiting for? Break both his hands. His legs. He sought double, no, quadruple retribution, to ensure Chen Mu would deeply remember the dire consequences of opposing him. Oh, all right. Zhu Guangyuan and Lin Sifan quickly regained their senses, replying promptly as they summoned their spiritual energy, charging toward Chen Mu with raised fists. Ants. Chen Mu's eyes glinted with cold light as he waved his arm. Bang. Boom. The two, having barely advanced halfway, disintegrated in a blood mist, drifting into the distance, quickly becoming untraceable. Only two wide marks, akin to spilled ink, remained on the ground. How is this possible? Su Qingchang was utterly terrified by this scene, his pupils quivering and lips trembling uncontrollably, his voice quaking severely. He could not comprehend how Chen Mu, who possessed merely the Foundation Establishment first stage, the weakest of strengths, could annihilate Zhu Guangyuan and Lin Sifan, who were at the Foundation Establishment third stage, in an instant. A true instant kill. Could it be that this fellow had encountered some fortuitous opportunity? With this thought, Su Qingchang grew fearful and cowardly. He hastily adjusted his posture, kneeling before Chen Mu, bowing his head in supplication. Junior Brother Chen, I was previously blind, unable to recognize your greatness. Please grant me a chance to survive. From now on, I shall follow your lead and obey your every command. Observing Su Qingchang's abject humility before him, Chen Mu's lips curved into a faint smile. This was far more exhilarating than playing modified games. 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold could not describe this satisfaction. The authenticity of the experience was unparalleled, as if he were truly there. Individuals like you, mere ants, are not worthy of pledging allegiance to me. You. Su Qingchang lifted his head, a faint anger surfacing, wishing to retort, refusing to be looked down upon. Bang! Boom! Alas, the other party does not even afford him the opportunity to speak. The blood mist, swept by the wind, disperses upon his face, still carrying a hint of residual warmth. Chapter 2. Transforming Understanding at the Pinnacle. From yellow rank to heaven rank. After swiftly dealing with the three adversaries, Chen Mu felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration within. The flickering flame of animosity extinguished, he resolved to continue on his previous course, heading towards the inner courtyard in search of martial arts techniques. Upon recording them in his personal panel, he would directly modify them to a maximum mastery level. After all, in the Zhangxin continent, there exists a saying, cultivation is the bone, while martial arts are the flesh. To possess formidable strength, both are indispensable. At this moment, his status as a servant proved advantageous, allowing Chen Mu to enter the inner courtyard unnoticed amidst the bustling crowd. Ordinarily, even disciples from the outer courtyard would find it exceedingly difficult to gain entry without permission. The inner and outer courtyards were akin to two distinct worlds. However, the servants were often tasked with various menial duties. Consequently, to the inner courtyard disciples, Chen Mu likely appeared to be a mere errand boy, rendering him inconsequential. Rather than waste time with idle concerns, they preferred to focus on their current endeavors. With the day of resource distribution approaching, it was imperative to enhance their strength to acquire more cultivation resources. Thus, Chen Mu smoothly arrived at the treasure pavilion. Token. The guard halted him. Without a passage token, no disciple, whether from the inner or outer courtyard, was permitted to enter the treasure pavilion. It was a uniform rule. After all, this place held paramount importance to the sect. Chen Mu did not rush to respond. Instead, he scrutinized the personal attribute panel of the guard before him. Name, Zhang Guanchuan. Gender, male. Age, 28. Alertness, 100. Modify directly. Would you like to change alertness from 100 to 0? Modifying. Modification successful. Subsequently, Chen Mu feigned searching his person and said, It seems I've forgotten to bring my token. Might you exercise some leniency? Very well, but this is an exception. The guard relented, lifting his weapon to allow passage. Chen Mu easily entered the treasure pavilion. Modification successful. To avoid complications, he transformed his coarse servant attire into the elegant azure robe worn by inner disciples. Instantly, he exuded an air of refined grace, drawing the attention of numerous female disciples perusing martial arts techniques within the pavilion, unable to tear their gazes away. Is there such a handsome disciple in our inner sect? He gives off an aura of gentility that makes one wish to protect him. I wonder which peak this junior disciple belongs to. If only I knew. I would seek to associate with him. You're not worthy of him. Give up. Do you think you deserve him? Chen Mu remained unfazed by the bickering he inadvertently incited. He casually pulled a martial arts tome from the shelf, the yellow rank inferior fire palm. If memory served him correctly, martial arts were categorized from high to low into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, xian, and huang, each of which was further divided into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. Casting a glance around, Chen Mu noted that this level of the treasure pavilion housed only the lowest ranked techniques. Before proceeding to higher tiers, he decided to validate his inner conjecture. Thus, he opened the book titled Fire Palm, delving into its study and comprehension. A gasp. The next moment, clarity dawned upon him as if he had stumbled upon an epiphany. He accessed his personal attribute panel and located the comprehension section. Comprehension, inferior. Would you like to change comprehension from inferior to pinnacle? Yes. Modifying. Modification successful. In the blink of an eye, the once esoteric text of the tome transformed into simplicity, akin to the arithmetic of 11 equaling 2. Refreshing his personal attribute panel revealed that the martial arts section now indeed included the words Fire Palm, marked at the consummate realm. Is this what pinnacle comprehension entails? Yet, Chen Mu was not content with merely this. He selected Fire Palm and modified it. Would you like to change yellow rank inferior to heaven rank supreme? Modify. Modifying. Modification successful. Martial arts, Fire Palm, heaven rank supreme. It truly succeeded. Chen Mu could hardly contain his joy. The once disregarded and inferior yellow rank technique had, in his hands, metamorphosed into the most coveted supreme technique. No one would believe such a tale if he recounted it. Invincible. Truly, it was overwhelmingly invincible. As he surveyed the countless shelves filled with yellow rank techniques, totaling tens of thousands of tomes, Chen Mu's mindset underwent a seismic shift compared to before. He need not venture to the higher tiers of the treasure pavilion. He could learn the most elite techniques right here. Yellow rank inferior ghost shadow movement. Modification successful. Yellow rank middle crushing mountain palm. Modification successful. Yellow rank middle clear wind sword technique. Modification successful. With his pinnacle comprehension, Chen Mu mastered thousands of yellow rank techniques within half an hour, modifying them all to heaven rank supreme. He felt ever closer to the realm of invincibility. Leave. He was loath to depart, intending to comprehend all the tens of thousands of techniques on this level today. However, as he reached for the next tome, his hand collided with that of another female disciple. The woman's face contorted in disgust as she hastily pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her hand, unabashedly exclaiming, "Disgusting. Are you ill?" Chen Mu, unaccustomed to such insolence, retorted immediately, "What did you say?" The woman, infuriated, demanded, "Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are," Chen Mu replied coolly. "I am Zhao Yu, ranked among the top 500 disciples of the inner courtyard." Zhao Yu declared her identity. Chen Mu paid her no mind, taking the yellow rank superior technique and moving aside to comprehend it. "Stop right there." Zhao Yu, never having been insulted to such an extent, strode forward, arms outstretched to block Chen Mu's path. "That technique was mine first. Give it to me," she commanded. "Just because you saw it first, it belongs to you?" Chen Mu retorted, incredulous. "Don't force me to resort to punishment." As the crowd began to gather, Zhao Yu felt humiliated, her face flushed. She valued her reputation above all else. Never had anyone dared to disregard her, Zhao Yu, in such a manner. Little did she know, she had encountered a formidable opponent today. "I quite enjoy punishment. What can you do about it? You are far too audacious." Zhao Yu resolved to teach Chen Mu a lesson today. Gripping the hilt of her sword, she drew her long blade, its cold gleam flashing as she pointed it at Chen Mu. "I challenge you. Do you dare? If you lose, you will obediently hand over the technique and kneel before me in front of everyone, apologizing. Then you may kneel now." Such a little fairy. Chen Mu had encountered many in his past life and had always avoided them. Now, however, he had no intention of indulging her. After all, this was a world where strength reigned supreme. The one with the mightiest fist held the most power. "How dare you? Come outside with me. I shall beat you to the ground today." Zhao Yu's murderous intent was evident. Chen Mu? He felt the same way. Chapter 3. Inner Courtyard Prodigy? One strike to kill. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. How could Chen Mu, living out his second life, fail to perceive Zhao Yu's underlying murderous intent? He understood well the principle of severing the root to prevent regrowth. Rather than leave a lingering threat, always contemplating his demise, it was wiser to eliminate her first. Locking eyes with Chen Mu, Zhao Yu found herself inexplicably gripped by fear. How could this fellow's gaze be so terrifying? Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought, convincing herself she was merely overthinking. She was well aware of the top 500 in the inner courtyard and had never heard of a Chen Mu. She presumed he must have recently ascended to the inner courtyard, still unfamiliar with the rules, exhibiting arrogance due to his inflated ego. This was the perfect opportunity to make an example of him, teaching others harboring improper thoughts about her what true disparity entailed. Lacking the strength, one should refrain from approaching, lest they appear as a mere jester. Subsequently, Chen Mu and Zhao Yu, amidst the throng of onlookers, made their way to the arena of combat. According to the sect's regulations, all disputes among the inner court disciples may be resolved here. Life and death are dictated solely by strength. It's not too late to kneel and beg for mercy. Once on the death platform, even should I kill you, no one would hold me accountable. Zhao Yu remarked with a sardonic tone. Conversely, should I slay you, no one would blame me, would they? Chen Mu retorted sharply. Huh. Zhao Yu scoffed, utterly deluded. She was the first to ascend the death platform. Drawing her sword, she pointed it at Chen Mu below, exclaiming, come up and meet your fate. Chen Mu, with hands clasped behind his back, lightly sprang up, as agile as a swallow, leaping onto the stage. At this moment, the area surrounding the death platform was already thronged with no less than 100 disciples. It was a rarity for anyone to ascend the death platform. The last occurrence was 7 days prior. Not every martial arts arena could be termed a death platform. The one beneath Chen Mu's feet had earned this title due to the numerous disciples who had perished upon it. The tradition of resolving life and death grievances on this platform had been passed down for centuries. The stone surface of the death platform, soaked in blood for hundreds of years, bore a distinct hue compared to other arenas, still retaining a faint metallic scent of blood. Behold my sword. Zhao Yu seized the initiative, striking straight with her blade. Truly deserving of her place among the top 500 inner court disciples, her agility and swordsmanship were astonishingly swift. Who is that boy? He seems unfamiliar. He must be a newly inducted inner court disciple, right? What audacity for a fledgling disciple to dare challenge Zhao Yu. Has he a death wish? Such a so-called inner court disciple. Where did he procure that attire? The last time I saw him, he was merely a servant in the outer court, subject to all manner of bullying. What? I believe he is indeed seeking death, daring to masquerade as an inner court disciple and provoke a paragon of the inner court. Among the crowd, someone recognized Chen Mu. He had considered this possibility beforehand, but remained indifferent. Meanwhile, upon learning that Chen Mu was merely an outer court servant masquerading as an inner court disciple, Zhao Yu's fury intensified. How dare this mere outer court servant presume to act with such arrogance above me? Who grants you such audacity? Very well, if you seek death, I shall oblige. Zhao Yu unleashed her most esteemed low-grade profound sword technique, flowing shadow sword technique, intending to pierce Chen Mu's heart. The sword radiated a chilling brilliance, leaving trails of afterimages in its wake. However, before the onlookers could even praise her skill, Chen Mu raised his hand, effortlessly pinching the blade between his index and middle fingers. What? Zhao Yu was astounded. Her flowing shadow sword technique had garnered admiration even from the sect elders. How could it be thwarted by an outer court servant? She refused to believe it. There must be some trickery at play. Attempting to withdraw her sword, she discovered that, despite exerting all her strength, the blade remained immobile at Chen Mu's fingertips. With a slight increase of pressure, a crisp sound echoed as the sword shattered into hundreds of fragments. Chen Mu then unleashed a simple palm strike, not even channeling spiritual energy, merely relying on the gusts of wind to propel the shards towards Zhao Yu. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao Yu was repeatedly struck back, her white robe now splattered with blood. Her face and body were marred with countless wounds. Gasping, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes filled with resentment. Her lips parted, as if to utter something more, but the opportunity had slipped away. Her body fell back heavily onto the ground. Silence. The arena fell into a deathly hush. For those aware, it was the martial arts arena, populated by hundreds of disciples. For those unaware, they might presume it a graveyard, so profound was the stillness. Hey, what transpired? Did you not just claim he was an outer court servant? You dare label him merely an outer court servant? Does that imply we inner court disciples are even inferior to a servant? What is this boy's true identity? Throughout the entire encounter, he didn't even channel spiritual energy. Yet he effortlessly dispatched the renowned Zhao Yu. Could he be a prodigious disciple that the elders and sect leader recruited at great expense from other sects? There is indeed a possibility. To possess such talent is a tremendous fortune for our Qingxian sect. In an instant, the crowd collectively turned their allegiance, extolling Chen Mu as a mysterious genius. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu, lying in a pool of blood, was of no concern to anyone. If she could perceive the situation in the afterlife, she would surely be infuriated. Is this how you succumb? Chen Mu shook his head with a wry smile, thoroughly disappointed. Observing Zhao Yu's prior arrogance, he had genuinely believed she possessed some extraordinary prowess. Never did he imagine that he had not even exerted 1/1000th of his strength. And she could not withstand it. A paragon of the inner court? Merely that. Step aside. Clear the way. At this moment, shouts erupted from the crowd. Everyone turned to see a figure, their eyes wide with astonishment. Wasn't he that senior brother Chu Yun, ranked among the top 100 in the inner court? What brings him here? The news must have been delayed. Senior brother Chu Yun and senior sister Zhao Yu became partners a month ago. If he cast a glance at Chen Mu atop the death platform and sees he has slain Zhao Yu, would senior brother Chu Yun let him off? Absolutely not. His woman has been brutally slain by another man. How could he not avenge her and preserve his honor? Word has it that senior brother Chu Yun has now broken through to the enlightenment stage. That boy is in for a world of trouble. I also heard that senior brother Chu Yun's purple flame palm has reached the 5th level. What? The 5th level? That is a high-grade, profound technique. Upon hearing this, the crowd internally resolved Chen Mu's fate as sealed. He may be formidable, but when faced with senior brother Chu Yun, he is far from strong enough. Xiao Yu. Emerging from the crowd, upon seeing Xiao Yu, lying in a pool of blood, her side turned towards him, eyes unblinking in death. Chu Yun's pupils constricted sharply. An inferno of rage ignited within his chest. His gaze shifted towards Chen Mu. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly ascended the death platform, rapidly channeling spiritual energy. Purple flames erupted from his arms, exuding an overwhelming aura, his eyes blood red. Fixated on Chen Mu, I will kill you. Chapter 4. Cheating with banned pills? Still a swift kill. Chu Yun's fist techniques and movement were, to the spectators below, as swift as lightning, nearly impossible to discern. They could not keep pace. Yet for Chen Mu, each move unfolded as if slowed down by several hundred or even 1,000 times. It was painfully sluggish. He sidestepped, evading. What? Chu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, his chest was struck by Chen Mu's palm, sending him flying several meters away. Bang! Boom! He collided heavily against the wall, leaving a significant dent, with cracks spidering outward around him. Gasp! Immediately, he felt a metallic taste in his throat, blood spurting several feet away. What? The top disciple of the inner court was actually sent flying by a single strike? This fellow's strength is utterly monstrous. Surely, this is no jest. I must be dreaming. The last time I saw him, he was merely an outer court servant, easily bullied, and now, in disbelief. The youth began to question his own memory. If such an unparalleled genius could be a servant, then what did that make him? On the death platform, witnessing that Chu Yun still had a breath left, Chen Mu was somewhat surprised. It appeared that the top 100 were indeed stronger than the 500, capable of withstanding even 1/1000th of his strength. Next, he intended to use 2/1000ths of his might. However, the disciples present interpreted his words as mere bravado. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to have struck Chu Yun down to such a pitiful state with only 1/1000th of his strength. With heavy eyelids, Chu Yun realized that if this continued, he would undoubtedly share Xiao Yu's fate, perishing in this martial arts arena. He refused to accept such an end. Even in death, he would drag Chen Mu down with him. Thus, a hand reached into the bosom, retrieving a small vial, which, upon being opened, released a blood-red, exceedingly sinister elixir. The blood-burning pill. At that moment, a voice erupted from the crowd, evidently recognizing the nature of the pill. What? The blood-burning pill? Isn't that a forbidden elixir? It was astonishing that a distinguished disciple from a renowned sect would dare to hoard a forbidden pill. Rumor has it that the blood-burning pill possesses terrifying effects, allowing one to exponentially enhance their power at the cost of their own life force, rising in strength by several folds, even tenfold. Is it truly that formidable? He is in grave danger. With a gulp, he swallowed the blood-burning pill. Immediately, veins bulged along Chu Yun's neck, extending to his face and forehead, resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, a sight both fearsome and amplified by his reddened complexion. How formidable! Is this the effect of the blood-burning pill? Chu Yun rose to his feet, the pain dissipating entirely, feeling the spiritual energy within him surge 7 or 8 times. His gaze returned to Chen Mu, fear evaporating as his demeanor shifted to one of ease. With his newfound strength, he believed that eliminating Chen Mu would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Summoning his spiritual energy once more, a more formidable purple flame erupted from his entire being. Onlookers recoiled. Even a slight proximity felt overwhelmingly scorching. The purple flames entwined in Chu Yun's palms, forming 2 enormous fireballs, which he then united into one massive sphere, over 2 meters in diameter, raised triumphantly above his head. A sinister grin spread across Chu Yun's face. This time, you are undoubtedly doomed. Little did he know, Chen Mu's attention was entirely elsewhere, fixated on the system panel visible only to him. It couldn't be said that it was entirely unrelated to Chu Yun, for he was examining his personal attributes. Name: Chu Yun. Age: 23. Gender: male. Status: due to the consumption of a forbidden pill, strength has surged 7-fold. Focusing on this line, Chen Mu swiftly deleted that status. Modification successful. Die. Chu Yun was poised to unleash the fireball, intent on incinerating Chen Mu. Yet, in an instant, his spiritual energy dissipated entirely. Subsequently, the agonizing pain from Chen Mu's earlier strike surged back through his body, overwhelming his mind. Unable to withstand it, he collapsed to the ground. Chen Mu closed the system panel, lowered his gaze, and asked with a smile, "What are you barking at? What have you done to me? Why has the blood-burning pill failed?" Chu Yun questioned Chen Mu frantically. This blood-burning pill had cost him a fortune, and its quality was beyond question. The only conclusion he could draw was that Chen Mu had interfered. Chen Mu had no intention of responding. The secret of the system was one he had resolved to take to the grave since the moment of binding. Instead, he retorted, "Do you enjoy playing with fire?" Raising his hand, a flicker of flame ignited in his palm. Just as someone was about to scoff, they were cut off by an exclamation. "Heavens! Is that a dragon? In the form of fire. And a dragon at that. This fellow is a prodigy." With a mere gesture, the fire dragon took form. Calling him an unparalleled genius would not be an exaggeration. Not an exaggeration at all. With a grand sweep of his hand, the small fire dragon meandered toward Chu Yun, accompanied by the resounding roars of a dragon. During this journey, its body expanded 100-fold, transforming into a colossal beast. It collided fiercely with Chu Yun. A scream abruptly ceased. The fire dragon vanished, leaving Chu Yun utterly obliterated, with not even a trace of ash remaining. Over 100 disciples bore witness to this scene. Their expressions a mixture of shock, awe, and an overwhelming, uncontainable fear. Their bodies trembled. When they turned their gaze back to Chen Mu, he appeared transformed, towering, and majestic, akin to a deity standing against the heavens. Inspiring awe. Acclaimed as invincible, Chen Mu's gaze fell upon the few disciples who had accompanied Chu Yun, asking, "Do you wish to avenge him? And no, please spare my life. We weren't close at all." They knelt before him, relinquishing all pride and dignity, valuing only the chance to survive. When they raised their eyes again, Chen Mu had vanished from the life and death platform. Their hearts, once suspended in dread, finally found respite. They looked upon the wall shattered by the dragon's flames, cursing Chu Yun, who had nearly led them to ruin. Soon, the news of the tragic demise of two prodigies on the life and death platform spread to the ears of the elders of the inner sect. More than anger, there was perplexity, confusion, and an inability to comprehend. Not to mention Zhao Yu, the strength of Chu Yun was well known. How could he have been so easily vanquished? According to the disciples, Chu Yun had consumed the forbidden blood-burning pill, yet even that had not saved him from death. What? The blood-burning pill? That wretched Chu Yun. He met a just end. Does anyone know about that young man? The elders collectively shook their heads, indicating ignorance. Observing this, the second elder continued, "In any case, the pressing matter at hand is to locate that young man. Such a talent must be utilized." Chapter 5. Modifying to trillions of spirit stones. Purchasing the Qingyan mansion. Soon, the tale of a mysterious prodigy emerging from the Qingxian sect spread throughout the sect. Some claimed he descended from the heavens, possessing an extraordinary appearance and bearing. Others asserted his power was immense, capable of obliterating the very heavens with a single strike. In summary, the story grew increasingly outlandish. Among 10 mouths, one could find 10 different versions. Many sought after Chen Mu, inquiring about him, eager to witness his prowess. Naturally, there were also those who regarded his existence with concern and wariness, particularly the top 10 prodigies of the inner sect. They feared that with the emergence of this enigmatic figure, their own standings might plummet, potentially falling out of the top 10. Although the difference between 10th and 11th place was merely a word, the reality was worlds apart. As for Chen Mu, he held no interest in rankings. For with a mere flick of his wrist, he could easily ascend to the position of the sect's number 1, even without the aid of the system. If memory served him correctly, the sect leader had only recently broken through to the Golden Core stage, a full 7 major realms below Chen Mu's own. To put it bluntly, not only could he claim the title of sect leader, but he could also sit upon that throne whenever he wished. At present, however, Chen Mu was more concerned with finding a suitable residence. He had grown weary of the thatched cottage that was cold in winter and hot in summer, leaking every time it rained. Stopping before a luxurious mansion, he glanced at the grand lock on the door, discerning that it had neither been awarded by the sect nor put up for sale. In the Qingxian sect, to reside in such opulence, one either needed a high-ranking position or to have rendered significant contributions to the sect. Alternatively, one had to possess substantial wealth. Wealth? Chen Mu opened his personal attribute panel. Under the Spirit Stone category, Spirit Stones, 0. That 0 was undeniably glaring. Immediately, Chen Mu unleashed the essence of the modified version. "Would you like to change 0 to 999999999999999?" In an instant, he modified it to trillions of spirit stones. Modification in progress. Modification successful. Trillions of spirit stones. Easily acquired. "Brother, don't stare. This place is beyond our means," a voice whispered in Chen Mu's ear. "How do you know I can't afford it?" Chen Mu turned to the well-dressed disciple, adorned in resplendent attire. "Is it not glaringly obvious?" The young man spread his arms, inviting Chen Mu to scrutinize him closely. "I don't see it." Chen Mu shook his head. "You don't recognize me?" The youth's brow furrowed as he sought confirmation. Chen Mu continued to shake his head. "Lu Xiaoyan from the Lu family of Tianfu City," the youth emphasized. In comparison to the name Lu Xiaoyan, as a resident of Tianfu, Chen Mu was far more familiar with the Lu family. The head of the Lu family was the wealthiest individual in Tianfu City, with fortunes rivaling nations. "Even with such wealth, we can't afford this mansion. You hardly appear to be a wealthy heir, and your cultivation is rather unremarkable. How could you possibly reside here? Nonetheless, ambition is commendable," Lu Xiaoyan consoled, urging him not to lose heart, for life still stretched long ahead. "Chen Mu, disregarding Lu Xiaoyan, ascended the steps and approached the grand entrance, his fingers grasping the door lock and crushing it to pieces. You've lost your mind. That lock bears a seal. Tampering with it will attract the guardians. Beware of confinement or being expelled from the mountain. Lu Xiaoyan had witnessed audacity before, but Chen Mu's boldness was unprecedented. Moments later, a thunderous voice echoed from afar. How dare you? Who dares to trespass into Qingyan Mansion? Subsequently, an individual seemingly materialized behind Chen Mu, swiftly reaching out to seize his shoulder. Bang! Boom! However, the aura emanating from Chen Mu repelled him back several steps. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaoyan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The guardian was at least at the half-step fusion realm. Yet Chen Mu had not even lifted a finger before forcing him back. This young man's strength was astonishing. The earlier remark about Chen Mu's unremarkable cultivation now left Lu Xiaoyan feeling rather embarrassed. Don't misunderstand. I merely employed this method to prompt you to seek me out, as I was unsure where to find you, Chen Mu explained as he turned. Seek me? The guardian inquired, perplexed. I wish to purchase this mansion. How many spirit stones are required? Chen Mu asked directly, disliking circumlocution. Purchase Qingyan Mansion. If he had claimed that he achieved great military feats and that the sect leader or elders had bestowed the mansion upon him, Lu Xiaoyan would have been more inclined to believe it. However, to buy Qingyan Mansion, the requisite spirit stones were astronomical, even for the reputedly wealthy Lu family. 10 billion spirit stones, the guardian answered honestly, knowing his cultivation fell short of Chen Mu's. 10 billion? So inexpensive. After hearing Lu Xiaoyan's previous comments, Chen Mu had anticipated 100 billion spirit stones, yet it turned out to be merely 10 billion, compared to the trillion spirit stones he possessed. This was but a trifling sum. 10 billion is so cheap. Lu Xiaoyan raised a hand to his forehead, at a loss for how to express his incredulity. Even as a top-tier wealthy heir, he lacked the audacity to utter such words. What right did Chen Mu have? A little preparation before boasting would have been prudent. Yet, what followed nearly left Lu Xiaoyan agape. Chen Mu waved his hand, and a vast pile of exquisite spirit stones materialized, instantly forming a small mountain. Under the sunlight, they shimmered brilliantly, almost blinding. Count them. If insufficient, feel free to return, bringing along the land deed and property contracts. Chen Mu declared as he pushed open the door and stepped into Qingyan Mansion. Bang! Hey! Lu Xiaoyan attempted to follow, only to be met with a closed door. Embarrassed, he turned away, arms crossed over his chest, alternating between looking down and up, pondering the enigma of this individual. 10 billion spirit stones. How could it be as easy as drinking water? Did this mean he wasn't as wealthy as he had imagined? He questioned his life choices. In comparison to Chen Mu's display, he felt utterly insignificant. It seemed that anyone he looked at, regardless of their plain attire, appeared as affluent as a nation. Inside Qingyan Mansion, it was indeed worthy of its 10 billion spirit stones. The rock formations and ponds were suffused with spiritual energy, and the koi fish seemed on the verge of becoming sentient. The architecture exuded an antique charm. Compared to this, describing his previous thatched cottage as a pigsty would be an understatement. Upon arriving at the backyard, Chen Mu was further delighted to discover a spring exuding spiritual energy hidden within the bamboo grove. Suddenly, it became clear why everyone was so eager to reside here. Without further ado, he shed his garments, eager to test the waters of this spiritually infused spring and discern its differences from an ordinary hot spring. As the water enveloped his shoulders, Chen Mu felt as though he had entered a realm of bliss, with every fiber of his being relaxing completely. The comfort radiating from within was enough to justify the 10 billion spirit stones in his mind. Time passed unmeasured. Cough, cough, cough. The mansion's guardian arrived, spotting Chen Mu enjoying a leisurely bath. After a few coughs, he placed a wooden tray beside him, which held the land deed and property contracts of Qingyan Mansion, then prepared to leave. By the way, Chen Mu suddenly called out, halting the guardian. What other instructions does the master have? The guardian paused, slightly bowing as he inquired. Chen Mu swallowed the words he had intended to say and instead confirmed. You called me master? He soon learned that the guardian's name was Su Qingtian, the dedicated caretaker of Qingyan Mansion. Whoever resided there was considered his master, akin to a steward. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu felt a wave of relief. He had initially thought that spending 10 billion spirit stones merely bought him a mansion. Now it appeared that daily living, including meals, would be managed by someone else. It was only logical. Who would live in a mansion and also handle their own chores? Chen Mu merely wished to relish this rare second chance at life. I'm a bit hungry now. Who oversees the meals? Chen Mu inquired of Su Qingtian. Since this was a modified fantasy world, he could certainly adjust himself to a state of perpetual satiety. Yet, what was life for, if not for indulging in food and pleasure? He wanted to savor the exquisite spirit dishes that cultivators consume daily. My culinary skills are rather lacking, but if the master has specific dishes in mind, please inform me, and I shall descend the mountain to procure them or request the sect's kitchen to prepare them, Su Qingtian candidly admitted, fearing that his cooking might not meet Chen Mu's expectations. Poor culinary skills? That's simple. Chen Mu raised his hand. Opening the system panel to examine Su Chengtian's personal attributes, he found the cooking section. Culinary novice, can only boil noodles. Would you like to modify culinary novice to top-tier culinary skills? Modification in progress. Modification successful. Just as he received the notification, Su Chengtian felt a rush of knowledge about culinary arts flood into his mind in an instant. Raising his hands, he looked at them, once capable only of boiling noodles, now brimming with confidence that he could prepare delicacies rivaling the finest establishments in the capital and the imperial kitchen. Suddenly recalling Chen Mu's earlier gesture, Su Chengtian's mind sparked with a bold thought. Could it be? However, Chen Mu preempted his words, placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Then waved his hand. Go cook. I'm hungry. Yes, master. Su Chengtian understood better than anyone that this master was undoubtedly of significant standing. Defying him was unthinkable. In addition to top-tier culinary skills, Chen Mu simultaneously modified Su Chengtian's loyalty towards him, which had originally been only 30%, to an astounding 1,000%. Far exceeding the maximum value, yet it remained effective. Not only would Su Chengtian prepare a meal for him, but should Chen Mu command him to end his life, he would do so without hesitation. Reclining, gazing at the dense leaves of the bamboo grove and the beams of light filtering through, Chen Mu exhaled deeply, feeling utterly content. He had initially expected the system to be a facade, akin to those novels he had read in his previous life, laden with absurd tasks that promised rewards, eventually leading to invincibility. Though he would not mind a little hardship before sweetness, Chen Mu simply wished to be a sloth, lacking the inclination to toil at cultivation or compete with others. Moreover, what if he failed to complete the tasks? Direct annihilation of threats or the elimination of a troublesome younger brother. Such a ridiculous system was better left unbound, to avoid becoming its slave. Fortuitously, he had awakened a rather splendid system that neither imposed demands nor restricted his modifications. On a scale of 100, Chen Mu would grant it 101, an extra point to prevent it from becoming arrogant. Afterward, he cleared his mind of superfluous thoughts and savored the experience of soaking in the spiritual spring, eagerly anticipating the enjoyment of top-tier delicacies. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Qingxian's sect, hundreds of disciples had gathered. The reason they had gathered here in anticipation was due to the return of the inner court's senior brother and his companions from their expedition to subdue the beast horde. They were eager to curry favor, hoping to secure the support of those esteemed seniors, as it would grant them the privilege to navigate the sect with ease in the future. Look, it's Master Sima Qing. Truly, he is the pillar of our inner court. Just behold his stature and aura, akin to an immortal descending to the mortal realm. A considerable number of people had gathered, indicating that this time, the senior brother and his companions had triumphed splendidly. They had quelled the beast tide, rescuing the common folk from peril, thereby enhancing the reputation of the Qingxian sect. The sect leader and the elders would undoubtedly reward them handsomely. The envy was palpable. How fortunate it would be to gain the favor of Master Sima Qing. Such an honor would render my life complete. Before long, in the grand hall of the sect, Sima Qing meticulously recounted his experiences from the past few days since descending the mountain to the sect leader and the assembly of elders seated on either side. He consistently emphasized the hard work and selflessness of his junior brothers and sisters, refraining from mentioning his own contributions. This garnered him unanimous commendation in the eyes of the sect leader and the elders. After proclaiming a grand reward for all, the sect leader addressed Sima Qing specifically, saying, Sima Qing, your efforts in quelling the beast tide have been commendable. Ask for whatever you desire. Thank you, sect leader. The Qingfeng residence, where I reside, has suffered significant damage due to a landslide, with much of the structure buried. I humbly request the granting of the Qingyun residence to me. This was the primary reason Sima Qing had volunteered to descend the mountain to quell the beast tide. Among the hundreds of residences within the Qingxian sect, the Qingyun residence was the one he coveted most. Not only was the environment splendid, but the singular spiritual spring also had occupied his thoughts for a long time. Very well, as you wish, I shall grant you the Qingyun residence, the sect leader readily agreed, in high spirits. Thank you, sect leader. Sima Qing clasped his hands in gratitude. Upon exiting the grand hall, Sima Qing hurriedly made his way to the Qingyun residence, unwilling to delay for even a moment. The Qingxian sect had stood for a millennium. Throughout its history, those who had resided in the Qingyun residence were all exceptional individuals. Now, having the opportunity to live there himself would surely elevate his prestige as the senior brother. Perhaps in the future, he might even ascend to the position of an elder or even inherit the role of sect leader. His mind was filled with various fantasies. However, upon arriving at the Qingyun residence, he noticed that the front door was not locked. Looking up, he could even catch a whiff of the enticing aroma of food wafting from within. A glimmer of joy sparked within Sima Qing's heart. Could it be that the servants had anticipated his arrival and prepared a feast to welcome him? Excellent, he exclaimed, pushing the door open and stepping into the Qingyun residence. Upon entering the main hall, he was greeted by the sight of Su Chengtian setting a lavish banquet upon the table, at least 20 or 30 different dishes. Delicacies from the sky, the land, and the sea adorned the table, Almost all imaginable culinary treasures were present. Gulp. Even someone accustomed to dining at grand banquet halls like Sima Qing couldn't help but salivate at the sight of such a bountiful spread. Truly, the chef of the Qingyun residence is remarkable. This is the kind of feast befitting one of my stature. Striding forward, he sat upon a round stool and picked up his chopsticks, ready to help himself to the dishes. At that moment, Su Qingtian hurriedly interjected, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? What's the matter? Am I not allowed to eat?" Sima Qing retorted, questioning Su Qingtian. "Of course you cannot. This banquet is prepared for the master of the house," Su Qingtian asserted, his tone firm. Hearing this, Sima Qing merely chuckled in response. This fellow seemed unaware that he was the new master of the Qingyun residence. "I am the new master of this Qingyun residence, your master. Now, may I partake in the feast?" "Absolutely not," Su Qingtian reiterated, stopping him once more. "What's this? Do you doubt my words?" Sima Qing slammed his chopsticks onto the table, growing increasingly irritated by Su Qingtian's repeated interruptions. "It is not doubt. Rather, your words lack any credibility whatsoever." At that moment, Chen Mu emerged from behind the wall. Fastening his belt, Sima Qing turned to see Chen Mu clad in the inner court disciple's Qingyun robe, standing in his residence. His expression darkened instantly. "Who allowed you to enter? Get out." His anger intensified upon noticing Chen Mu's damp hair. This rascal had sullied the spiritual spring he had yet to use. "Huh." Chen Mu scoffed derisively. "This is my home. You expect me to leave? Your home?" Sima Qing laughed coldly. "The sect leader just awarded this Qingyun residence to me. When did it become yours? I suspect you are merely impersonating my identity to steal a soak in the spiritual spring." Unable to tolerate this any longer, he drew his sword, pointing it directly at Chen Mu. Upon hearing this, Su Qingtian quickly realized the gravity of the situation and rushed to clarify. "Misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Sima Qing fixed his gaze on Su Qingtian. "Yes." Su Qingtian nodded emphatically. "Before you arrived, the master had already expended 10 billion spirit stones to purchase this Qingyun residence." 10 billion spirit stones. Sima Qing's eyes widened in shock at the staggering figure. He sheathed his sword, opting not to lower himself to Chen Mu's level, and commanded Su Qingtian, "Return those 10 billion spirit stones to him. This Qingyun residence is solely for me, Sima Qing." Su Qingtian's expression turned troubled. "What? Do you intend to defy the sect leader's command?" Sima Qing bellowed. "Enough." Chen Mu, losing patience, swiftly appeared before Sima Qing. How swift! Sima Qing had no time to react before Chen Mu seized him by the collar and threw him out the door. Stumbling to his feet, he intended to re-enter and reclaim his dignity. How could the illustrious senior brother of the inner court be humiliated in such a manner? Bang! Just then, the door slammed shut. Bang! Boom! Sima Qing narrowly avoided the impact, only to be sent flying several meters away. Ah! How infuriating! Sima Qing seethed, filled with rage. He was determined to strike Chen Mu several times that day. Kill him? Truth be told, Sima Qing felt a twinge of hesitation regarding this matter. After all, anyone capable of producing 10 billion spirit stones undoubtedly had a significant background. Bang! Boom! Distracted, he was once again flung away by an invisible force, crashing into the wall of the opposite residence, creating a large crater. PFF. Clutching his chest, Sima Qing coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze wide with shock as he looked towards the Qingyun residence. A formation. At that moment, many disciples who happened to pass by had gathered around. What is happening? Isn't that our inner court's senior brother Sima Qing? How did he end up in this state? I just overheard them saying it was due to a dispute over the Qingyun residence. Do tell us more. After piecing together the situation, they found themselves uncertain whom to support. One party possessed wealth while the other had merit. According to the principle of first come, first served, it seemed the Qingyun residence should belong to the person inside. However, as this was a gift from the sect leader to the senior brother, refusing to relinquish the Qingyun residence would be akin to slapping the sect leader in the face. Are you foolish? Anyone capable of purchasing the Qingyun residence and inflicting such harm on Sima Qing cannot be an ordinary character. If you can think of it, he surely can as well. This indicates that he is not at all afraid of the sect leader. Moreover, he has set up a formation that even the senior brother cannot break. This person is undoubtedly formidable. Hearing the crowd unanimously support Chen Mu while disparaging him, Sima Qing's anger boiled over. After consuming a healing pill, his injuries eased considerably. Gazing at the door of the Qingyun residence, he silently vowed, "Very well, since you all believe I cannot break that formation, I shall demonstrate it for you." Then he would confront that rascal and demand an explanation. As the senior disciple of the sect, did he dare to lay hands on him? Approaching the door, Sima Qing grasped his sword with one hand while raising his index and middle fingers to glide across the blade, gathering his energy. The curious disciples couldn't help but ask, "What is the senior brother doing?" "Shoo! That's senior brother Sima's signature move, the sword that breaks the heavens." The sword that breaks the heavens. Isn't that the technique created by the second elder? It seems the rumors are true. The senior brother has indeed become the true disciple of the second elder. True disciple. At this moment, the outcome remains uncertain. Who will emerge victorious and who will face defeat is truly difficult to ascertain. These individuals have adeptly epitomized the fickleness of a blade of grass swaying with the wind. Break it, commanded Situ Ching, swiftly drawing his sword. The heavenly breaking sword possesses the power to cleave the very heavens. Though he has yet to reach that formidable realm, Situ Ching could not fathom the inability to shatter such a trivial formation. The sword surged forth like a dragon, its cold radiance piercing. The faint sounds of the sword's song resonated, reminiscent of a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant. What a domineering strike! The crowd was in awe. Bang! Boom! Dust and debris erupted. As the haze dissipated, one could clearly see Situ Ching lying unconscious beneath the utterly shattered stone wall. Ah, why is that door unscathed? While our esteemed senior brother has succumbed, it seems that the figures within the chamber possess strength far beyond our imagination, hundreds, if not thousands, of times greater. Indeed, the heavenly breaking sword, a technique of such immense power, not only failed to breach the formation but resulted in his grievous injury, rendering his capabilities unfathomable. Unbeknownst to this, Chen Mu remained indifferent, devouring the delectable meal prepared by Su Qingtian with fervor, occasionally mumbling incomprehensibly, "Delicious, delicious. Your satisfaction is my honor," Su Qingtian beamed, relieved as the weight of concern that had burdened him finally lifted. Glancing towards the entrance, he sensed the presence of the formation and could also discern the dismal fate of Situ Ching beneath the formidable barrier. Who would have believed that the illustrious senior brother of the inner sect, a paragon of the Qingxian sect, could be rendered unconscious without Chen Mu even lifting a finger? Returning his gaze to Chen Mu, Su Qingtian meticulously searched his memories, yet found no recollection of this individual. However, he felt a contradiction. How could such a genius remain unknown to him? Curiosity piqued, he pondered the true identity of this remarkable figure. Could he possibly be an ancient recluse of the Qingxian sect, rejuvenated and returned to youth? Chapter 8. The unparalleled fiancé of the senior brother. Zero favorability? Unbearable. Upon further contemplation, Su Qingtian deemed it not entirely implausible. Every sect harbors formidable individuals who choose to withdraw from worldly disputes, seeking the tranquility of secluded mountains to pursue greater heights of enlightenment. Nevertheless, when the sect is in peril, they will emerge to defend it, representing the essence of the sect's foundation. The true identity of the clan leader is likely that of a successfully transcended, rejuvenated master hidden from the world. Beyond this, Su Qingtian could conceive no more reasonable explanation. Yet, he refrained from probing further. For he knew better than anyone that he only needed to comprehend one thing. To unconditionally follow Chen Mu and stand by his side was sufficient. Meanwhile, within the residence of Lu Chanming, the second elder of the Qingxian sect, he severed the spiritual connection with Situ Ching with a flick of his finger. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with his sleeve, he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, grateful that all was well. After ensuring Situ Ching had escaped the clutches of death, a surge of fury replaced his earlier concern. As the esteemed second elder of the Qingxian sect, how could he tolerate the audacity of someone who dared to harm his cherished disciple on his own turf? This matter is far from over. It is absolutely not finished. It was not merely out of affection for his disciple. Rather, with so many witnesses present, as a mentor and elder, his reputation was on the line. If he did not reclaim his honor, would it not lead others to believe he was powerless and could be easily bullied? Cough, cough, cough. Situ Ching opened his eyes, regaining consciousness, and as his gaze gradually focused, he saw Lu Chanming and, with a face full of grievance, exclaimed, "Master, that fellow was utterly excessive. He showed no reason. I merely spoke a few words to him, and he retaliated, leaving me gravely injured. You must uphold justice for me." Situ Ching wholly positioned himself as the victim, intent on compelling Lu Chanming to take action. Regarding the strength comparison between himself and Chen Mu, Situ Ching remained undecided. However, he was certain that the young man wielded treasures capable of overwhelming him. The formation barrier was most likely conjured through those celestial artifacts. Hence, his defeat was entirely within the realm of expectation. Rest assured, focus on your recovery. Once you are healed, I shall personally accompany you to seek redress. Lu Chanming assured him. Thank you, master. With these words, Situ Ching felt reassured. Within a day, he would be restored to his former self. At that time, just the thought of witnessing Chen Mu being overwhelmed by his master made the corners of Situ Ching's mouth curve upwards uncontrollably. He then closed his eyes, determined to rest and await his chance for revenge. At the Jingyue Peak, within the Falling Water Manor, a young woman clad in azure sat serenely in a pavilion, engrossed in her cultivation. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, and her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, her lips a tender pink, rendering her irresistibly captivating. An innate fragrance surrounded her, attracting butterflies to flutter about. This scene could be aptly described as picturesque. Suddenly, voices of discussion erupted from beyond the courtyard walls. Who would have thought that even the esteemed senior brother could be grievously injured and fall unconscious? Senior brother? Grievously injured? Upon hearing this, the young woman could no longer remain seated. She sprang to her feet, her steps light as a swallow, gracefully leaping over the wall to land soundlessly before two other women. Upon recognizing her, the two women hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Sister Ruoxue. What you just mentioned about senior brother being gravely injured, what happened?" Lu Ruoxue inquired, unable to conceal her anxiety. Replying to Sister Ruoxue, "Senior brother Situ was embroiled in a dispute regarding the Qingyun manor, resulting in him being severely injured and spitting blood by someone from within. He has just been taken to the second elder's residence for treatment," one of the female disciples explained. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ruoxue had vanished into thin air. "Where did Sister Ruoxue go?" one of them asked. "She must be off seeking revenge on that fellow." "Revenge? On whom?" "Of course, for senior brother Situ. Did you not know? Sister Ruoxue has long admired senior brother Situ, and there are even rumors of a betrothal between their families." Indeed, this was the truth. Lu Ruoxue had always held admiration for Situ Qing and regarded him as her aspiration. Coupled with their engagement, how could she, as his fiancée, simply stand by while her betrothed was harmed? She was determined to uncover the identity of the audacious individual who dared to lay a hand on her beloved Situ Qing. Before long, she arrived at Qingyun Manor, encountering Chen Mu just as he was about to depart. Noticing the cold glint in her eyes, sharper than any blade, fixed upon him, Chen Mu understood that trouble was imminent and attempted to sidestep her. "Halt!" Lu Ruoxue commanded, raising her hand to block his path. "You there? Did you injure senior brother Situ?" Lu Ruoxue scrutinized him, deeming him rather unremarkable, merely possessing a face that was somewhat pleasing to the eye. Compared to her vision of the dashing Situ Qing, he paled in comparison. "What business is it of yours?" Chen Mu retorted, exasperated. "It is very much my business. He is my betrothed," Lu Ruoxue asserted. Lu Ruoxue, if Chen Mu recalled correctly, she was indeed a direct disciple of an elder, rumored to be breathtakingly beautiful and unparalleled. Upon closer inspection, her reputation was no exaggeration. Yet, why was this exquisite flower planted beside such a lump of dung like Situ Qing? "What? Unable to defeat me, you send a woman to confront me?" Chen Mu questioned further. "Do not speak recklessly. This is entirely my own decision, and he has no part in it," Lu Ruoxue clarified, eager to defend Situ Qing. Chen Mu raised his hand, poised to swat Lu Ruoxue aside when suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind, as if he had stumbled upon a revelation. As their eyes met, Lu Ruoxue involuntarily felt a chill run down her spine, as though she were being watched by a ferocious beast from ancient times. Every fiber of her being screamed that this man was dangerous. In Chen Mu's heart, he mused that once Situ Qing returned and had recuperated from his injuries, he would undoubtedly seek to trouble him once more. Recalling the arrogant demeanor he had previously displayed only intensified Chen Mu's displeasure. Furthermore, he had such a stunningly beautiful fiancée before him, unwaveringly loyal to him. The thought of this only deepened his irritation. Why should it be so? Was he truly the protagonist, enjoying such favorable treatment? In this life and the last, he had committed no heinous acts deserving of such bullying. One troublemaker was bad enough, but now there was another. The more he pondered, the more resentment brewed within him. He could not help but open the personal attributes panel of Lu Ruoxue. Name, Lu Ruoxue. Age, 21. Gender, female. Favorability towards Situ Qing, 70. Favorability towards Chen Mu, 0. Favorability. Indeed, no matter how many times he glanced at it, the starkness of that 0 remained painfully conspicuous. Fortunately, he possessed a system capable of altering such matters. A cold smile crept upon his lips. Given that fate had bestowed upon him such power, what reason would he have to refrain from using it? Chapter 9. The aloof senior sister? A servant at your beck and call. "Hey, I'm speaking to you. Do you not comprehend human language?" Lu Ruoxue exclaimed, noticing that Chen Mu's focus was entirely elsewhere. Following his gaze, she looked down, her delicate face flushing crimson as she hurriedly crossed her arms over her chest and stepped back several paces. With a countenance marked by vigilance, disgust, and disdain, she glared at Chen Mu, branding him a lecherous scoundrel. Little did she realize that Chen Mu's actual interest lay in her personal attributes panel. He had studied her with a depth that surpassed mere superficiality. "Would you like to change favorability from 0 to 100? Change. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. Why 100% rather than 1,000 or 10,000? Because surpassing Situ Qing was sufficient. Moreover, Chen Mu worried that excessively high favorability could yield adverse effects, such as fostering a Yandra disposition. "Would you like to change Situ Qing's favorability from 70 to 0? Modifying in progress. Modification successful. I want to speak with you," Lu Ruoxue began, only to falter mid-sentence. Chen Mu could distinctly observe the transformation in her gaze towards him, shifting from sharpness, vigilance, and aversion to one of tender affection. "What do you want from me?" Chen Mu inquired promptly. I, Lu Ruoxue stammered, her demeanor akin to a timid younger sister who had mustered the courage to confess her feelings to her senior brother, yet found herself at a loss for words. Blushing profusely, fidgeting with her fingers, she hesitantly continued, "On Jinhua Peak, flowers are blooming beautifully. I wonder if you would be interested in accompanying me, Lu Ruoxue." to gather the courage to invite you as an apology for my earlier rudeness. Not interested. Chen Mu interjected abruptly, severing Lu Ruoshue's half-finished statement. The onlookers were left agape, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. Lu Ruoshue, the most beautiful senior sister of the Qingxian sect, had audaciously extended an invitation to a disciple she had never even met. It was already astonishing enough, but even more so that Chen Mu had rejected her outright, not even granting her the chance to finish her sentence. Junior brother, the peach blossoms are truly splendid. For the sake of senior sister, can you not at least pay a visit? Lu Ruoshue implored. I also have several jars of a century-old peach blossom brew, which my master has requested from me multiple times, but I have been unwilling to part with it. I would gladly share it all with you. The prospect of enjoying the blossoms while sipping wine was simply delightful. Lu Ruoshue's relentless persuasion shattered the hearts of the surrounding disciples. Their dream goddess was clearly reduced to a mere sycophant for another. What did this fellow possess that warranted such devotion? Not only them, but even Chen Mu himself was taken aback, astonished at how a mere 100% favorability could wield such profound influence. If it were to increase to 1,000 or even 10,000, it was unfathomable. I've already stated my disinterest, Chen Mu declared, shaking off Lu Ruoshue's grasp. She nearly stumbled. As she watched him walk away, several junior disciples approached, seeking to console her. Senior sister Lu, that lad is blind to your beauty. Do not let his ignorance bother you. We are here for you. A flash of cold light flickered, and the group halted in their tracks, raising their hands in surrender, afraid to advance another step. The blade was poised at their throats, threatening their very lives. I will not allow you to slander him. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for being merciless. Lu Ruoshue's eyes glinted with frost. If looks could kill, they would have perished hundreds, if not thousands, of times by now. Truly, a worthy man indeed, enough to be so domineering, she thought. Captivated by her own sentiments, gazing at Chen Mu's retreating figure, the disciples hastily scurried away, fearful that a moment of provocation might lead her to unsheath her sword against them. What a peculiar world this had become. Was this still the same high and aloof flower that all were aware of, to be admired from afar but never touched? It was decidedly a case of sycophancy to the point of madness. What background did that lad possess to have bewitched senior sister Lu so? Yet, was it not rumored that senior sister Lu had affections for senior brother Situ? Moreover, they were already betrothed. How could she behave in such a manner? It was unclear, but it seemed the green hat of shame was all but secured for the elder brother. Regarding Lu Ruoshue, Situ Qing had indeed heard whispers from his junior disciples. Ah, truly worthy of my admiration, Situ Qing declared proudly. Little did he know, he had only heard part of the tale, while the other half was spreading like wildfire. I envy senior brother for having such a fiancé, remarked one disciple. Indeed, unlike me, who cannot even find a partner with a lantern in hand. Senior sister Lu is breathtaking, and senior brother Situ is unparalleled in martial prowess. A perfect match. Truly a perfect match. Haha, too kind, Situ Qing replied, though inwardly he was elated. Yet, when he recalled the strange formation, he resolved to send several disciples to investigate, lest anything untoward happen to his beloved. He was particularly anxious that Chen Mu might take advantage of her beauty. If anything were to transpire, he would be informed immediately. Only he, Situ Qing, was entitled to bully his woman. No one else would dare. Yes, senior brother, rest assured, with us around, we will ensure nothing happens to sister-in-law. The disciples vowed earnestly before departing. However, upon arriving at the entrance of Qingyun Manor, the group of disciples found themselves utterly dumbfounded. They beheld Su Qingtian desperately blocking Lu Ruoshue's entrance, striving to avoid any physical contact. After all, she was a charming young woman enamored with their master. Should there be any misunderstandings, it would be troublesome, even if their master currently held no feelings for her. Initially, the disciples assumed Su Qingtian was zealously preventing Lu Ruoshue from entering to cause trouble for Chen Mu. Yet, it was Lu Ruoshue's subsequent words that nearly caused them to spit blood. Please let me in. I do not desire anything extravagant. Even if I could wash his clothes, tidy up, or fetch water for his feet, I would be utterly content. Who could possibly seek trouble while offering to wash clothes, tidy up, and serve foot baths? If such a position existed, they would gladly apply. Miss Lu, I can handle those tasks. Without Master Chen Mu's orders, I cannot allow you to enter. Su Qingtian firmly stated. I could even help him wash his back. Hey, do not tell me you can. Lu Ruoshue pointed at Su Qingtian, not allowing him the chance to respond. Washing backs. The mere mention of those words caused the disciples to lose their composure. What on earth was happening? They exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Had they approached this matter incorrectly? Regardless, without the master's command, you cannot enter. Su Qingtian resolutely stood guard at the door. Why must you be so unreasonable? I do not wish to harm him. I merely want to care for him, to capture his attention. Why do you obstruct others from pursuing their happiness? Does your conscience not ache? Lu Ruoshue's tears were on the verge of spilling over, swirling in her eyes. Witnessing her pitiful demeanor caused Su Qingtian to feel a twinge of compassion. He held a deep admiration for Chen Mu, who, possessing such unparalleled beauty, was willing to become a maid in her quest to win back his affection. Not to mention, she was the esteemed senior sister of the Qingxian sect, a direct disciple of an elder, a top talent. No, merely calling it admiration was insufficient to encapsulate Su Qingtian's sentiments. It was reverence. Reverence. Just as he became lost in thought for a moment, Lu Ruoxue executed a swift maneuver and slipped into the Qingyan mansion. Hey, Miss Lu, you cannot enter. Su Qingtian hurriedly pursued her, leaving the other three uncertain about their next course of action or what to say. What should we do? Should we inform Brother Situ? Perhaps it's best to keep it a secret for now. He is currently in recovery, and if he learns of Lu's actions, it would surely infuriate him to the point of bloodshed. Speaking of which, how could Lu's sister possibly develop feelings for the man who injured our senior brother? Had I known, I would have never associated with you lot. The young man rolled his eyes at this dilemma. Were it not for the fear of offending Situ Qing, they would undoubtedly seek out Chen Mu to apprentice under him and glean his wisdom. Meanwhile, Chen Mu had descended the mountain and arrived at Tianfu City, the closest city to the Qingxian sect. He had no other aim than to lavishly spend the billion spirit stones he possessed. Anything less would be a disservice to himself. As for his family, Chen Mu held no interest whatsoever in that ungrateful clan. In his memories, he was the illegitimate child born to a man and a humble woman after a drunken encounter. To preserve the family's honor, his mother was married off to the Chen family as a concubine. To put it mildly, she was a concubine. To put it harshly, she was treated worse than a servant. The Chen family held no regard for Chen Mu's mother, subjecting her to various humiliations and oppression, leading to her malnourishment and mental breakdown. On the very day Chen Mu was born, she perished, given that the child had already been delivered. And for the sake of the Chen family's reputation, they did not abandon him. However, he was raised in an environment akin to that of a mere servant. At his coming-of-age ceremony, Chen Mu lost his only chance for redemption. Following a talent assessment, he was deemed mediocre and predicted to achieve nothing of significance in his lifetime. Ultimately, he was discarded by the Chun family to the Qingxian sect, relegated to the status of a laborer, a quintessential tale of a wasteful rise to prominence. Regrettably, his previous incarnation lacked the fortitude to survive until the day of his ascension. As for himself, he possessed an ironclad fate, rendering the notion of being a failure impossible. He commenced at full capacity. Nevertheless, he was still inclined to avenge the grievances he harbored and alleviate the resentment within his heart. Upon reflection, it seemed he had left me with nothing of value. Chen Mu mused with a wry smile. Ah, is that not my worthless brother? After years apart, where did you acquire such a pretentious facade? A figure emerged from the tavern, blocking Chen Mu's path. If Chen Mu's memory served him correctly, coupled with the derogatory title bestowed upon him, this was none other than his half-brother, Chen Xingxing, the favored eldest son of the Chen family. The disparity in treatment between the two was akin to that of heaven and earth. He basked in paradise while Chen Mu languished in hell. With a swift motion, Chen Mu brushed aside the hand that Chen Xingxing extended, then, using the back of his hand, wiped away the spot where contact had been made. I have a germophobia. Do not touch me. Hey, after years apart, your temper has indeed grown. You dare to challenge me. Chen Xingxing retorted, reaching out again, intent on pushing Chen Mu. Crack, crack, crack. Chen Mu seized Chen Xingxing's wrist, twisting it into a painful contortion, sharp bone fragments piercing through the skin and oozing blood, a sight both gruesome and chilling. Ah, my hand. How dare you treat me this way? Chen Xingxing collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, his gaze filled with hatred directed at Chen Mu. Young master. A middle-aged man, having just settled the bill, rushed down the steps, bewildered. Young master, are you all right? With a slap fueled by frustration, Chen Xingxing struck the man's face. Do I look all right to you? Fu Bo, take care of him. No, kill him. The man turned to Chen Mu in shock, exclaiming, Chen Mu? Chen Fu. The sight of this man ignited a raging inferno of fury within Chen Mu, influenced by the memories of his previous life. He vividly recalled how this scoundrel had once harbored sinister intentions towards his mother. He had even injured young Chen Mu when he attempted to thwart his wicked plans. Subsequently, the Chen family had the audacity to imprison his mother and him in a small dark room for 3 days and nights, punishing them in the most cruel of manners. You vile creature, dare you harm the young master? I shall kill you. Chen Fu lunged at Chen Mu with a grip like a vice, fully aware that failing to eliminate Chen Mu would lead to dire consequences from the patriarch. First, he needed to appease Chen Xingxing's anger. Thus, Chen Mu had to die. After all, he was merely a discarded dog of the Chen family. Killing him was of no consequence. Yes, kill him. Chen Xingxing's smile morphed into a sinister grimace. Yet, in the next moment, that smile faded into sheer terror. Bang! With a mere wave of his hand, Chen Mu reduced Chen Fu to a mist of blood, splattering his crimson essence across Chen Mu's attire, transforming his white clothing into a striking shade of scarlet. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, as if time itself had halted. No one dared to utter a word concerning Chen Mu's violent execution of Chen Fu, the young master of the Chen family, fearing that they might be the next to meet the same gruesome fate. Chen Mu exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of liberation wash over him. The exhilaration of avenging a foe was truly gratifying. As he departed, the onlookers finally felt their hearts, previously lodged in their throats, descend back to safety. Is that not the second young Master Chen heir, sent by the Chen family to serve as a menial worker at the Qingxin sect? It seems unlikely. But there are rumors that his talents are rather mediocre. How could he possibly defeat Chen Fu in an instant? With a mere slap, turning him to mist. He must possess the strength of a light manifestation realm expert. My heavens, the light manifestation realm? He is barely in his 20s. To have reached such heights at this age is truly monstrous. What an aberration. The light manifestation realm. This is a tremendous loss for the Chen family. They have misjudged him, holding an unparalleled genius, yet failing to recognize it. A quintessential case of losing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. Compared to Chen Mu, their painstakingly nurtured Chen Xingsheng is nothing. How could they know that their assumptions were gravely mistaken? The light manifestation realm? 1,000,000, 10,000,000. Even 1,000,000,000 light manifestation realm experts would not be worth even a fraction of Chen Mu's pinky. On another front, news of Chen Mu's public execution of Chen Fu and the incident involving Chen Xing quickly returned to the Chen family through their informants in Tianfu City. Arriving in haste. What? Upon hearing that his precious son Chen Xingsheng had been murdered by his other useless and cowardly son, Chen Tianyang erupted in fury. Bang. Boom. Rising in anger, he smashed the nearby tea table to smithereens. Before the messenger could react, Chen Tianyang had already appeared before him, his hand like thunder. Moving with incredible speed, grasping the man's collar, he effortlessly lifted him off the ground, demanding, "Is what you say true, Chen Mu? That coward? How could he possibly kill someone with yellow tear talent? Head of the family, I witnessed it with my own eyes." With a single palm, he turned Chen Fu into blood mist, and before the eyes of the entire marketplace, he crushed the young master's head underfoot. The trembling man stammered. Chen Tianyang flung him several meters away, pacing back and forth in the hall, fuming, "Despicable, despicable, that ungrateful wretch." It seems that the lad must have stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity at the Qingxin sect, suddenly becoming strong, at least at the level of light manifestation. Tianyang, now that Xingsheng is dead, and you have no other sons, perhaps you should consider bringing Chen Mu back? Train him as your successor. Indeed, if he dies, to whom shall the position of family head be passed? The elders of the family began to persuade Chen Tianyang, urging him to set aside his hatred and consider the greater good. Never. He has killed my son. I will not rest until he is dead. Chen Tianyang waved his hand, silencing them all. He had made up his mind, and it was not to be changed. Rather than allow such a rebellious son to inherit the family head position, Chen Tianyang would prefer to start anew with a different name. After all, he was still in his prime. Upon hearing this, the elders could only shake their heads and sigh, knowing Chen Tianyang's stubborn nature. Once he decided something, even 10 oxen could not pull him back. Persuasion would be futile. The only blame lay with Chen Mu, who, thinking himself capable, dared to disregard the Chen family. What a pity. Even if he had gained an opportunity, what of it? The Chen family is a century-old lineage, with a foundation so robust that no trivial opportunity could possibly compensate for it. Summon 300 death warriors from the Chen family. I want that ungrateful wretch torn to pieces. Alive, he must be seen. Dead, his body must be recovered. Chen Tianyang commanded. Yes. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure stumbled in, panicked. No, it's bad. Head of the family. What now? Chen Tianyang felt a headache coming on. Reporting to the head of the family, the second young master has returned. The servant announced. What? That ungrateful wretch dares to come back on his own? He must be tired of living. Chen Tianyang roared, his anger radiating an aura of murderous intent so thick it was suffocating. What are you still standing there for? Go gather the death warriors. Yes, Chen Mu. Today I shall ensure you come with your life and leave without it. Chen Tianyang's eyes glinted with cold light, brimming with murderous intent. Pity? For Chen Tianyang. He had never regarded Chen Mu or his mother as part of his family. The reason for such a rebellious son was due to his drunken indiscretion with that wretched woman who insisted on clinging to him, forcing him to take her as a concubine. He had thought that with her death and Chen Mu's expulsion from the Chen family, the matter could be swept under the rug. Little did he expect that this ungrateful wretch would dare to harm his most cherished son. If he does not die, how can I maintain my dignity? His gaze returned to Chen Mu. Upon entering, figures silently descended from all directions. The courtyard, the walls, the eaves, everywhere were black-clad. Masked death warriors. Their number easily exceeded 300. Chapter 11. I am crossing tribulation. Is it difficult to kill you at the light manifestation realm? The leader, named Chen Shu, is the manager of this group of death warriors and is Chen Tianyang's most trusted aide without exception. Chen Tianyang did not attend, for he had little interest in the process of executing Chen Mu. He only wished to see the outcome after Chen Mu was torn to shreds. Witnessing the small man's triumph, bloated with pride, would only disgust Chen Tianyang. Is it just you? Chen Shu surveyed Chen Mu with a look of derision. Knowing full well that the Chen family possessed the most formidable death warriors in Tianfu City, yet this fool dared to arrive alone, utterly oblivious to his impending doom. Chen Mu paid no heed, selecting a total of 364 death warriors from the Chen family's ranks and modifying their loyalty rating. Would you like to change loyalty from 0 to 10? 000. Modify. Modification in progress. Modification successful. Seeing Chen Mu's silence, Chen Shu assumed he was too frightened to respond, regretting his decision to come here to die. Unfortunately, it was too late. He should have remained at the Qingxian sect, living a life of quiet survival. As his voice trailed off, he raised his hand, signaling all death warriors to act. Tear him to pieces. 1 breath passed. 5 breaths passed, until 10 breaths had elapsed, and not a single death warrior moved. Chen Shu, losing his composure, shouted, "What is going on? Are you all deaf? I commanded you to tear him to pieces." Still, no one responded. Chen Shu seized the collar of the nearest person, dragging him forward. "What is the meaning of this? Are you ignoring my orders? Planning a rebellion?" Cut off his hand. At this moment, Chen Mu spoke slowly. Immediately, a black-clad death warrior sprang from behind Chen Shu, swiftly drawing his blade and striking down. Thud. Blood splattered 3 meters. Not allowing Chen Shu a moment to react, the warrior severed his entire arm from the shoulder. His fingers still clung tightly to the death warrior's collar. The warrior pried open Chen Shu's fingers and presented the severed limb before Chen Mu. How could this happen? Chen Shu clutched his severed arm, unable to stem the blood gushing from his fingers. "What have you done? How could they obey your orders?" Chen Shu asked incredulously. Chen Mu had no time to explain the underlying principles. He simply commanded, "Tear him to pieces." In an instant, hundreds of black-clad death warriors surged forward, raining down blows upon Chen Shu. Meanwhile, Chen Mu strolled leisurely towards the inner courtyard. At that moment, within the inner courtyard, a servant who had arrived earlier was awaiting good news from Chen Shu when he approached Chen Tianyang, head of the family. "No, it's bad." "What now?" Chen Tianyang was already in a foul mood. Why was it always bad news? Couldn't there be some good news for once? "Chen Shu is dead," the servant reported. "Dead? How could that be? Impossible. Do not deceive me." Chen Tianyang could not believe it. Chen Shu, after all, possessed the strength of the light manifestation realm, coupled with over 300 death warriors at the least at the Foundation Establishment 5th layer. How could Chen Mu possibly kill him? They all betrayed the second young master, and Chen Shu was hacked to death by them. The servant recounted truthfully. "Nonsense. How could my Chen family's death warriors obey the commands of a discarded son? A coward." Chen Tianyang, consumed by rage, lifted the hem of his skirt and delivered a swift kick to the chest of a servant. "Ah!" The servant screamed as he tumbled down the steps. Just as Chen Tianyang intended to descend personally to assess the situation, he noticed Chen Mu entering from the courtyard, clad in a blue cloud robe, devoid of any trace of blood. How did he manage to get in? Could it be that Chen Shu is truly dead? The death warriors cultivated by the Chen family since childhood, without exception, have all turned against them? How could he have accomplished such a feat? Chen Tianyang was utterly perplexed. With biting words, he retorted, "You ungrateful wretch, how dare you show your face to me? Who gave you the audacity to slay your own kin, to kill without reason? As if there were no justification required." Chen Mu, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "Not only must he die, but you must perish as well." As one of the culprits responsible for his mother's death, Chen Mu could not let Chen Tianyang go. To spare him would leave a heavy weight upon his chest. Boom. What a farce. I shall see how you intend to kill me today. Chen Tianyang unleashed his spiritual energy, creating a gust that swept the dust and pebbles within a 3-meter radius. "You, a mere 5th-tier cultivator, truly have no idea from where your confidence derives," Chen Mu mocked, shaking his head. "Die." Chen Tianyang charged forth like a tiger descending from a mountain, closing the distance between them in an instant, both hands brimming with spiritual energy as he executed a bone-crushing strike. Chen Mu, however, leisurely raised his hand, pressing his thumb against his middle finger in a seemingly slow gesture. Yet, to Chen Tianyang's eyes, it appeared as a blur. Then, a sharp crack resounded as a blow struck Chen Tianyang's forehead. Bang! Boom! Chen Tianyang was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through the entirety of the Chen family estate, demolishing a dozen walls before landing amidst the rubble 100 meters away. Struggling to breathe, he gasped, "This is impossible. What is impossible?" In an instant, Chen Mu stood before Chen Tianyang. Bang! Boom! He released a wave of pressure, forcing Chen Tianyang's body to sink half a meter into the ground. Cough. His face turned as pale as ash, his features twisted in agony, and he coughed uncontrollably, spewing forth blood. Observing the once proud Chen Tianyang, who had never deigned to acknowledge him, now reduced to the plight of a drenched rat. Chen Mu sneered as he raised his foot to rest upon Chen Tianyang's abdomen. "Is it truly difficult for me, a Tribulation Realm cultivator, to eliminate a mere light-reflecting realm practitioner? Tribulation Realm." Chen Tianyang's heart sank. No wonder merely his aura had rendered him breathless. This ungrateful wretch. What stroke of luck had he stumbled upon to transform from a worthless individual into a master of the Tribulation Realm? And no, spare me. I will permit you to return to the Chen family and make you a candidate for the family head. What do you say? Chen Tianyang proposed. regretting not having accepted the prior offers from the elders of the Chen family, which had led to such a dire fate. Not in the slightest. Chen Mu swiftly rejected. With a flick of his hand, a red thread pierced through Chen Tianyang's throat, blood oozing forth in varying sizes. For the vendetta of my mother's death. I have avenged you. Now, I owe you nothing. With another wave of his hand, Chen Tianyang's body disintegrated into dust, scattering with the wind. On another front, utilizing the power of a resurrection system to revive someone was a trivial task for Chen Mu. Locating the corpse and merely altering a few words would suffice. However, there was no need. Although he inherited the memories and body of his predecessor, it did not imply that he, as a reborn individual, would readily accept the former's family as his own. The deceased should be allowed to rest in peace. What lay ahead was a life of unbridled freedom belonging to Chen Mu. Chapter 12. Altering Lifespan. Modifying Loyalty. Spiritual Stones at Will. Seated in the position of family head, Chen Mu grasped the well-polished armrest of the wooden chair, refined through generations. Supporting his head with one hand, his starry eyes half-lidded, he scrutinized the dozen or so elders of the Chen family kneeling before him. He chose not to speak immediately. The kneeling elders bowed their heads, casting furtive glances at the dozens of death warriors surrounding them. Initially, upon hearing that all the death warriors of the Chen family had betrayed them and that Chen Shu had been brutally killed, they thought it was a jest. But the reality was anything but a joke. Lifting their eyes, they stole glances at Chen Mu from beneath their disheveled hair. Bewildered by how he had achieved such a feat, these death warriors were orphans raised by the Chen family through various means and brainwashing, and they were expected to be 100% loyal. They could not defy the commands of the family head. Yet, how could this be? However, at this moment, rather than pondering the betrayal of the Chen family's death warriors, they had a more pressing matter: preserving their lives. The family elder, Chen Wani, spoke first. We are willing to nominate you as the new family head, and we beseech you to spare our lives. Chen Mu remained silent. He examined the personal attributes of the dozen individuals, selecting 7. These 7 had once hurled insults at him and his mother, subjecting them to violence. Would you like to change the remaining lifespan of 52 to 0? Would you like to change the remaining lifespan of 24 to 0? Would you like to change the remaining lifespan of 33 to 0? All modifications. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. Gasp. Gasp. As the system notification appeared, the 7 individuals clutched their throats and collapsed to the ground, struggling briefly before succumbing in agony. How could this be accomplished? The remaining individuals were shaken, their faces betraying their panic. Throughout the entire process, they were certain that Chen Mu had not lifted a finger. The death warriors standing guard had not moved an inch either. Mind-based killing. To what extent had this child's cultivation prowess reached? The more they pondered, the more they could not help but curse the already deceased Chen Tianyang for his lack of foresight. Instead of nurturing such an extraordinary talent as Chen Mu, he had squandered the family's resources on the mediocre and ill-mannered Chen Xingxing. What good was a high-grade yellow talent in comparison to Chen Mu's current abilities? It was utterly insignificant. Regret filled them. They had placed their trust in the wrong individuals and aligned themselves with the wrong side. From this day forth, you shall all be demoted to servants of the family, forever bound to the Chen family, enslaved for a lifetime. Should any of you dare to flee, you shall face execution without mercy. In Chen Mu's eyes, these individuals could escape death, but could not evade the consequences of their actions. Yes, we shall comply with the family head's orders. They replied in unison. What other choice did they have? Refusal? They certainly did not wish to die. Seeing their cooperation, Chen Mu felt satisfied. He gestured for one of the death warriors, instructing him, from this day forth, the Chen family will be under your management. In my absence, you shall have full authority over all family assets. With a flick of his hand, he maxed out the warrior's management talent. Why destroy an asset when it could be strengthened? At this moment, Chen Mu undoubtedly held the reins of the entire Chen family's fate. The family's survival or demise rested solely in his hands. Having completed these tasks, Chen Mu rose, stretching lazily. His mood significantly lightened. Remaining in the Chen family held no further meaning. However, as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and halted his steps. Turning to the death warrior he had appointed as the acting family head, he beckoned, "Come here." "Yes, master." The death warrior approached Chen Mu as instructed. Chen Mu feigned raising his hand, but in reality, he accessed the warrior's personal panel. Without hesitation, he altered the cultivation realm to tribulation realm. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. From now on, handle any matters that can be resolved through force without coming to me, Chen Mu stated, turning on his heel to depart. The death warrior stood there, dumbfounded and at a loss. Witnessing his petrified state, tears streamed down his cheeks, prompting the other death warriors to approach in confusion. What is the matter? Tribulation realm. Tribulation realm? Upon hearing this, the 100 assassins furrowed their brows in confusion, unable to grasp the deeper implications. Subsequently, the man unleashed his spiritual energy, and an immense, formless pressure descended upon them, compelling their knees to bend involuntarily as they knelt upon the ground. Transcending tribulation realm. At that moment, They finally comprehended the man's intended message. Coupled with Chen Mu's earlier actions and his departing words, their astonishment was palpable, etched across their faces in wide-eyed disbelief. Having interacted with each other for numerous years, they knew one another inside out. They were equally familiar with the newly appointed acting head of the family, Lin Wanquan, who was presumed to possess only the strength of the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Yet now, due to fortuitous circumstances, he had been chosen by the master and had attained the strength of the transcending tribulation realm. Truly, the master was remarkable. He could effortlessly bestow such power upon others. I surmise that the master must be a reincarnated celestial being. This should herald a great fortune for the Chen family. Alas, they, being mere mortals, cannot discern the master's extraordinary gifts. What a pity. To pledge allegiance to such a formidable being is indeed an honor. Silence. Who dares to speak ill of the master? Lin Wanquan bellowed. Instantly, everyone ceased their chatter, demonstrating complete obedience. The advantages of being assassins became evident in that moment. Meanwhile, Chen Mu had already arrived at the heart of Tianfu City, at the Longhu auction house, with the sole intention of indulging in a lavish spending spree. In his previous life, he had meticulously budgeted for mere living expenses, leading a life of palpable constraint. For him, indulging in food, drink, and merriment had been a luxury, with the primary goal of merely surviving until the next sunrise. Yet now, he found himself in possession of trillions of spirit stones, ready to procure some celestial treasures for himself, without the fear of exhausting his funds. Even if his spirit stones dwindled to zero, he could effortlessly modify them back to 9999999999999 without expending much effort. In a private booth, Chen Mu casually tossed a fist-sized golden high-grade spirit stone to the attendant. My goodness! The attendant, cradling the glittering stone in both hands, was mesmerized. Hastily concealing it within his garments, he glanced around nervously, fearful of being targeted. Bowing and scraping, he led the way, exclaiming, "This way, please. Right this way." The attendant had encountered numerous affluent patrons, yet none had been as extravagant as Chen Mu. To witness someone so liberally spending tens of thousands of spirit stones was unprecedented. His attitude could be likened to treating Chen Mu as a revered ancestor. And it would not be an exaggeration. Upon entering the booth, an array of exquisite food and drink awaited him. The tea served was of the finest quality. Concerned that Chen Mu might not be accustomed to the pastries offered at the auction house, the attendant hurried to the most renowned pastry shops in Tianfu City, personally purchasing dozens of colorful delicacies. Satisfied with the attendant's diligence, Chen Mu tossed him another high-grade spirit stone. Bang, bang, bang. Ouch. Thank you, esteemed sir. Thank you. The attendant knelt and kowtowed thrice. That will suffice. You may leave. Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively. Understood, esteemed sir. Should you require anything, I shall be waiting outside. The attendant replied as he rose, retreating carefully and closing the door behind him. Chen Mu then savored the delectable pastries and sipped on the finest tea, awaiting the commencement of the auction. At that moment, however, a discordant voice echoed from outside the door. Young master, you cannot enter. There is already someone in the booth. The attendant's voice grew louder. Hearing this, the other party immediately raised their voice in response. Who do you think you are to block my path? I am Chen Ziguan. I see you're tired of living. Get out of my way, he proclaimed with arrogance. I consulted a master today, and number 6 is my lucky number. I don't care who is inside. They must vacate for me. Listening to such boisterous and overbearing words, coupled with the mention of Chen Ziguan, Chen Mu recalled that there indeed existed such a person in the Chen family, his cousin, no less. I said move aside. Did you hear me? My father is the 3rd elder of the Chen family, Chen Ziguan exclaimed, evidently unaware that his father had already met a tragic end within their household. With a forceful shove, he sent the attendant flying several meters, then kicked the door open with a resounding crash, striding in with several subordinates. At that moment, Chen Mu warned, take another step forward, and I shall sever whichever foot touches the ground first. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziguan dismissed it as a mere threat, scoffing. I doubt you have the guts. In the next instant, his expression changed drastically, his features contorting in agony as he collapsed to the ground, staring in horror at his right leg, now lying half a meter away. Ah, my leg, he cried out in terror, unable to fathom that Chen Mu had indeed dared to sever his limb. He had not even seen the motion clearly, as Chen Mu had seemed to be several meters away. How was it possible? His subordinates rushed forward, hastily feeding him a healing pill and crushing another into powder to staunch the bleeding. You have the audacity. I am Chen Ziguan. My father is the 3rd elder of the Chen family. You dare to strike me? Chen Ziguan spat angrily as he was aided to his feet, wiping the sweat from his brow. Seeing that Chen Mu ignored him, he turned to his subordinates and ordered, kill him. After a brief moment of hesitation, they took a step forward, and in an instant, blood splattered 3 meters. Like Chen Ziguan before him, he collapsed into a pool of blood. Ugh. They quickly retrieved a healing pill and stuffed it into his mouth, desperately trying to stop the bleeding. I shall only say this once. Chen Mu cast a sidelong glance, his aura brimming with murderous intent, as if a great demon loomed behind him. treading upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. You're ruthless. We're leaving. Chen Ziguan understood the wisdom of recognizing the tides of fortune. He realized that such a reckless maniac necessitated external help. The remaining subordinate, still intact, assisted the other two as they hopped away. The attendant promptly cleaned up the severed leg and the bloodstains from the floor, ensuring that Chen Mu's mood remained unperturbed. Pardon the disturbance, he muttered as he completed the task and swiftly exited. On the way back to the Chen family, Chen Ziguan seethed, how infuriating. That bastard dared to cripple me. I will ensure he pays with his life. His father was the third elder of the Chen family, in Tianfu City. Who would dare to disregard Chen Ziguan? Just wait. I will not rest until you are dead. Young master, do you not find that man resembles someone? One of his subordinates suddenly interjected. I care not who he resembles. Chen Ziguan instinctively retorted, but curiosity got the better of him as he asked, who? Chen Mu. The second young master of the Chen family, who was sent to Qingxian sect as a servant 4 years ago, the subordinate replied. Chen Ziguan halted, trying to recall. And in his mind, two figures, one large and one small, began to overlap. Indeed, it was that useless fool. How had he not recognized him earlier? Chen Ziguan was now 100% certain that the one who had severed his leg was none other than the Chen family's discarded son, Chen Mu. It seemed that the second young master had encountered some fortuitous opportunity at Qingxian sect, resulting in a meteoric rise in power, one of his subordinates remarked with trepidation. They sought to advise Chen Ziguan to de-escalate the situation, fearing the wrath of someone they should not provoke. What of it? Our Chen family is filled with strong warriors. Even if he has grown powerful, he is still a waste. Killing him is as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Chen Ziguan disregarded Chen Mu entirely. Quickly, let us return. If my father learns that he has crippled me, he will surely come forth personally, crushing him like an ant. Before long, the three returned to the Chen estate. Chen Ziguan felt an unsettling atmosphere. The servants sweeping leaves in the courtyard seemed oddly familiar. Surely, he was overthinking. He casually approached one of them from behind, placing a hand on their shoulder, and asked, "Where is my father?" As the man turned, he startled Chen Ziguan. "Uncle, you. Why are you dressed like this? Are you here to sweep the fallen leaves?" My husband hesitated, clearly too embarrassed to speak. Chen Ziguan thought to himself. Perhaps he had been seated in a high position for too long and wanted to change his perspective to experience life differently. Returning to the matter at hand, "Uncle, do you know about my father?" He began but abruptly stopped. His uncle was right there. Why the roundabout way of seeking his father? He rephrased, "Uncle, that little rascal Chen Mu has returned. It seems he has gained some kind of opportunity and has even severed one of my legs. You must take my side. Otherwise, news of this will spread, and our Chen family will surely lose face, becoming the laughingstock of others." For some reason, after saying this, Chen Ziguan felt that something was amiss with his uncle's expression. He seemed fearful. Shouldn't he be angry instead? He quickly dismissed the thought. How could the fearless uncle be afraid of that useless brat? He must be overthinking. Slap. In the next moment, Chen Shuxing raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Chen Ziguan's face. "Silence. You shall not show disrespect to the head of the family." Chen Ziguan clutched his face, utterly bewildered, wanting to say, "Is your hearing failing you? When did I disrespect the family head?" He had clearly referred to Chen Mu. The worthless child. Surely, he couldn't be the head of the family? "Uncle, you misheard. I was talking about Chen Mu, that good-for-nothing." Slap. This time, Chen Shuxing did not even allow Chen Ziguan to finish his sentence, raising his hand for another slap. "You insolent wretch. Uncle, have you gone mad? Even as my uncle. This repeated and baseless slapping is intolerable. In terms of family status, he and my father were on similar levels. If this continued, he would certainly report to his father." Chen Ziguan warned. "Father?" Chen Shuxing's icy smile followed. "He died long ago." "Died? Impossible. Don't lie to me." Chen Ziguan felt utterly confused. How could the Chen family be so strange today? Looking around again, his eyes widened in shock. Many prominent figures of the Chen family were clad in coarse linen garments, dressed like servants. Soon after, several death soldiers appeared. Their gazes fixated on him, sending chills down Chen Ziguan's spine. Chapter 14. Tens of thousands of unlockable functions. 10,000-fold returns. He couldn't understand why the Chen family's death soldiers would appear. Such matters shouldn't necessitate their involvement. Could it be that his father had learned of the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Chen Mu and sent the death soldiers to take him to the Longhu auction city for revenge? It was certainly a possibility. This only reinforced his belief that Chen Shuxing was deliberately toying with him, saying things like not to be disrespectful to the family head and that his father was dead. Just as he was feeling smug, a death soldier suddenly charged forward. Chen Ziguan felt a sharp pain in his chest as a blade pierced through. He looked down and indeed saw a cold, long sword gleaming ominously. "You, what are you doing?" Chen Ziguan attempted to push the death soldier away, but fell to the ground instead. His hands touched the sticky liquid, and upon turning his head, he realized it was blood. Where did it come from? Lifting his gaze, he witnessed the two subordinates who had accompanied him being mercilessly stabbed through the chest by death soldiers that had approached from behind, followed by a blade slashing their throats. Chen Ziguan clutched his chest, but could not stem the flow of blood, which soaked the ground. Looking in confusion at Chen Shuxing, he stammered, "Uncle, what? What is happening?" The Chen family has undergone a transformation. Now, Chen Mu is the master of this domain, Chen Shuxing sighed. Chen Mu? Master. Recalling the strange words Chen Shuxing had spoken earlier, Chen Ziguan suddenly understood. No wonder when he had cursed Chen Mu, Chen Shuxing had raised his hand to slap him, forbidding any disrespect towards the family head. No wonder they were dressed in coarse linen, performing menial tasks they had previously scorned. It turned out that that fellow had returned in glory, demanding the Chen family repay all debts. He had acquired a tremendous opportunity. Thud, thud, thud. Ultimately, Chen Ziguan was pierced by the swords of multiple death soldiers, collapsing into a pool of his own blood, lifeless and unblinking. Burial? Boom. A burst of spiritual flame left not even ashes behind, merely scorched the stone bricks, leaving behind a charred human silhouette. Meanwhile, at the Longhu auction city, Chen Mu had filled his stomach with snacks, and the auction was about to commence. Detecting that the host will spend a substantial amount of money. Would you like to activate the system's built-in 10,000-fold return function? 10,000-fold return? Does this mean that the more I spend, the more money I receive? Chen Mu confirmed with the system. Indeed, host, if you spend 1 spirit stone, the system will return you 10,000 spirit stones. Now I see. No wonder it's called the 10,000-fold return function, thought Chen Mu with delight. Such a thing, in the past, would have been unimaginable, yet now, it had become a reality. By the way, system, what other built-in unlocking functions do you have? While the auctioneer continued to drone on, Chen Mu decided to learn more about this unlocking system he was bound to. The system did not respond directly, but instead presented a window titled Unlocking Functions. At the top of the list was 10,000-fold return, status, activated. Billion-fold fortune, status, not activated. Invincible instant kill, status, not activated. Guaranteed loot on kill, status, not activated. Endless wealth, status, not activated. Infinite teleportation, status, not activated. Flight and earthly escape, status, not activated. One-click full charisma, status, not activated. There were so many functions that Chen Mu quickly lost patience. His fingers scrolled down rapidly, and after a long while, he still hadn't reached the end. There must be at least tens of thousands of unlocking functions, each one more astonishing than the last. No wonder it was called the unlocking system. Just one of these functions could elevate a person from the mundane to the extraordinary, comparable to a protagonist, even surpassing the protagonist. Just the invincible instant kill feature alone would make any protagonist envious. But Chen Mu alone possessed these tens of thousands of unlocking functions. Unbelievable. System, you are truly extraordinary. Even Chen Mu couldn't help but marvel. The system, however, remained silent. It was somewhat aloof, only responding to crucial questions and not engaging in conversation with Chen Mu. Fortunately, he did not mind this arrangement. Meanwhile, the auctioneer had finally finished his lengthy preamble, and the first auction item was presented. This item, crafted by the Empire's top artisans, was a heart-protecting armor capable of withstanding a single lethal attack. The starting bid was set at 500,000 spirit stones. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, someone raised their paddle, shouting a bid of 550,000, 600,000, 650,000. The bidding grew increasingly intense, with no shortage of competitors. However, in the exclusive VIP room on the second floor, no one had yet spoken. They reveled in watching ordinary people fight fiercely for the item. Just as they thought they were about to seize a bargain, they prepared to speak and demonstrate the disparity of the world. It's nearly time. We should let them feel despair. In box 3, a man named Su Jingyan, a scion of the Su family, one of the 4 great families of Tianfu City, was known for his illustrious lineage. He had a habit of using money to intimidate others, showcasing his uniqueness and satisfying his vanity. He was a regular at the Longhu auction city. When the price of the heart-protecting armor reached 1 million spirit stones, he decisively raised his bid to 2 million, doubling the price. Surely no one would dare to outbid him. Su Jingyan smirked, pleased with himself. Upon hearing the once boisterous bidding suddenly fall silent, he felt immensely satisfied, a shiver of excitement coursing through him. 20 million. At that moment, Chen Mu spoke up. Slap. Su Jingyan could no longer remain seated, bolting upright, and quickly searching for the source of the audacious voice. Who is so bold? Doubling one's efforts is one thing, but you have gone to the extreme of multiplying them tenfold? It appears you are merely contradicting yourself. Observing the individual seated in the luxurious private box on the second floor, it seems unlikely that this is a jest. Who is this person? An outsider, perhaps? Su Jingyan settled back into his chair. As for matching the bid, he possesses wealth, yet that does not equate to frivolously throwing money around. Spending 20 million to acquire a heart-protecting armor could very well result in him returning home with broken legs. Su Jingyan surmised that Chen Mu had likely offended someone significant and was now being hunted, thus his willingness to expend his entire fortune on that armor. Why should he stoop to the level of someone on the brink of death? He would graciously relinquish the armor to him. 20 million once, 20 million twice, 20 million thrice. Congratulations to the esteemed guest of Box 6 for acquiring this heart-protecting armor. The auctioneer concluded rapidly, bringing down the gavel, fully assured that no one would dare to contest such a price. Even he had only just returned to reality from his shock. He couldn't help but wonder if Chen Mu's family possessed more than one mind. Little did he know, the reality was even more astonishing. The expenditure of 20 million spiritual stones yielded a heart-protecting armor capable of withstanding lethal damage, and on top of that, he received 200 billion spiritual stones. A return of 10,000 times on his investment. Is there any business in the world that could be more lucrative than this? Before long, the attendant delivered the heart-protecting armor into Chen Mu's hands, presenting it with both hands. Gazing at the armor and then at the 10,000-fold return function, a bold idea began to take shape in Chen Mu's mind. Chapter 15, a frantic 10,000-fold return. Feeling Chen Mu's penetrating gaze, as if he could see into one's soul, the attendant nervously inquired, "Sir, is there anything else you require? This heart-protecting armor is of no use to me. Consider it a gift." Chen Mu nonchalantly tossed the armor, purchased for 20 million spiritual stones, to the attendant. The attendant glanced at Chen Mu, then at the armor in his arms, and stood frozen for 3 to 4 seconds before comprehending the situation. His mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate a cooked egg. With a thud, he knelt before Chen Mu, exclaiming, "Your great kindness shall never be forgotten." He had always believed himself to be rather unfortunate. Born of humble origins with mediocre talent, destined to lead a mundane life. Yet now he finally understood. He was not unfortunate, but had expended all his luck on this encounter with Chen Mu today. Hearing the conversations from the second floor, the onlookers on the first floor were left astonished. A heart-protecting armor worth 20 million spiritual stones was simply given away. While gifting it to a significant figure for networking purposes might be understandable, bestowing it upon an auction house attendant was incomprehensible. How wealthy must one be to do such a thing? Not even the wealthiest in Tianfu City could accomplish that. Su Jingyan, seated directly opposite in the private box, fell into silence upon overhearing this exchange. Chen Mu's actions shattered his previous self-consolation. How could he, the young master of one of the 4 great families, achieve what Su Jingyan could not? Who exactly was this young man? Was he merely indulging in a fleeting moment of extravagance, disregarding quantity in favor of quality? The results thus far were certainly promising. Su Jingyan regretted not having conceived of such a strategy himself. However, it was now his time to shine. Unbeknownst to them, the system prompt before Chen Mu was even more extravagant. Granting successful 10,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a heavenly grade supreme heart-protecting armor. Not only had the quality of the armor, originally classified as low-grade earth tier, been elevated to the pinnacle of heavenly grade, but it had also been returned 10,000-fold. One piece intact. If those below were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Closing the system panel. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Chen Mu had no intention of halting his endeavors. The next auction item was a 5th-grade dragon flame pill, nearly devoid of impurities. Ideal for practitioners of fire attribute cultivation. The auctioneer opened a palm-sized treasure box, showcasing a semi-transparent pill with flames continuously flickering within, and began to eloquently describe it. He then announced the starting bid, 500,000 spiritual stones. Upon hearing this, Su Jingyan immediately raised his hand, eager to outbid everyone with the most prestigious offer and secure the pill for his father, who practiced fire attribute techniques. 500 million. However, Chen Mu's voice rang out even louder and swifter, reverberating throughout the entire auction house. 500 million? Surely, he must be mistaken. It was indeed 500 million. Could it be that his family owned a spiritual stone mine? Not just one, but at least 10, as the crowd buzzed with excitement. Su Jingyan's face turned awkward, his confidence crumbling as he lowered his hand. That meager self-assurance, as the son of a wealthy family, was utterly shattered by Chen Mu. This young man carelessly spent what amounted to half a year's earnings for Su Jingyan's entire family on a pill worth no more than 8 million. Finally, Su Jingyan grasped the stark disparity in wealth between himself and Chen Mu. There was no comparison. They were on entirely different planes of existence. 500 million spiritual stones. Once. 500 million. Thrice. Congratulations once again to the esteemed guest of Box 6 for acquiring the Dragon Flame Pill. Recognizing that no one dared to bid against him, the auctioneer swiftly proclaimed Chen Mu the winner of the pill, cementing his dominance. 10,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 trillion spiritual stones. Initially intending to spend 1 trillion spiritual stones, he had unexpectedly gained 50 trillion. I have no need for this pill. Consider it a gift, Chen Mu remarked, tossing it to the attendant, just as he had with the heart-protecting armor. He was solely focused on maximizing his 10,000-fold returns. Granting successful 10,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 top-grade dragon blood pills. Once again, he elevated the item to the highest tier before triggering the 10,000-fold return. This system was simply astonishing. As for those below, not only the first floor, but even the guests in the second floor private boxes, accustomed to being referred to as extravagant, were left dumbfounded by this spectacle. That was a pill worth 500 million spiritual stones. Setting aside the 500 million, even a 5th-grade pill was a rare treasure. Hard to come by even in sections. Yet Chen Mu gave it away with the simple reason that he had no use for it. Could it be that not only was he immensely wealthy, but his power also rendered 5th-grade pills ineffective? Forgive their lack of strength, their abilities limited their imagination. It was inconceivable to them just how powerful one must be to declare a 5th-grade pill as useless. The third auction item was a low-grade Earth-tier Qinglian sword. Chen Mu made a single bid of 10 billion to acquire it. He then tossed it to the attendant. 10,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 trillion spiritual stones. Granting successful. 10,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 heavenly-grade god-slaying swords. The fourth auction item was a low-grade Earth-tier technique, the Roaring Lion's Howl. Chen Mu made another single bid of 10 billion. As expected, he claimed it under the pretext of having no need for it, tossing it to the attendant. 10,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 trillion spiritual stones. Granting successful. 10,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 heavenly-grade techniques. Dragon Roar Technique. The attendant gazed at the growing collection of top-tier techniques, pills, and weapons, nearly unable to contain them all in his arms. This situation transcends mere astonishment. He even found himself momentarily questioning whether he might be the long-lost son of Chen Mu. Had it not been for the similarity in their ages, he might have dared to voice that thought. Little did he know the extent to which Chen Mu had profited from secretly bestowing such gifts upon him. Regrettably, the items returned by the system's rebate could not be further gifted, for the implications of an infinite cycle were simply too daunting to contemplate. In stark contrast, the audience below had not uttered a single word since the second auction item had been presented. The auction hall, filled with hundreds, was so silent that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Some were so overwhelmed that they nearly forgot to breathe. As for the individuals in the private box on the second floor, Su Jingyan and his companions, Chapter 16, What do you call me? Master Lord. Su Jingyan was uncertain of the thoughts swirling in others' minds, but he was acutely aware that his hands trembled uncontrollably, rendering him limp in his chair. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock, this was no mere disregard for spirit stones. He possessed the innate ability to generate them at will. Beyond that, Su Jingyan could not fathom why Chen Mu would squander such wealth so liberally. He had truly reached the zenith of extravagance. Not only the ordinary folk on the first floor, but even he, a scion of a prominent family, felt utterly unqualified to even raise his head in the presence of Chen Mu. He too was constrained by the limitations of his modest means. This fellow was excessively affluent. Su Jingyan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards that attendant, who seemed to have struck an incredible stroke of luck. Su Jingyan resolved to retract his earlier statement about recognizing the disparity between himself and Chen Mu. This gap was so vast that it was beyond his comprehension. To describe it as the distance between heaven and earth would be an overestimation of his own worth. By the end of the auction, Chen Mu was certain that the spirit stones he had acquired through the 10,000-fold rebate far exceeded the trillion spirit stones he had modified before his arrival. The more he spent, the more he acquired. He had also obtained treasures potent enough to effortlessly establish a formidable empire. Subsequently, the Longhu auction city even personally delivered an exclusive, supreme identity card crafted for Chen Mu, elevating him above all other esteemed guests. This card was singular in the entirety of the Tsangshuan continent. Such a distinguished guest warranted special treatment. How could it be otherwise? Seeing that there was nothing left to purchase, Chen Mu stood up, intending to depart. As he turned to leave, the attendant silently vowed to grow stronger, promising himself that one day he would repay Chen Mu's kindness for recognizing his potential. This was a man who believed in repaying even the smallest favors with profound gratitude. Chen Mu, however, was indifferent to this inner sentiment, for in his eyes, the attendant existed merely as a convenient tool for accruing 10,000-fold rebates, nothing more. Just a few steps outside the box, Chen Mu was intercepted by none other than Su Jingyan. Were it not for Su's current posture of a 90-degree bow, Chen Mu might have assumed he was there to confront him out of resentment for overshadowing him. What is your intention, young Master Su? Chen Mu inquired. I wish to inquire about your origins. If it pleases you, may we become friends? Su Jingyan was acutely aware that forging a connection with Chen Mu would be immensely beneficial for the entire Su family. Chen Mu of the Chen family? As for friendship, let that be. Chen Mu waved his hand dismissively as he brushed past Su Jingyan. Left alone, Su Jingyan muttered to himself, Chen family, Chen Mu, Chen family, Chen Mu? There is but one Chen family in Tianfu City, and only one Chen Mu. But he cannot be the same. Could there be another Chen family in the capital or elsewhere, sharing the same name? Questions began to cascade in Su Jingyan's mind, perplexing him. The shock that Chen Mu had just instigated made it impossible for Su Jingyan to reconcile him with that Chen family scion, if they were indeed the same person. What of that Chen family? Exiting the Longhu auction city, The sun had already begun its descent. Chen Mu accessed the function page and located the feature for infinite teleportation. He confirmed its activation. Infinite teleportation status activated. He then opened the accompanying map, selected Qingxian sect, Qingyan mansion, and confirmed the teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing before the gates of Qingyan mansion. Upon witnessing Chen Mu's sudden appearance, Su Qingtian felt a momentary shock, which he quickly suppressed. Wasn't this a matter of course for the head of the family? Observing Su's furrowed brow and pained expression, Chen Mu inquired, "What troubles you, master?" "There is a woman who has taken up residence in the mansion, insisting on serving you with your daily meals and personal needs," Su Qingtian replied. Chen Mu nearly struggled to recall who this woman was, before confirming, "You mean Lu Ruoshui?" "Indeed," Su Qingtian affirmed with a nod. "To serve me?" Chen Mu had never imagined that the illustrious senior sister of the sect would stoop to such a level. A faint smile crossed his lips as he reassured Su Qingtian to overlook her presence and treat her as if she didn't exist. He was quite eager to witness the aftermath when Sidu Qing learned of this development, and even more so to see Lu Ruoshui turn against her fiancé, Sidu Qing. For his sake. Upon entering Qingyan mansion, within the inner courtyard, he immediately spotted Lu Ruoshui arranging an array of exquisitely prepared dishes on the table. This exquisite presentation, while impressive to the average person, paled in comparison to the top-tier culinary skills of Su Qingtian, modified by Chen Mu. Noticing Chen Mu, Lu Ruoshui's cheeks flushed, and she became visibly flustered. Junior brother Chen, you're back." Chen Mu, unhurried in his response, approached the table and took a seat. Eyeing the dishes laid before him, he asked, "What is this? I noticed that you live alone in such a large residence, without even a maid to attend to your daily needs. I was concerned you might go hungry, so I thought to stay and take care of your meals. I hope you will allow me to do so, junior brother," Lu Ruoshui implored, her demeanor exceedingly humble. "You wish to be my maid?" Chen Mu countered. "If that is what you desire, I can certainly oblige." Lu Ruoshui nodded vigorously without hesitation. Though Chen Mu had never been a sycophant, he couldn't help but feel somewhat taken aback. "Well then, since you've stated it so plainly, to refuse would seem rather unkind. Does this mean you agree to let me stay?" Lu Ruoshui exclaimed with delight. "What did you call me?" Chen Mu's cold gaze flickered. "Master, my lord." Lu Ruoshui summoned her courage to declare. The utterance of master sent shivers down Chen Mu's spine, especially when coupled with Lu Ruoshui's tall, elegant figure and her bewitching beauty. The system of unraveling was, indeed, a divine entity. Then, Chen Mu picked up his utensils and began to savor the dishes that Lu Ruoshui had meticulously prepared. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoshui was led away by Su Qingtian to become familiar with the entirety of Qingyan mansion, including the various chores expected of a maid. If she was to remain as a maid, she certainly had to earn her keep. Chen Mu would not treat her like a revered ancestor. In fact, the reverse was more appropriate. As for the taste of the dishes, they were passable, barely reaching an edible standard compared to Su Qingtian's culinary prowess. On the other side, within the residence of Elder Lu Chanming, the advanced healing elixirs procured from the alchemy room had enabled Situ Qing to recover more swiftly than anticipated. At this moment, he was already able to walk unaided. Sitting in the courtyard, his thoughts were consumed with matters concerning Chen Mu. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he slammed his fist onto the stone table, vowing, "Tomorrow shall be your demise." The lateness of the hour was inconsequential. What mattered was that by this time, most of the sect's disciples had already retired for the night. Even those who had not were unlikely to venture near Qingyan mansion. Situ Qing's plan was straightforward. Having been publicly humiliated by Chen Mu in front of the disciples, he was determined to humiliate him back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. A myriad of times. Chapter 17. The fiancé turns against him, and the senior brother's mental state crumbles. Situ Qing was brimming with confidence, eagerly anticipating the morrow. How could one possibly know that, at this very moment, his betrothed, Lu Ruoshui, was diligently preparing a basin of spiritual spring water for Chen Mu? Kneeling before him as she meticulously washed his feet, setting aside other matters, Chen Mu was undeniably pleased with Lu Ruoshui's skill in this delicate task. Her touch was nothing short of gentle and meticulous. To those unaware, it might have seemed as if she were handling a precious artifact, a masterpiece from ancient times. It was as if one would fear to drop it, or to let it dissolve upon the tongue. Remarkably, Lu Ruoshui, as a distinguished disciple of the elder and the sect's senior sister, wore a look of pride, overwhelmed with emotion. This elicited yet another astonishment from Chen Mu regarding the terrifying depths of 100% affinity. As the day waned, Chen Mu retired to his quarters. After much pleading, he finally consented to allow Su Qingtian to find a spare room for Lu Ruoshui to stay, not to mention her tearful and pitiful demeanor. With her incessant lamentations about the distance to Jingyue Peak and how it hindered her from attending to his daily needs, Chen Mu's ears nearly developed calluses from hearing her complaints. Setting aside Lu Ruoshui's hidden motives, she certainly excelled in demeanor as a maid. Upon entering the back courtyard room, she bid Su the steward a good night before closing the door. Glancing left and right, she could hardly contain her excitement. At last, she had found a place to stay. Approaching the bedside, She removed her long boots and lay down. Extending her arms as if to embrace another, she wrapped herself around the neatly folded quilt, her long, shapely legs partially exposed to the air. If things continued this way for a century or a millennium, surely she would secure a place in his heart, wouldn't she? Even if it were enough for him to remember Lu Ruoshui, she would feel utterly content. Outside the door, Su Qingtian, wary, listened intently to Lu Ruoshui's whispered words before finally feeling reassured enough to leave. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the master truly had no equal. A beauty willing to serve and devote herself silently. How admirable. He found nothing amiss in this. Were he in Su Qingtian's position, being a woman, he would undoubtedly make the same choice. Since time immemorial, beautiful women have adored heroes, a timeless truth. In Su Qingtian's eyes, Chen Mu was the epitome of a grand hero, unparalleled in every sense. Before long, the following day arrived. The sun had yet to rise. Bang, bang, bang. The door of Qingyun Manor was raucously knocked upon. It was Situ Qing, brimming with pride as he brought his master and the second elder, Lu Chanming, to seek revenge. Discarding the copper ring from the Qilin sound device, Situ Qing's lips nearly soared with delight. It was easy to imagine Chen Mu's expression upon seeing the arrival of the second elder, most likely one of horror. Begging for mercy while weeping profusely. To reclaim the dignity lost the previous day, Situ Qing had even instructed several trusted disciples to spread the word, hoping to draw a crowd of onlookers. A glance around confirmed the effectiveness of his plan. However, one perplexing matter lingered. Why did his fellow disciples exhibit such discomfort when he shared his intentions? Their expressions were a mix of hesitation and unspoken words, as if burdened by a hidden grief. Upon pressing them, they merely shook their heads, insisting there was nothing amiss. It was indeed strange, truly strange. As the door creaked, Situ Qing shook his head to clear away these extraneous thoughts, mentally preparing to belittle Chen Mu. But when he caught sight of that unparalleled beauty through the crack of the door, the words he had prepared faltered on his tongue. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Why was his fiancée present in the abode of his enemy? And at such an hour? Especially with her slightly disheveled hair, how could one not indulge in wild speculation? There was no trace of panic upon her face. Was it possible that Ruoshui had remained in Qingyun Manor to confront that detestable fellow for an entire day and night? Had she just emerged victorious? Beyond this, Situ Qing could conjure no other reasonable explanation. If Lu Ruoshui had indeed wronged him, she would not appear so composed. Ruoshui, it truly is you, he exclaimed in disbelief. Yesterday, he had heard that Lu Ruoshui had actively sought refuge, ingratiating herself with affluent disciples of the sect, but he had dismissed it as mere gossip. Now, it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Judging by her demeanor, it seemed they had likely. What was this young man's background? How could such a high and lofty flower like Lu Ruoshui deign to submit herself to him? While his origins remained unclear, Situ Qing was aware that he had the means to purchase the entire Qingyun Manor for 10 billion spiritual stones. How much? 10 billion? That would suffice. Silence, he bellowed, unable to contain his frustration at the murmurs behind him. If you dare speak ill of the esteemed elders of our sect, I shall have your heads. As his words echoed, the crowd fell silent, but they couldn't suppress their snickers. He was clearly rattled. Once the noise subsided and tranquility returned, Situ Qing turned to Lu Ruoshui. His brow furrowed in confusion. Ruoshui, what are you doing here? What he received in response was a frosty glare from Lu Ruoshui. Who permitted you to speak so familiarly? Do I know you well? Situ Qing was momentarily taken aback. Previously, their relationship had been close. At least, Lu Ruoshui had never displayed such an icy demeanor before him. Ruoshui, what has happened? Are you unwell? Did that young man force you into anything? He questioned, suspecting she was ill and speaking nonsense. Enough. Do not slander him. Lu Ruoshui brandished her sword, her gaze sharp. And do not call me Ruoshui. I do not wish for him to misunderstand our relationship. What misunderstanding? You are my betrothed, my childhood companion. Have you forgotten? The Lu Ruoshui of today left Situ Qing feeling utterly estranged. Betrothed? Lu Ruoshui recalled something. You know, I nearly forgot about that. Tomorrow, I will have my father go to your Situ family to annul our engagement. What? You wish to break our engagement? Situ Qing stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend. At that moment, a voice interrupted the morning's commotion. Chen Mu approached from a distance, yawning and scratching his head. You little rascal, what have you done to my Ruoshui? Situ Qing immediately confronted Chen Mu, the source of all his troubles. Due to Lu Ruoshui's sword pointed at him, he hesitated to act, fearing he might inadvertently harm his fiancée. Do not misunderstand. I have done nothing. It is she who insisted on staying and serving me as a maid. If you doubt me, you may ask her. Chen Mu explained, adamantly refusing to take the blame. Do not spew nonsense. Have Ruoshui serve you as a maid. Who do you think you are? Situ Qing retorted angrily. Silence. Chapter 18. A Mountain of Support? A Thought That Ends Lives. Situ Qing had anticipated these two words might be uttered by Chen Mu, or perhaps by Su Qingtian, that sycophant. But he never imagined they would come from Lu Ruoshui's lips. As their eyes locked, her gaze conveyed that she was aware of her identity as his betrothed. while those oblivious might think he was her father's murderer. Ruoxue, what has happened to you? The Lu Ruoxue of today struck him as a complete stranger. Despite their acquaintance spanning over 20 years, Lu Ruoxue's subsequent words struck Situ Qing like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. I did not lie. I did indeed plead with him to allow me to stay and serve him in his daily life. Ruoxue, you must be jesting. What right does he have to command you so? This question puzzled not only Situ Qing, but also Lu Chanming and all the disciples present, save for Su Qingtian. They were all curious about what kind of enchantment Chen Mu had cast upon Lu Ruoxue to elicit such unwavering loyalty. Is this truly the same aloof and frigid senior sister, who naturally keeps others at arm's length? What an utter fool. Enough of this prattle. If we are to sever ties, let it be done cleanly. I, for one, cannot abide any grain of sand in my eyes, Chen Mu interjected. Indeed, master. Lu Ruoxue replied, her gaze fixed on Chen Mu, her eyes brimming with tenderness. It would not be an exaggeration to say she had transformed into an entirely different person. Master. At this exclamation, for Situ Qing, the shock was akin to a bolt from the blue, shattering his heart into fragments. What the hell? Did you all hear what Lu's senior sister just called him? Yes, master. It is openly acknowledged now. The implications behind closed doors are unfathomable. Moreover, have you noticed Lu's senior sister's hair and attire? They appear somewhat more disheveled than usual. In truth, this was because Lu Ruoxue had chosen to forego her grooming time to attend to Chen Mu. She had not anticipated encountering Situ Qing and Lu Chanming, who emerged like a pair of meddlesome interlopers, thus affording them no kindness. Each word from behind her felt like a sharp sword, relentlessly piercing Situ Qing's heart. Bastard! I will kill you. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he struck with immense force, aiming for Chen Mu's chest. With me here, you shall not harm my master. Lu Ruoxue reacted swiftly, countering with a palm strike to Situ Qing's chest. At this proximity, he had no chance to evade. With a splutter, he spat out blood, his body akin to a kite with its strings severed, hurtling down the steps. He could scarcely fathom that the fiancée he once gazed upon with adoration would inflict harm on him for another man. Qinger, Lu Chanming's expression shifted dramatically. As an elder, he had no desire to intervene, lest he be perceived as a bully. Yet, Chen Mu's audacity in seizing his precious disciple's fiancée and compelling her to injure his own disciple was intolerable. In the blink of an eye, he circumnavigated Lu Ruoxue and appeared before Chen Mu. Although Lu Ruoxue had betrayed Situ Qing, she remained his fiancée, and as a master, he could not lay a hand on her. Lu Chanming was resolute in eliminating the scourge that was Chen Mu. Without his interference, none of this chaos would have transpired. Kill success. Loot drop rate, 100, status, activated. Confronted with Lu Chanming's ferocious assault, Chen Mu even found a moment to activate the decryption feature without lifting a finger. A mere glance sufficed. Boom. A wave of oppressive force descended from the heavens. The sound of cracking bones resounded as Lu Chanming's body was gradually crushed before the eyes of all. This is impossible. Lu Chanming's face contorted in disbelief. Boom. Chen Mu unleashed another wave of pressure, instantly obliterating his form, blood spraying in all directions, leaving a vivid, floral trail upon the ground. Exquisite, yet gruesome. Kill successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 grade 5 elixirs, 5 grade 6 elixirs, 10 low-grade earth-tier martial arts, 5 mid-grade earth-tier martial arts, and 3 high-grade earth-tier martial arts. In that moment, the entire arena fell into silence. Rising from the ground, Situ Qing, who had been consumed by wrath, took a step forward, only to find himself momentarily stunned. All thoughts in his mind were wiped clean, leaving only a profound fear. Master, is he dead? Surely. The one who ought to perish was that young man. What had he done? An array of questions plagued Situ Qing, leaving him utterly perplexed. This fellow had an unparalleled expert shielding him. As this realization dawned upon him, Situ Qing's anger turned to a sinister smile. Here, in the Qinxian sect, killing the second elder was a death sentence. The other elders and the sect leader would undoubtedly not let this go unpunished. Even with a powerful protector at his side, he could not escape death. Is that so? Chen Mu, aware of Situ Qing's misunderstanding, felt no urgency to clarify. He raised his gaze to see figures approaching from afar, soaring on their swords. It was the sect leader Zhao Hongshan and a dozen other elders, responding to the commotion. Look, the sect leader and the elders are coming. This was the end for him. Slaying an elder was a capital offense. The elite enforcers of the law enforcement hall were also mobilizing. Witnessing this spectacle, nearly everyone believed that Chen Mu was doomed. His strength was formidable, but he had crossed an insurmountable line by killing the second elder Lu Chanming, challenging the dignity of the sect. This was a path to self-destruction. Hundreds descended, encircling the law enforcement hall. Zhao Hongshan and the elders stared in shock at the mangled remains of Lu Chanming, unable to comprehend how such a strength could render a sect elder's demise so tragic. Master, esteemed elders, this man provoked me first. Not only did he steal my fiancée, but he also murdered my master. He is a vile creature and a disgrace to the sect. Please, I implore you to deliver justice. Seeing his supporters arrive, Situ Qing quickly knelt on one knee, clasping his fists, beseeching the mighty to punish Chen Mu. In response, the dozen elders and the hundreds of experts from the law enforcement hall turned their gazes toward Zhao Hengshan. As long as the sect leader was present, they could not act independently. They awaited his command. Zhao Hengshan glanced at the kneeling Situ Qing, then at the fiercely protective Lu Ruoxue, followed by Su Qingtian, before finally resting his gaze upon Chen Mu. "It is you who has slain Elder Lu?" he inquired. The sect leader must be jesting. How could a mere waste possess such strength? It must be the work of the powerful individual by his side. Situ Qing scoffed derisively. Chen Mu had no interest in their banter. He opened his personal attribute panel, deciding to enhance his status. Chapter 19. The Foundation emerges. Greetings, Holy Son. Identity: Outer Court Servant of Qinxian Sect. Upon clicking to modify, a list of options unfurled. Outer Court Disciple of Qinxian Sect. Outer Court Senior Brother of Qinxian Sect. Outer Court Elder of Qinxian Sect. Inner Court Disciple of Qinxian Sect. Elder of Qinxian Sect. Sect Leader of Qinxian Sect. Holy Son of Qinxian Sect. The title Holy Son instantly captured Chen Mu's attention. Upon review, he learned that the Holy Son represented the hope of the entire sect, a once-in-a-century occurrence. Once designated as the Holy Son, one would enjoy unconditional priority in accessing various sect resources. Their status would eclipse even that of the sect leader. This was because the Holy Son was selected collectively by those reclusive old monsters and the sect's foundational powers. With a faint smile, Chen Mu resolved to adopt this identity. Modification in progress. Modification successful. You are now the Holy Son of Qinxian Sect. Seeing Chen Mu treat him as though he were invisible, Zhao Hengshan, as the sect leader, had never endured such indignity. He immediately turned to the elders of the law enforcement hall and commanded, "Seize him and confine him to the dungeon. Pending judgment. Let's see who dares." Before the elder could respond, a thunderous voice resonated through the air, breaking the silence. In the blink of an eye, an elderly man with flowing white hair and a water-ink robe materialized before the crowd. "What manner of being are you, daring to speak thus to the sect leader?" Slap. Situ Qing had thought this moment would be an excellent opportunity to curry favor with Zhao Hengshan. Little did he expect that as soon as he stepped forward and spoke half a sentence, he would be struck across the face and sent flying 10 meters away. "You've lost your mind. How dare you show such disrespect to Elder Xiao Yun?" Zhao Hengshan bellowed, his face flushed with rage. What kind of person warrants even the elder's respect in such a manner? It must be a figure of profound significance, perhaps one of those reclusive masters of the sect. What? The very foundation of the sect has made an appearance. Upon hearing those 4 words, one could hardly focus on the pain coursing through their body. Hastily adjusting their posture to kneel on the ground, proclaiming, "I, the unworthy junior Situ Qing, humbly beg for your forgiveness, esteemed elder." Xiao Yun, uninterested in engaging him, averted his gaze, directing it instead toward Zhao Hengshan, demanding, "Zhao Hengshan, what audacity is this? How dare you surround the Holy Son? Do you intend to incite rebellion?" "The Holy Son," Zhao Hengshan stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief, questioning whether he was trapped in a dream. "This individual has been unanimously recognized and selected as the new Holy Son of the Qinxian Sect by us old-timers. Do you have any objections?" Xiao Yun pressed further. "And no, I dare not." Zhao Hengshan rapidly shook his head. At this, the crowd shifted their attention, focusing on Chen Mu. The Holy Son. Who could have imagined that after 3 centuries, our Qinxian Sect would once again produce a Holy Son? He is the hope for the future of our sect. I misjudged Sister Lu. Indeed, compared to the Holy Son, Situ Qing is insignificant. Indeed, if I were Sister Lu, I too would choose the Holy Son. In an instant, the tide turned, and everyone rallied behind Chen Mu. Situ Qing's face turned an ashen gray, then darkened to a purplish hue. His expression was one of utter despair. Impossible. How could he possibly be the Holy Son? There must be a misunderstanding. Situ Qing protested, filled with indignation. Why should that sort of person be allowed to become the Holy Son? Boom. When did you acquire the right to speak here? Xiao Yun decisively struck, severing Situ Qing's soul in an instant, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. This swift display of power served to instill a clear understanding of the terrifying might of the sect's foundation. "Esteemed Holy Son, I beg your pardon for the earlier offense. It was a misunderstanding, so please do not hold it against me." Upon witnessing Situ Qing's gruesome demise, Zhao Hengshan, quick-witted, stepped forward to Chen Mu, clasping his hands in sincere apology. The law enforcement hall and several elders echoed in unison. "We were blind and ignorant. We beseech the Holy Son for forgiveness." Chen Mu turned to enter the courtyard, addressing Su Qingtian and Lu Ruoxue. "I am hungry. Please prepare breakfast promptly." "Yes, master." "Understood, head of the family." The two responded dutifully. With a resounding slam, the door shut behind him. Xiao Yun vanished from sight, with Zhao Hengshan and the others trailing behind. Their faces reddened with humiliation. Had they known the sect's foundation had selected such a Holy Son, Zhao Hengshan would never have dared to provoke him. Initially, he had intended to use this incident to establish the sect leader's authority, only to find himself in a position of utter disgrace. On the other hand, curiosity gnawed at him. What extraordinary qualities did this newly emerged Holy Son possess after 300 years of absence? Before long, news of the emergence of a Holy Son in the Qingxian sect spread widely throughout the sect. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within the Qingyun mansion was far more tranquil. Gazing at the nearly untouched meal laid out before him, he reflected on Su Qingtian's plate, which had been nearly devoured by Chen Mu. Lu Ruoxue pursed her lips, silently vowing to enhance her culinary skills, determined to satisfy her master at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, the news of the new Holy Son of the Qingxian sect swiftly reached other sections. At the Sword Mountain, the Sword sect's leader inquired, "What are your thoughts on the emergence of a new Holy Son in the Qingxian sect? I believe it is merely a smokescreen to maintain internal stability. The Qingxian sect's strength has dwindled significantly, so they resort to such tactics, gambling on fortune," an elder asserted, stepping forward with his perspective. "I concur. I too am in agreement." After a moment of contemplation, the Sword sect leader replied, "Regarding the Holy Son, it would be prudent to send someone to investigate further." Lu Yuanshan, "What are your commands, sect leader?" Lu Yuanshan, the sect's grand elder, stepped forward from the ranks, cupping his fists in a bow. "Take your disciples and proceed to the Qingxian sect under the guise of a friendly competition and gather information about this Holy Son. If he possesses genuine talent, find a way to have him join our Sword sect," the Sword sect leader instructed. "And if he is unwilling?" Lu Yuanshan inquired. "In that case, we must eliminate him in secret. We cannot allow the Qingxian sect to possess a Holy Son." The Sword sect leader smirked wickedly. He was determined not to let the 300-year dominance of the Sword sect over the Qingxian sect be disrupted. Any glimmer of hope must be extinguished. "I understand." Lu Yuanshan wasted no time and immediately set forth, bringing along several of his most esteemed disciples, embarking on the journey to the Qingxian sect. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Mu was completely unaware of these developments. Standing before the alchemy room, he was greeted by the respectful exclamations of the onlookers. "We pay our respects to the Holy Son. Greetings, Holy Son. Salutations, esteemed Holy Son." As he walked through, everyone bowed and paid their respects, acknowledging his presence with utmost reverence. Chen Mu paid them little mind, opening the functionality page of his system. 10,000 times return, status, activated. Confirming that the functionality was operating properly, he strode into the alchemy room, resolved to make a significant impact. Chapter 20, 8 billion pills. We are willing to sacrifice everything for the Holy Son. Chen Mu had no intention of squandering the benefits of the 10,000-fold return feature. Unaware of the Holy Son's arrival, "We have failed to provide a proper welcome. Please forgive us." Upon learning of the Holy Son's presence in the alchemy room, over a dozen elders swiftly assembled to greet him. They formed a semicircle, clasping their hands and bowing deeply. Such a scene was typically reserved for the sect leader's visits, and witnessing it stirred envy among the disciples. After all, how could one not feel envious of someone their own age achieving accomplishments rivaling those of a sect leader? One could easily surmise the tremendous future that awaited him. Jealousy? Resentment? Such thoughts were far from their minds, for they did not dare entertain such sentiments. The mere suspicion of harboring such ideas could result in dire consequences, especially following the recent tragic deaths of Lu Chanming and Si Tuqing, which had occurred less than half a day prior. Chen Mu had faced no repercussions. It was only natural, as the Holy Son, backed by the sect's foundation. Those who typically held an air of superiority would likely be eager to curry favor rather than offend him. "I require pills. Fetch them for me," Chen Mu commanded. His gaze fixed on Yin Wenyuan, the grand elder of the alchemy room. At this, Yin Wenyuan quickly gestured to the alchemy room's assistants. "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and bring forth the finest pills available. The more, the better." Chen Mu's words had barely left his lips when Yin Wenyuan raised his voice, reiterating, "The more, the better." He understood the significance of the Holy Son to the Qingxian sect, not only pills. But even if the entire alchemy room were to be placed at his disposal, no one would dare utter a word of protest. "Grand Elder, we only have this much left." Soon, the assistant returned with several large vials of pills. Yin Wenyuan glanced at the assistant and then at Chen Mu, his expression turning awkward as he said, "Holy Son, today is the day for distributing cultivation resources. The alchemy room only has these 300 second-grade pills, 180 third-grade pills, 94 fourth-grade pills, and 35 fifth-grade pills remaining. Rest assured, you may use these for now, and I will immediately summon all the alchemists to expedite the creation of more pills for you." Yin Wenyuan made to send a message telepathically. "That will not be necessary," Chen Mu said, seating himself upon the steps and patting the space beside him. "Do not delay. Place the pills before the Holy Son." Yin Wenyuan understood the unspoken command and signaled to the assistant. "Here you go, Holy Son." The assistant respectfully placed several precious gourds beside Chen Mu. Chen Mu picked up one of the gourds containing 300 second-grade pills and casually tossed it into the air. The disciples looked up, gazing at the gourd hovering above them, confusion etched on their faces. What is the Holy Son doing? Boom. Crash. In an instant, Chen Mu struck the gourd with a light palm, shattering it, causing the 300 pills to rain down like a deluge. The disciples suddenly realized that the Holy Sun intended to bestow gifts upon them, and they immediately began to scramble for the offerings. Mine. This is mine. Hey, don't snatch. Stop it. You scoundrel. I saw it first. Just because you saw it first, does that make it yours? Humph. Were it not for the presence of the Holy Sun, I would certainly teach you a lesson. After receiving the elixirs, the crowd expressed their heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for the generous gifts, Holy Sun." However, Chen Mu had no time to concern himself with them. His sole focus was on the virtual system panel visible only to him. Successfully granted second grade, Qi-inducing pill. 10,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300,009th grade premium Holy Qi pills. Successfully granted second grade True Spirit pill. 10,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500,009th grade premium True Martial pills. Successfully granted second grade Yuan Cultivating pill. 10,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200,009th grade premium primordial pills. By distributing 300 second grade elixirs, Chen Mu had acquired an astounding total of 3 million ninth grade premium elixirs. An entire 3 million. Even draining the entire empire could not yield such a quantity. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, one by one, the jade gourds ascended into the air and exploded in succession. Third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade elixirs rained down like a torrential downpour. Over 1,000 disciples fought fiercely, while more individuals rushed from afar to join the fray. Successfully granted third grade blazing fire pill. 10,000-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,009th grade premium eternal pills. Meanwhile, Chen Mu silently reaped the rewards of the 10,000-fold returns. However, upon witnessing this spectacle, Yin Wenyuan and the other elders of the alchemy chamber became visibly unsettled, their expressions betraying their anxiety. Initially, they thought Chen Mu was merely indifferent to the second-grade elixirs, hence his decision to distribute them. However, they never anticipated that he would give away all the third, fourth, and fifth-grade elixirs as well. This was no longer a matter of generosity. Some even speculated whether this Holy Sun had devoted all his talents solely to cultivation, leaving other areas lacking. Holy Sun, if you do not require these elixirs, please allow us to reclaim them. Otherwise, we cannot bear the wrath of the sect master. Yin Wenyuan knelt before Chen Mu, bowing his head in supplication. It was clear that should this matter reach Zhao Hongshan's ears, he would not dare to hold Chen Mu accountable. Thus, these old fellows naturally became scapegoats. Blame? Unbeknownst to them, Chen Mu had kept one of each type of elixir. Each Qi-inducing pill, True Spirit pill, and Yuan Cultivating pill had been altered to 999, 999. He then casually produced 10,000 of each, waving his hand to summon a true downpour of elixirs above the heads of Yin Wenyuan and the others. Now will I still blame you? Chen Mu inquired. Yin Wenyuan and the others remained in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. Surrounding them were no fewer than 100,000 elixirs. At last, they comprehended why Chen Mu had so nonchalantly given away those several hundred elixirs to the disciples of the sect. Because he could effortlessly produce hundreds of thousands of such elixirs, worth several years' worth of production from the entire alchemy chamber. Yin Wenyuan vowed to sacrifice everything for the Holy Sun without hesitation. We are willing to brave the mountains of blades and seas of fire for the Holy Sun. The other elders similarly knelt in unison, expressing their unwavering loyalty to this new Holy Sun. As they beheld the tens of thousands of elixirs nearly swallowing Yin Wenyuan and the others, the disciples understood clearly that aligning themselves with this new Holy Sun was undoubtedly the wisest choice. 1,000 voices knelt in unison, proclaiming in a thunderous chorus, "We are willing to sacrifice everything for the Holy Sun without hesitation." At that moment, Chen Mu's stature in the eyes of the crowd surpassed that of Zhao Hongshan, the sect master by far. Yet, all Chen Mu sought was merely to accumulate some elixirs. He had inadvertently amassed over 2 billion elixirs, while also winning the loyalty of thousands of sect disciples. A glance at his personal attribute panel revealed that none had a loyalty rating below 50. In the sect master hall, Zhao Hongshan sneezed. Achoo! He raised his hand to rub his nose, muttering softly, "Who is speaking of me?" "Sect master, there has been an incident in the alchemy chamber." In the next moment, a spy planted by Zhao Hongshan within the sect rushed into the hall. An incident in the alchemy chamber? What happened? Zhao Hongshan crossed his arms and tilted his chin, speculating, could it be yet another alchemist who overstepped their bounds and caused an explosion? No, the man shook his head. It involves the Holy Sun. Panting heavily, Zhao Hongshan interrupted. What trouble has that brat caused now? Just a query. Investigating? With the sect's foundation backing Chen Mu, and given Xiao Yun's protective stance earlier, Zhao Hongshan lacked the courage to confront him. If he were to forcefully oppose Chen Mu, he feared not only losing his position as sect master, but also becoming a historical pariah for the Qing Xian sect, banished from the mountain. The first sect master in history to be expelled from the sect. That would be too shameful. The Holy Sun has distributed several hundred elixirs, ranging from the lowest 2nd grade to the highest 5th grade. The man continued. He is being excessively extravagant. Even if Chen Mu were to use all those elixirs for himself, Zhao Hongshan would not have much to say. Utilizing the sect's resources to garner loyalty. Gifting high-grade elixirs to those unqualified to receive them. Wasteful, far too wasteful. With a long sigh, he resigned. Let it be. In the future, such matters need not be brought to my attention. The sect's foundation had remained silent, so he saw no need to interfere further. Reflecting on his own position as sect master, he found it quite stifling. He would rather be the Holy Sun. Unfortunately, he lacked the talent for it. If the position of Holy Sun were so easily attained, there wouldn't he be only one every 300 years. No, it's more than that. What else has he done? Zhao Hongshan exclaimed in his native dialect, seeing the elders of the alchemy chamber kneeling in request for the Holy Sun to reclaim the elixirs. He added, did the Holy Sun punish them? Were they seriously injured? If that were the case, Chen Mu would be crossing the line. If an alchemist is grievously injured, who will refine elixirs for the sect? Without elixirs, how can one cultivate? No. The man shook his head vigorously, continuing. The Holy Sun directly produced tens of thousands of elixirs, causing a veritable rain of elixirs that nearly buried those elders. Zhao Hongshan. Where did he acquire such a vast number of elixirs? The subordinate does not know. All right, you may leave. Zhao Hongshan waved his hand dismissively. Yes. The subordinate takes his leave. The sect master hall was left with only Zhao Hongshan, seated in his chair, utterly perplexed by the origins of this Holy Sun. First, he had spent 1 billion spirit stones to acquire the Qingyun mansion, and now he produced tens of thousands of elixirs, equivalent to the total production of the entire sect over several years. The more he pondered, the more terrifying and mysterious Chen Mu appeared, shrouded in an impenetrable mist. At last, he understood why Elder Xiao Yun was so protective. It was not merely protection. It was as if they were cradling a fragile treasure, fearing it might shatter or melt away if mishandled, fearing that if Chen Mu were displeased, he might simply walk away. He resolved from that day forth to turn a blind eye to all matters concerning Chen Mu, even if he caused a tremendous uproar. As long as the sect's foundation remained silent, he would resolutely remain mute. This young man is not someone one can afford to offend. Zhao Hongshan firmly believed that. Aside from the backing of the sect's foundation, Chen Mu must possess other, unknown, formidable support. But who could it be? Could he be a royal descendant? Or perhaps the progeny of some superpower? At Qingyun Mansion, upon returning, Chen Mu was met by Lu Ruoxue exiting through the main door. Seeing Chen Mu, she promptly paid her respects. Ruoxue has met the master. Where are you going? Chen Mu casually inquired. In the comfort of her home. With only a meager supply of pastries and tea remaining, Lu Ruoxue resolved to descend the mountain to procure more, while also seeking out some exquisite ingredients. She mused that the quality of the ingredients might bridge the chasm between herself and Su Qingtian. Take my hand, Chen Mu commanded, lifting his palm skyward. Yes. Lu Ruoxue complied without hesitation, placing her delicate, porcelain-like fingers gently upon Chen Mu's palm. A profound sense of honor enveloped her, sending waves of bliss coursing through her being to the point of near faintness. She perceived this as a momentous leap in her relationship with Chen Mu. Tonight, she would forego washing her hands. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ruoxue found herself amidst the bustling marketplace. Master, where are we? She inquired, bewildered. Tianfu City, Chen Mu replied. Tianfu City, but isn't it halfway to Qingxin sect? Lu Ruoxue fell silent, realizing that such matters must be trivial for one of his stature as the sun. It was only natural for him to possess such formidable power. Thank you, master. After expressing her gratitude, Lu Ruoxue wasted no time scouring the stalls and shops for pastries, tea, and ingredients. A flurry of buying ensued. Coming from a prestigious family and being a wealthy young lady, she had no concerns about money. Meanwhile, Chen Mu strolled leisurely behind her. Observing her excessive greed as her arms overflowed with purchases, he shook his head with a sigh and beckoned her to come closer. He tossed her a spatial ring, acquired from the sect's treasure vault, saying, take this, it will be more convenient. A spatial ring. Astonishment lit up Lu Ruoxue's eyes as she gazed at the ring in her hand. In the Tsangshuan continent, spatial rings were considered high-level treasures, not easily obtained. Thank you, master, she exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude, slipping it onto her finger with a pure, radiant smile. Raising her hand, she swiftly stored all her purchases within, feeling significantly lighter. Chen Mu, too, was not without his gains. Grant successful. 10,000-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10,000 heavenly-grade spatial rings with infinite storage. The exchange of a mere low-level spatial ring for 10,000 heavenly-grade ones elicited a smile that could not be suppressed. Boss, this, and that, wrap it all up. I want it all, Lu Ruoxue declared, indulging in a shopping spree within the store. Chen Mu lingered at the entrance, observing the diverse throng of passers-by. Suddenly, a sharp bark pierced the air, chilling in its intensity. Chen Mu turned to investigate the source of the sound. In the alleyway, A group of youths was tormenting a small black dog, while behind it lay a mother dog, battered and lifeless in a pool of blood. Get lost. Don't interfere with my meal, sneered the ringleader, disdain etched across his face as he brutally kicked the small dog several meters away, sending it tumbling to Chen Mu's feet. The little black dog attempted to rise repeatedly to protect its mother, but each time it faltered. Boss, that little mutt is also a piece of meat. Let us not waste it. One of the youths said, grinning wickedly as he approached Chen Mu. He crouched down, extending his hand toward the small black dog. However, Chen Mu swiftly lifted his foot, pressing the youth's hand down against the ground. What? The youth looked up, disbelief etching his features as he struggled to comprehend that someone dared to thwart his misdeeds. With a swift motion, Chen Mu crushed the bones of the youth's hand beneath his foot, reducing them to mere dust. Ah, my hand! The youth cried out in agony, attracting the attention of numerous onlookers. Driven by intense hatred, he drew a curved blade from his waist, aiming to stab Chen Mu in the thigh. Bang! Boom! Yet, Chen Mu would not allow him that opportunity. He delivered a swift kick to the youth's head. The speed was so rapid that the crowd barely registered the action. When the youth's companions finally turned to look, they discovered only a headless corpse slumped beneath a large willow tree, its trunk riddled with a gaping hole, poised to collapse at any moment. Swallowing hard, they realized they had encountered a formidable foe. Glances were exchanged, and ultimately, they hesitated, drawing their short knives. However, Chen Mu's focus was entirely on the small black dog, lying sideways with countless fractures, its life hanging by a thread, yet fiercely intent on protecting its mother. He found himself inexplicably drawn to it, perhaps a case of fate. He resolved to save its life. Opening the attribute panel, he observed, name, none. Gender, male. Age, 1.5 months. Status, life-threatening. Would you like to delete the life-threatening status? Deleting. Deletion successful. Just as he was about to close the panel, he noted the species category. Species, chasing mountain dog. An idea sparked in Chen Mu's mind. Would you like to modify chasing mountain dog to Chilan? Modify. Modifying. Modification successful. Thus, the small black dog not only healed, but also inherited the bloodline of the Chilan. Observing Chen Mu's unwavering attention on the small black dog, the duo decided to split up and launch a surprise attack from the side, aiming to stab him in the heart. Master, be careful. Lu Ruoshui, having sensed the impending danger, swiftly emerged from the shop, executing a fierce sword technique that obliterated one of the attackers in an instant. The other accomplice met a swift end as the small black dog leapt up and bit through his neck, sending blood spraying 3 meters as he succumbed to asphyxiation. The brutality left the onlookers stunned. They could not fathom how the small black dog, on the brink of death, had miraculously healed and suddenly possessed the strength to vanquish ruffians. However, what truly captivated their envy was Lu Ruoshui's repeated calls of master. It was said that throughout history, beautiful women often paired with heroes. Surely, he was no ordinary man. The small black dog was likely healed by his mystical powers. Mystical powers? He must be a celestial being. An elderly man knelt in reverence, prompting others to follow suit. Most were common folk, unacquainted with the path of cultivation. To them, even a hint of magical prowess elevated one to divine status. Moreover, someone as formidable as Chen Mu was beyond their comprehension. Chen Mu, however, remained entirely disinterested in their worship, his focus solely on the small black dog, now nudging against his leg with its tiny head. Master, this small black dog seems eager to follow you, Lu Ruoshui remarked. Chen Mu scooped the dog up, cradling it, and asked with a smile, do you want to come with me? Woof. The small black dog appeared to comprehend Chen Mu's words, barking joyfully, its tongue lolling and a delightful grin adorning its face. Simultaneously, Chen Mu noticed the newfound air of regal ferocity in the dog's gaze. Upon checking the attribute panel, he discovered the loyalty section had soared to a perfect score of 100. At this point, to refuse would be impolite. Then, you shall come with me, Little Black. Woof. Little Black was the name Chen Mu bestowed upon the small dog, simple and easy to understand. It also suited the dog's appearance, save for the 2 brown circular spots resembling eyes or eyebrows atop its head, giving it an appearance akin to having 4 eyes. In Chen Mu's previous life, such dogs were affectionately termed 4-eyed dogs, rare and known for their loyalty. Have you finished your shopping? Chen Mu inquired of Lu Ruoshui. I just need one last item, wine. She redirected her envious gaze from the small black dog cradled in Chen Mu's arms. Lu Ruoshui, ever considerate of Chen Mu, thought that after consuming too much tea, he might crave some wine. Moreover, wine could serve to mask odors in cooking, enhancing the flavors, quite essential indeed. Let us proceed. Chen Mu discerned that, in both his past life and the present, he held no fondness for shopping with women. Indeed, accompanied by 2 companions and a dog, they made their way towards the tavern. As for the dog's mother, Chen Mu incinerated her, reducing her to ashes that scattered with the wind, buried within the earth and sky. At the Qingyuan tavern, Lu Ruoshui's purchasing style remained as domineering as ever, demanding, this, that, and this, bring me a pot of each. The convenience afforded by her spatial ring only exacerbated this tendency. With her interests solely in mind, Chen Mu chose not to voice any objections. Instead, he amused himself by playing with the dog, passing the time. However, in the next moment, Chen Mu suddenly sensed several pairs of eyes lurking in the shadows, watching him. They were concealed within the alleyway. Could they be allies of those three ruffians from earlier? He could conceive of no other possibility. Shortly thereafter, seemingly assured that no officials were nearby, they sprang into action, surging from the alley to encircle Chen Mu. Kill. Without uttering a single word of hesitation, they brandished their blades and lunged toward him. Roar. Chen Mu remained still, as the little black dog transformed, its Qilin bloodline erupting forth, sprouting dragon scales and horns. What in the world was this? Ah, a monster. A beast. A sacred beast. Flee. Boom. The little black dog would not allow anyone who disrespected Chen Mu to survive. With a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, it upheaved stone bricks, creating a whirlwind that mercilessly shredded those who fled, leaving them in tatters. Faced with the transformed little black dog, infused with the Qilin essence, those mere mortals could only meet a dismal fate. In the blink of an eye, the sole evidence of their existence was the blood-soaked ground. By the time Lu Ruoxue rushed out of the tavern, the opportunity for her to intervene had long since vanished. Her gaze fixated on the little black dog, exclaiming in astonishment, This is a Qilin. How could the sacred beast Qilin appear in Tianfu City? Once the area was devoid of survivors, the little black dog reverted to its original form, leaping into Chen Mu's embrace. Little Black. Having witnessed the entire spectacle, Lu Ruoxue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She never imagined that the little black dog could transform into the sacred beast Qilin. Who could have anticipated that the dog, once vulnerable and nearly perished at the hands of ordinary men, harbored such a priceless Qilin bloodline? Certainly, Lu Ruoxue could not fathom it. At the same time, she marveled at Chen Mu's discerning eye. Truly, it was the gaze of a deity. A golden eye. No wonder he was her master. With this realization, Lu Ruoxue, as his devoted maid, felt a swell of pride within her. To serve such a master was indeed a stroke of fortune across lifetimes. Meanwhile, the news of the sacred beast Qilin's appearance in Tianfu City rapidly spread through various channels. Chapter 23, No Mercy? Even your master shall be cut down. Before long, three factions arrived on the scene. Judging by their attire, Chen Mu assessed that they included members from the city lord's manor and prominent families. As a sacred beast, every part of the Qilin was a treasure for human cultivators. Its scales could be forged into armor, its flesh could be cooked into spirit food to enhance spiritual power. Its bones could be used to craft weapons, and its blood, when mixed into elixirs, could elevate their grade and purify impurities. Its worth rivaled mountains of gold and silver. Didn't you mention a Qilin? Where is it? In charge of the city lord's military, Xiao Feng glanced at Chen Mu and then at Lu Ruoxue. Not only was there no Qilin in sight, but not even a single hair could be found. The others posed similar inquiries. One of his subordinates replied that the Qilin was indeed manifested from that little black dog. Sensing Xiao Feng's skeptical gaze, the subordinate earnestly assured him, I can stake my life on the truth of my words. As Xiao Feng pondered, several other factions made their entrance, including Su Jingyan from the Su family, whom Chen Mu had encountered previously at the Longhu auction house. He had been nearby, enjoying music when he heard that a Qilin had appeared in Tianfu City and rushed over, only to find Chen Mu besieged by several groups. He was utterly certain that it was Chen Mu. This face, he would never forget. Even if Chen Mu were reduced to ashes, he would recognize him. After all, in terms of wealth, it was Chen Mu who had dealt him a crushing blow. Hurry, grab the elderly man with gray hair. Uncle Zhong, don't go. Master. What is wrong? We cannot stand idly by regarding the sacred beast Qilin, allowing those people to take advantage. Uncle Zhong expressed his determination. Uncle Zhong, listen to me. That person, whether it's them or even you and me, is not someone we can provoke. Su Jingyan asserted firmly. Uncle Zhong, recalling that he had never seen Su Jingyan display such a demeanor before, felt a twinge of surprise. The master, who typically looked down upon everyone, was genuinely frightened. After much hesitation, Uncle Zhong chose to trust Su Jingyan. He raised his hand, signaling the main force to halt their advance and disperse everyone. Yet, he did not leave. Instead, he stood at a distance, eager to discern the true identity of the one who instilled fear in his master. This area is under the jurisdiction of our city lord's manor. Who dares to defy? As the crowd thickened, Xiao Feng regained his focus and bellowed. His voice was powerful enough to be heard several kilometers away. Still not retreating? Xiao Feng cast a cold glance, weighing their options. The various factions ultimately hesitated to confront the city lord's manor and began to withdraw. Xiao Feng's gaze returned to Chen Mu, signaling, hand over that little black dog. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ruoxue drew her sword, declaring, one person dares to face 1,000 troops. Xiao Feng was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Chen Mu and his companions to draw their blades against him. They were indeed courting death. I will repeat myself, hand over that little black dog. I do not wish to say it a third time. If you do not comply, there will be no mercy. Yet in the next heartbeat, His ire was supplanted by sheer astonishment. Clad in black, figures materialized beside him, each one bearing an ominous presence. Crack, crack, crack. The assailants did not have time to react or resist before their necks were violently snapped, their heads rotating 360 degrees, leading to instant demise. Who are you? How dare you oppose the city lord's manner? Do you wish to die? Xiaofeng exclaimed, feeling the cold steel of 2 daggers pressed firmly against his throat, isolated and helpless. He sought to intimidate with his authority, calling upon his backing. Then, Lin Wangquan emerged from the throng, disregarding Xiaofeng entirely, and knelt before Chen Mu, saying, Patriarch, I apologize for my late arrival. Please punish me. No, your timing is impeccable, Chen Mu replied, shaking his head and urging Lin Wangquan to rise. Patriarch, how shall we deal with this man? Lin Wangquan presumed that, with Chen Mu present, he held no authority over Xiaofeng's fate. Kill him, Chen Mu stated with a casual tone. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, Xiaofeng panicked. Struggling, no? You cannot do this. I am acting on the city lord's orders. Uft, uft. He clutched his throat as blood gushed forth from between his fingers. Moments later, he collapsed, lifeless. Witnessing this scene, everyone present gasped in shock. They had never anticipated that someone would dare to unleash such carnage upon the troops of the city lord's manor. This was a blatant disregard for the authority of the city lord and the court. At this spectacle, Uncle Zhong finally comprehended why his master feared that individual. The people from the city lord's manor had killed without a flicker of hesitation. Master, this man. Uncle Zhong glanced at Su Jingyan. He calls himself Chen Mu, of the Chen family, Su Jingyan replied. Chen Mu? The discarded pawn of the Chen family who was cast aside years ago. Uncle Zhong's eyes widened in surprise. Yet, even so, the act of killing someone from the city lord's manor seemed excessively reckless. Uncle Zhong had a premonition that the Chen family was in for a grave reckoning. Patriarch, he just stated that they came here on the city lord's orders. Kill. Chen Mu interrupted Lin Wangquan's words with a single, resolute response. Understood. The next moment, dozens vanished as if they had never existed. Truly embodying the saying. They came without a trace and left without a shadow. Initially, onlookers believed that Chen Mu's audacity to slay those from the city lord's manor was already quite extraordinary. Unexpectedly, he still wished to send someone to assassinate the city lord. Has this man lost his mind? After all, he is the city lord, a terrifying entity that even the 4 great families must bow before. No matter how great the dispute, once the city lord intervenes, no one dares to defy him. Not to mention Chen Mu. Even Chen Tianyang would not dare to utter a word of dissent in the presence of the city lord. Little do they know, the Chen family has undergone a complete transformation, and the grass atop Chen Tianyang's grave is beginning to sprout. Suddenly, a tremendous rumbling shook the ground. The air vibrated with a thunderous roar, echoing from afar. The crowd hastily turned their gazes toward the direction of the city lord's manor, where billowing clouds of dust ascended, reaching heights of at least 100 feet. Was this where the city lord resided? What calamity has befallen the manor? Surely, it could not be under attack. Fools! It is the city lord's manor. Who would dare to assault it? Before the thought could fully form, the crowd's pupils constricted, their minds racing to a realization. Their attention quickly returned to Chen Mu. At that moment, someone in the throng spoke up. I suspect the city lord is unleashing his wrath, slaying all who oppose him. Indeed, that must be the case. They simply could not believe that Lin Wangquan, with his meager forces, would dare to strike at the city lord's manor. It could only be said that Lin Wangquan possesses some ability. He may intimidate a lackey like Xiaofeng, but attempting to kill the city lord is a feat leagues beyond his capabilities. However, to have forced the city lord into such a predicament is no small achievement. At this point, they likely have already sealed their fates. As these thoughts raced through their minds, a figure materialized out of thin air. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Wangquan, who had departed not long ago, presumed dead, yet now stood before them alive. In his hand, he appeared to be holding something, a severed head. Chapter 24. How powerful must his subordinates be in martial arts? Upon closer examination, several in the crowd were struck with fear. A few timid souls, witnessing the blood still dripping from the head, gasped and stumbled backward. One unfortunate individual, failing to watch his step, fell to the ground, his lips trembling and his complexion as pale as a sheet. He raised a trembling hand, pointing. That is not the city lord's head, is it? Upon hearing the word city lord, the crowd's gaze unanimously shifted, their expressions reflecting sheer horror. The words hung in the air, too terrifying to voice. They had initially thought that Lin Wangquan had returned merely clinging to life, having barely escaped. After all, dozens had set out, yet only one returned. However, upon closer inspection, they realized he was not only unscathed but had brought back the city lord's severed head. Master, I have executed your command and slain this man, Lin Wangquan declared, presenting the grisly trophy with both hands. With a mere wave, Chen Mu made the head vanish into thin air, leaving no trace of blood behind. He then remarked, you have worked hard. Not at all. With the matter resolved, there was no need to linger. As Chen Mu raised his hand, Lu Ruoshui understood immediately. raising her arm in response. However, just as her fingertips were about to brush against Chen Mu's palm, an angry voice erupted. Cowardly wretches. Do not attempt to flee. Looking toward the source of the voice, someone recognized him as Zhang Tianxiao, the foremost expert within the city lord's manor, a formidable general by the city lord's side. He had quelled numerous rebels at the city lord's behest. Previously, when Lin Wangquan had slain the city lord, Zhang Tianxiao had been in seclusion in his chamber and could not respond in time. Who would have thought that upon emerging after successfully breaking through to a new realm, he would discover the city lord already decapitated? As Zhang Tianxiao's gaze swept over the rooftops, he spotted Lin Wangquan and the severed head in his grasp. Without hesitation, he launched into pursuit, though he was left far behind and had only just caught up now. Even he had to concede that Lin Wangquan's agility was remarkable. Yet in terms of strength, he was confident he would not fall short. Moreover, Zhang Tianxiao had just broken through to the 8th layer of the fusion realm, making him feel particularly self-assured. He was eager to find someone to test his skills. He considered Lin Wangquan a splendid stepping stone. By eliminating him, he could avenge the city lord and rightfully ascend to the position he had long coveted. Observant onlookers noted a distinct change in Zhang Tianxiao's demeanor and cautiously commented, "It seems Zhang Lao has just recently made a breakthrough." What? A breakthrough? I recall Zhang Lao was at the 7th layer of the fusion realm. Does this mean he now possesses the strength of the 8th layer? The 8th layer of the fusion realm. This has indeed turned the tides of potential victory. Yes. Advancing a single tier in the fusion realm is akin to traversing 2 worlds. As the flattery reached his ears, Zhang Tianxiao felt a sense of elation. Brazen scoundrels. Under the bright sun, you dare to invade the city lord's manor and attempt to assassinate him. Today, I, Zhang Tianxiao, shall enact justice upon you. This was an opportune moment to win the hearts of the people, and Zhang Tianxiao was unwilling to let it slip away. He unleashed a technique called the green ring poisonous hand. His arms and fingers turned a sinister green, a hue so vivid it seemed unnatural. As he charged towards Lin Wangquan, the poison he practiced was a culmination of countless toxic substances, far more lethal than any poison that merely causes bleeding. The moment it touched the skin, the toxin would swiftly penetrate the body, coursing through the meridians and invading the organs. It was rumored that Zhang Lao's poisonous hands had claimed the lives of thousands. How terrifying. Why has this man yet to make a move? Could it be that he is paralyzed by fear? The crowd watched Lin Wangquan with bated breath, chattering amongst themselves. Got him. Zhang Tianxiao's face lit up with triumph. He assumed Lin Wangquan was paralyzed by fear and decided to spare him the torment, granting him a quick death. He would then easily eliminate the seemingly weak Chen Mu, who appeared to be nothing more than a child. As for Lu Ruoxue, the young lady was so exquisitely beautiful. It would be better to keep her close as a personal attendant for nightly entertainment. Boom! The sound of the howling wind drowned out the applause. The gust, mingled with blood mist, surged forward 10 meters, causing exposed skin to feel a chill. Raising his arm, one could see numerous delicate red droplets of blood clinging to the raised hairs. Prior to this, everyone assumed it would be a one-sided affair. The reality proved to be a crushing defeat, just not for the side they had anticipated. Lin Wangquan not only overwhelmed Zhang Tianxiao, who had just broken through, but with a single, ruthless slap, he reduced him to a mist of blood and bone powder. That was a formidable warrior of the 8th layer of the fusion realm. Was this not a tad too effortless? However, rather than being curious about Lin Wangquan's strength, they were far more intrigued by the nature of Chen Mu. Who could command such unwavering loyalty from a superpower like Lin Wangquan? What kind of terrifying realm has he reached? Possessing the sacred beast Qilin, an unparalleled beauty at his side, and subordinates whose martial prowess was unparalleled. Was this truly the same Chen Mu, who was widely regarded as a talentless outcast? Expelled from his family and sold to the Qingxian sect, reduced to a lowly servant? Their preconceived notions of Chen Mu were utterly shattered. They were forced to recalibrate their understanding. Should the identity of the city lord be conferred upon the target, Lin Wangquan? Affirmative. Commencing modification. Modification successful. With the city lord now deceased, and the most likely successor, Zhang Tianxiao, also dead beyond recovery, the position of city lord had become vacant. It was only reasonable for Chen Mu to bestow upon Lin Wangquan a new identity, right? Lin Wangquan remained unaware of this, but would soon receive the city lord's seal, announcing it to the citizens of the city. Congratulations, master. Lin Wangquan bowed deeply, while Chen Mu and Lu Ruoxue vanished with a blink. This only served to reinforce the belief among all present that this once discarded scion of the Chen family had now transformed into a dragon amidst the storm. No longer the ineffectual Chen family's second son they once perceived. Without delay, they returned to their respective families, eager to relay all they had seen and heard to their masters. To ensure clarity, let it be understood that within the city of Tianfu, one may provoke anyone, but never the Chen family, nor Chen Mu, the Qingxian sect, the Qingyan mansion. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Chen Mu set foot and had barely rested for a moment, the door was struck with urgency. Su Qingtian went to answer the door and engage in brief conversation before shutting it again. He turned to Chen Mu, who sat in the pavilion, and reported, "Master, the sect leader Zhao has sent someone to request your presence at the sect leader hall." The sect leader hall? What purpose could they have for me? Chen Mu pondered. As the Holy Sun, supported by the profound heritage of the Xiao Yun and other sects, he believed that even if Zhao Hengshan harbored ill feelings towards him, he would not dare act against him. Thus, the likelihood of a trap was exceedingly low. It seemed to involve Sita Qing. As Su Qingtian relayed the information he had gathered, "Sita Qing, it appears that it is highly probable that someone from the Situ family has come to hold me accountable." Chen Mu smiled, displaying no trace of anxiety, remaining composed and unruffled. Typically, those who attain such positions possess the robust backing of great families, dedicating abundant resources to their cultivation. For rapid advancement in cultivation, one must not only possess talent, but also wealth. "Then, do you wish to go?" Su Qingtian inquired about Chen Mu's thoughts. "I will not go. I did not slay him. Why should I attend? Justice has its rightful claimants. Let them have the capability to seek out Xiao Yun." Chapter 25. A dragon child's Kirin guarding the gate? The bystanders were astounded. Chen Mu believed he had spoken with complete justification. He was not the murderer. It was Xiao Yun who deemed Situ Qing too bothersome and struck him down. Even hypothetically, the Situ family had not reached the level of invincibility that would compel Chen Mu to bow his head and seek them out. Indeed, Su Qingtian acknowledged. Turning to convey Chen Mu's sentiments to the messenger, the young man's brow furrowed deeply, yet faced with the Holy Sun, he refrained from further comments. "Understood. Please inform the Holy Sun that I will relay his words accurately to the sect leader," he said before departing swiftly. He rode back to the sect leader hall at a gallop. In front of Zhao Hengshan and the members of the Situ family, he recounted Chen Mu's words verbatim. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hengshan appeared awkward. "As you have heard, the Holy Sun is unwilling to meet with you, and I can do nothing about it. Please, sect leader Zhao, inform us of the Holy Sun's residence. We would like to pay our respects in person," the elder Situ Jian implored. "Take them," Zhao Hengshan ordered the young disciple, wishing to avoid entanglement in their grievances. "Yes, sect leader," the young disciple replied, gesturing for the Situ family members to follow him. Just as they departed the sect leader hall, the young man following Zhao Hengshan raised his arms, intertwining his fingers behind his head, wearing a contemptuous expression as he complained. "What is the fuss? Is he just a mere Holy Sun? What arrogance, displayed for whom?" "Ninger, be silent," Zhao Hengshan admonished sharply, fearing that these words might reach Chen Mu's ears. Should that happen, the matter would not be so easily resolved with mere apologies. Indeed, the Situ family had come not to hold him accountable, but to humbly seek Chen Mu's forgiveness, wishing to avoid conflict with the Qingxian sect. While the Situ family held some influence in Qingshan City and possessed considerable connections, they could not afford to offend a sect. As the Holy Sun, if the Situ family truly chose to become adversaries, the situation could escalate, and the Qingxian sect would undoubtedly intervene. From Zhao Hengshan's earlier attitude, it was clear how significant this Holy Sun, re-emerging after 3 centuries, was to the Qingxian sect. Even the sect leader was powerless against him. "Grandfather, our Situ family is vast and powerful, with countless strong individuals. Why should we fear a single Holy Sun? Moreover, he is the one who killed my brother. Can we truly let this slide? If word gets out, how will others perceive the Situ family? They might think we are mere soft persimmons to be squeezed at will." Situ Ning protested. "I command you to be silent. If you speak recklessly again, do not blame me for being unkind." When the elder Situ Jian displayed genuine anger, Situ Ning merely pouted and ceased his complaints, fully aware of his grandfather's temperament. Meanwhile, the young disciple listened passively, realizing that he was merely an ordinary person, unwilling to get involved. He understood the principle that when celestial beings battle, it is the mortals who suffer. Neither the Situ family nor the Holy Sun was someone he could afford to provoke. He obediently followed the sect leader's orders, guiding the group to the entrance of Qingyun Mansion. "This is it," the young disciple gestured. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a small black dog that hadn't been there moments before. A watchdog? It seemed a tad too diminutive for such a role, easily subdued by a child, let alone in a place where everyone could cultivate. But upon reflection, to be a dog of the Holy Sun surpassed the accomplishments of the vast majority of people. A wave of envy washed over him momentarily. How splendid it would be to be the dog of such a Holy Sun. Bang, bang, bang. Situ Jian lifted his robe and ascended the steps, grasping the door knocker and striking it 3 times. After a pause, there was no response. Bang, bang, bang. He persisted, knocking 3 more times, yet silence remained. "Grandfather, I believe that fellow is deliberately ignoring us. Step aside, I shall break the door down. Let him know that the Situ family is not to be trifled with." Situ Ning could no longer contain his frustration, channeling his spiritual energy to erupt from within. "Ninger, do not act rashly." Situ Jian quickly intervened. Simultaneously, it was not only him who spoke. "Woof, woof, woof." The small black dog joined in. At this point, Situ Ning, already irate, blushed and retorted, "Beast, why are you barking? If I cannot deal with that Holy Sun, I can certainly handle you." He swung a fist imbued with spiritual energy towards the small black dog's head. The young disciple sensed the impending disaster, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. His heart sank as he realized that with this strike, the small black dog would likely be obliterated. If that occurred, the Holy Sun would undoubtedly be furious. And even though he bore no responsibility, he would inevitably be affected. Bang! Boom! Suddenly, a vast surge of spiritual energy erupted, creating a tempest that sent debris flying. The young disciple shielded his eyes, raising his arms to protect himself as he was forced to retreat repeatedly. Then came the sound of Situ Ning's once arrogant voice, now filled with terror and helplessness. "Ah, what kind of monster is this? Grandfather, save me! Save me!" As the Kirin bloodline activated, the small black dog transformed into a divine beast, heedless of all else, and with one bite, it tore away a large portion of Situ Ning's body. Ninger, Situ Jian, recovering from his shock at the manifestation of the Kirin, witnessed another grandson meet a tragic end before his eyes. Wailing, the small black dog consumed the remnants of Situ Ning's legs, then turned to glare at Situ Jian, baring its teeth in a menacing display, clearly regarding him as an enemy. "O Kirin, holy monarch, I mean no harm. Please do not harm me." Situ Jian knelt, fully aware that his mortal form could not withstand the might of a divine beast. Trembling with fear, he was devoid of any semblance of authority as the head of the family. At that moment, the door swung open. The small black dog, seeing Chen Mu emerge, hurried over, transforming back into its diminutive form, running around Chen Mu's feet and wagging its tail excitedly, occasionally standing on its hind legs, begging for affection. Situ Jian and the young disciple stood there, utterly dumbfounded. The preceding flash of golden light had been too brilliant to discern the true form, but now they saw clearly. The Kirin divine beast had transformed from that inconspicuous little black dog. Using a Kirin divine beast as a mere watchdog? They had certainly contemplated the strength of this holy son, yet the extent of his power was beyond their wildest imaginations. Within the entire Zhongxian world, how many could claim the audacity to have a sacred beast and a dragon prince serve as mere sentinels? Moreover, he had tamed the inherently fierce and prideful sacred beast to such an exquisite degree. It could be said that there had been no predecessors nor successors to such a feat. The young disciples had to concede that their previous remarks regarding the weakness of the little black dog had been rather loud. "My apologies." Chen Mu bent down to scoop up the little black dog, wiping the blood from its lips, and said, "I was just about to come out and feed you. Why have you started your meal prematurely?" Realizing the possibility of having erred, the little black dog drooped its ears, displaying a woeful expression with glistening eyes. Chen Mu then turned to Situ Jian, with a smile that lacked warmth, and inquired, "The pup is still young and naive. It accidentally ingested your grandson. You wouldn't hold it against him, would you?" Chapter 26. Feeding a fifth-rank pill to a dog? Holy Sun Luo Yu. No, absolutely not. Situ Jian hastily shook his head and waved his hands in denial. Though his heart was heavy with sorrow, he dared not speak further. Instead, due to Situ Ning's reckless actions, he had come to a clearer understanding. This holy son of Qing Xian sect, whether for himself or the entire Situ family, was not to be trifled with. To force a confrontation would surely invite catastrophic consequences, an outcome that Situ Ning wished to avoid at all costs. One word: endure. All mistakes lie with my grandson. It is his folly for being reckless and provoking the Qilin sacred monarch. Situ Jian knelt on the ground, bowing his head in sincere apology. Witnessing this, his companions were left dumbfounded, unable to believe that this was the very same individual renowned as a towering figure in the region. At this moment, facing Chen Mu and the little black dog in his arms, he felt nothing but humility, utterly humiliated. "Thus, what brings you to my Qingyan manor?" Chen Mu asked while affectionately petting the dog. "This lowly one dares to come and apologize for my grandson Situ Qing's offense towards the Holy Sun." Upon speaking, he removed the spatial ring from his finger and presented it with both hands, not daring to lift his gaze to meet Chen Mu's eyes. Chen Mu pinched the spatial ring between his fingers. Since the individual was willing to offer, why refuse? After infusing a trace of divine sense to scan its contents, he was taken aback. There was quite a substantial amount within, at least over 100 million spirit stones, thousands of pills, and several treasures of the Xian and Earth grades. "I beseech the Holy Sun to forgive the actions of my two grandsons. If you find this insufficient, I am willing to offer my life in atonement." Situ Jian's thoughts were simple. Sacrificing himself to preserve the entire Situ family was a worthy exchange. Hold on, I have a cleanliness obsession. I'd rather not be splattered with blood." Chen Mu waved his hand. "Thank you for your generosity, Holy Sun. We shall remember your kindness forever." Situ Jian bowed his head once more, deeply grateful and relieved. Chen Mu chose to ignore them further, crouching down to entertain the dog. Noticing the little black dog behaving well, he retrieved 2 or 3 dozen fifth-rank pills from the previously mentioned spatial ring and tossed them on the ground. The little black dog devoured every single one, crunching them with delight. Observing this, Situ Jian and the young disciples felt their emotions become increasingly complex. "You're feeding a fifth-rank pill to a dog. Am I truly inferior to a mere dog? No, wait. Upon further reflection, it is a Qilin. How can I compare?" What's wrong with a few fifth-rank pills? Subsequently, Situ Jian and the others dared not linger, fearing that Chen Mu might change his mind and slay them with a single strike. With their tails tucked between their legs, they hastily departed. The young disciples, after bowing in respect to Chen Mu, planned to return to the main hall to report to Zhao Hengshan the astonishing events they had witnessed at Qinyan Manor. Surely, upon learning that the Holy Sun's guard dog was a sacred beast Qilin, the sect leader would be left utterly astounded. After all, such treatment was one that even the sect leader had no right to enjoy. Grant successful. 10,000-fold return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20,000 9th rank superior Huanglong pills. Grant successful. 10,000-fold return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40,000 9th rank superior Fengxue pills. Grant successful. 10,000-fold return triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 9th rank superior Xianyu pills. Upon discovering that feeding pills to the dog could trigger a 10,000-fold return, Chen Mu became utterly consumed by the prospect. He began to indulge in this newfound method extravagantly. Meanwhile, after satiating itself in its canine form, the little black dog transformed into its Qilin shape and continued its hearty feast. Its bone structure, bloodline, spiritual energy, cultivation, and power surged exponentially during this process. In the main hall of the sect leader, upon seeing the young disciples return, Zhao Hengshan casually inquired, "How did it go? Nothing untoward, I hope?" Reporting to the sect leader, the Situ family has received the Holy Sun's forgiveness and has descended the mountain. The young disciple responded with a bow. "That is good. That is good." Zhao Hengshan expressed relief that no major incident had occurred. However, the young disciple hesitated to speak further. But Zhao Hengshan urged him to speak plainly, without beating around the bush. However, Situ Jian's grandson, Situ Ning, is indeed a spoiled young master. He showed no reverence toward our Holy Sun and spoke with great disrespect. Even after being stopped by Situ Jian, he attempted to harm the Holy Sun's guard dog, only to be devoured in 2 bites. Devoured in 2 bites? Zhao Hengshan regarded him with skepticism. I estimate that Situ Ning possesses at least the strength of the 5th layer of Foundation establishment. How could a mere guard dog pose a threat to him? While an ordinary guard dog could not, the one raised by the Holy Sun was a dog imbued with Qilin blood, capable of transforming into a Qilin. The young disciple disclosed completely. "What? A Qilin? Are you saying it's the sacred beast Qilin?" Zhao Hengshan exclaimed, rising in shock. Even for someone of his esteemed position, the sacred beast Qilin was merely a legendary existence. Coughing lightly into his fist to mask his embarrassment, he returned to his seat. As the sect leader, such a display was somewhat unbecoming, undermining his authority. "All right, I understand now. You may leave." Zhao Hengshan gestured dismissively, after watching the disciple depart. His expression darkened. He had not anticipated that those old fellows had concealed a Qilin and presented it to that young man. Just how high were their expectations for him? Was his talent truly that terrifying? A myriad of questions plagued Zhao Hengshan's mind, yet he found no means to verify them. The more he pondered, the more he felt that he, as sect leader, was being humiliated. Alas, I was once hailed as a once-in-a-century genius of Qingxian sect. Yet now I find myself overshadowed and diminished. A long sigh escaped him. At that very moment, in Leyland City, the Lu family, Lu Hanqing, the father, received a marriage annulment letter penned by Lu Ruoxue, which had just been delivered by a white crane from the distant Qingxian sect. What on earth is that girl thinking? Why would she suddenly wish to annul her engagement with the Situ family? Lu Hanqing was utterly perplexed. Before he could ponder further, the voice of the housekeeper reached him. "Master, the Situ family seeks an audience." "Let them in." "Yes." Moments later, upon receiving the marriage annulment letter from Lu Ruoxue, Lu Hanqing found himself even more bewildered. What on earth was happening? Why were both sides annulling the engagement? Had there been a conflict? Regardless, it seemed that this marriage, which he did not wish to see dissolved, would have to be annulled. Lu Hanqing understood well that a forcibly bound relationship is never sweet. Open-minded by nature, he decided to honor their wishes since both parties desired to annul the engagement. Meanwhile, the Situ family, having received the marriage annulment letter penned by Lu Ruoxue, began to publicly proclaim that from this day forth, there would be no further relationship with her. They were eager to prevent any misunderstandings on Chen Mu's part. The entire Leyland city buzzed with curiosity. Everyone wondered why the once fabled couple had suddenly severed ties, adopting an attitude of mutual estrangement. Yet, one individual, upon learning this news, could not contain his delight. This person was Luo Yu, the son of the city lord of Leyland City. He persisted. "Ha! This is splendid. The Lu family has actively annulled their engagement with the Situ family, which means that Lu Ruoxue is now destined to be mine, Luo Yu. Young master, I sense that this matter is fraught with complications. It would be prudent to exercise caution," the elder beside him remarked. "What do you know? It is undoubtedly because that good-for-nothing Situ Qing has become complacent, his abilities in decline, rendering him unworthy of Ruoxue, which is why the Lu family severed the engagement. As for me, I am now one of the 10 holy sons of the sacred dragon sect, one of the foremost powers of the Xian kingdom. My continued interest in her is merely a testament to the Lu family's millennia of cultivation. Surely, upon learning of my current achievements, Ruoxue will immediately be enamored and eager to marry into the Luo family, becoming my woman. Throughout history, beautiful women have always adored heroes. Only a hero like me is deserving of her, Luo Yu declared with unshakable confidence. Chapter 27. Burning the marriage certificate. Do you even deserve it? Silence. I do not require your guidance on how to conduct my affairs. The elder in black was about to interject further, but was abruptly silenced by Luo Yu, who commanded him to fetch paper and ink. The elder complied, albeit reluctantly. After retrieving the paper and ink, he passed them to Luo Yu, who quickly ground the ink. Once the ink was ready, Luo Yu swiftly inscribed 4 characters upon the paper. Luo Yu proposes. He believed this succinct expression to be sufficient. Now, as a disciple of the sacred dragon sect's inner court, and having achieved the status of one of the 10 holy sons through his formidable talents, he questioned how many in Thunderflame City were unaware of his name. Was there any name more weighty than Luo Yu? Were it not for the fear that the recipient might misinterpret his intentions and mistake his message for a challenge, he would have omitted even the words propose. His pride was boundless. Folding the paper, he placed it in an envelope and handed it to the elder in black, instructing him to deliver it to the Lu family, stating that Luo Yu was formally proposing to them. A smirk graced his lips as he envisioned the excitement that would ensue when the Lu family received the marriage certificate he had sent. Indeed, not long after, Lu Hanqing received the envelope, and upon opening it, he declared with certainty, "This is a forgery." He immediately convened a family meeting. At the round table, Lu Hanqing spoke first, inquiring, "What is your perspective on the Luo family's proposal? What else is there to consider? We should simply agree. After all, he is a holy son of the sacred dragon sect. To say that Ruoxue is reaching for the stars would be an understatement. The Luo family is currently at the pinnacle of success. If we can marry Ruoxue into their family, our Lu family will reap the benefits for a century. I suspect the Sidu family's sudden withdrawal from the engagement is largely due to Luo Yu's interference." Upon hearing this, a reasonable explanation emerged. In any case, we should first ascertain Ruoxue's opinion. Lu Hanqing penned a letter detailing the events in Thunderflame City, entrusting a crane resting in the courtyard to return to the Qingxian sect. Observing Lu Hanqing's actions, the Lu family felt it was an unnecessary endeavor. After all, he was a holy son, one of the 10 strongest in the sect. Ruoxue had no grounds to refuse. Indeed, throughout Thunderflame City, there was no one more fitting to be her husband than Luo Yu. I firmly believe that upon learning of this, Ruoxue will undoubtedly accept without hesitation. Boom. But what was the reality? Upon receiving the letter, along with the marriage certificate penned by Luo Yu, Lu Ruoxue's eyes were filled with an endless indifference. Without a moment's pause, she conjured a spirit fire and reduced it to ashes. What did it matter if he was a disciple of the sacred dragon sect or one of the 10 holy sons? In Lu Ruoxue's eyes, no one could compare to her master, Chen Mu. After incinerating the letter, she could hardly be bothered to respond. Instead, she eagerly rushed off to experiment with new dishes, hoping Chen Mu would indulge in a few more bites. That would bring her the utmost satisfaction. At that moment, Chen Mu, having enjoyed a hearty meal, was leisurely riding on the back of the well-fed, Kirin-shaped xiaobai within the sect, taking a stroll to aid digestion. To be precise, he was reclining atop the beast, which was spacious enough, although its scales were somewhat rigid. Riding such a colossal creature through the streets garnered an abundance of attention, causing many disciples to stop and stare. An extraordinary beast. What beast? Open your eyes. That is a sacred beast, the Kirin. The Kirin? How could our Qingxian sect possess a Kirin? Did you not see the holy sun lounging atop it? That must surely be the holy sun's steed. I have never heard of anyone riding a sacred beast before. A Kirin, isn't that a dragon's offspring? A steed? What? Our holy sun is truly exceptional. With such powerful praise, Chen Mu felt a modicum of comfort. Though it was not particularly remarkable, it was certainly far more pleasant than being ridiculed at every turn. Of course, if they dared to do so, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. As a holy son, their disrespect was uncalled for. Even if Zhao Hongshan sought to hold him accountable, it would be an unjust accusation. Time passed, and Xiaobai suddenly slowed his pace. The clamor around them grew even louder. Chen Mu turned his head and raised his gaze. After quickly acclimating to the glaring sunlight, he realized they had arrived at the trial tower. The trial tower was a place accessible only to the inner court disciples of the Qingxian sect. It stood 100 stories tall, with powerful phantasms guarding each level. Successfully navigating the trial tower and reaching greater heights was one of the quickest ways for disciples of the Qingxian sect to enhance their standing within the sect. Each level cleared also granted random rewards, such as techniques, elixirs, and opportunities for enlightenment. Chen Mu's gaze fell upon the stone tablet, which recorded a lengthy list of names. Zhao Qingfeng, levels cleared, 100, time taken, 37 days. Lin Yojia, levels cleared, 100, time taken, 43 days. Su Jiayan, levels cleared, 100, time taken, 44 days. Zhang Yuan, levels cleared, 100, time taken, 47 days. Most among them either succumbed to the cycle of reincarnation or transcended to divine realms, ascending to higher planes. In the approximately 300th position, Chen Mu located Zhao Hengshan's name. Zhao Hengshan, levels cleared, 100, time taken, 72 days. It seems this sect leader is not without merit, Chen Mu mused. Upon noticing Chen Mu's presence, the crowd erupted into fervent discussion. Look, the Holy Sun. It is the esteemed Holy Sun. Greetings, Holy Sun. Is the Holy Sun here to participate in the trial tower? It appears that his name is not among the top 500 on the list. Could it be possible that the Holy Sun will break the record set by predecessors? The record set by Senior Zhao has remained unbroken for nearly 1,000 years, hasn't it? Indeed. He is recognized as the greatest genius since the establishment of our Qingxian sect. It should be quite a challenge. The trial tower? Chen Mu sat cross-legged atop the kirin, gazing up at the towering structure that seemed to pierce the heavens. Curiosity welled within him about what awaited at the summit. What rewards would be bestowed for conquering the 100 levels of the trial tower? Thus, he leaped from Xiaobai's back and said, "Wait for me here. I shall return shortly." Alas, the rules of the trial tower forbade the presence of spirit pets. With a light step, he gracefully ascended the platform, unwavering in his resolve, and entered the swirling teleportation portal. In the sect leader's hall, upon hearing that Chen Mu had ventured to the trial tower, Zhao Hengshan felt a surge of intrigue. The lad could not remain idle and sought to break the records left by his predecessors. This was indeed a clever method to win the hearts of the people. However, having only just become a Holy Sun, he might find it exceedingly difficult to reach the 100th level, let alone break any records. Well, this opportunity could serve to temper his arrogance. Let him not become overly proud, relying on the sect's foundation, lest he ruin what should be a brilliant life. Moreover, Zhao Hengshan was keen to assess the true extent of Chen Mu's capabilities. Chapter 28. Rapidly conquering the trial tower, shocking the entire sect. At the age of 43, having nearly exhausted the average person's lifetime, Zhao Hengshan, who had only just ascended through the 100 layers of the trial tower, was acutely aware of the correlation between the number of layers one could conquer and the corresponding strength it entailed. He roughly estimated that Chen Mu would likely achieve a level between 60 and 75 layers. For a first-time entrant to the trial tower, even as a Holy Sun, this outcome would be considered exceptionally commendable. Should he fall below 60 layers, Zhao Hengshan would have no choice but to admit that he had overestimated Chen Mu's innate talents. The foundations of the Shaoyun sect had likely diminished their original standards due to the absence of a Holy Sun for 3 centuries. Such was the only conclusion he could draw. Quickly, run, wait for me. Why are you so excited about others challenging the trial tower? Someone exclaimed. That is the Holy Sun. Aren't you curious about the true extent of his abilities? Following news of Chen Mu's entry into the trial tower, tens of thousands of disciples remaining within the sect flocked to witness the event. After thousands of years of evolution, the sect had developed methods to glimpse the inner workings of the trial tower, employing a special mineral known as the Shadow Stone. At that moment, within the trial tower, Chen Mu was already confronting the first layer's phantoms. If memory served him correctly, these phantoms were peculiar entities that learned and grew stronger through combat. To put it plainly, phantoms could absorb and assimilate an opponent's techniques, evolving them into their own. Therefore, the longer the battle continued, the stronger the phantoms became. He recalled vividly the phantom that had shattered his once proud defensive technique with a single strike. After centuries of training, these phantoms were far removed from the strength they possessed at the inception of the sect. Indeed, with his foundation at the 4th level, he would need to exchange at least 10 blows to defeat that phantom. The Holy Sun would undoubtedly dispatch it in an instant, without a second thought. This was universally accepted, yet the reality left them utterly astonished. The phantom, as if in surrender, cast aside its weapon and dissipated into nothingness. Consequently, the portal to the second layer of the trial tower opened. What does this mean? Has he cleared it already? Did the phantom willingly surrender? Aren't they known for their ferocity in battle? Could it be that the Holy Sun's strength intimidated them into submission? Such a possibility existed. But to what extent must one be powerful to elicit such a reaction? Bewilderment enveloped them all. What they witnessed certainly exceeded their understanding. For millennia, there had been no record of a phantom voluntarily surrendering. Though it was merely the first layer's phantom, the shock it instilled was immeasurable. However, even more unexpected events were yet to unfold. From the second layer to the 3rd, 4th, and all the way to the 20th, 30th, and 40th layers, without exception. Every phantom encountered by Chen Mu discarded their weapons upon their first sighting of him, surrendering unconditionally. They dissipated into thin air, opening the gateway to the next layer. Rewards such as elixirs, techniques, and insights were generously bestowed. As the onlooking disciples pondered, they realized something was amiss. The rewards far exceeded what they had received upon their own successes. It became clear that the 300-year absence of a Holy Sun had been for this very moment. The Holy Sun was unparalleled. I am witnessing the birth of a legend. Countless individuals bowed in reverence, their awe and respect for Chen Mu soaring to unprecedented heights. Uncontainable in its fervor, In the main hall of the sect leader, seeing the return of his scouts, Zhao Hongshan set down his book and calmly inquired, "Why have you returned so soon? Could it be that he has already failed and been expelled from the tower? Surely this brief interval is insufficient to clear 3 layers? If that were the case, this holy son would not simply be a disappointment, but a severe exaggeration of expectations." Reporting to the sect leader, "The holy son has already surpassed 50 layers, a young disciple announced. "Oh, he has already exceeded 50? What did you say?" Zhao Hongshan stood in shock, his pupils quaking as he asked, "50 layers? Are you certain it is not 5 layers? Indeed, it is 50 layers without a doubt. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and moreover," the young disciple hesitated, wanting to elaborate on how Chen Mu had cleared 50 layers without even lifting a finger, as the phantoms surrendered at the mere sight of him. However, he refrained, knowing Zhao Hongshan would doubt his words and would likely seek to verify the truth himself. Indeed, this was the case. On the way, he hastened down the mountain, racing towards the location of the trial tower. As he muttered to himself, 50 layers? In such a short time? How is that possible? Even if he is the holy son who emerges once every 300 years, it is impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be some trickery involved. He firmly believed that it was inconceivable to clear 50 layers in such a brief span, even surpassing the record set by the predecessors who had held the top position for nearly a millennium. If Zhao Hongshan's memory served him correctly, that elder had taken 10 days to clear 50 layers. This was already an extraordinarily remarkable feat. How long had Chen Mu been in the trial tower? Not even a single incense stick's worth of time. Look, the sect leader is coming. Make way, everyone. Clear the path for the sect leader. Not only the sect leader, but also the grand elder and the 3rd and 4th elders were present. Naturally, this was a historic moment. For this was the strongest holy son in the history of the Qingxian sect, without exception. Was history about to be witnessed today? I have a premonition that the record set by the holy son today will remain unbroken for millennia, even eons to come. Hearing these voices, Zhao Hongshan's anxiety intensified. Finding the crowd too cumbersome, he summoned a flying sword, swiftly ascending upon it to close the distance to the shadow stone. Just in time to witness Chen Mu step through the portal into the 60th layer of the trial tower. If memory served correctly, the phantoms of the 60th layer possessed at least half a step beyond the heart movement realm. The grand elder's voice echoed in his ears. Now, it is likely even more than that. He may have reached the heart movement realm. He certainly possessed some skill, but it would likely end there, as one elder predicted. With the heart movement realm's cultivation, coupled with millennia of growth, I fear even I would find it difficult to contend with him. Zhao Hongshan remained silent, engrossed in the unfolding scene displayed on the shadow stone. Faced with a phantom that towered like a giant, Chen Mu stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of panic or fear. He was composed and steadfast as a mountain. What could possibly account for such confidence? As the giant phantom raised its arm, Zhao Hongshan could already foresee the outcome that awaited Chen Mu. Chapter 29, Divine Artifact Cheating? The 100 Layers Trial, one finger shatters, shocking the sect leader. That Chen Mu had advanced to this stage in such a brief span of time was of little consequence to others, as Zhao Hongshan's heart had already come to recognize the prowess of this holy son. The disparity in strength between them was evident. Had it been several centuries prior, before enduring countless battles and self-enhancements, the 60th layer's phantoms might have presented a 50% chance of victory for Chen Mu. He could not believe that such a formidable giant like phantom, one he dared not underestimate, would voluntarily discard its weapon and surrender to Chen Mu. Surely, the young disciple was merely jesting. Determined to discipline him upon his return and re-establish the sect leader's authority, he thought, otherwise, will everyone think they can ride on my shoulders? But just as he pondered this, a voice of astonishment pulled him back to reality. His attention returned to the shadow stone, where he clearly witnessed the giant phantom of the 60th layer discard its dual axes, dissipating into a wisp of smoke, gradually fading away. Simultaneously, the portal to the 61st layer of the trial tower opened. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, akin to being struck by a thunderbolt on a clear day, leaving him utterly stunned and shaken to his core. At that moment, his understanding of reality was irrevocably transformed by Chen Mu. Such an occurrence was not something that should exist within the realm of his previous experiences. He could perhaps concede that the lower-tier illusions, fearing Chen Mu's prowess, chose to abandon the fight. However, he was now confronted with a colossal illusion situated on the 60th floor of the trial tower. Rubbing his eyes, he found that no matter how fervently Zhao Hongshan tried, the scene before him remained unchanged. 61 floors, 62 floors, until they reached 80 floors. Without exception, Chen Mu had not moved a single finger throughout. The illusions that encountered him all voluntarily discarded their weapons and fled in a panic, as if they were not facing a disciple participating in a trial, but a primordial demonic overlord. They all hastily evaded him. If Zhao Hongshan, as the sect leader, was so affected, one could only imagine the reaction of the elders. Among them, the highest had managed to pass through 92 floors, while the lowest reached 86. They were acutely aware of just how challenging the trial tower was. Yet, The very illusions that had once tormented them now cowered before Chen Mu like frightened dogs. His emotions were complex and difficult to articulate. 90 floors, 95 floors, even 99 floors. The gateway to the 100th floor of the trial tower was now wide open. In just a bit more than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he had indeed achieved the record of clearing 100 floors, one that would remain unbroken for eons to come. Ha ha ha. For him, the time spent overcoming the trial tower was almost entirely consumed by the mere act of walking to the next level. He felt the dissonance of the world around him. If individuals like Sidu Qing and Lu Ruoxue were hailed as geniuses, even as peerless prodigies, what then could be said of him? The crowd clasped their hands before their chests, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Chen Mu had already ascended to the final level of the trial tower. The surroundings were shrouded in swirling mist, obscuring visibility. Within it, a massive silhouette could be vaguely discerned. Raising his gaze, he discerned a figure standing at least 10 zhang high, possessing 3 heads and 8 arms, armed with an array of weapons, swords, spears, clubs, axes, halberds, hooks, and swords. It resembled an enraged Vajra. Unlike the illusions on the 99th floor, this illusion on the 100th floor did not immediately choose to discard its weapons and surrender. Its pair of perpetually furious eyes remained fixed on Chen Mu. The crowd sensed that something was amiss. Was it finally ready to engage? It seemed rather unwilling to yield. Truly, this was the ultimate trial, and the difference was palpable. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Hongshan exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, there was no immediate surrender, otherwise word would spread that the trial tower had become a laughingstock throughout the entire Zhongxian realm. Recalling his battle with that furious Vajra over a decade ago, Zhao Hongshan still felt a shiver run down his spine. For 3 days and nights, he had not dared to relax, pouring forth all his strength. And yet he had only triumphed by sheer luck. As for the strange phenomenon of the previous 99 levels, Zhao Hongshan had concocted a reasonable explanation in his mind. Either Chen Mu possessed an extraordinary physique, such as the rare sacred body, or he had acquired some kind of artifact from those ancient monsters like Xiao Yun. In any case, once the illusion on the 100th floor made its move, defeat was certain. Zhao Hongshan had prepared himself psychologically for witnessing Chen Mu being expelled from the trial tower. The sacred body was acceptable, for that was a natural gift beyond rejection. However, if Chen Mu had indeed relied on an artifact to swiftly pass through the trial tower, thereby creating the illusion that Qing Xian sect had birthed a remarkably powerful sacred son, Zhao Hongshan would find such behavior distasteful and contemptible. Nevertheless, deep down, Zhao Hongshan still hoped that Chen Mu had truly awakened some kind of unique physique. It had been nearly 800 years since a sacred son with a sacred body had appeared within the trial tower. Roar! The illusion emitted a battle cry, lifting a foot to stomp heavily on the ground. The earth trembled with a resounding boom. Regardless of how violently the ground shook beneath him, Chen Mu remained as immovable as a mountain, unperturbed and unaffected. Was there finally someone willing to take action? Beyond surprise, Chen Mu felt more intrigued. He had long wished to experience firsthand the might of the illusions within the coveted trial tower. Regrettably, during his descent through the 99 levels, the opponents had surrendered far too swiftly, leaving him without the opportunity to engage. At last, an opportunity had presented itself before him. The illusion raised its formidable 8 arms. Wielding an arsenal of weapons, swords, spears, clubs, axes, halberds, and swords, swinging down without hesitation. Each weapon bore the potential to obliterate the heavens and annihilate the earth. One could not help but feel a bead of cold sweat for Chen Mu, fearing he might fall on the 100th floor. From the lower right side of his body, the spear lunged forward first. A glint of cold light flashed as the spear shot forth like a dragon. Boom! The surrounding mist was violently dispersed for hundreds of meters due to the force of its thrust. In stark contrast, Chen Mu remained unhurried, raising his arm and lightly tapping the spear's tip with his index finger. Bang! Boom! With the slightest release of spiritual energy, the shockwave instantaneously swept away all the mist within visible range, leaving nothing behind. The illusion? It had long since evaporated into thin air during this process. The crowd, the elders, Zhao Hongshan, they all gazed at the stone tablet, where the name of the first place had dramatically transformed into Chen Mu. The time taken was even shorter than they had anticipated. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Chen Mu could hardly conceal his disappointment. It was all too weak. Possessing the strength of the tribulation-transcending realm, he didn't even need to expend a fraction of his spiritual energy. Just as he was about to depart the trial tower, a resounding and powerful elderly voice reverberated within and outside the tower. Disciple Chen Mu, with exceptional talent, is eligible for the supreme inheritance. Chapter 30. More tests? Refusal of the sacred body inheritance. Modification of the supreme sacred body. That voice echoed like celestial music throughout the entire Qing Xian sect, sparking fervent discussions among countless individuals. They had never heard of an ultimate inheritance being granted upon clearing 100 floors. The phrase exceptional talent indicated that no one had ever met this standard before. The sacred son had undoubtedly exceeded expectations. Were I that esteemed elder, I too would gladly bestow the inheritance upon him. Not only the disciples, but even the elders were unfamiliar with the notion of an ultimate inheritance at the tower's pinnacle. The Grand Elder stepped forward to inquire of Zhao Hongshan, sect leader, what is this ultimate inheritance? Zhao Hongshan, halfway through his response, met the bewildered gaze of the Grand Elder and instantly understood. He too was unaware. To avoid the awkwardness, Zhao Hongshan replied, I believe it must be the legacy left behind by some prodigy in the history of Qin Xin sect. Given the numerous battles throughout Qin Xin sect's history, records concerning the sect's formidable figures were not entirely comprehensive. Thus, it was understandable that they were unaware of this matter. However, obtaining such a sacred son could indeed herald the resurgence of Qin Xin sect, restoring it to the ranks of the top 10 sections. The Grand Elder's words garnered the unanimous approval of all the elders. Zhao Hongshan found himself equally impressed by Chen Mu. He had to admit that those ancient monsters like Xiao Yun had an eye for talent. It was likely that Chen Mu's power had already surpassed his own. Upon hearing this from Zhao Hongshan, the elders couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Their reverence for Chen Mu elevated even further. They realized that when they next encountered Chen Mu, they must treat him with the utmost respect, elevating him to a position of veneration to avoid any conflict. Inside the trial tower, an ultimate inheritance? What kind of inheritance? Chen Mu inquired. The Qin Xin sacred body. That resonant and powerful voice echoed once more throughout the entire Qin Xin sect. The 4 words, Qin Xin sacred body, sent shockwaves through the crowd. Wasn't he, the Qin Xin sacred body, one of the renowned physiques listed among the 100 greatest? It was also the very foundation upon which our Qin Xin sect was established, regrettably severed from its lineage thousands of years ago. Unimaginably, in this lifetime, I have the opportunity to witness the awakening of the Azure Mystic sacred body. Indeed, the Holy Sun is unparalleled. Zhao Hongshan and the others were rendered speechless. The Azure Mystic sacred body had become a distant memory, nearly forgotten. Yet, the yearning in their hearts for this sacred physique remained undiminished. Has it been nearly 3 millennia since the Azure Mystic sacred body vanished? It is truly astonishing that our generation is fortunate enough to witness its manifestation once more. And on the Holy Sun, no less. This Holy Sun shall undoubtedly lead our Azure Mystic sect to unprecedented heights. They were utterly convinced of this. In Zhao Hongshan's mind, he gained a clearer and more profound understanding of why the illusions on the 99th level had chosen to surrender. It was revealed that he was the one selected by the Azure Mystic sacred body. The true test lies on the 100th level. Suddenly, everything made sense. How can I obtain the Azure Mystic sacred body? Chen Mu inquired again. You must undergo 99 trials, encompassing mental fortitude, physical strength, and combat. Stop. What a hassle. I don't want it anymore. Chen Mu interjected, startlingly proclaiming, if you want to give it, then give it. If not, then don't. Why all this roundabout nonsense? Are you toying with me? The crowd, the elders, and Zhao Hongshan all unanimously believed that Chen Mu had surely lost his mind. That is the sacred body. A physique that has been renowned in the top 100 of the physique rankings, absent for a millennium. How could one dare to simply refuse it? Such arrogance. It is nothing short of a waste. This cannot be permitted. Their voices grew increasingly indignant. In that instant, a figure, entirely composed of azure, devoid of discernible features, materialized before Chen Mu, exuding a menacing aura. What? Do you wish to impose this upon me? Chen Mu scoffed at the spectral remnant before him. The remnant did not rush to speak, instantly transforming into a towering figure, resembling a true deity descending upon the world. Accept the trial, and you shall gain the sacred body. It declared. System, please check the physique rankings for me. Querying. Query successful. In the next moment, the top 100 physiques appeared before Chen Mu's eyes. His gaze fixated upon the physique ranked first. Is it the 10,000 path sacred body? Each path equates to a divine ability, and awakening this sacred body grants 1 myriad divine powers. Even Chen Mu couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment. Upon reading the description, he learned that the 10,000 path sacred body has only existed once since its inception in the Zhongshuan realm. That individual, at the age of 20, was invincible, sweeping across the world, revered as a deity. Then, he vanished suddenly, never to be heard from again. Some say he fell into madness and was left with no complete corpse, while others claim he attained the true path and ascended to divinity. Yet, the mythos he left behind continues to be recounted with great enthusiasm. It is decided, if modifications are to be made, let them be to the most powerful. He located the sacred body section. Sacred body, none. Would you like to modify none to 10,000 path sacred body? Modify. Modifying. Modification successful. In the next instant, countless divine abilities surged into his mind. Star manipulation, dragon mastery, fate calculation. Boom. As Chen Mu remained silent, the remnant's hand came crashing down, intending to decide for him. Observing this, Zhao Hongshan murmured softly, this child possesses talent, yet such arrogance may be tempered by those 99 trials, allowing him to understand that there are greater powers beyond his own. He was acutely aware that pride leads to stagnation, while humility fosters progress. Zhao Hongshan, having nearly ruined his life due to complacency, wished to prevent a similar fate from befalling Chen Mu. Enough of this noise. I said I don't want it. Chen Mu retorted, exasperated. However, what the crowd heard was a magnificent roar, a formidable presence. In the next moment, myriad divine entities loomed behind him. Each one dwarfed the spectral remnant. A dominating aura? Apologies, but Chen Mu excelled in this regard. Not only did his presence overshadow the remnant, but he also outnumbered it significantly. What is that? The Grand Elder, despite priding himself on his worldly knowledge, found himself utterly perplexed. Do you know what that is? Someone asked. The crowd shook their heads in unison. This. In contrast, Zhao Hongshan's jaw dropped in astonishment. His eyes widened to the point of concern that they might pop out. His pupils trembled violently. The Grand Elder thought that perhaps the sect master might have insight into the multitude of towering figures behind Chen Mu. Thus, he inquired, Sect Master, may I ask what that is? Zhao Hongshan, still in shock, had not yet regained his composure when the Grand Elder prodded again, Sect Master, may I ask? 10,000 Path Sacred Body, he uttered lightly, sounding somewhat feeble. Oh, so it's the 10,000 Path. 10,000 Path Sacred Body. Chapter 31, Modifying the Strongest Sacred Body. The revelation stunned all. The Grand Elder's voice was not soft, and many heard it. One word spread to 10. 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000. The name 10,000 Path Sacred Body resonated like thunder. The 10,000 Path Sacred Body. Is that not the terrifying existence ranked first on the physique rankings? It dawned upon them that they had misjudged the Holy Son. He was neither arrogant nor conceited, but simply confident. Of course, if I possessed the 10,000 Path Sacred Body, I too would be confident. The Azure Mystic Sacred Body? What nonsense. To even glance at it would be a loss for me. Did you hear that incorrectly? How could we? The Grand Elder himself declared it to be the 10,000 Path Sacred Body. In truth, even the Grand Elder began to doubt his own ears. Wiping sweat from his brow, he glanced at Zhao Hongshan for confirmation. Sect Master, are you certain that is the 10,000 Path Sacred Body? Indeed. Zhao Hongshan nodded. What I have learned about the 10,000 Path Sacred Body aligns almost perfectly with what we have here. He had to admit that he had spoken a little too loudly earlier. To possess the 10,000 Path Sacred Body, one could indeed afford to be proud. After all, it was the most revered sacred body of all time. The Grand Elder, the other elders, and those within the trial tower were all astounded. The spectral remnant was equally taken aback by the scene unfolding before it. As the words left its lips, the thousands of disciples gathered around fell into a profound silence. Bang! Boom! Subsequently, a spirit emerged from behind Chen Mu, effortlessly dispersing the remnant with a single palm strike. Congratulations! You have acquired the inheritance of the Azure Mystic Sacred Body. Before Chen Mu, a line of golden text materialized. If it had been like this from the start, we would have been finished, Chen Mu scoffed. He then felt the myriad divine spirits return to his essence before stepping through the newly opened portal. Returning to the entrance of the trial tower. Congratulations, Holy Son, for successfully surpassing the 100th level. Congratulations, Holy Son, for successfully surpassing the 100th level. The cheers erupted, and all present held Chen Mu in profound reverence. Little Black came soaring through the air, and Chen Mu leaped onto its back, reclining comfortably. Crossing his legs in a relaxed posture, he told Little Black, let us head home. The crowd watched as they gradually disappeared from view, their excitement unabated, even growing stronger. At that moment, Zhao Hongshan's voice echoed throughout the Azure Mystic sect regarding today's events. Remember, it must never be disclosed. Anyone who dares to leak this information shall face dire consequences. The matter concerning the 10,000 Path Sacred Body necessitated caution. If any malicious individuals intended to strike while Chen Mu had yet to fully master the 10,000 Path Sacred Body, it would spell disaster. He was the greatest and sole hope for the rise of the Azure Mystic sect, and Zhao Hongshan had to treat this matter with utmost seriousness. He was even more concerned that other powerful sects might come to seize Chen Mu upon learning of his awakening of the 10,000 Path Sacred Body. Meanwhile, in the Qingyun Manor, Lu Ruoshui stood in the courtyard, gazing longingly in the direction of the trial tower. She heard those voices clearly, each word etched in her mind. I never expected my master to possess the 10,000 Path Sacred Body, which is universally recognized as the strongest sacred body. What should I do? Suddenly, she felt utterly unworthy of her master. A hint of self-doubt crossed her features. At least you're honest, Su Qingtian chimed in. Lu Ruoshui. Moments later, Chen Mu returned riding the Qilin, momentarily captivating Lu Ruoshui, whose infatuation was unmistakably etched upon her visage. As Chen Mu gracefully dismounted, Lu Ruoshui quickly shook off her reverie. Her delicate lips parting to warmly welcome her master home. Chen Mu nodded in acknowledgement. As the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight enveloped the sky, they gathered at the dining table. Observing Lu Ruoshui laboring to the point of perspiration, Chen Mu indulged in a few extra bites of the meal she had prepared. The sight filled Lu Ruoshui with immense joy, her happiness radiating so brightly that it was impossible for her to conceal. After dinner, Chen Mu proceeded to the spirit spring pool to enjoy some solitude. He declined Lu Ruoshui's request for a back rub, for his current cultivation level rendered his body unlike that of ordinary mortals, incapable of expelling impurities. A soak was merely for relaxation, not for cleansing. With his hands resting on the pool's edge, he gazed up at the starry sky, finding solace in the presence of the silvery moon. He couldn't help but reflect that this was the essence of life. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanshan had arrived in Tianfu City, accompanied by 3 prodigies from the inner sect of the Tianjin sect, where they settled into an inn, intending to ascend the mountain the following day to visit the Qingxian sect. The hour was late. At the dining table, Lu Yuanshan cast a glance at the 2 young men and 1 woman, then spoke up, advising them to maintain a low profile during their visit to the Qingxian sect. They must not carry their usual arrogance from the sect into this new territory. The primary goal was to gauge the strength of the Qingxian sect's heir. Do you understand? Master, our Tianjin sect ranks among the top 20 in the Xian kingdom, while the Qingxian sect is ranked below 50. Is it necessary for us to be so courteous? The speaker, Zhao Lai, was Lu Yuanshan's most cherished disciple. Indeed, what of the Qingxian sect's heir? I dare say his true prowess would not even place him within our top 10, chimed in Lung Tian, Lu Yuanshan's second disciple. The third disciple, Su Jiao, remained focused on her meal, refraining from joining the conversation. Hold on. Until we grasp the full extent of the situation, we should refrain from making hasty judgments. The heir of the Qingxian sect, emerging once every 300 years, must surely possess some remarkable qualities. Lu Yuanshan hoped his disciples would embrace humility to avoid embarrassing the entire Tianjin sect. Very well, we heed your words, Master, replied Zhao Lai and Lung Tian. Their agreement sounding pleasant, yet their glances revealed their disdain for the Qingxian sect and its heir. Though they had previously been invited to join the inner sect of Qingxian, they regarded themselves as far too talented to spare a second glance. In their eyes, the Qingxian sect was a relic of the past, and the current heir barely warranted their consideration. Had it not been for the late hour, they would have relished the opportunity to ascend the mountain immediately and demonstrate their superiority over the Qingxian sect's disciples, especially the heir. Lu Yuanshan remained observant but silent, hoping that the next day would unfold without incident. He also wished for the heir to be a mere facade, thus sparing him the necessity of eliminating him before he could pose a threat. A truly formidable heir would inevitably instigate sectarian conflict. While the Tianjin sect undoubtedly held the upper hand in strength, engaging in battle would still result in self-inflicted losses. Should a third party choose to exploit the situation, the Tianjin sect would suffer far greater repercussions. After dinner, they retreated to their rooms to rest. As dawn broke, the 4 departed the inn, hiring a carriage to ascend Qingxian Mountain. Within a short while, they arrived at the mountain's entrance. The guards, upon seeing Lu Yuanshan and his companions descend from the carriage, lowered their spears to block their passage and demanded to know their identities. We are from Tianjin sect, Lu Yuanshan, came the reply. Step aside. What are you, mere ants? To obstruct our path? Chapter 32. Does the sect master still need to consider his countenance? Unworthy of our master's intervention, Zhao Lai mused, feeling compelled to assert dominance over the Qingxian sect's guards. Unable to confront the perceived weak heir, he sought to intimidate the guards instead. Oh, so you are Elder Lu from the Tianjin sect. We were unaware of your arrival. What brings you here? The guard disregarded Zhao Lai entirely, fixating on Lu Yuanshan. Your attitude is unacceptable, Zhao Lai began, but was silenced by a mere glance from Lu Yuanshan. He then clasped his fists and raised them above his head, declaring, by the order of the sect master of Tianjin sect, we come to exchange insights and engage in friendly sparring. Allow us entry. A resounding, ethereal voice echoed from the peak, veiled in clouds and mist. It was none other than Zhao Hongshan. It was evident that the Tianjin sect had come to investigate the emergence of the Qingxian sect's heir. Historically, the 2 sects had clashed over resources, yet they currently enjoyed a tenuous peace. The Tianjin sect, apprehensive that the emergence of a new heir might disrupt this balance, feared that the Qingxian sect would reclaim lost resources and territories. However, as the visitors had traveled a considerable distance, it would be unreasonable to deny them entry. Was there a concern that the information regarding the myriad pathways of the sacred body might be revealed? Zhao Hongshan thought it unnecessary to worry. Truth be told, with Chen Mu's current prowess, he could easily deal with several disciples from the Tianjin sect without even needing to employ the myriad pathways of the sacred body. In this regard, Zhao Hongshan held more confidence than Chen Mu himself. On the mountainside, recalling the recent events, Zhao Lai's irritation grew. How dare they, mere doorkeepers, display such arrogance? Had they forgotten the bitter lessons learned from nearly a millennium of being overshadowed by the Tianjin sect? Indeed, had it not been for Master's intervention, I would have surely smashed his face. Lung Tian concurred. Most likely, they believe their heir's emergence grants them the right to act superior. Once I incapacitate that heir, I'll ask him if he dares to remain so contemptuous. Despite having never met Chen Mu, Zhao Lai's anger towards him continued to escalate. After a while, the group arrived at the sect master's grand hall. After greeting Zhao Hongshan, Lu Yuanshan stepped forward to present his purpose. Having heard that the Qingxian sect has produced a new heir, I wish for my disciples to engage in some sparring and exchange. May I request your permission? Sect Master Zhao? Zhao Hengshan's expression turned pensive, and he called for a disciple to inform Chen Mu and seek his opinion. To think that a sect master would need to consider the wishes of a disciple? Lu Yuanshan and Zhao Lai were taken aback, but such thoughts remained unspoken. Voicing them might provoke Zhao Hengshan, and they knew they were no match for him. In the Qingyan prefecture, Chen Mu dismissed the news relayed by the disciple with a wave of his hand, expressing his lack of interest. He had no reason to concern himself with insignificant matters. Master, I have heard from the inner sect disciples that those from the Tianjian sect have been exceedingly rude, boasting that they would leave you half dead if you did not confront them. The young disciple hesitated, sensing the gravity of his words. Is this a form of provocation? While Chen Mu understood he was likely speaking the truth, he was not the sort to be swayed by such juvenile taunts. They are far too arrogant. How dare they be so dismissive? If my master were inclined, a mere gesture would suffice to annihilate them. In stark contrast, Lu Ruoshui, who had been massaging Chen Mu's legs, could no longer contain her fury upon hearing this. She rose indignantly, unable to tolerate such disrespect towards the man she admired. Master, I volunteer to teach those insolent Tianjian sect disciples a lesson. She longed to unsheath her sword and strike Zhao Lai and his companions down. Chen Mu had no objections to her enthusiasm. He turned to the young disciple and inquired, what is their cultivation level? The two are at the 4th layer of illumination, and one at the 6th layer. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu could distinctly perceive a change in Lu Ruoshui's expression. After all, her current realm is merely the 3rd stage of enlightenment. Even the weakest among the 3 possesses greater strength than she does. Chen Mu let out a sigh. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Ruoshui is now a servant in his residence. Since she is willing to stand up for him, as her master, how could he remain inactive? Thus, he opened her personal attribute panel and located the cultivation section. Cultivation, 3rd stage of enlightenment. Would you like to modify the 3rd stage of enlightenment to the 1st stage of golden elixir? Modify. Modification in progress. Modification successful. Just as Lu Ruoshui was about to apologize, she suddenly felt an explosive surge of spiritual energy within her, multiplying to an unimaginable extent. Boom. The overwhelming spiritual energy erupted, sending the young disciple staggering back 6 or 7 paces beyond the pavilion. Master, Lu Ruoshui exclaimed, her eyes filled with excitement as she looked at Chen Mu. Fully aware that all of this was undoubtedly a gift from him. Go forth. This level of cultivation should suffice for your needs. Chen Mu nodded. Thank you, Master. Lu Ruoshui expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Although the young disciple was bewildered, he understood one thing clearly. Lu Ruoshui's sudden increase in cultivation was inextricably linked to Chen Mu. This holy son was truly formidable, capable of propelling someone's cultivation to new heights seemingly out of thin air. What realm is Lu Ruoshui in now? He could not discern, only knowing that she was immensely powerful, her pressure rivaling even that of the sect leader, Zhao Hengshan. Yet, he could not help but think. No matter how powerful one might be, it was unlikely for someone at the 3rd stage of enlightenment to instantly ascend to the golden elixir realm. That would be utterly ludicrous. It must be that she had merely advanced a few minor stages. The sudden increase in her power, causing the spiritual energy to overlap and release instantaneously, must have created an illusion in his mind. Rest assured, Master. I will ensure that those individuals understand the grave consequences of underestimating you. Before departing, Lu Ruoshui vowed. I look forward to it, Chen Mu replied. Contemplating the idea of nurturing more loyal subordinates like Lu Ruoshui, he could delegate all trivial matters to them. Returning his gaze to the main hall of the sect, Zhao Lai and Lung Tian, among others, were growing increasingly impatient. Their hatred for Chen Mu had intensified, and they resolved to break a few of his bones as a form of punishment. Although it was a friendly exchange, injuries were a common occurrence in such sparring sessions. Right? Then, from the corner of his eye, Zhao Lai noticed the young disciple they had dispatched returning, but he was accompanied by a woman. Why is there a woman? Zhao Lai wondered. Isn't the holy son male? However, this woman was indeed a striking beauty. Lung Tian wore a lewd grin. Ruoshui, what brings you here? Zhao Hengshan asked. Intrigued, he had heard rumors about Lu Ruoshui becoming Chen Mu's personal maid. These individuals are unworthy of my master's direct intervention. I shall fight in his stead. Chapter 33. Overwhelming. A complete domination. No hope offered. Politeness. Given that they showed such disrespect towards their own master, lacking any reverence for the strong, Lu Ruoshui naturally would not extend them any courtesy. Nonsense. Hurry up and get over here. What business do you have here? The speaker was Lu Yuchan, the peak master of the Pure Moon Peak and the 5th elder of the Qingshan sect, as well as Lu Ruoshui's true mentor. Despite sharing the same surname, they were not related. It was utterly disgraceful for a prominent true disciple to serve as a maid for others. She had originally planned to visit and bring Lu Ruoshui back to the Pure Moon Peak today, but due to the incident at the Heavenly Sword sect, she had to postpone. Little did she expect Lu Ruoshui to emerge at such a moment. Lu Yuchan felt as though her lifelong reputation was about to be utterly tarnished by her most favored disciple. She could not fathom how much of a spell Chen Mu had cast over her. A person who should stand above all, now willingly submitting to servitude. Loyal to the end. Master, please forgive my defiance. My master has treated me with great kindness, and I cannot choose to retreat at this moment. Lu Ruoshue's attitude was resolute. Nonsense. Among the three of you, the weakest is at the 4th stage of enlightenment. What can you, at the 3rd stage of enlightenment, possibly compare with? Lu Yuchan did not want Lu Ruoshue, like an egg, to clash with a stone. It was clear what the outcome would be. The 3rd stage of enlightenment? Upon hearing this, Lung Tian smirked. The rumors of Lu Ruoshue, the eldest sister of the Qingshan sect, being as beautiful as a celestial maiden and exceptionally powerful were indeed true. However, what surprised him was her willingness to degrade herself to serve as a slave to a mere facade. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Even more laughable was her attempt to challenge them with such a meager cultivation level. If you are willing to bet with me, and should you lose, you will serve as my slave, perhaps I could consider it. Serving him as a slave would certainly be preferable to serving that guy. Bang. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, Lung Tian was sent flying backwards 7 or 8 meters, crashing violently into a support pillar, which cracked under the impact. He fell to the ground, unable to rise. Lu Ruoshue stood where he had once been, her palm lowered, coldly stating, "Do the people of the Heavenly Sword sect only know how to talk?" Zhao Lai and Su Jiao prepared to draw their swords upon witnessing their comrade injured. However, halfway through, they heard Lung Tian's voice stopping them. "You need not intervene. I will handle this myself." He was propped up by his sword, using it to support himself as he focused on healing and suppressing the pain. "I underestimated you, but within 3 strikes, I shall surely defeat you." Lung Tian was determined to regain his lost face. After all, if word of this spread throughout the Heavenly Sword sect, where would he hide his embarrassment? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lai and Su Jiao sheathed their swords and stepped back, still unconvinced that Lu Ruoshue could match Lung Tian. What had just transpired was merely a sneak attack while he was unprepared. Zhao Hongshan and Lu Yuanshan remained silent, allowing the younger generation to settle their own grievances. With his right arm raised, elbow bent, and blade positioned horizontally before his eyes, Lung Tian dashed towards Lu Ruoshue in an instant, executing his most prized flowing shadow sword technique. The air was filled with dozens of sword shadows, overwhelming and piercing towards Lu Ruoshue. Lung Tian was unwilling to use a second sword if he could achieve victory with the first, as this would better demonstrate his strength. Bang. What? However, to Lung Tian's utter disbelief, his sword was effortlessly knocked aside by Lu Ruoshue's blade, sending it flying several meters away. As a sword cultivator, having one's sword disarmed was an unparalleled humiliation. Damn it. Lung Tian's hands traced circles in front of him, palms infused with dense spiritual energy, striking towards Lu Ruoshue. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Ruoshue casually swung her sword, severing his arms. "Ah, my hands. My hands." Lung Tian staggered back, terror etched on his face. He soon rolled his eyes back and fainted, collapsing heavily to the ground. This scene was completely unexpected for all present. Lu Ruoshue had not only transcended her 3rd stage of enlightenment to overwhelmingly defeat Lung Tian, but had also rendered him incapacitated. Losing one's hands was a fate more despairing than death for a sword cultivator. Seeking death, Zhao Lai roared, drawing his sword simultaneously with Su Jiao, intent on retaliating by severing Lu Ruoshue's arms. They were representatives of the Heavenly Sword sect and could not afford to lose face for their sect. Boom, boom. Lu Ruoshue lightly swung her sword twice, sending 2 waves of sword energy surging forth to strike at Zhao Lai and Su Jiao. Sword energy. Even as the renowned talents of the inner court, Zhao Lai and his companions could not fathom the level of mastery Lu Ruoshue exhibited with her sword energy. After all, they were sword cultivators. Zhao Hongshan was astonished. Lu Yuanshan was equally taken aback. As the esteemed master, Lu Yuchan believed he had a profound understanding of his disciples. Yet he too was taken aback. When had Ruoshue grasped such formidable sword energy? How could it be so potent? Lu Yuchan marveled. Moreover, did you not notice that throughout the entire ordeal, she did not even utilize her spiritual energy? This implies that her current realm utterly crushes those 3. An elder interjected. Crush. Lu Yuchan's autumn-like eyes widened in astonishment. Bang, bang. Despite Zhao Lai and Su Jiao's swift reflexes, using their swords as shields to protect themselves, they were still sent flying several meters back by the overwhelming sword energy. The blade shattered, leaving Zhao Lai with a deep gash in his chest, blood rapidly spreading. "If I cannot defeat her, how dare you challenge my master?" "Oomph, what a foolish ambition," Lu Ruoshue remarked coldly. "How infuriating." Zhao Lai grunted, propping himself up with his broken sword. Su Jiao was in a more dire state, unable to rise. "Master, my disciple has been humiliated in such a manner. Do you not intend to intervene?" Zhao Lai looked towards Lu Yuanshan. Lu Yuanshan wore a troubled expression. "You provoked them first, yet your strength pales in comparison. How can I, as your master, have the face to intervene?" Realizing he could not rely on Lu Yuanshan, Zhao Lai unleashed all his spiritual energy and charged at Lu Ruoshue once more, wielding his broken sword. What of a broken sword? I still have the means to kill. He executed the Qi Yun sword technique, ranked among the top 10 within the inner sect of the Tianjin sect. The sword light was dazzling, radiant as the sun itself. Bang! Lu Ruoxue effortlessly flicked Zhao Lai's broken sword away. Clap! With a swift motion, she struck Zhao Lai to the left, sending him flying 3 or 4 meters. A mouthful of blood, mingled with shattered teeth, splattered onto the ground. Lu Ruoxue understood the balance of consequences. Teaching them a lesson sufficed. To truly kill them would only bring considerable trouble to Chen Mu and the sect. Total domination, absolute suppression. Not a glimmer of hope was afforded. Lu Ruoxue's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. Is this what you call reaching the third stage of enlightenment? Lu Yuchan was acutely aware that Lu Ruoxue had not possessed such strength previously. Could it be due to the Saint's son? What had he done? How had he accomplished this? Suddenly, Lu Yuchan's expression shifted as she noticed Zhao Lai's subtle movements and hurriedly warned, Ruoxue, be cautious. Chapter 34. Even the maidservants are at the golden core stage. Can you afford to provoke them? Zhao Lai took out a compact blowgun from his sleeve, placing it against his lips. Uffed. He then aimed at Lu Ruoxue and released a poison dart. At such a close distance, even if others noticed, it would be nearly impossible to react in time. The dart, being an Earth-grade treasure, emitted visible purple toxic gas that rapidly coalesced into a menacing form. It resembled a venomous python, opening its gaping maw with 2 curved, dagger-like fangs fully exposed to the air, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who beheld it. This was undoubtedly a city-slaying poison. Given Lu Ruoxue's current cultivation, it would be exceedingly challenging to withstand, likely leading to a tragic end. Seeing that Lu Yuchan was still en route, while the poison dart was mere inches from Lu Ruoxue, Zhao Lai wore a sinister smile. You humiliated me before everyone. I shall repay you 100-fold, 1,000-fold, with your life. Yet in the next instant, Zhao Lai's smile froze. He watched in horror as Lu Ruoxue pinched the poisoned dart between her fingers, nearly touching her brow. He could no longer find humor in the situation. Then, Lu Ruoxue lowered her hand and faced the venomous python, baring its fangs and ready to strike. With a gentle exhalation, she dispersed it into nothingness. At that moment, Zhao Lai's expression shifted from pale to ashen, then to a sickly shade of greenish purple, more ghastly than liver. Impossible. How can this be? That was an Earth-grade treasure. You cheated. Someone has been aiding you from the shadows. Do you Qingxian sect have no shame? Zhao Lai screamed in desperation. In that instant, his dignity was trampled to dust by Lu Ruoxue. He had come with the intent to brutally humiliate the Saint's son, yet now, he could not even contend with his maidservant. How would he face the world should this news spread? Cheating? Lu Ruoxue smiled faintly, then ceased her pretense, releasing her aura and pressure. Boom. Everyone present was taken aback, confronted with such a formidable spiritual energy intimidation. Even they were compelled to mobilize their own spiritual energy for protection, barely managing to hold their ground, preserving the last vestiges of dignity befitting their status as elders of the sect. Golden core stage. Zhao Lai was rendered speechless. Zhao Hengshan, seated in the great hall, could hardly conceal his astonishment, gripping the armrests of his chair so tightly that they threatened to crack, producing fine fissures. He could not fathom the situation. As the sect leader, he himself had only attained the golden core stage, yet a mere disciple from the inner sanctum of the Tianjin sect stood on equal footing, if not surpassing him. Now you should comprehend why you insignificant insects are unworthy of provoking my master, Lu Ruoxue declared with lethal intent. Zhao Lai was left dumbfounded, rendered speechless. Swish. Lu Ruoxue flicked her fingers, sending the very poison dart that Zhao Lai had launched back towards him. Thud. It pierced through his brain, killing him on the spot. I intended to let it end here, but he harbored murderous intent against me and sought to kill me. Now that I have turned the tables, have I done anything wrong in eliminating him? Lu Ruoxue turned to Lu Yuanshan and inquired. Indeed. Indeed. You have done well to rid us of such a scourge. Lu Yuanshan clasped his hands in gratitude. I must thank Miss Lu for eliminating this menace to our Tianjin sect. What of severing Lung Tian's hands? In this realm where strength reigns supreme, especially on another's territory, could Lu Yuanshan, as an outsider, dare to voice any objections? He feared that should he speak further, he might not survive the descent from the mountain. Su Jiao, witnessing the turn of events, hastily discarded her broken sword, her fighting spirit extinguished, and lacked the courage to challenge Lu Ruoxue again. It was absurd. Such a formidable opponent could end her life with but a thought. What opportunity for retaliation could she possibly have? Reflecting on the harsh words Zhao Lai and Lung Tian had spoken to the Qingxian Saint's son on their way here, she nearly burst into laughter. Their maidservant was of the golden core stage, and they dared to challenge her? To put it bluntly, the reality was even harsher. They lacked the qualifications to even behold her true form. At this moment, Lu Yuchan finally emerged from her shock. Did she not know her own disciple? Just days prior, Lu Ruoxue had been at the third stage of enlightenment, and now she stood on par with the sect leader? Wait, could it be? Connecting Lu Ruoxue's unusual behavior of acknowledging her master, A bold thought took shape in Lu Yuchan's mind. Could it be that the Saint's son had bestowed upon her a method for rapid ascension in cultivation? Or perhaps a treasure? With this revelation, Lu Yuchan understood why Lu Ruoxue would lower herself to serve Chen Mu. It was not a narrowing of her path. Rather, it was an expansion beyond measure. Was this not a form of opportunity? Then, be swift in returning to inform your Tianjin sect leader to cease harboring thoughts of my master. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. Lu Ruoxue spoke coldly. Yes, I shall convey this message at once. Lu Yuanshan's demeanor now exuded a humility that was uncharacteristic of a sect elder. Should the disciples of the Tianjin sect witness this, they would surely suspect he had been possessed. He quickly signaled Su Jiao to take away the still unconscious Lung Tian. Though he was damaged, he still had breath left, sufficient to bring back for an explanation. It was imperative to make their sect leader and the entirety of the Tianjin sect aware of the terror that this new saint son of the Qing Xian sect embodied. It was best to refrain from any further schemes. You may forget this trash. Lu Ruoxue released a wisp of spiritual energy, lifting Zhao Lai's corpse from the ground and tossing it out the door. I sincerely apologize. My memory fails me in my old age. Lu Yuanshan gazed down at Zhao Lai, who lay at his feet, and could only offer a helpless smile. Sect master, esteemed elders. I must return and report to my lord. Farewell. Before Zhao Hengshan could utter a word, Lu Ruoxue had already vanished from sight in an instant. The prominent figures of the sect were left exchanging awkward glances, each wearing expressions of discomfort. It seemed that their titles of sect master and elder were utterly unwarranted. There was no doubt regarding Chen Mu's selection as the Holy Son. The position could only rightfully belong to him. It was not merely his honor, but rather a privilege for the entire Qingxian sect. With a sigh, Lu Yuanshan raised a hand to his forehead, recalling his earlier worries about Chen Mu's potential recklessness during their sparring session, fearing he might inadvertently reveal his myriad Tao sacred body. Zhao Hengshan chuckled at the absurdity of his own concerns, realizing that the young man had never once shown his true self throughout the ordeal. His anxieties were unfounded, utterly unnecessary. On the journey down the mountain, Master, shall we return just like this? Su Jiao hesitated, glancing back. Let him be. Must we throw our lives away just to satisfy him? Lu Yuanshan declared firmly. Given the gravity of the matter, Su Jiao chose to remain silent. Unable to resist the urge, she cast a fleeting glance back, eager to catch a glimpse of the true visage of the Holy Son. What manner of Holy Son could he be? In Leiyan City, within the Luo family estate, Luo Yu donned his attire, preparing to depart for Sheng Long sect to partake in a ceremony of utmost significance to him. Just as he was about to leave, an elder cloaked in black emerged from the shadows, presenting a letter. Young master, this is the information you requested from the Tianji Pavilion regarding Miss Lu's recent circumstances at the Qingxian sect. However, I advise against reading it, as it may dampen your spirits, he cautioned kindly. Chapter 35. The Sacred Body Ceremony, shocking the Tianjin sect. In response to the elder's well-meaning advice, Luo Yu retorted coldly. My state of mind is quite stable and not easily shaken. The elder, upon hearing this, chose not to press further, realizing it was futile to offer warmth to someone who remained aloof. With a resounding explosion, Luo Yu ignited the letter in his palm, reducing it to ashes while the contents remained intact. He proceeded to open it and scrutinize the text, noting Lu Ruoxue's numerous accomplishments at the Qingxian sect. And despite being the fiancée of another, her conduct with Sidu Qing had been impeccably proper, with not a hint of impropriety. It was no exaggeration to say that since he could remember, Sidu Qing had never even touched Lu Ruoxue's hand. Good. Excellent. This is the kind of woman worthy of Luo Yu, he exclaimed, laughing heartily at the black-clad elder. Yet, the elder, fully aware of the situation, could not share in his mirth. His expression was grim. Luo Yu disregarded him and continued reading, his frown deepening as he became increasingly troubled. What? Ruoxue has become that boy's maid? Luo Yu's presence radiated an overwhelming pressure, causing even the elder, caught off guard, to bend his knees slightly. What happened next? Why is there no record? Luo Yu demanded. The Tianji Pavilion reports that since then, the Qingxian sect has been under strict lockdown, and we have been unable to gather further intelligence. Several spies have vanished without a trace, the elder explained. Humph. With a thunderous clap, Luo Yu crushed the letter, leaving a deep imprint on the ground, so distinct that the lines of his palm were visible. Damn the Qingxian sect for daring to treat my woman as a commodity, bestowing her upon that useless holy son to curry favor. Once I complete the sacred body awakening ceremony, they shall pay dearly for their insolence. Luo Yu's teeth clenched tightly, the sound of grinding audible even from half a meter away. Go to the Qingxian sect at once, infiltrate their ranks, and keep an eye on that fellow. If he dares to act inappropriately towards Ruoxue, incapacitate him. Remember, do not kill him. I shall handle that personally. A chilling glint ignited in Luo Yu's eyes, for he wished to ensure that Chen Mu understood the consequences of daring to covet the woman he had designated for himself. As for why he did not allow the elder to retrieve Lu Ruoxue directly and bring her back to Leiyan City, It was simply Luo Yu's romantic notion that he would soar in as a hero, possessing the sacred body, and rescue her, thereby winning her heart in an instant. In the Zhongshuan realm, the awakening of the sacred body can occur either innately or through later rituals. Some individuals are born with auspicious signs, indicating their possession of a sacred body with boundless potential. Others conceal their lineage and require special ceremonies to stimulate their bloodlines and awaken their sacred bodies. Every holy son of Shenglong sect is granted one such opportunity. At present, Lu Ruoshue's significance in Luo Yu's eyes paled in comparison to the sacred body. He was determined to seize this chance. He was certain he could awaken his sacred body. In doing so, he would become the pride of all Lei City. Looking down upon all, a mere holy son of the Qingxian sect? Easily dealt with. Your command is my duty. The elder retreated, once again disappearing into the shadows. Setting forth to the Qingxian sect, as per Luo Yu's orders, Luo Yu too set off immediately for Shenglong sect, preparing to participate in the sacred body awakening ceremony and to become a paragon among men. Thus unfolded the events. Within the Qingyan mansion, Lu Ruoshue was simultaneously massaging Chen Mu while recounting the happenings in the sect's grand hall. Upon hearing her tale, Chen Mu remarked, "You are still too merciful. Those who dare to oppose you should be eliminated without exception. One must remember, if you do not eradicate the roots, the spring breeze may allow them to grow anew. What if they gain fortune in the future and seek revenge?" Master's lesson is noted. Ruoshue will not show mercy again. Lu Ruoshue did not attempt to defend herself, stating it was to prevent trouble for Chen Mu and the sect with the Tianjian sect. Ultimately, whatever Master said was law. By the way, Master, now that the matter with the Tianjian sect has been resolved, you may reclaim the cultivation you lent me. Lu Ruoshue offered willingly. Lent you? Chen Mu smiled lightly. It is not merely a loan. It fundamentally elevates your cultivation realm, not simply me providing my own for your use. Do you understand? Oh, I see. Lu Ruoshue could not hide her astonishment. Initially, like everyone else, she had believed that Chen Mu was merely lending her temporary strength. Thank you for your generous gift, Master. I shall remain devoted to you for all my days, never to betray. Lu Ruoshue declared, her radiant smile captivating. Very well, continue, Chen Mu instructed, reclining in his chair, basking in the sunlight and relishing the moment. Lu Ruoshue's massage techniques had long been modified to perfection within the system, providing exquisite comfort that penetrated to his very bones. Even with divine-like fortitude, he found himself ensnared in bliss, unable to extricate himself. Good. Lu Ruoshue diligently continued her massage. Time raced by, and as dusk fell, Lu Yuanshan and Su Jiao spurred their horses, hastening back to the Tianjian sect. What has transpired? Wasn't the Grand Elder supposed to take his disciples to spar with the holy son of the Qingxian sect? How did it end in death and dismemberment? Moreover, both were the Grand Elder's most esteemed disciples, our inner court's prodigies, Zhao Lai and Lung Tian. These two are known for their arrogance and disdain. Surely they provoked the Qingxian holy son recklessly, leading to their grim fate. Clearly, that holy son is no ordinary character. As they approached, the disciples whispered among themselves, their discussions fervent. They had gained a more comprehensive understanding of the Qingxian sect's holy son's might. The fact that he dared to kill and cripple members of the Tianjian sect spoke volumes of his formidable strength and confidence. The long-standing dominance of the Tianjian sect over the Qingxian sect for centuries appeared to be on the verge of upheaval. In the grand hall of the sect, as sect master Su Wenshang beheld the motionless Zhao Lai and the incapacitated Lung Tian, his expression hardened. This outcome was far removed from his expectations. Is the holy son of the Qingxian sect truly so powerful? He inquired. Dare you to disregard our heavenly sword sect? I report to the sect master that during our expedition, we did not encounter the holy son of Qingxian. Lu Yuanshan clasped his fists in response. What? No encounter? Could it be that you were waylaid by thieves along the way? Su Wenshang pondered. For how could a mere holy son dare to confront the entirety of the heavenly sword sect? Does he not fear igniting a war between the two sects? No. Lu Yuanshan shook his head. The one who harmed and incapacitated my disciple was merely a maidservant from the estate of the holy son of Qingxian. A maidservant from the estate of the holy son? Upon hearing this, all present in the grand hall exchanged glances, their words caught in their throats, unsure of how to articulate their astonishment. From their understanding, Lu Yuanshan did not seem the type to jest. Jest? Zhao Lai's corpse lies before us. Can this be a jest? After a prolonged silence, Su Wenshang finally snapped out of his daze and spoke, confirming, are you certain it was just a maidservant? Not some hidden master from the Qingxian sect? I am most certain. This individual is a prodigy of the inner court of the Qingxian sect, Lu Ruoshue, whose cultivation should only be at the third level of enlightenment. Should only be at the third level of enlightenment? What do you mean by that? Su Wenshang pressed, eliciting the curiosity of those present. It appears that the holy son of Qingxian utilized some method to allow her strength to surge through several major realms in a brief period, reaching the golden core stage. The golden core stage. Upon hearing this from Lu Yuanshan, the remaining elders were utterly agitated. Elder Lu, are you certain you are not jesting? Even a dark cultivator could not directly ascend from the third level of enlightenment to the golden core stage. Indeed, if such a method existed, what would be the purpose of our cultivation? It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. I suspect it must be some hidden master using a disguise technique to impersonate that Lu individual, thereby instilling greater dread of the holy son of Qingxian in us, preventing us from opposing him. This assertion garnered considerable agreement. For compared to a breakthrough from enlightenment to the golden core, the latter seemed more plausible. At that moment, the renowned combative elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, Lu Qingping, stood forth. Addressing Su Wenchang, he declared, "Sect Master, I request permission to lead an assault on the Qingxian sect. They must understand the consequences of trifling with us and making enemies of the Heavenly Sword sect. Otherwise, it will only embolden those petty clowns to escalate their antics. No, this course of action is far too perilous. We currently lack clarity on the true nature of the holy son of Qingxian. To act rashly would only increase the risk." Even though Lu Yuanshan acknowledged the validity of Lu Qingping's concerns, he still opposed initiating a sect war against the Qingxian sect. "Coward, they have already bullied us. Must we, the stronger ones, learn to swallow our pride?" Lu Qingping retorted. Listening to the heated exchange between the two, Su Wenchang's stance wavered. Observing this, Lu Qingping spread his arms, seeking to rally the elders' voices, pressing Su Wenchang to make a statement. "Since the sect master struggles to reach a decision, why not let us vote?" Lu Qingping held considerable influence among the elders, and he could already foresee the outcome. Sighing, Su Wenchang ultimately nodded in agreement. "Then let the voting commence. I support initiating a sect war. Otherwise, it will damage the morale of our Heavenly Sword sect. I too support it. I am in agreement." One by one, the elders rose, moving down the steps to voice their stance on whether to initiate a sect war against the Qingxian sect. The conservatives who opposed the war remained seated. In note, observing the overwhelming majority, Lu Qingping smiled triumphantly. He needed this opportunity to prove that he was more suited to sit upon the sect master's throne than Su Wenchang. Lu Yuanshan shook his head, sighing deeply as he gazed upon the assembly. An unsettling sense of foreboding gnawed at him, leaving him restless. He felt that this decision would lead the Heavenly Sword sect down a path of irrevocable destruction. Seeing the situation settled, Su Wenchang reluctantly raised his hand to announce, "Then this matter shall be entrusted entirely to Elder Lu. Rest assured, sect master, I shall not disappoint you. I will ensure that the entire Xian nation knows our Heavenly Sword sect's name. One battle will bring us renown," Lu Qingping assured, thumping his chest with conviction. "Look, something is amiss in the sky. What is that? The sky has been pierced. A colossal finger is descending upon us." Outside the grand hall, panicked voices echoed. "A colossal finger? The sky has been pierced? What in the world is happening?" Before Su Wenchang, Lu Qingping, and the others could grasp the situation, a disciple came tumbling in, panic-stricken, kneeling on the ground and pointing towards the sky, shouting, "Sect master, elders, it is bad. A gigantic golden finger has pierced the heavens and is descending upon us." Lu Qingping dismissed him as a fool. What colossal finger could pierce the sky? Boom. It wasn't until a series of tremendous booms resonated overhead that they looked up, only to witness the roof of the grand hall shattering into fragments. Spiraling upwards into the sky, wooden beams and stone walls crumbled as if they were mere tofu, disintegrating upon contact. The golden finger, radiant and magnificent, came into view. Its intricate details resembling that of an index finger, aimed directly at Lu Qingping, Su Wenchang, and the other prominent figures of the Heavenly Sword sect. "Quick! Channel your energy to resist," Lu Qingping shouted to everyone. A dozen individuals waved their arms, gathering their spiritual energy, their palms raised above their heads to meet the ominous descent of the colossal finger, attempting to combine their strength to withstand this unknown force. Bang! With a resounding crash. As the finger descended, Lu Yuanshan was thrown to the ground, witnessing the finger not retreating an inch. The combined efforts of the dozen were no different from the wooden beams and stone walls. They shattered upon contact. Boom! The entire Heavenly Sword mountain trembled. Countless disciples fell to the ground, shaken to their core. Some were even so frightened they wet themselves, fleeing like frightened mice. Such a grand spectacle was beyond their experience. Not only had they never witnessed such a scene, but neither had Lu Qingping nor Su Wenchang. The golden finger appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly, leaving behind a sky filled with golden stardust. Lu Yuanshan collapsed to the ground, staring at the dozens of meters deep crater before him, utterly petrified. He attempted to extend his spiritual awareness to locate Su Wenchang, Lu Qingping, and the others, but there was no trace of them left in the air. Not even a trace of bone dust remained. Ha! Ha ha! Lu Yuanshan let out a laugh, a smile more grotesque than weeping. Who could have imagined that the illustrious sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect and a dozen elders could be annihilated in an instant, in the face of absolute power? They were as defenseless as infants. Who did this? It hardly required contemplation. Just moments after they had declared their intent to wage war against the Qingxian sect, a towering finger descended from the heavens. The slain were all those who had agreed to the war. It was impossible not to associate this with the holy son of Qingxian, for the remaining elders were acutely aware of one truth. Prior to this, the Qingxian sect could not possibly possess such strength. Otherwise, they would not have been suppressed by the Wanjian sect for centuries. What kind of extraordinary holy son has the Qingxian sect acquired? The holy son of Qingxian? Upon hearing Lu Yuanshan's words, several individuals trembled, propping themselves from their seats. Their gazes fixed upon him as they inquired, "Elder, are you implying that all of this is the doing of that holy son of Qingxian? Who else could it be?" Lu Yuanshan retorted. Indeed, they had just voiced their intent, only to be met with a cataclysmic descent of a colossal finger, leaving them with no chance for burial. It was difficult not to draw such conclusions. Yes, those who survived were precisely the few of us who did not give our consent. 3 centuries have passed. And yet the Qingxian sect has finally encountered such a prodigious saint son. Indeed, it is worth the wait. Enough of this discussion. We must be cautious. For there may be ears lurking behind the walls. These walls separate not just territories, but countless mountains and rivers. Within the Qingyan mansion, Chen Mu listened with great satisfaction to their exchange. For one of his cultivation level, capable of transcending tribulations. Extending his consciousness from the Qingxian sect to the Heavenly Sword sect was a trivial feat. Effortless, really. Observing that they were undeterred by their previous lessons and still sought trouble. He felt no compulsion to spare their lives. A mere flick of his fingers would suffice, requiring little exertion. However, it appeared that those individuals did not intend to relent. At that moment, beside the deep pit left by a colossal finger, a group of white-haired elders emerged. There were about 20 or 30 of them. All former powerhouses of the Heavenly Sword sect, their hidden lineage. They had been in seclusion. But the pressure released by the immense finger compelled them to emerge early to ascertain the situation. What do you think? At least half a step into the divine separation realm. Do we stand a chance? Even without a chance, we must engage. They have dared to bully us in our own home. Should we wait until they defecate on our heads before we resist? With our strength, it should be trivial to jointly confront a half-step divine separation realm powerhouse. Seeing the representatives of the sect's heritage gearing up to seek vengeance against the owner of that colossal finger, Lu Yuanshan had words on the tip of his tongue, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from one among them, who clearly would not permit him to utter anything that might dampen their morale. As a pillar of strength, he must rise to vanquish the marauders. Lu Yuanshan felt utterly helpless, yet had no alternative. "Come, follow me to the Qingxian sect." Someone called out, soaring into the sky, riding the winds with their sword, rallying the others. He sensed that the spiritual energy originated from the direction of the Qingxian sect. How audacious! Chen Mu opened the personal attribute panels of the 20 or 30 individuals, neatly stacked to form a colossal electronic screen. Select all cultivation levels. Delete with a single click. Modification in progress. His gaze returned to the Heavenly Sword sect. Without a reasonable explanation, today would witness rivers of blood flowing from the Qingxian sect. Kill. Annihilate every last one of them. The crowd responded in unison, soaring into the heavens. Their hands clasped behind their backs. Clad in white robes, with white hair, white brows, and white beards, they exuded an air of celestial beings. Modification successful. Yet, the very next moment, cries of despair erupted. What is happening? How can this be? My cultivation level? I have become a useless wretch. Accompanied by anguished screams, those who were once the strongest among the foundational powers now found their dantians depleted of spiritual energy, plummeting from their swords. No matter how they tried to channel or circulate their energy, it yielded no results. In terror, they realized they had lost all their powers, reduced to mere ordinary mortals. This was precisely the outcome Chen Mu had hoped for. The painstakingly accumulated cultivation over centuries had dissipated entirely. This was far more brutal than simply taking their lives. Elders Lu Yuanshan and the others were petrified on the spot. The first words that escaped Lu Yuanshan's lips upon regaining his composure were, "I wanted to advise you, but you did not give me the chance." Lu Yuanshan, what on earth is going on? What do you know? Speak up, they urged in unison. All I know is that this Qingxian saint's son seems to possess the ability to augment or diminish the cultivation of others, Lu Yuanshan ventured, his conjecture lacking absolute certainty. To augment or diminish others' cultivation. Despite the incredulity of such an exaggerated notion, how could they, as eyewitnesses, dare to question its veracity? They unanimously believed that Chen Mu must have mastered some arcane technique, temporarily sealing their dantians, rendering them unable to utilize their spiritual energy, which was still distinct from being utterly powerless. Since he could seal their powers, there must be a way to lift the restrictions. They hurried towards the treasure vault, alchemy chambers, and similar places in search of a remedy. Lu Yuanshan did not hinder their exodus. Assuming the role of temporary sect master, he ordered the sealing of information to prevent any leaks. Now, the Heavenly Sword sect had lost its master, with numerous elders and foundational powerhouses rendered impotent. Should word of this get out, it would undoubtedly bring about a crisis of extermination. Thud. Lu Yuanshan knelt on the ground, leading the others to express gratitude for Chen Mu's mercy in sparing their lives, assuring him that they would keep watch over the Heavenly Sword sect. preventing any further troubles with the Qingxian sect. The more they contemplated, the more they were gripped by terror. Sweat drenched their bodies, front and back alike. Seeing this, Chen Mu retracted his consciousness, dismissing thoughts of extermination. After all, the latent instigators had already been dealt with. A fragrant aroma wafted before him. Chen Mu stood from his recliner, preparing to satiate his hunger and indulge in a feast of mountain delicacies and ocean treasures. By this time, night had fully descended. Come, let us sit together and dine. It is rather uncomfortable for me to eat while you stand there watching. Chen Mu gestured. Yes, thank you, master, the two complied, taking their seats and lifting their chopsticks. Indeed, the culinary skills have improved, Chen Mu remarked honestly. Lu Ruoxue lowered her head, a smile creeping onto her face. She had a premonition that this acknowledgement would make her excited enough to lose sleep tonight. The feeling of being recognized by her master was simply exhilarating. She resolved to strive harder to earn even more of his approval. After finishing their meal and sipping the hot tea Lu Ruoxue had served, she hurried behind him to massage his shoulders. Ah, Chen Mu sighed contentedly. This life is blissful. As a reborn individual, this was how it should be. Roll? Who cares to roll? Let those who wish to do so roll. When faced with dilemmas, modification is the way to go. After a few satisfying sips of hot tea, he placed the cup on the table. Chen Mu spoke nonchalantly. Now that we are here, there is no need for concealment. Show yourself. The elder in the black robe believed he had perfected his concealment technique, thinking that Chen Mu should be unable to detect his presence. Was he intentionally taunting him? A simple call would not require much effort. I am speaking to you. You cannot hear me. Can you? Chen Mu appeared in an instant, swiftly reaching out, his expression darkening. The black-robed elder felt his throat constricted, forcibly dragged from the shadows. His feet left the ground, struggling in agony. Chapter 38, Modification. Luo Yu's awakening of the saint body fails. How did you discover me? The black-robed elder finally realized that the concealment technique he had devoted his life to was utterly ineffective before Chen Mu. Despite having navigated through the heavily guarded Qingxian sect with ease, who was this saint's son? Chen Mu did not believe the black-robed elder had the right to question him. Raising his hand, he pressed his fingertip against the elder's forehead. The elder's complexion shifted dramatically, contorting as though his very soul were being forcibly extracted. He could sense something within him flowing out along Chen Mu's fingertip. Soon, Chen Mu gleaned all the memories of the black-robed elder's life, discovering that in Thunderflame City, there was indeed a figure named Luo Yu, who harbored intentions towards his personal maid. What do you know about Luo Yu? Chen Mu turned to Lu Ruoxue, inquiring. He has maintained close cooperative relations with our Lu family. He was a childhood playmate of mine, but we are no longer familiar. I have heard he is now among the inner disciples of the Sacred Dragon sect, one of the top 10 sections. After responding, Lu Ruoxue seemed to recall something and asked for confirmation. Could this person have been sent by Luo Yu? Indeed. He learned from the Heaven's Secrets Pavilion that you had become my maid. Envious. He sought to kill me by sending this person to gather intelligence, while also preventing me from taking action against you during his participation in the Saint Body awakening ceremony. Upon hearing this, the black-robed elder felt a chill run down his back. Perplexed, how could he possibly know all of this? Could it be that he possesses the ability to divine the secrets of heaven? Lu Ruoxue instinctively responded, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hastily shook her head and corrected herself. No, what I meant to say is that this fellow is simply despicable. The awakening ceremony of the sacred body, she pondered, the phrase echoing in her mind. Raising her hand, she swept it through the air. A swirling mist expanded in a circular formation, its center resembling a mirror, upon which images began to emerge, gradually clarifying to a height comparable to her own. The celestial mirror. This artifact was unfamiliar to Lu Ruoxue, yet the cloaked elder was somewhat acquainted with it. It was rumored to be one of the most elite divination techniques, having been lost to time millennia ago. The Tianji Pavilion, renowned for gathering and selling intelligence, had even issued a staggering bounty, offering trillions of spirit stones for any information regarding the celestial mirror. He found it astonishing that such a long-lost treasure would appear in the hands of a sect's holy son. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. No wonder the Qingxian sect had chosen him as their holy son and bestowed upon him the renowned beauty of Lei Yin City as a maid. He indeed possessed the qualifications. Turning his gaze towards the celestial mirror, the image revealed the awakening platform of the Sacred Dragon sect. At that moment, Luo Yu sat at the center of a complex array, surrounded by over a dozen elders standing at the edges, safeguarding him, stimulating his bloodline, awakening the sacred body. Luo Yu's brows furrowed tightly, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his fingers clenched in a display of great discomfort. Outside, the spiritual energy surged violently, swirling and coiling around him. Within the dark red aura, flashes of lightning could be faintly seen. Observing this, the protective elders displayed smiles of satisfaction, seemingly confirming the awakening of the thunder sacred body. How wonderful! Though it ranked at the bottom of the list, its power was not to be underestimated. Indeed, the former Thunder Emperor once slew millions in a fit of rage. Our sacred dragon sect was about to give birth to another top-tier powerhouse, the Thunder's sacred body, the 98th ranked sacred body. Hearing the voices around him, Luo Yu's brows relaxed somewhat, a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his lips. The Thunder Emperor? Huh. He would merely serve as a stepping stone on my path. I, Luo Yu, shall ultimately become the most formidable person in this world. Invincible. He could already foresee his brilliant future. My young master is about to awaken the Thunder's sacred body. You cannot kill me. If you do, my master will surely not spare you. Upon hearing the dialogue emanating from the celestial mirror, the cloaked elder immediately used it to threaten Chen Mu. Realizing that he could now survive. Boom, boom, boom. The image displayed dark clouds filling the sky, obscuring the moon, rendering visibility non-existent. Then, countless bolts of lightning flickered, splitting through the air, their brilliance illuminating a radius of 100 miles, as if daylight had descended. Boom. Next, a pillar-like bolt of lightning struck Luo Yu directly, which he swiftly absorbed. Once the lightning faded and the dark clouds dispersed, under the moonlight, Luo Yu stood up, his garments tattered, revealing skin marked with flickering lightning patterns. Luo Yu clenched his fist, then opened his fingers, revealing a sphere of thunderous light that he hurled forth. Bang! It blasted a large crescent-shaped hole into the nameless mountain across from him. Is this the Thunder's sacred body? Luo Yu's smile was radiant, pleasantly surprised by the strength the sacred body had bestowed upon him. To think that his previous strike had utilized less than 1/10 of his power. If he were to unleash his full strength, it was unimaginable. Congratulations to Holy Son Luo on awakening the Thunder's sacred body. The protective elders all clasped their fists in congratulations. Luo Yu did not respond. Instead, he turned to gaze into the distance, intending to head to the Qingxian sect immediately and make Lu Ruoshui wholly his own. The Thunder's sacred body? Witnessing all of this, Chen Mu chuckled softly. What is this lad laughing at? Has he been rendered speechless? The cloaked elder's heart brimmed with doubt. Chen Mu then opened the system panel belonging to Luo Yu. Physique, Thunder's sacred body, awakening successful. Note, the sacred body ranks 98th on the list. Would you like to change awakening successful to awakening failed? Change. Modifying. Modification successful. Just as the system completed its prompt, Luo Yu's anguished and bewildered voice echoed from the celestial mirror. What is happening? Why? Why is my spiritual energy dissipating? Help me. I feel as though someone is trying to extract my soul. Luo Yu floated in midair, unable to control his own body, as the spiritual energy imbued with the power of thunder continually stripped away from him, soaring towards the heavens. With each strand of thunderous energy that detached, the pain surpassed that of skinning and tearing. Boom. The protective elders had never witnessed such a scene. They attempted to advance, but were struck back by a thunderbolt, sent flying several meters. Scatter. Quickly scatter. The awakening of the sacred body has failed. It's going to go berserk. At that moment, an elder shouted. Hearing this, everyone retreated hastily, fearing that any delay could cost them their lives. Bang. When Luo Yu's body finally descended, all spiritual energy and the sacred body had vanished completely. He appeared weak, as if he could perish at any moment, his eyes vacant, muttering, "No, you cannot do this to me. How could this happen?" The cloaked elder felt even more despair than Luo Yu. With the failure of the sacred body awakening, his own life would likely be forfeit at the Qingxian sect. Why had the already successful awakening of the sacred body suddenly erupted? As he began to voice his thoughts, the cloaked elder seemed to realize something. Could it be? His gaze shot back to Chen Mu, his eyes wide with shock. Chapter 39. Awakening the Thunder's sacred body before him, rendering one speechless. Having seen through his concealment technique and produced the celestial mirror, a supreme treasure, the cloaked elder had every reason to suspect that perhaps all of this had been orchestrated by Chen Mu in the shadows. What led you to believe that his awakening of the Thunder's sacred body would enable him to contend with me? Chen Mu opened his personal attribute panel. In the section regarding his physique, alongside the Wan Dao sacred body and the Qingxian sacred body, an additional 4 characters appeared. Thunder sacred body. Modifying. Modification successful. Boom, boom, boom. The skies shifted dramatically, a scene all too familiar to the cloaked elder. A bolt of lightning struck down, swiftly absorbed by Chen Mu. Clenching his fingers, he easily coalesced a palm-sized thunder sphere. Thunder, the Thunder's sacred body. The cloaked elder was left in utter shock. Is the sacred body something that can be awakened at will, whenever one desires? Is the heavenly Dao his father? Does he simply take what he wants? Upon reflection, if that were the case, it provided a reasonable explanation for why his young master's awakening had failed. Even if Chen Mu were not the son of the heavenly Dao, he was certainly a person favored by it, possessing immense fortune. To think that the young master would dare to oppose such a being, and even intend to kill and seize a woman, was simply absurd. Even though the cloaked elder stood on the same side as Luo Yu, he could not help but acknowledge the folly of their actions. Not only had they provoked a person blessed with great fortune, but they had also lost the sacred body that was within their grasp, thereby jeopardizing their future. Meanwhile, within the Qingxian sect, aside from those who were soundly asleep, Most, including the sect leader and the elders from both the inner and outer courts, were roused by the thunderous phenomena above them. They stepped outside, instantly locking their sights on the direction of Qingyun Mansion. Zhao Hengshan was equally astonished. That little monster remains so defiant. Returning to Chen Mu, he reveled in the despair etched on the face of the kneeling cloaked elder, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. The thrill of crushing a person's spirit was simply unparalleled. Chen Mu lowered his hand once more, feeling that directly killing the cloaked elder would be too merciful. A brilliant idea struck him. He would extract the cloaked elder's consciousness, reducing him to a thoughtless puppet under his control. He then commanded the cloaked elder to return to the sacred dragon sect, back to Luo Yu's side. Let him experience the sensation of betrayal from the one he trusted most while in a state of illness. Your orders shall be fulfilled. Upon concluding his words, the elder in the black robe retreated, his eyes devoid of life, merging into the shadows that clung to the corners of the room. Lu Ruoshui? She had been present all along, yet remained silent. Perhaps she was preoccupied with her infatuation. Her gaze conveyed an unmistakable intensity, as though Chen Mu were unclad before her. Were it not for his superior strength, Chen Mu might genuinely have feared that she would succumb to her desires and devour him whole. Clearing his throat, he rose, gently clasping his fists before his lips. Enough, it was late. He should return to his quarters for some rest. I shall prepare warm water for the master's feet. Lu Ruoshui declared, her steps light and brisk, leaving no room for Chen Mu to decline. What was there to complain about, after all? It was a privilege others could only dream of. Chen Mu reassured himself. At the sacred dragon sect, Luo Yu lay ensconced in bandages, resembling a mummy, staring intently at the ceiling. His eyes, wide open and unblinking for far too long, were bloodshot, of vivid crimson. He was consumed by resentment. The sacred body that had been within his grasp had slipped away into nothingness. He could not fathom what he had done to deserve such cruel jest from the heavens. It was no jest, not in the slightest. With a creak, the door swung open. Entering was Luo Yu's true mentor, the fifth elder of the sacred dragon sect. Qian Hunyuan. Disciple, I am sorry to hear of your disappointment, Luo Yu rasped. Please, elaborate on the circumstances. You had harnessed the power of the thunder sacred body. Why did it suddenly spiral out of control? Qian Hunyuan inquired. I do not know, master. The spiritual energy within me erupted without warning, Luo Yu replied. His voice tinged with helplessness and confusion. If he understood the cause, he would not be in such a state of despair. By all accounts, since you could wield the power of the sacred body, there should have been no reason for such an occurrence. I suspect foul play. Someone has interfered, employing secret arts to deprive you of your sacred body, Qian Hunyuan posited. Who did this? Luo Yu demanded, his emotions flaring. Qian Hunyuan shook his head. Few possess the capability to enact such a deed. Reflect on who you may have offended recently. With that, he instructed, rest well. I shall return to see you tomorrow. Oh, and I will have the alchemy chamber send some medicinal bath liquid and healing pills your way. Luo Yu, however, was too preoccupied to respond, lost in contemplation of the past. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not conceive of anyone capable of such treachery who also remained alive to tell the tale. Cursed be it. Who could it be? You had better be hiding well. If I find you, no matter the distance, I will see you torn asunder. Luo Yu vowed, a fierce glint of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Sensing another presence in the room, Luo Yu turned to see. It was you. What news? Was the matter resolved? The deluge of bad news weighed heavily on Luo Yu, and he longed for a glimmer of hope. While Chen Mu's existence seemed insignificant, even a mere fly could provide some solace if it were no longer around. If he could also bring Lu Ruoshui to serve him, his spirits would surely lift, and his wounds would heal more swiftly. The elder in the black robe emerged from the shadows, but offered no reply. Approaching the bedside, Luo Yu could not be bothered to acknowledge him. The silence confirmed his suspicions. It must have been a failure. Sighing heavily, he could only feel exasperated. Since you failed to accomplish your task, how can you face me? If I were you, I would seek a stone to end my own life. What use are you to me if you cannot even handle that worthless fool? Get out. Leave my sight. Luo Yu unleashed a torrent of rage upon the elder, who he clearly viewed as a convenient outlet for his frustrations. It must be said, this course of action proved quite effective. Luo Yu's mood lightened considerably, the weight upon his chest lifting. I said leave. Do you not understand human speech? Noticing that the elder's presence lingered, Luo Yu turned to confront him. The fury in his eyes dissipated, replaced by shock as he beheld the glint of a blade descending from the elder's hand. It was a dagger. Had this man lost his mind? Given the distance and his injuries, Luo Yu had no means to evade it. Thud! The blade embedded itself deep into his right side. Boom! Luo Yu screamed in agony, suppressing the pain, unleashing his latent potential to strike back. With a palm and a kick, he sent the elder flying several meters out of the room. You madman! How dare you stab me in the side? Chapter 40. Frantic. The sacred son Luo Yu is rendered helpless. The elder in the black robe rose from the floor, retrieving the dagger that had fallen beside him, gripping it tightly as he charged back into the room. You again. What is wrong with you? Have you lost your senses? Luo Yu pondered in disbelief. What could have driven this lunatic to such extremes? Had he been so harsh in his criticisms that it had shattered the elder's psyche? Beyond that, Luo Yu could conceive no other explanation. As the blade's cold gleam flickered once more, Luo Yu quickly seized the opportunity to sever the bindings around him. Drawing forth a small flying sword that hung around his neck, with a mighty sweep of his hand, he dispatched the elder. The elder stood momentarily stunned, a diamond-shaped wound appearing on his brow from which blood poured forth. Upon witnessing him collapse, Luo Yu's anxious heart finally found some measure of calm. Yet, he could not help but lament the waste of a treasured defensive talisman that he had procured at great cost from the auction house. Damn it! Were it not for my current state, I, Luo Yu, would never have been forced into such a predicament. My lord, sacred son, are you unhurt? At that moment, the alchemy chamber's attendants arrived, setting down a wooden tub filled with medicinal bath liquid. They hurried to Luo Yu's side, presenting him with several healing pills for consumption. After swallowing the pills, however, the wound showed no signs of healing. Rather, the pain intensified. The agony is unbearable. Quickly, fetch my master. Luo Yu curled up on the bed, clutching his chest as beads of cold sweat cascaded down his face, shouting at the attendants. Yes, I shall go at once. Before long, Chen Hunyuan arrived, soaring on his sword. He glanced at the lifeless body of the elder sprawled at the door, then rushed to Luo Yu. Taking 3 steps into, Disciple, what has happened to you? Master, that man seemed to have gone mad and suddenly stabbed me with a dagger. I took the healing pills, but instead of relief, the pain has become even more excruciating. Luo Yu's face contorted in agony as he spoke. Do not panic. Let me see. Chen Hunyuan instructed Luo Yu to lie back and tore open his clothing, exposing the festering wound at his right side. What a vicious poison. This was intended to take your life. Master, save me. I do not wish to die. Luo Yu had never felt such fear before. Do not worry. I will now help you dispel the poison. Chen Hunyuan propped Luo Yu up, seated himself behind him in a cross-legged position, and began to channel his spiritual energy into Luo Yu's back. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Chen Hunyuan had expended nearly all of his spiritual energy and finally succeeded in purging the deadly toxin from Luo Yu's body. Thank you, master. Luo Yu, though recovering, appeared ashen, his lips chapped and pale, his words barely a whisper. Noticing the troubled expression on Chen Hunyuan's face, Luo Yu anxiously inquired, Master, what is wrong with me? Chen Hunyuan hesitated, unsure whether to speak, fearing the truth might shatter Luo Yu's hope for survival. Master, please tell me. I can endure it. Luo Yu perceived the elder's reluctance. Seeing his determination, Chen Hunyuan sighed and finally revealed the truth. Disciple, although I have expelled the poison, it has irreparably damaged your dantian and tainted your spiritual roots. Henceforth, you may never gather energy to cultivate again. With these words, a thunderbolt struck Luo Yu, leaving him frozen in place, his lips parted, unable to utter a single word for what felt like an eternity. After a prolonged silence, he finally mustered the courage to inquire, Master, do you mean to say that I have been reduced to a mere shell of my former self? Chen Hunyuan refrained from providing a direct response, urging Luo Yu to rest well and not to dwell excessively on such matters. Lying on the bed, Luo Yu's gaze was fixed unwaveringly upon the ceiling, as if time itself had come to a standstill. First, he had lost the formidable Thunder Saint body, and then, he had been betrayed by his most trusted confidant. Most crucially, the dagger used against him was coated with a lethal poison, which had damaged his dantian and tainted his spiritual roots, thus rendering him utterly powerless. Reflecting upon his life, which had once flowed smoothly, he could not fathom how everything had turned so drastically. Wait a moment. Master, I believe I have discerned who is orchestrating this treachery that has led to my downfall. Luo Yu's eyes suddenly gleamed with clarity as he propped himself up and spoke with great effort. Oh, who is it? Chen Hunyuan, too, was eager to uncover the identity of this formidable adversary. Subsequently, Luo Yu divulged the details of how he had dispatched the old man in the black robe to assassinate the young Master Qingxian, laying bare the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Chen Hunyuan approached the corpse of the black-robed elder, crouched down, and placed his fingertips upon the man's forehead, infusing him with a trace of spiritual energy. Astonished, he remarked, Indeed, this fellow's mind has been tampered with. He has been completely transformed into a puppet, devoid of autonomy. I suspected as much. It must have been the work of the Qingxian sect. Anger surged within Luo Yu's eyes. He could not believe that all of this could have been orchestrated by the mere young master Chen Mu alone. There must be a hidden, powerful ally aiding him from the shadows. What audacity from the Qingxian sect to dare persecute even my disciple, Chen Hunyuan. Fear not, my apprentice. I shall ensure that justice is served for this matter. Chen Hunyuan seethed with rage. The occurrence of such an event beneath his very nose was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Furthermore, he had lost a true disciple who was meant to possess the Thunder Saint body, thereby diminishing his influence within the sect. If he did not seek revenge, word would spread, and others would surely perceive him as easy prey, while the other 10 formidable sects might have reason to endure. How could a mere Qingxian sect dare to act with such impunity? Master, I wish to witness the Qingxian sect's downfall with my own eyes once my injuries have healed. If I cannot witness each and every one of them pay for the humiliation I have suffered, I shall never be able to swallow this bitter pill. Very well. I promise you this. Now, hurry and prepare a medicinal bath to expedite your recovery. Once you are healed, I shall take you to obliterate the Qingxian sect. Thank you. Master, Qian Hunyuan's willingness to comply stemmed not only from the desire to uphold his own dignity, but also from the recognition that, despite Luoyu's current state of ruin, the Luo family still held significant value for him. At this moment, due to Chen Mu, the night was restless not only for the sacred dragon sect. At the Qingfeng cliff of the Tianjian sect, a mountain of ancient tomes and scrolls lay scattered, as dozens of powerful practitioners displayed expressions of utter despair, exclaiming, "We cannot find it. We still cannot find it. Are we destined to live our lives as worthless beings? Shall we go to the Qingxian sect and confront that boy? Since he is the one who unleashed the secret art, he must possess a means to resolve it. Are you mad? With our current loss of cultivation, do you think we could survive a confrontation with him? That is true. Wait. I have heard rumors that the Tiangong Pavilion possesses the ability to know the past and foresee the future. Perhaps they will know how to undo this secret art." Chapter 41. The Strong Bow Down, seeking forgiveness from the Qingxian sect. The Tiangong Pavilion. A few individuals, disguised, began to inquire with the branch leader about whether he had heard of a method capable of sealing someone's cultivation, rendering them utterly oblivious to spiritual energy. Under the influence of this secret art, even the most formidable cultivators would be reduced to mere mortals. Upon hearing this, the branch leader's once warm smile vanished, and he glared at them with a hint of hostility. "You didn't come here merely to amuse yourselves, did you? There are plenty of guests waiting outside. If you have no other business, please leave." The elders exchanged glances, realizing the leader was not jesting. They reluctantly took their leave, lest they be mistaken for troublemakers. If a conflict were to arise, it would be an unpleasant truth to admit that all of them combined could not even contend with the janitor at the entrance, who was merely at the second level of foundation establishment. The chasm between ordinary individuals and true cultivators could not be overstated. "A bunch of oddities," the leader murmured, shaking his head, before bellowing, "Next." As the three emerged from the Tiangong Pavilion, the remaining dozen or so individuals waiting outside hurriedly surrounded them, demanding to know, "What news? Is there a way to resolve it?" The three shook their heads, their expressions grim. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. After a long silence, one finally spoke tentatively. "Shall we go to the Qingxian sect and plead for forgiveness? Nonsense. How can we, having lived for hundreds of years, bow down to a mere youth? If this were to get out, what would others think of us? What would they think? I only know that this matter can be concealed for a moment, but not for a lifetime. If our enemies were to discover our current state of powerlessness, with our very lives at stake, what would others' opinions matter?" Faced with this statement, the agitated, powerful practitioners fell silent. They flushed with indignation, yet found themselves unable to retort. Over the course of several centuries, they had made countless enemies. "Gather all the treasures we can muster. Perhaps he will return our cultivation out of goodwill for our sincerity," one influential practitioner suggested. Agreed. The others concurred. Other than that, they could think of no alternative means to break the deadlock. "Had I known, I would have preferred to remain in seclusion until death, rather than venture out to create unnecessary turmoil." Reflecting on the past century, had they ever felt this humiliated? It was truly exasperating. Just the thought of it brought a sting to their noses. The next day dawned, as the sun began to rise. The disciples of the Qingxian sect found it difficult to quell their unease. The Tianjian sect's dozens of powerful practitioners had all gathered at the Qingxian sect. Had they not been aware that within the sect resided a peerless figure, endowed with multiple saint bodies, they would not have been able to maintain their composure. At last, they understood why those mortals were so eager to cling to powerful allies. Having a strong supporter truly felt exhilarating. The powerful practitioners from the Tianjian sect have all arrived? They felt utterly ordinary, no different from mere mortals. They must be concealing their true prowess, fearing it would frighten us. Hearing the whispers around them, the dozen disciples pressed their lips tightly together, afraid to utter a word, their brows glistening with cold sweat. For among them, any single individual could effortlessly annihilate them. Their only source of reliance was the figure at the forefront, Lu Yuanshan, who had now become the sect leader of the Tianjian sect. The collective emergence of powerful practitioners from the Tianjian sect at the Qingxian sect could only spell trouble. They were undoubtedly here to seek vengeance for the Tianjian disciples who had perished at the hands of the young master. Upon hearing this, an elder quickly shook his head and waved his hands. "Younger brother, we can eat recklessly, but we cannot speak recklessly. We have merely come to extend our congratulations to the Qingxian sect on the awakening of its saint son after 3 centuries. His smile was strained, betraying a lack of sincerity. Soon, news of the Tianjian sect's powerful practitioners arriving at the Qingxian sect reached the ears of the sect leader and various elders. As for why the Qingxian sect's powerful practitioners had not taken action, they were all preoccupied with their own closed-door cultivation, and at present, These dozens of individuals were devoid of spiritual energy. If one did not pay special attention, they would not even catch the eye. What threat could they possibly pose? Sacrificing cultivation time for this was not worth it. In contrast, Zhao Hongshan and the elders had gathered early in the sect leaders' hall, each one of them on edge. The collective emergence of powerful practitioners from the Tianjin sect made it impossible not to suspect that they were there to avenge Zhao Lai and Lung Tian. Indeed, those old monsters could not possibly be here solely to congratulate us. Should we consult Elder Xiao Yun and the others? Listening to the discussions from below, Zhao Hongshan feigned calmness, forcing a smile as he gestured for silence. Let us wait and see. Let us wait and see. Before long, Lu Yuanshan and his entourage arrived. Unbeknownst to Elder Lu, with so many esteemed seniors gracing us with their presence, I, Zhao, am remiss in my welcome. Zhao Hongshan, like those disciples, believed that the reason they could not perceive the spiritual energy was due to this group intentionally concealing their auras. You are too modest, sect leader Zhao. We have come to extend our congratulations on Qingxian sect's acquisition of the Holy Sun, Lu Yuanshan stated. As he finished speaking, a multitude of treasures were presented. Various elixirs, long-lost techniques, and even inferior-grade heavenly weapons and artifacts dazzled the eyes and made mouths water. Was such extravagance truly necessary? It is no exaggeration to say that these items could easily establish a new faction. Zhao Hongshan and the others were convinced that the news of Chen Mu possessing the 10,000 Dao holy body had not leaked, for if it had, surely more than just the Heavenly Sword sect would have arrived. Sect leader Zhao, we come with sincerity. Might we have the honor of meeting the Holy Sun of Qingxian? Indeed, we all wish to witness the grandeur of the Holy Sun. Please, sect leader Zhao, grant us this boon. Zhao Hongshan felt a tumult of emotions within. On one hand, he suspected ill intentions from these individuals, yet he also discerned a fleeting flicker of fear on their faces when they mentioned the Holy Sun. Fear, which among them, when named, did not instill dread in countless juniors. Yet now, they collectively trembled in trepidation. How peculiar. Everything felt excessively strange. To be candid, it depends on his wishes. Regardless of my position as sect leader, if he does not wish to meet you, I am powerless to change that, Zhao Hongshan replied cautiously. After all, he could not afford to offend either side. Very well, I shall send someone to inform him and ascertain whether he is willing to meet you, suggested Zhao Hongshan. We appreciate sect leader Zhao's efforts. Zhao Hongshan was somewhat taken aback. Why were these individuals so agreeable today? It was unusual, exceedingly unusual. He cast his gaze toward a disciple stationed nearby and gestured. You, go to Qingyun Manor and invite the Holy Sun. No need for such trouble. I happen to be taking my dog for a walk nearby. Chen Mu's voice emanated from outside. Walking a dog? Ignoring the trivial details, Lu Yuanshan and the others turned with excitement upon hearing Chen Mu's voice, eager to speak, only to be rendered speechless. Before them stood a magnificent divine beast, the Qilin, towering several times their height, its golden scales exuding an aura of majesty. Beside it, Chen Mu held a thin leash. Is this what you call walking a dog? Chapter 42. Better to stand and die than to kneel and live? Fulfill your wishes. Having lived for centuries, they had only heard tales of the divine beast Qilin. This was their first encounter. It was even more imposing than they had imagined, radiating an overwhelming presence. From the perspective of ordinary individuals, their legs trembled uncontrollably, as if the very heavens had collapsed. This entrance was characteristically flamboyant, setting him apart from the rest. Zhao Hongshan, what is it? Have you not had enough of a lesson? Do you wish to provoke me further? Chen Mu's cold gaze swept over them. The very beings that made Zhao Hongshan, the sect leader of Qingxian, tremble, now took a step back, swallowing nervously. This scene instilled a sense of shock in Zhao Hongshan and the elders that was unparalleled. What constitutes the foundation of a sect? Before Chen Mu, even the likes of Xiao Yun would have to step back. Sensing the shift, Lu Yuanshan quickly stepped forward, explaining. Holy Sun, please do not misunderstand. They have come to atone. Upon uttering the word atone, confusion swept over the crowd. What had Chen Mu done to compel the formidable figures of the Heavenly Sword sect to come and seek forgiveness? Shocked and perplexed, they pondered. Your demeanor does not resemble that of penitence. Do you require me to teach you the proper way to apologize? Chen Mu spoke with an inscrutable calmness, devoid of rage, mirth, joy, or sorrow. The more composed he appeared, the more inscrutable and fearsome he became. Lu Yuanshan recognized that these powerful figures were too proud to bow low, struggling to make the decision. Thus, he was the first to bend his knees, kneeling before Chen Mu, his forehead touching the ground, begging for the Holy Sun's forgiveness. With his lead, one by one, the hardened knees that had remained unbending for centuries began to yield. Those disciples outside, drawn by the commotion, began to question whether they were dreaming. Not only them, Zhao Hongshan and the elders blinked in disbelief, rubbing their eyes, fearing they were hallucinating. Yet no matter how much they rubbed or blinked, the reality remained unchanged. These legendary figures, renowned for centuries within the realms of Qingxian and the Heavenly Sword sect, were collectively kneeling before a young man barely in his 20s, seeking forgiveness. In unison, they implored, We beseech the Holy Sun for forgiveness. Compared to them, Chen Mu was more concerned about the remaining 6 or 7 who stood defiantly. Sensing his gaze upon them, they mustered their courage and retorted, "Not a chance. We would rather stand and die than kneel." Boom. With a single wave of Chen Mu's hand, those 6 were instantly reduced to blood mist, their remains obliterated. He did not perceive any wrongdoing on his part. After all, they had proclaimed their willingness to stand and die rather than kneel. Chen Mu merely acted with benevolent intent, facilitating their dream and preserving their final dignity. These bones seem less resilient than I had imagined. He waved his hand, and silence enveloped the scene, as still as a grave, with everyone acutely aware of their own heartbeat. Their understanding of the Holy Sun deepened. "The inner courtyard has accumulated quite a bit of fallen leaves recently. You shall stay behind and clean it up. We shall heed your command." All present dared not refuse. This at least indicated that if they performed well, there might be a chance to genuinely earn Chen Mu's forgiveness and regain their cultivation, instead of resentment. They felt gratitude toward Chen Mu. After all, with the grim example of those 6 or 7 who had met their end, they dared not act recklessly again. As for you, the Heavenly Sword sect has lost its ability to protect itself. It would be better to merge with the Qingxian sect. Chen Mu decided to do Zhao Hongshan a significant favor. Thus, even without the need for a modification device, should he require assistance in the future, Zhao would find it impossible to refuse him. Such a tremendous favor. What? You want the formidable figures of the Heavenly Sword sect to remain in the Qingxian sect to sweep the streets? That alone has made Zhao Hongshan question his existence. Hearing Chen Mu propose that the Heavenly Sword sect submit to the Qingxian sect, he felt it was somewhat fanciful. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he heard Lu Yuanshan respond without hesitation, "We shall comply with the Holy Sun's arrangements." They agreed just like that? Zhao Hongshan collapsed back into his seat, unable to resist. He reached behind to pinch his own flesh. Hiss. The sudden pain drew a sharp intake of breath. This was no dream. Everything was indeed transpiring in reality. Had he known that the Heavenly Sword sect was now bereft of its leader and elders, their power diminished. He would not have been perplexed as to why Lu Yuanshan agreed so readily. "Let us go, Xiaohei. We shall continue our mountain run." Oh whoa. Now that the matter was perfectly resolved, Chen Mu turned, leading the Qilin away on his walk. Meanwhile, through the words of the inner courtyard's talented disciples, the news spread like wildfire. 1 passed to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000. Soon, the entire Qingxian sect learned of the formidable figures of the Heavenly Sword sect kneeling in supplication. Those who refused were obliterated in a single blow. And the Heavenly Sword sect had agreed to submit to the Qingxian sect. All were left in awe. Heavens! That is the Heavenly Sword sect, far mightier than we. And yet they have surrendered. Not to mention, those individuals, in their time, were unrivaled prodigies, capable of covering the sky with a single hand. Now, they willingly kneel before the Holy Sun to survive. Life is more valuable than dignity. Once one is gone, what is left of dignity? I believe they have broadened their paths. Aligning with our Qingxian sect and clinging to the Holy Sun's side is surely a wise choice. Goodness, they were actually on the 3rd tier. The Holy Sun is invincible. The Holy Sun is both handsome and powerful. I long to bear him children. Sister Lu can only be a maid by his side. What about you? Better to save your energy and return home to wash up and rest. They discuss amongst themselves while Chen Mu strolls at his own pace. It must be said that this little black Qilin, after its transformation, possesses remarkable stamina, having run several laps around the mountain peaks without breaking a sweat. Fortunately, Chen Mu has mastered top-tier agility. Otherwise, he would truly struggle to keep pace with its rhythm. Where's this place? Chen Mu suddenly realizes that he has been led by the little black creature to a rather eerie location. Subsequently, the little black Qilin halts before a small mound and begins to dig the earth with its sharp claws. A flurry of sand and stones erupts, soon accompanied by a scattering of wood chips. Then, Chen Mu observes that the little black creature has unearthed a well-preserved skeleton with a Qilin bloodline. How can you still be unable to suppress your canine instincts? Chen Mu raises a hand to his forehead, shaking his head with a wry smile. His words tinged with a hint of disappointment. Glancing at the nearby stone tablet, which is partially obscured by moss and dirt, he notes the inscription that appears to read Qingzong Cliff. After meticulously sifting through his memories, Chen Mu finally recalls the significance of this place. It is the site where the physical bodies of the Qingxian sect's past formidable masters are interred. Entry here is not granted to just anyone. One must possess great strength and have made contributions to the sect in life to be interred in Qingzong Cliff after death. Eating bones must be reserved for the strong. At least that's a glimmer of hope, Chen Mu quips. Though he does not know how many years have passed, the bones indeed exude a faint aura of spiritual energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The little black Qilin seems to comprehend Chen Mu's praise, its tail wagging even more energetically, stirring up powerful gusts of wind. Boldly, who dares disturb my rest? As an ethereal voice emanates from ahead, a wisp of blue smoke rises from the cracked bones, swiftly coalescing into a humanoid form. The figure is azure and semi-transparent, revealing discernible clothing and features. A remnant soul, perhaps? Chen Mu murmurs. The presence of a remnant soul likely indicates a lingering unwillingness to succumb to death, seeking the hope of rebirth even after centuries or millennia. Upon encountering my presence, why do you not kneel? The elder speaks with an air of arrogance. As if recalling something, he hastily turns and exclaims, "Release this beast from my skeletal form. Or else." Wait, is that a Qilin? The elder's pupils constrict, displaying a look of shock. Glancing back at Chen Mu, he remarks in disbelief. "I did not expect you, at such a young age, to possess this opportunity. It seems you are a person of great fortune. Thus, I shall reluctantly accept you as my disciple. If you allow me to enter your sea of souls, I can teach you cultivation and bestow upon you powerful techniques." The elder continues. Chen Mu feels a sense of familiarity with this approach, were it not for the binding of the decryption system. Agreeing to the elder's proposition would have essentially scripted a tale of a once inept individual rising to greatness. Not interested? With a system in place, there is no reason to acquiesce. Moreover, this is merely a remnant soul of a Qingxian sect master. How presumptuous! To be favored by me is your honor. Do you think you can disregard me simply because you possess a modicum of fortune? I am the sovereign of the Qingxian sect during the Wanli era, the foremost on the talents list. Chen Mu contemplates. How true is the adage that comparison breeds discontent? This exceedingly arrogant old man pales in comparison to Zhao Hengshan, who is far more pleasant to behold. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Release the shackles of your sea of souls, and allow me to enter. While feigning an invitation, his tone is overwhelmingly authoritative. Enough of this noise. Chen Mu waves his hand, sending the remnant soul scattering into oblivion. Unable to withstand a mere slap, yet aspiring to be a teacher, how laughable. Afterwards, Chen Mu consents to the little black Qilin devouring the skeleton, as its expression suggests that the spiritually infused bones may have a delightful flavor. Enough. Do you intend to unearth every grave here? Chen Mu steps forward to halt the little black Qilin from desecrating another tomb. Suddenly, footsteps reach his ears. Chen Mu turns to see none other than Zhao Hengshan, the sect leader of Qingxian. I bow before the Holy Sun. Zhao Hengshan is momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Chen Mu's presence in such a place, and is the first to clasp his fists in greeting. A leader of a sect bowing to a disciple is a peculiar sight, even if it is a holy son. Such a gesture would seem unreasonable in other sections. However, within Qingxian sect, Zhao Hengshan perceives no impropriety in this. He is deserving. I have met the sect leader. Chen Mu replies courteously. In the next moment, Zhao Hengshan's attention is drawn to the excavated grave and the scattered white bone fragments on the ground. Then to the dog leash beneath Chen Mu's foot. With resentment mounting, he can only force himself to swallow it. He cannot afford to provoke either of these living reapers. Might I inquire as to the sect leader's purpose for visiting Qingzong Cliff? Chen Mu senses an awkward atmosphere and proactively changes the subject. I have come to pay homage to the previous sect leader, who was also my mentor. Saying this, Zhao Hengshan raises 2 flasks of wine in his hand, revealing his penchant for the drink in life. I see. Would you like me to accompany you? I happen to have some matters I wish to discuss with the Holy Sun. Zhao Hengshan extends an invitation. Very well, Chen Mu nods. Lin Juezi, on the stone tablet. Only the lower right corner bears the name of the individual interred here, written in minuscule characters. The rest of the large tablet is covered in an array of ancient script, resembling a cultivation mantra. Before Chen Mu can voice his inquiry, Zhao Hengshan steps forward to explain. Holy Sun, you must be curious about the inscriptions on the tombstone, yes? This is actually a technique created by the previous sect leader, who used it to defend Qingxian sect from annihilation by the Tianjin sect. Before his death, he left behind a will stating that only those who comprehend this technique can inherit the position of sect leader. So, Zhao sect leader, have you comprehended it? Chen Mu, at present, cannot discern its essence. Not yet. I have only grasped half of it. Zhao Hengshan replies with a wry smile and a shake of his head. However, a sect cannot be without a leader for even a day. Surely, Zhao sect leader does not expect me to unravel this conundrum for you? Chen Mu inquires with a smile. To claim I have no such thoughts would be a lie. Zhao Hengshan admits candidly. This is indeed my internal struggle. If I could comprehend the technique inscribed on the stone tablet, I would die without regrets. Opening the system panel. Stone tablet inscribed with a mysterious technique. Decryption difficulty, extremely high. Why expend brain power when one can avoid it? Would you like to change the difficulty from extremely high to simple? Change. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. Chen Mu simultaneously raises his hand to let Zhao Hengshan take another look. Zhao Hengshan gazes in confusion, yet when he glances back at the stone tablet, the conundrum that has plagued him for decades suddenly becomes clear. This, Holy Sun, you truly are remarkable. Zhao Hengshan expresses with utmost reverence. If there is ever a need for my services, Holy Sun, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall not decline. He is not merely exchanging pleasantries. Chen Mu can clearly observe that his loyalty and goodwill are soaring. Very well. With such an overture from him, Chen Mu sees no reason to be polite. Subsequently, he leaves Zhao Hengshan alone to cultivate the technique. Chen Mu, accompanied by the now smaller little black Qilin, leisurely strolls away from Qingzong Cliff. As for the technique inscribed on the stone tablet, Chen Mu has taken note of it. It is called the Qingmu Ju, classified as a high-grade Xian technique. Although it is merely of Xian grade, cultivating it can extend one's lifespan. The previous sect leader benefited from the Qingmu Ju, living 300 years longer than his peers at the same cultivation level. With such efficacy at the Xian grade, one can only imagine the results if it were upgraded to the pinnacle of the Tian grade. With this thought, he boldly attempts to modify it. Opening the system. Would you like to upgrade the high-grade Xian Qingmu Ju to the pinnacle Tian grade Qingmu Ju? Change. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. Congratulations. You have acquired the Eternal Life technique. Has the name actually changed? After the instant comprehension, Chen Mu, with his cultivation at the tribulation stage and a lifespan of 10,000 years, transformed directly into an immortal being. Suddenly, he realized a profound thought. Why not simply modify it to eternal life? Why go through all this trouble? Woof woof. Hearing the bark of Little Black, Chen Mu crouched down to embrace him, chuckling. What is it? Are you envious? Do you wish for immortality too? Woof. Little Black seemed to comprehend, nodding as if he knew his master was capable of anything. All right, Chen Mu said indulgently. He promptly accessed the system, taking a few seconds to alter Little Black's lifespan parameter to the term eternal life. Outsiders, even those unparalleled powerhouses, would never dream that the precious treasure they pursued for a lifetime could be obtained in the blink of an eye, and even bestowed upon a dog. Chapter 44. The Arrival of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Lu Ruoxue draws her sword. Unbeknownst to them, had they realized this, they would surely lament that living was not worth as much as a dog. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect, having donned coarse linen robes and wielding bamboo brooms, began to sweep the fallen leaves along the streets, attracting countless onlookers. Heavens! Is that truly a powerhouse from the Heavenly Sword Sect? I've seen that person in books. 300 years ago, he annihilated hundreds of bandits with a single sword. He was once the top sword genius of the Heavenly Sword Sect for 10 consecutive years. Look at that individual. He once shocked the Xian Kingdom with a single move of the waterfall sword technique. Even the Empire sent envoys to recruit him. My goodness. So many great figures are sweeping the streets of our Qingxian sect. Upon hearing the discussions around them, everyone buried their heads, too embarrassed to look up, their ears reddening to their necks. How humiliating. Yet, they lacked the courage to flee. Having made a promise, how could they not fulfill it? Escape? With these mortal bodies, where could they possibly run? They certainly did not wish to meet a fate of being crushed into a bloody mist. In contrast, Lu Yuanshan was already on his way back to the Heavenly Sword Sect, determined to inform all disciples of the news regarding the sect's allegiance to the Qingxian sect. He did not force those unwilling to stay. Lu Yuanshan understood very well that allegiance to the Qingxian sect, or more accurately, allegiance to Chen Mu, was the only path forward for the Heavenly Sword Sect. At present, the frequency of conflicts over cultivation resources was increasing, and if this continued, even the Heavenly Sword Sect, which had not been severely damaged, could not endure for many centuries. Rather, he felt grateful that Chen Mu had provided the Heavenly Sword Sect with such an opportunity. He believed this wholeheartedly. Time flew by. Upon returning to the Heavenly Sword Sect, Lu Yuanshan immediately utilized long-distance communication to announce the matter of allegiance to the entire sect. What? The Heavenly Sword Sect is going to pledge allegiance to the Qingxian sect? Why? Was there even a need to ponder? Had they forgotten that finger? Within the Qingxian sect, there was a monster. Our Heavenly Sword Sect has already lost. Could it be that Qingxian Saint Sun? Could a mere Saint Sun wield such significant influence? Surely, it must be a powerful cultivator who has attained enlightenment. Each had their own theories regarding this matter. Oh, after obtaining detailed data, Lu Yuanshan discovered that the actual number of disciples wishing to leave was considerably fewer than anticipated. After all, a large tree offers shade, and for them, the merger of the two sects might result in greater access to cultivation resources. If they did not benefit, they could always consider departing later. Following this, Lu Yuanshan decided to first bring the top 100 prodigies from the inner courtyard to the Qingxian sect. It was impossible to force all members of the Heavenly Sword Sect into the Qingxian sect at once. A gradual process was necessary. This cohort of 100 prodigies would sufficiently signify their intent. From this moment on, the Heavenly Sword Sect would essentially become a branch of the Qingxian sect. As the sun began to set, an orange glow spread across the horizon, complementing the cloudscape, creating a picturesque scene. Led by Lu Yuanshan, the 100 prodigies from the Heavenly Sword Sect arrived at the Qingxian sect. The disciples of the Qingxian sect did not deliberately make things difficult or ridicule these newcomers. After all, they would all be one family in the future. There was no need for animosity. They wondered if they might ever have the chance to meet the Qingxian Saint Sun, who had slain Brother Zhao Lai. Who told you Brother Zhao Lai was slain by the Qingxian Saint Sun? Who else could it be? Just a maid from the Qingxian Saint Sun's residence? Upon hearing this, the 78th rank prodigy's mouth formed a large A shape. Make way. Everyone, step aside. A booming voice suddenly erupted from the back of the line. The Heavenly Sword disciples, already disgruntled, turned to see who was so arrogant. Upon looking back, The words they were about to utter were swallowed in an instant. Was that not the attire of the Sacred Dragon sect? One of the top 10 sects, the Sacred Dragon sect? What were they doing here? You ask me? Who should I ask? Could it be that the Sacred Dragon sect was also pledging allegiance to the Qingxin sect? Dream on. That was the Sacred Dragon sect. Did they think it was the Heavenly Sword sect? This sentiment sounded peculiar, and they quickly retreated to the sides, their reverence for the powerful unwavering. Seeing them comply so readily, the dozen or so disciples from the Sacred Dragon sect grew increasingly arrogant, their heads held high as if gazing at the heavens. One could not help but worry they might strain their necks. Everyone was curious as to why the seemingly unrelated Sacred Dragon sect had come to the Qingxian sect. Just as they pondered, a disciple from the Sacred Dragon sect stepped forward, casually seizing the collar of one individual and yanking him from the group. With an authoritative tone, he bellowed, "Go tell your sect leader that we, the Sacred Dragon sect, have come specifically to see the Qingxian Saint's son, and he should hurry and come meet us. Be swift. If we are made to wait, the consequences will be yours to bear." After speaking, he forcefully pushed the young disciple back. Just as he was about to stumble, a hand reached out from behind, steadying him to maintain his balance. "Are you all right?" A woman inquired with concern. The young disciple turned to see who it was, clasped his fists, and shook his head. "Thank you, Sister Lu. I am fine. Look, it's Sister Lu." Sister Lu? The gazes of the disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect and the Sacred Dragon sect fell upon Lu Rishui, all in awe. She was stunningly beautiful, exuding an aura of unattainable grace. The members of the Heavenly Sword sect found it hard to fathom that such an aloof beauty would willingly serve as a maid. "You are Lu Rishui? Truly, seeing you in person surpasses all hearsay. You are indeed a vision of exquisite beauty. I am Zhao Wuho, a disciple of the Sacred Dragon sect's inner courtyard. I wonder, Miss Lu, if you might be interested in a more profound exchange?" He deliberately emphasized certain words, causing many girls present to blush. Lecture. Lu Rishui had no intention of being courteous to such a person. "Draw your sword. Unleash your blade." Though he was indeed handsome, his swordplay was entirely the opposite. "If you are willing to ask nicely, I might teach you," Zhao Wuho remarked, mockingly. The prodigies of the Qingxian sect's inner courtyard are nothing extraordinary. Raising his hand, he intended to catch Lu Rishui's thrusting blade with just 2 fingers. Without even using spiritual energy. Swish. The 2 fingers dropped to the ground. Zhao Wuho looked down, his smile freezing in place. He suddenly realized that his left chest had been pierced by Lu Rishui's sword, unbeknownst to him. The cut was clean. The speed was such that blood only began to flow after a moment. Spitting out blood, Zhao Wuho's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, this is impossible." He still wanted to channel his energy to injure Lu Rishui. Swish. Lu Rishui immediately withdrew her silver sword, not a drop of blood staining it. Naturally, she would not grant Zhao Wuho that opportunity. Faced with an absolute superiority in realm, every movement of Zhao Wuho was as expected. Lu Rishui, remembering Chen Mu's previous lesson, resolved not to leave any survivors for those who disrespected her master. She entirely eradicated the possibility of leaving behind roots for regrowth. The cold gleam was blinding. With a single stroke, she severed Zhao Wuho's head. It rolled away a dozen meters, his eyes and mouth wide open in disbelief. He died in utter incredulity. Zhao Wuho could never have imagined that after dominating for half of his life, he would ultimately meet such a humiliating and disgraceful end, pierced through the heart by a woman he had belittled in front of thousands. Chapter 45, Modification. The Sacred Fire Body. This outcome was entirely unforeseen by anyone present. Previously, when you claimed he could slay Brother Zhao Lai, I harbored some doubts. Now, I am convinced. Such a formidable individual. Why would they deign to serve as a maid? Could it be that the Saint's son surpasses her in strength? Is this not mere folly? If the Saint's son's prowess does not even eclipse that of a female prodigy, what merit does he hold as a Saint's son? It is possible that, at present, that Saint's son merely possesses superior talent and will undoubtedly surpass Miss Lu in the future. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect whispered among themselves, engaged in fervent discussion. Witnessing one of their own behead by Lu Rishui, the disciples of the Sacred Dragon sect swiftly mobilized, their footsteps synchronized, encircling her. "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to overwhelm us with numbers? Have you sought our permission? Indeed, this is the Azure Mystical sect, not your Sacred Dragon sect." As the Sacred Dragon sect prepared to bully the few with their multitude, with a dozen individuals confronting a single Lu Rishui, the surrounding disciples of the Azure Mystical sect grew indignant, rising in unison. How could they stand idly by while their goddess, their senior sister, was bullied by outsiders? Regardless of the severity of the situation, what more could it possibly worsen now that a life has been taken? Silence. This is not a place for your words. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. The crowd turned to see the source of the voice, their words dying on their lips as fear compelled them to swallow them back down. They understood that the speaker was not someone of their standing they could afford to provoke. There he stood, completely enveloped in a maelstrom of blazing flames. Yet his garments and hair remained unscathed by the inferno. Yet, those who dared to approach felt an unbearable heat, more searing than the sun. Upon witnessing this, Before the disciples of the Azure Mystical Sect could utter a word, those from the Sacred Dragon Sect could no longer restrain their arrogance. Our brother Chu Tianming is among the top 10 of the Sacred Dragon Sect, a prodigious disciple endowed with the sacred body of heavenly fire. How dare you, mere fish, offend us? Indeed, a group of worthless shrimp would dare to oppose our Sacred Dragon Sect. One must wonder from whom you derived such audacity. Kneel and apologize, or face the consequences. Even though they hailed from one of the top 10 sects, this did not hinder them from showcasing their underhanded glee at this moment. The disciples of the Azure Mystical Sect fell silent. This individual possessed a sacred body and was a prodigy of one of the top 10 sects. They were truly not a match. If you expect us to kneel before you and beg for mercy, you may find yourselves lacking the qualification. Boom. Lu Ruoxue unleashed her spiritual energy, crashing upon the disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect like a mighty tidal wave. They widened their eyes in disbelief. This was the might of the Golden Core realm. How could it be? She is but an inner sect disciple. How could she possess Golden Core strength? I have heard that even the sect leader of the Azure Mystical Sect has only attained the Golden Core level. Surely this must be an illusion she has conjured to deceive us. With a flourish, her sword, infused with spiritual energy, cleaved through the air. In one stroke, she decapitated all the disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect save for Chu Tianming. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds echoed as headless corpses fell one after another. The scene was nothing short of gruesome and surreal. As for Chu Tianming, thanks to the protection of his sacred body and his own cultivation at the 6th level of integration, combined with a heart-guarding mirror, he barely managed to preserve his life. A Golden Core realm. She truly is a powerhouse of the Golden Core. If a maid possesses Golden Core strength, what level of cultivation must the Azure Mystical Sect's Saint Son possess? Uncertain, even if their cultivations were equal, it would still be exceedingly terrifying. Joining the Azure Mystical Sect was indeed a most prudent decision. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect grew increasingly eager to witness the true form of this Saint Son. Kneel and apologize for your disrespectful actions to my master and to all disciples of the Azure Mystical Sect, or shall I unleash another strike? Lu Ruoxue pointed her sword at Chu Tianming, questioning him. Do not become complacent. Killing me will not be so simple. Chu Tianming retrieved a small jade vial from his bosom. With a resounding pop, he removed the stopper, tilting his head to pour the crimson liquid into his mouth. Instantly, his spiritual energy surged, flames erupting around him, soaring to heights of over 10 meters, creating a veritable sea of fire. It is said that the Sacred Dragon Sect was once the site of an ancient dragon tomb, underground reservoirs filled with dragon blood essence, which they refined into dragon blood spirit liquid, enabling cultivators to amplify their strength manifold in a short span. No wonder they are called the Sacred Dragon Sect. The aura he now released was nearly on par with Lu Shiji's. Coupled with the sacred body, the two sides were evenly matched. Chu Tianming's once black hair turned white, his bloodline transforming into a deep crimson hue, the intricate patterns visible through his fair skin, as if he had entered a frenzy. Yet unlike a frenzy, his mind remained unaffected. If you are willing to kneel and plead for mercy, perhaps I might show you leniency and spare your lives. At this moment, for Chu Tianming, it was a matter of life and death. They had originally come to investigate the Azure Mystical Saint Son under the orders of Qian Hunyuan. Little did they expect the disciples of the Azure Mystical Sect to be so uncooperative, retaliating by slaying over a dozen inner sect disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Would they not return tenfold or 100-fold? What face would remain for the Sacred Dragon Sect? What dignity would he have as a prodigy of the inner sect? Even with the dragon blood spirit liquid and the sacred body augmenting him, Chu Tianming felt no fear as he approached Lu Ruoxue wielding his sword. Ice and fire clashed in a dazzling display, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Ice and fire continuously collided, transforming into vapor. The flame waves surged down, only to be cleaved apart by Lu Ruoxue's sword. The two were indeed evenly matched. All of this was clearly observed by Chen Mu, who had been languid and idle at the Qingyun mansion, using the celestial gaze mirror. Dragon blood, along with the sacred body? Quite intriguing. Only you possess the sacred body. This seems somewhat inequitable. Opening Lu Ruoxue's personal attribute panel. If memory serves, it is called the sacred body of heavenly fire, correct? Modifying. Modification successful. Die. Chu Tianming unleashed a palm strike, sending forth a massive fiery palm several yards high, attempting to decide the outcome with a single blow and eliminate Lu Ruoxue. Just then, Lu Ruoxue suddenly felt a wave of heat emanating from within her, coursing through her organs and meridians, circulating through her limbs and bones. Boom! A colossal flame erupted, shooting up towards the heavens, igniting the visible sky. The fiery palm unleashed by Chu Tianming was entirely absorbed. An anomaly. Another phenomenon. This time it was triggered by Lu Shiji. Could she also be awakening her sacred body? Can the sacred body awaken like this, unexpectedly? Could it be the great Saint Son is behind this? Others may not believe it, but as disciples of the Azure Mystical Sect, they understood that such occurrences were not impossible for their Saint Son. Glancing back at Chu Tianming, he abruptly swung his arm, his expression fracturing as he shouted, "No, this cannot be. The sacred body of heavenly fire? How could you awaken the same sacred body as mine? No coincidence could be this extreme. Demonic arts. It must be demonic arts. You witch, I shall enact divine retribution. I will kill you." Unable to accept reality, Chu Tianming spread his arms, preparing to summon his trump card, the descent of heavenly fire, incinerating all. Yet in the next moment, he realized that the spiritual energy and flames he had unleashed were entirely devoured by Lu Ruoshui, forcibly siphoned away. Above her head, they coalesced into a fireball as radiant and searing as the sun. Chapter 46. The Saint Sun appears, slaying Qian Hunyuan. In that moment, Chu Tianming had no choice but to relinquish his pride, lowering his arms. He understood. He was finished. Completely finished. The fireball, poised to descend from Lu Ruoshui's hand, was about to crash down upon Chu Tianming, engulfing him and leaving not even a trace of ash. Halt! Do not harm my disciple. Unexpectedly, a new figure charged forward, striking Chu Tianming squarely in the chest. Boom. Crash. Chu Tianming was instantly sent flying like a severed kite, propelled backward over 10 meters, landing hard on the ground. In contrast, the elder who remained beneath the fireball raised his hands, releasing a stream of clear, icy spiritual energy akin to spring water. Entwined, enveloped, and consumed whole, the colossal fireball was incessantly cooled and diminished until it vanished into nothingness. Good heavens! Who could this be? Such a terrifying blow was effortlessly neutralized. Judging by the attire, it was undoubtedly a member of the Holy Dragon sect. At this age and with such prowess, they must be an elder of considerable standing. Certainly. Did you not hear him exclaim, "Do not harm my disciple"? How could the master of a prodigious disciple be anything but extraordinary? I had not anticipated the arrival of an inner courtyard elder from the Holy Dragon sect. Facing the unexpected emergence of Qian Hunyuan, whose strength far surpassed her own, did Lu Ruoshui feel fear? Yes, yet she had never considered retreating even a single step, not merely for herself, but to preserve Chen Mu's honor. Lu Ruoshui was resolutely unwilling to yield. Qian Hunyuan surveyed the lifeless bodies of the Holy Dragon sect disciples strewn across the ground, his fingers clenched tightly. Though his expression did not reveal much alteration, one could unmistakably sense the fury radiating from him at that moment. The tiles beneath his feet shattered like a spider's web under the pressure of his aura. Who gave you the audacity to slay my Holy Dragon sect's people? To lay hands upon my disciple? Qian Hunyuan's voice was deep and resonant, akin to thunder. Is what I provided insufficient? A portal materialized, and Chen Mu stepped out from beside Lu Ruoshui, casually remarking, "Master." Lu Ruoshui cast an excited glance his way. Is he truly that esteemed Qingxian holy son? At first glance, it was evident he was a paragon among men. What an exceptionally handsome young man. His allure compelled even me to retreat from the limelight. Would this retreat last a lifetime? Upon hearing this, Qian Hunyuan sized Chen Mu up. "You are the Qingxian holy son?" Without granting Chen Mu the opportunity to respond, he continued to question fiercely, "Is it you who employed forbidden techniques to cause my disciple to lose his sacred body? Is it you who transformed old Wu into a puppet, using a poisoned dagger to pierce my disciple's right flank, rendering him incapable of cultivation? You shall perish." From the outset, Qian Hunyuan had no intention of allowing Chen Mu to speak. He surged forward, his fingers resembling the claws of a tiger, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Chen Mu. Witnessing his master make a move, the recently revived Chu Tianming revealed a smile. He understood that all those present would meet their demise. They would pay for the lives of his fallen junior brothers and sisters. What? Boom, boom. Just as his fingertips were about to graze Chen Mu's face, an immense, invisible pressure descended from above. The weight bore down upon Qian Hunyuan, rendering him powerless to rise. He first bent his knees and then prostrated himself on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. His body crushed the bluish stones beneath him as he sank deeper. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, every bone within him seemed to threaten to shatter. His organs were subjected to an overwhelming force, making each breath a struggle. Bang, uft, uft. In the very next instant, the entire scene erupted. Only a pool of blood remained, filling the cracks of the shattered tiles. Another individual of mediocre strength, yet with an audacious demeanor. How troublesome for my rest. Chen Mu remarked while yawning and wiping away the tears that had escaped the corners of his eyes. Chu Tianming and the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, despite having anticipated all this, could not help but exhibit similar expressions of shock upon witnessing it firsthand. The Holy Dragon sect, one of the top 10 formidable sects, an elder, and an inner courtyard elder at that, was instantaneously annihilated by Chen Mu without him lifting a finger. In that moment, it was difficult to discern whether Chen Mu was too powerful or Qian Hunyuan too weak. "Master, how should we deal with this fellow?" Lu Ruoshui approached Chu Tianming, her sword tip poised against his neck, inquiring. Blood began to seep forth. "Do not ever ask me such foolish questions again," Chen Mu replied, exasperated. Chu Tianming clearly understood the implication behind Chen Mu's words and immediately protested. "No, you cannot kill me. I am a member of the Holy Dragon sect. The sword was drawn, and as it was brandished, blood splattered like ink across the ground, leaving a long streak. Lu Ruoxue, feeling guilty, returned to Chen Mu's side, realizing she had spoken unwisely once more. Such a person, even a fool could deduce, had no reason to be spared. Let us go, Chen Mu declared, reopening the portal and stepping through. Yes, master. Lu Ruoxue followed closely behind, leaving the disciples of the Qingxian sect and the Heavenly Sword sect in stunned silence. Still reeling from the shock, as they descended further into the abyss, it became increasingly difficult to extricate themselves. Some, overwhelmed by astonishment, found their jaws dislocated, unable to return to their rightful positions, and were compelled to seek assistance from others. In the Qingyun manner, Chen Mu reclined in a chaise lounge, reveling in Lu Ruoxue's massage. Master, it is all my fault for being so weak. You not only bestowed upon me your cultivation, but also granted me a sacred body. And yet I have failed to meet your expectations, Lu Ruoxue lamented, her demeanor pitiful. Let this be a lesson learned. Strive diligently in your cultivation henceforth. With that, Chen Mu reopened the celestial mirror. Since last night, he had not checked on Luo Yu's situation. Had it not been for the appearance of Chu Tianming and Qian Hunyuan, he might have completely forgotten about that individual. The mirror revealed the scene within Luo Yu's chamber. At that moment, Luo Yu was meticulously unwrapping the bandages that had turned green with moss from being soaked in a potion. It appeared that he had nearly healed. Yet, the pallor of weakness remained evident on his face, significantly more pronounced than before. However, he now wore an uncontrollable radiant smile, likely believing that his master had already arrived at the Qingxian sect and was wreaking havoc. The others were inconsequential. That worthless holy son must be kept alive until the end, so I can personally slay him. I am eager to witness the expression on his face as a mere cripple brings about his downfall. Ha! As he spoke, he donned his practice attire, preparing to set forth for the Qingxian sect. In the realm of self-indulgence, Chen Mu had never met his match. If one were to insist, Luo Yu could barely qualify. Reduced to a cripple, yet still able to smile with such pride, his mindset was commendable. Nevertheless, Chen Mu excelled in delivering the final blow, targeting the heart. Huh? A portal? How could a portal appear in this place? Just as Luo Yu had finished dressing and was about to open the door, he noticed a shimmering portal materialize beside him. Chapter 47. A forceful decimation of Luo Yu. A sensation in the Holy Dragon sect. Could it be that my master has returned? However, Luo Yu could not recall his master ever wielding such advanced teleportation techniques. Not even the sect leader or the other elders could achieve this without the aid of magical artifacts. His mood began to turn anxious. Gulp. He swallowed nervously, feeling increasingly uneasy. Then, Chen Mu emerged from within. This figure was unfamiliar to Luo Yu. He could not recognize the garb worn by the disciples of the Qingxian sect, as they were too weak for him to bother memorizing. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Yu spotted Lu Ruoxue. Ruoxue. Their reunion sparked immense joy within him. Wait, could this person be the Qingxian Holy Son? Did my master, fearing we were growing impatient, specially use the portal to bring him back? And he even conveniently brought Lu Ruoxue along for me. Luo Yu was utterly enamored with his master. He failed to notice the coldness and chill that enveloped Lu Ruoxue's face upon hearing him call her name directly. At that moment, Luo Yu tilted his head, awaiting the grand entrance of Qian Hunyuan from the portal. However, as time ticked by, no sign of Qian Hunyuan appeared even as the portal began to close. What is going on? Where's my master? Luo Yu inquired, his composure unraveling. If you're looking for him, I fear you will have to seek him below. Chen Mu replied. Below? Luo Yu instinctively looked down. His eyes widened, and the word hell involuntarily surfaced in his mind. What have you done to my master? Luo Yu demanded. Chen Mu did not hasten to respond. Instead, he retrieved a piece of recording stone. What? How could this be? Gazing into the stone, he beheld Qian Hunyuan, whose body had been crushed under overwhelming force, bursting open as if he were a mere fragile creature. Luo Yu's expression turned blank, leaving him at a loss for words. Who exactly are you? Returning his gaze to Chen Mu, he pressed for an answer once more. Haven't you always wanted to kill me? Yet you don't even know who I am? Chen Mu found this rather amusing. Enough, he decided, unwilling to squander further words. He glanced sideways, signaling Lu Ruoxue to take action. Send this unfilial disciple to meet his master. Let them accompany each other on the road to the Yellow Springs. As Lu Ruoxue approached with her sword drawn, desperation flickered in Luo Yu's eyes. He stumbled backward, exclaiming, Ruoxue, what do you intend to do? We grew up together. Are you truly going to kill me for him? Any enemy of my master must perish. Lu Ruoxue swiftly drew her sword. Lu Ruoxue froze in shock. For Luo Yu had inexplicably vanished, leaving behind only a smoldering talisman, its corners still intact. An escape talisman? Moreover, it was of no low grade. Apologies, master. He managed to escape, Lu Ruoxue said, her face brimming with regret. Do not worry, he will not get away. Chen Mu turned and stepped into the teleportation portal, with Lu Ruoxue closely following him. Meanwhile, Luo Yu reappeared, kneeling on the ground, one hand propping himself up while the other clutched his chest, panting heavily. Where's this? Once his breath steadied, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had been randomly transported to the law enforcement hall. Is that not St. Sun Luo? How did you end up in our law enforcement hall? Someone questioned, having noticed Luo Yu. Quick, help me, someone wants to kill me. Luo Yu shouted urgently. Who wants to kill you? Came the inquiry. The Qingxian sect. The people of the Qingxian sect want to kill me. Luo Yu cried out, his voice filled with anguish. The law enforcement elder, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly, thinking Luo Yu was jesting. St. Sun Luo, you must be hallucinating from the pressure. This is the Sacred Dragon sect. How could a third-rate sect like the Qingxian sect dare to kill in our territory? Especially targeting a Saint Son of the Sacred Dragon sect? The elder had heard of Luo Yu's failed awakening of the sacred body and assumed this calamity had struck him too hard, leading him to speak such nonsense. Just then, a portal opened before them, and Chen Mu, along with Lu Ruoxue, emerged. Surveying the two, the elder remarked, is that the attire of the Qingxian sect? They truly dare to kill within the Sacred Dragon sect? They must be mad. With a whistle, he summoned hundreds of elite enforcers, who quickly surrounded Chen Mu and Lu Ruoxue. In that moment, Luo Yu's anxious heart finally settled. Now you are doomed. Luo Yu rose, a fearful smile creeping onto his face, though it appeared rather grotesque. You should never have come to the Sacred Dragon sect to kill me. What sort of madness fills the minds of you Qingxian sect people? Ignoring Luo Yu's taunts, Chen Mu waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds fell, transformed into a mist of blood and bone dust, tinting the law enforcement hall in a crimson hue. Blood splattered onto Luo Yu, a chilling sensation enveloping him. Before his smile could fade, Chen Mu was upon him, gripping his neck and lifting him off the ground. You cannot. Crack. Chen Mu exerted a slight force and snapped Luo Yu's neck, relishing the sound of the break. Since he was invincible, what harm was there in seeking a bit of amusement? The sound of footsteps echoed from the second floor, and more elite enforcers, along with the elder, rushed in, forming layers of encirclement around Chen Mu. This is a matter of private vengeance. It does not concern you. Do not seek your own demise, Chen Mu cautioned. Arrogant fool. Charge. Kill him, commanded the head of the law enforcement hall, gesturing with his arm like a guillotine. Hundreds attacked in unison. Chen Mu sighed deeply. What could he do against those intent on their own destruction? Huh. He exhaled a breath of icy air. Lu Ruoxue watched as the nearest blade brushed against a strand of his dark hair, only to transform into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. The life force vanished. Hundreds, succumbing to the extreme cold, breathed their last. The entire law enforcement hall was shrouded in frost. This bizarre phenomenon attracted countless disciples of the Sacred Dragon sect, who gathered to gawk. Look, the inner court, the outer court, even the vice sect master has arrived. What on earth is happening? This is the first time I've seen so many important figures. Stay back. Remember, when gods battle, mortals suffer. A circle of outer court elders floated above the law enforcement hall, holding their swords aloft. They clasped their left wrist with their right hand, extending their right fingers straight like a sword, channeling spiritual energy to shatter the ice. Unbeknownst to them, this act would shatter the entire law enforcement hall as well. Like a mountain collapsing, they beheld Chen Mu and Lu Ruoxue standing amidst the chaos, and all were momentarily stunned. Are they disciples of the Qingxian sect? Chapter 48. The sect's supreme formation? Is this it? How could disciples of the Qingxian sect appear in our Sacred Dragon sect? No way. The law enforcement hall was actually annihilated by a disciple of the Qingxian sect? Who are those two? Qingxian sect? Does such a sect even exist in our Xian kingdom? It is merely an inconspicuous third-rate sect that once sought my attention, but I could hardly be bothered to glance at them. However, that woman beside him is truly exceptional. Sun Changqing, the outer court's grand elder, stepped forward, questioning, who are you? Why have you intruded upon the Sacred Dragon sect and destroyed the law enforcement hall? He understood that such a minor character was not worth the inner court or the sect master's involvement, as it would diminish their stature. Thus, as the leader of the outer court, he felt compelled to say something, seizing the opportunity to impress those from the inner court in hopes of joining them. Despite being part of the same sect, treatment in the inner court and outer court was worlds apart. Chen Mu had no time to respond to Sun Changqing's inquiries. His sole focus was on the kill notifications flashing on the system panel before him. The previously activated feature of guaranteed loot drops was still in effect. Kill successful, Law Enforcement Hall Disciple. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-grade yellow-tier Chanyan sword, 1 third-grade pill, and 4 second-grade pills. Kill successful, Law Enforcement Elder. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a high-grade Xian-tier turtle shell armor and a low-grade Earth-tier tiger head helmet. Kill successful, Law Enforcement Hall Master. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a low-grade Heaven-tier Lihan blade and a high-grade Earth-tier soul-burning sword. The rewards were substantial. The various pills alone amounted to over 10,000. A low-grade Heaven-tier weapon and more than 10 Earth-tier weapons combined. Though Chen Mu could effortlessly modify and upgrade the quality of these items, the thrill of killing and seizing treasure brought him undeniable joy. Observing Chen Mu and then glancing at the awkwardly standing Sun Changqing, Alongside the numerous hovering powerhouses of the Sacred Dragon sect, Lu Ruoxue felt a sense of trepidation. The Sacred Dragon sect was not the Tianjian sect. She still held a reverence for such a powerful sect. Facing so many formidable figures, it was only natural to feel overwhelmed. A golden core cultivator in the Qingxian sect could aspire to be a sect leader, but in the Sacred Dragon sect, such power would only allow one to be a less influential elder in the inner court. The 10 elders, along with the deputy sect master, remained silent, exuding an oppressive aura that seemed to constrict Lu Ruoxue's heart like an invisible hand. Her breath grew heavy. Ignorant junior, how dare you disregard my presence? Before the inner court and thousands of disciples, being so brazenly overlooked by a nondescript disciple of the sect incensed Sun Changqing. He could not afford to let this pass without action. He was eager to see just how formidable this junior truly was to dare dismiss him. Look, Elder Sun is making his move. Elder Sun was the foremost powerhouse of the outer court, yet that brat had not even glanced in his direction. Such arrogance. One could hardly fathom the audacity he possessed. Wait, let us not jump to conclusions. He must possess some capability if he has left the law enforcement hall in disarray. There may be some merit to his strength, but certainly he cannot withstand Elder Sun's strike. With that, Sun Changqing soared directly towards Chen Mu, his palm brimming with boundless spiritual energy, distorting the air with a howling force. Master, be careful. Lu Ruoxue observed Chen Mu, seemingly lost in something unseen, his gaze wandering away from Sun Changqing, who was swiftly approaching. In a moment of urgency, she brandished her sword and stepped forward. If she could not win, she would still fight. Even if it meant her demise, she would perish before Chen Mu did. For Chen Mu, nuisances like Sun Changqing were best dealt with swiftly. He raised his hand and delivered a swift strike. Bang! Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated, a fierce gale forcing observers to stumble back, kicking up dust and debris, making it nearly impossible to see. A blood mist compressed into a singularity, shooting forth several dozen meters before dissipating into nothingness. Lu Ruoxue, the disciples of the Holy Dragon sect. Elder Sun was slain in an instant. No physical contact. An airborne execution of a gold core cultivator. Could this truly not be an illusion? Surely, I must be hallucinating. He was the pinnacle representative of our outer court. In that moment, the pride of countless outer court disciples evaporated. Quick, form a formation. Let us confront this brat together. The remaining outer court elders quickly regained their composure. Soaring above Chen Mu to form a circular formation, they raised their palms towards the sky, channeling their spiritual energy into the center. The energies of a dozen individuals coalesced into a magnificent 7-colored tower, radiant and divine. Here it comes, the first binding formation of our Holy Dragon sect. The 7-colored prison tower. Is this truly the legendary 7-colored prison tower? How awe-inspiring. It is said that those suppressed by this tower seldom last a day. He does indeed possess some skill, but once the elders unleash this technique, his life is destined to end. Bind, they cried in unison, their voices resonating powerfully through the heavens. Their arms pressed down simultaneously. Boom. With immense pressure, the 7-colored prison tower descended. Disciples below the 5th foundation level found their knees bending involuntarily, many succumbing to the overwhelming might and kneeling in submission. Bind. Faced with such a grand display from the elders, Chen Mu chuckled, finding it tedious. As the tower loomed closer, filling his field of vision, Lu Ruoxue instinctively closed her eyes and raised her arms to shield herself. How could this be? Hearing gasps not belonging to Chen Mu above, Lu Ruoxue opened her eyes to discover that the 7-colored prison tower, now mere inches away, was crumbling and disintegrating into 7-colored stardust. It seemed as though an invisible protective barrier was present, preventing the tower's might from breaching it, causing it to self-destruct instead. The 7-colored prison tower had utterly failed to exert its effect. How could this be? How did he achieve this? I swear I haven't blinked since it began. So I am certain he hasn't moved a finger. Is Qingxian sect truly as weak as they say? Can it be that they are not a top-tier sect? Many disciples of the Holy Dragon sect transitioned from confidence to despair, grappling with existential doubt. Once more, the outer court elders, undeterred, prepared to summon the 7-colored prison tower again to suppress both Chen Mu and Lu Ruoxue. Not finished yet, are we? Chen Mu lifted his hand. A thread of blood-red spiritual energy emanating from his fingertip. In a swift arc, it shot forth, effortlessly piercing through the hearts of a dozen outer court elders. Chapter 49, Kill. Unleash the sword god body. Bang, bang, bang. All present witnessed as the elders plummeted from several dozen meters in the air, devoid of any struggle. The sickening sound of bones shattering echoed nearby. Some bravely approached, checking for signs of life, confirming unequivocally that they were dead. A single strike had annihilated all the elders of the outer court. Was this truly happening? You were watching the entire time, weren't you? How could this possibly be false? Indeed, I am now starting to question if my eyes are deceiving me. He appears to be our age, yet how can his strength be so monstrous? It can only be said that there are always greater beings beyond the horizon. The truth of this adage is undeniable. The disciples had to concede that they had overestimated the strength of the outer court elders while simultaneously underestimating Chen Mu's power. He was far more terrifying than they had imagined. As the tide of battle turned, the inner court elders could no longer remain passive. Every second Chen Mu lived brought further humiliation to the Holy Dragon sect. He must be eradicated swiftly. Witnessing their continued folly, Chen Mu slightly lifted his leg and stomped down. Boom! A pillar of thunder surged skyward, ripping a gaping hole in the clouds. Almost immediately, dark clouds gathered, shrouding the sky and significantly reducing visibility. Countless bolts of lightning flickered within, akin to serpents in their fury. This is the Thunder's sacred body. An astute elder recognized it. The so-called low-ranking Thunder sacred body could be subdued effortlessly by our dozen cultivators. Boom, boom, boom. Before the elder could finish his words, a golden bolt of lightning, half a meter thick, descended from 10,000 meters above, striking him down, penetrating his entire being, connecting to the earth. Amidst the brilliance of the thunder, his silhouette rapidly dissolved until he was utterly consumed and vanished. And such golden lightning continued to cascade, hundreds, if not thousands, raining down and wreaking havoc within the sect. The spectacle was too grand and overwhelming to be conveyed in mere words. Run! Hurry! What are you still doing here? Do you honestly believe you can withstand the power of that thunder? The inner court elders had all been felled in an instant. Do you think I don't want to flee? My body, paralyzed by fear, is utterly unresponsive. Is this truly the low-ranking sacred body? I have read about the Thunder sacred body, and the effects depicted were nowhere near this exaggerated. There can only be one explanation. His cultivation is ludicrously high. This technique, the summoning of heavenly thunder, is indeed impressive. Chen Mu gazed at the golden lightning, resembling a colossal serpent connecting heaven and earth, devouring all in its path. Feeling quite satisfied, the results exceeded his expectations. Successfully eliminated the inner court elder. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the low-grade Heaven Tier 100 Flames Blade and the Millennium Holy Spirit Fruit. Successfully eliminated the inner court elder. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the mid-grade Heaven Tier Soul Severing Sword and the high-grade Earth Tier Golden Silk Pearl Armor. Successfully eliminated the inner court elder. Congratulations, host, for obtaining. Master, someone is blocking your thunderous might, Lu Ruoxue pointed out in surprise. Blocking it? Chen Mu was genuinely curious who possessed such capability. Following Lu Ruoxue's finger, he discovered it was none other than the deputy sect master of the Holy Dragon sect. Ichingza. At that moment, he was channeling his spiritual energy into countless radiant golden swords, forming a conical shape as he struggled to counter one of the golden bolts of lightning above. After examining the situation, Chen Mu discovered that the golden longsword was not merely a technique, but a type of divine physique, ranking a commendable 38th on the physique leaderboard, the sword god body. Possessing such a sacred physique, one could easily cover the entire Zhongshuan realm with swords, provided their strength was formidable enough. How infuriating! The golden thunder continued to press down relentlessly, gradually shattering Iching's myriad swords of defense, threatening imminent collapse. He could not fathom why. Despite wielding a physique that overshadowed Chen Mu's in rank, he found himself in such dire straits. Was the gap between them truly so vast? The fleeing disciples, witnessing this spectacle, grew ever more convinced of Chen Mu's overwhelming prowess. It was utterly astonishing. The vice sect master, endowed with the sword god body, was rendered incapable of matching him. To what extent must Chen Mu's power reach? Why provoke him of all people? Are you seeking death? I am not. I concede. I surrender. I beseech you, senior, to spare my life. Ichingza finally could bear it no longer and cried out in desperation. At this point, considerations of pride had long lost their significance, for he had already forfeited it all. Why address Chen Mu as senior? The reason was simple. He could hardly believe that a junior could possess such unfathomable strength. No one among the many powerful figures of the Sacred Dragon sect, himself included, could stand against him. All reduced to mere prey, Chen Mu offered no response, or rather, his silence spoke volumes. Now you seek mercy? Where was this plea earlier? As vice sect master, allowing his subordinates to stir trouble was a grave mistake. Chen Mu had no intention of showing mercy. Realizing Chen Mu's thoughts, Ichingza could only curse himself for not being the sect master, for lacking the authority to activate the sect's grand formation. Otherwise, he could have mounted a resistance. Yet, at this moment, the sect master was sequestered in retreat on the back mountain. Ichingza had sent multiple messages across great distances, but none had elicited a response. Indeed, relying on others is never as reliable as relying on oneself. Go. He summoned every ounce of spiritual energy within him, manifesting thousands of long swords that coalesced into a colossal sword aimed squarely at Chen Mu, hurtling towards him. Ichingza was acutely aware that dragging Chen Mu down with him was impossible, but at the very least, he could ensure that Chen Mu would not emerge unscathed or too pleased. He sought to leave an indelible mark on Chen Mu's memory. As the dazzling giant sword approached, Chen Mu's consciousness stirred. Several strands of golden thunder suddenly redirected, intertwining together, taking the form of a colossal serpent, a veritable behemoth poised to devour. With a thunderous roar, Ichingza's defenses shattered, his myriad swords obliterated under the might of the thunder, his very flesh vaporized. A demise beyond recovery. Vice Sect Master slain. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Sword God body, 36 5th grade elixirs, and 106 4th grade elixirs. HM. To say I was not surprised would be disingenuous. I never anticipated that I would extract the Sword God body from Ichingza. This saved me the trouble of modifications. This fellow was indeed remarkably strong. Luo Yu, whose lingering soul was nearby, bore witness to the entire scene, her heart filled with indescribable shock. She glanced at Lu Ruoxue, who wore a lovesick expression, finally understanding why she had chosen Chen Mu over herself. Her own meager talents seemed utterly insignificant in comparison. Fortunately, the heavens had not been unkind, granting her a chance at rebirth. Gazing at the gate of reincarnation beside her, Luo Yu resolved to reincarnate. Fixing her gaze intensely upon Chen Mu, she gritted her teeth and vowed, "In my next life, should I retain my memories, I shall repay today's enmity 100-fold. 1,000-fold, a myriad-fold." A commendable thought, but alas, you shall never have that opportunity. Chapter 50. The Sword God body reaches maximum level. He is, in fact, a dual sacred body. HM. Initially hearing this voice emanate from Chen Mu, Luo Yu thought it was merely a figment of her imagination. Or perhaps that Chen Mu was not addressing her directly, but rather it was just a coincidence. However, when she turned to face Chen Mu, their eyes met in an instant. His cold, emotionless gaze sent a jolt through her mind, awakening an unprecedented terror. A singular thought arose within her. This being is not human. Would you like to modify the gate of reincarnation to a closed state? Modify. Modifying in progress. Realizing the dire implications, Luo Yu quickly turned and lunged towards the gate of reincarnation. Modification successful. Yet, she grasped at nothing but air. The 1 in a billion gate of reincarnation had been sealed. The remnants of her soul stood frozen in place, her eyes trembling violently. Luo Yu's thoughts shifted in an instant. This being was not only inhuman, but divine. How could he perceive her? How could he close the gate of reincarnation? Was this not a chance bestowed upon her by the heavens? He dared to defy the divine. The key was that it seemed the heavens had yet to act against him. Absurd. Chen Mu raised a hand, and Luo Yu's form was uncontrollably drawn toward him. Gripped by the throat, she found herself unable to escape. "Please, it's all my fault. I beg you, do not kill me. I do not wish to die. I am willing to serve you tirelessly for eternity. Just spare me my life." Her voice trembled. At that moment, she lacked even the courage to struggle. Unnecessary. Chen Mu clenched his fist, shattering the last remnants of Luo Yu's soul. Luo Yu was utterly obliterated. The significant upheaval within the sect had not gone unnoticed. In the back mountain, within the pure water cave, the sect master of the sacred dragon sect, Chu Renjia, who was striving to break through from the 9th level of the nascent soul realm to the out-of-body realm, was already aware of the situation. Yet he was but a half step away from the out-of-body realm and could not afford to leave. To interrupt his breakthrough would not only squander this rare opportunity, but also pose a high risk of backlash. At worst, he could suffer injuries that would leave lingering effects for months, or worse, be rendered a cripple. Chu Renjia dared not take such a risk. Who exactly was that young man? Every notable figure within the sacred dragon sect had been mercilessly slaughtered by him. If possible, Chu Renjia would dearly love to drag out the fool who had provoked Chen Mu and give him a thorough beating. He had warned the sect members repeatedly to maintain a sense of reverence for the powerful, lest they tread a path of ruin. From the current situation, it was evident they had not heeded his words. Fortunately, Chu Renjia sensed the presence of hidden powerhouses swiftly approaching from above. With those ancient beings now taking action, Chu Renjia could focus once more on his breakthrough. Unlike the Heavenly Sword sect, only half of the Sacred Dragon sect's foundational powerhouses chose to engage. The other half opted to watch from the sidelines, unwilling to confront Chen Mu directly. The faction that did engage was led by an ancient being named Yuan Zhou, who had lived for over 1,000 years and possessed peak out-of-body realm strength. A warlike individual, nourished by dragon blood, his formidable prowess also altered his temperament. Some could withstand it, while others could not. Combined with their arrogance and seniority, they became intolerant of any insolence before them. Look, who are those people? They must have just joined the sect not long ago. They are the backbone of our sacred dragon sect. With so many hidden masters emerging from their seclusion, it seemed imminent that a fierce battle would soon unfold. No way. Must we fight again? Can't we negotiate for peace? Look at the state the sect is in. It was difficult. Chen Mu had slain so many, including elder-level figures and even the vice sect master. If he were not dealt with, how would this incident be perceived by other sects? Yet, opinions remained polarized. As Yuan Zhou reached the skies, he signaled for everyone to unite and together halt the terrifying barrage of golden thunder. Unyielding, Chen Mu stirred his thoughts once more. A myriad of golden thunderbolts converged, transforming into a colossal golden dragon that emitted a deafening roar, echoing clearly even from 1,000 miles away. The demonic beasts were thrown into disarray, scattering in all directions. Despite merely manifesting as a dragon-shaped embodiment of thunder, it commanded respect as a true dragon, and none dared to underestimate its power. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuanzhou recognized that he had underestimated his opponent. He shouted urgently, "Quick! Activate the sect's Grand Formation." The Grand Formation was not solely under the jurisdiction of the sect leader. They, too, possessed the authority rooted in the sect's heritage. With a resounding rumble, the sacred dragon mountain trembled violently, numerous fissures sprawling like a spider's web, pulsating with a life of their own. From these cracks, visible streams of blood-red essence surged forth, dragon blood essence. Countless droplets of dragon blood essence coalesced in a fleeting moment, forming another towering blood dragon. The twin dragons roared, shaking the heavens and earth as they clashed in the skies above. With a thunderous boom, one dragon exhaled a colossal pillar of lightning that pierced the 10,000-meter expanse, tearing through the darkness and bathing the land in sacred light. Another dragon, refusing to be outdone, opened its maw wide, releasing a torrential blood mist. The dragon's breath, crimson to the point of black, enveloped the entire sacred dragon mountain in a grotesque shroud of blood. Above, thunder cracked, drowning out all other sounds. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Is this dragon's blood? Such a precious substance. Chen Mu resolved to conclude the battle swiftly, lest Yuanzhou and his companions squander the remaining dragon blood essence buried in the earth. With a deft leap, he ascended into the sky, the lightning and blood mist parting before him. His sword god body reached its zenith. Raising his hand, he traced slow circles in the air with his index finger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each circle drawn, 1,000 divine swords materialized in the firmament, their harmonious chants resonating. Tens of thousands of divine swords swirled, growing larger and more magnificent until they fused into a singular, resplendent giant sword. He was indeed a dual holy body, the thunder holy body, the sword god body. This individual was an unparalleled genius among millions. How could the sacred dragon sect have offended someone so terrifying? Who on earth is he? Have they lost their minds? I have never witnessed anything so extravagant. He has truly broadened my horizons. Yuanzhou and his companions were equally astonished. Having lived for a millennium, it was their first time hearing of someone awakening two holy bodies. No wonder this fellow dared to disregard the sacred dragon sect. He possessed the confidence and strength to do so. Brother Yuan, what should we do? Someone inquired. Should we abandon the fight and negotiate with him? I have a foreboding sense that this will not end well. Some even entertained thoughts of retreat. Do not jest. Do you wish to become the laughingstock of the entire Zhongshuan realm? Yuanzhou's eyes blazed fiercely as he bellowed. He quickly composed himself, reassuring the others. Do not worry. We have the Dragon Blood Guardian formation. We need not fear him. Do you not believe in the power of the true dragon? Do you not trust in the protection of the Blood Dragon God? The others fell silent. On Chen Mu's side, he glanced upward. Seeing that the great sword was nearly complete, and with a sweeping motion of his arm, he declared, Chapter 51. Your trump card now belongs to me. He forcefully seized it. The sword sang like a fierce roar, reverberating through the heavens. The visible space twisted and deformed in response. As the great sword descended at an angle, Yuanzhou cried out, Please, Blood Dragon God, protect our sacred dragon sect. Confronted with the might of the great sword, an unease stirred within him. Yet, he could only feign calmness and choose to believe in the Blood Dragon God. Lord Dragon God, surely you will shelter us. But lo! The sword pierced the abyssal maw of the blood dragon, first shattering its head, then fracturing its body. The deity they revered, the Blood Dragon God, was utterly powerless against the might of Chen Mu's strike. The golden thunder dragon seized this opportunity to pursue relentlessly, further devouring its foe. Heavenly heavens! The guardian blood dragon has fallen. The sword god body is truly terrifying. It appears that the vice sect master had barely unleashed even a fraction of the sword god body's potential. It must be noted that while the holy body is powerful, it is equally dependent on the wielder. After the sword cleaved through the blood dragon, the blade remained unscathed, undiminished, as it faced the golden thunder dragon. Yuanzhou's heart raced, caught in a state of dread, yet he had no choice but to reassure his companions and continue invoking the guardian blood dragon. Surely, they could not simply await their demise. Fleeing was not an option. They could only confront it head-on, even resorting to secret methods. What is happening? I feel my strength waning, being siphoned away. Me too. My head feels heavy. I cannot go on. I lack the strength. The disciples, sensing the abnormal state of their peers beneath them, began to collapse one after another, only to realize something in the next moment. Their gazes snapped back to Yuanzhou. Brother Yuan, you are not considering sacrificing them, are you? Is there another choice? Yuanzhou retorted, his tone firm and unwavering. In this moment, we require sacrifice. We must offer blood to honor the blood dragon god. Only then will he grant us greater strength. These are my disciples of the sacred dragon sect. Is it not their honor to sacrifice for the sect? This is their privilege. The disciples, upon hearing Yuanzhou's intention to sacrifice himself to the blood dragon god, felt a deep reluctance but found themselves powerless to voice their objections. They could only passively endure, their blood essence drained, ascending into the air, merging, being absorbed by the dragon blood essence, thereby growing stronger. The towering blood dragon reshaped itself. It appeared even more majestic than before, with a resounding dragon roar. Although it could not overpower the sound of the sword's song, it at least no longer felt completely suppressed. Wonderful. The dragon soul summoning has succeeded. The blood dragon god is willing to lend us his aid. Yuan Zhou's grin nearly split his face. As his gaze returned to Chen Mu, a glimmer of triumph sparkled in his eyes. With the dragon blood essence combined with the dragon soul, he was eager to see how Chen Mu would contend against him now. Yuan Zhou believed victory was within his grasp. How could a mere mortal hope to challenge a dragon god? They could only await their demise. A dragon soul, you say? Upon hearing these words from Yuan Zhou, Chen Mu's heart was filled with intrigue. As the answer dawned upon him, he perceived that this towering blood dragon was indeed different from before. Nevertheless, Chen Mu remained confident that he could slay it with a single strike. However, upon further reflection, considering he already possessed a Qilin, why not nurture a blood dragon as well? The thought of walking a dragon was quite enticing. Thus, he temporarily halted his offensive. Observing this, Yuan Zhou mistakenly believed he was filled with trepidation and was about to plead for mercy. Instead, Chen Mu declared, "Abandon your resistance and submit to me as your master. I can reshape your corporeal form. To be reborn for the blood dragon god?" It was unfathomable where this audacity stemmed from. Such feats were the domain of deities, not something mere mortals could aspire to. He was indeed a little too full of himself. Yuan Zhou sighed, shaking his head. Today's youth, believing themselves gifted, not only disregard their peers, but also the divine. It is pitiful. The blood dragon, however, seemed unwilling to relent. As the gentle approach had failed, Chen Mu resolved to employ a more forceful tactic. He opened his system. Would you like to change the holder of the blood dragon god to Chen Mu? Change. Modifying. Modification successful. What is happening? Why has the blood dragon god halted? Wait. He is turning toward us. What does he intend? A sense of foreboding crept in. Could it be that the blood dragon god truly sought to surrender to that youth? Upon hearing such words, Yuan Zhou was filled with fury, vehemently countering. Nonsense. How could the blood dragon god betray us? How could he bow to a mere child who is yet to grow? Boom. As Yuan Zhou faced his companions, his back turned to the blood dragon god. He utterly failed to notice the dragon opening its maw, exhaling a bloodthirsty dragon breath. The last sight that graced his eyes was the unmistakable terror etched upon the faces of the powerful figures around him. In an instant, all lives perished beneath the formidable breath of the dragon. The sacred dragon sect, originating from the essence of dragon blood and flourishing under the protection of the blood dragon deity, could hardly withstand the divine blow from the very source of their power. In the rear mountains, within the tranquil water cave, despite having just achieved a breakthrough, the heart of Chu Renjia was shrouded not in joy, but in an ineffable dread, etched unmistakably upon his countenance. He sensed the potent auras of those formidable beings vanish completely, utterly gone without a trace. Could it be? As he raised his gaze, he perceived the remaining powerful presences swiftly sweeping overhead. With a start, Chu Renjia could no longer remain seated. He hastily rose from the ground, bursting forth from behind the waterfall and hastening towards the main peak. There, alongside a dozen remaining powerful figures, they hovered in midair, witnessing Chen Mu reconstructing the corporeal form of the blood dragon deity. The blood dragon deity had returned to life. It was nothing short of astonishing, truly beyond belief. Fortuitously, they had refrained from opposing him earlier. Otherwise, they would likely share the same fate as that old scoundrel Yuan Zhou, left in pieces. He deserved it for ignoring counsel, truly believing he could provoke anyone in this world. What a farce. A millennium wasted, merely growing hair without gaining wisdom. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon's body was reforged, and its domineering aura rippled outward like pebbles cast into water. Even Chu Renjia and his companions could not withstand the force, being forcibly pushed back hundreds of meters. Straining with all their might, they barely steadied themselves. As they lowered their arms and reopened their eyes, they beheld Chen Mu, flanked by a towering golden lightning dragon and an equally magnificent ancient blood dragon, with a colossal divine sword hovering above him, aimed directly at them. In terror, they hastily bent their knees, kneeling in midair, afraid to raise their eyes to Chen Mu, pleading, "We beg for your forgiveness, O Divine One. We mean no harm." What else could they call him? They had witnessed with their own eyes as Chen Mu forged a corporeal form for the ancient blood dragon, long dead for untold years. In their eyes, this was an act beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Chen Mu must undoubtedly be an immortal traveler from a realm of higher powers. Subsequently, more powerful beings voluntarily offered dragon blood crystals, which took billions of years to form. With their hands raised high, they knelt before Chen Mu, bearing the weight of pressures beyond what one of their age should endure, presenting the dragon blood crystals. Throughout, they dared not gaze directly at Chen Mu, their attitude profoundly humble as they spoke. It is said that these dragon blood crystals can be used to refine the 9th grade pill, dragon blood pill. capable of reshaping one's dragon blood body. The strength gained would surpass tenfold at the very least, an opportunity rare to find. As for why they had kept these dragon blood crystals instead of refining them into pills, the reason was simple. There were hardly any alchemists capable of producing 9th-grade pills, let alone those who could craft the 9th-grade dragon blood pill. The last they heard of such an alchemist was a millennium ago. Though the items were exquisite, they lacked the fortune or ability to utilize them. Observing the crystal imbued with powerful dragon energy, slightly translucent, Chen Mu did not hastily reach for it. Feeling that the term dragon blood pill sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. To confirm his thoughts, he opened his system backpack and indeed found the words dragon blood pill. Dragon blood pill, quantity, 10,000. Rare to find. Are you suggesting this? As Chen Mu spread his fingers, dozens of dragon blood pills, enveloped in spiritual energy, floated above his palm. Initially, the elder thought Chen Mu also possessed a dragon blood crystal. Upon taking a glance, he was nearly petrified on the spot, rendered speechless by the shock. It was not a dragon blood crystal. It was a dragon blood pill, 9th tier superior. Moreover, on the surface of the pill, strands of golden patterns could be seen. A hallmark of top-tier elixirs, a heavenly treasure deemed rare, and he casually produced dozens. The elder's worldview was utterly shattered, leaving him at a loss for words. He even contemplated surrendering, extending his neck for Chen Mu's sword to strike, having no desire to struggle. Let it be obliteration. Next, Chen Mu directly tossed a dragon blood pill into his mouth, swallowing it like a candy, and it melted upon entry. His brow furrowed. He could unmistakably feel the overwhelming potency of the dragon blood pill. It was reshaping his bones and flesh from within. To describe it as a transformation of rebirth would not be an exaggeration. His strength surged at least 100-fold beyond the previous claim of 10-fold. Chen Mu pondered that it was likely due to his multiple sacred bodies and tribulation realm cultivation. Just how powerful had he become? To put it plainly, with a mere thought, he could annihilate the entire sacred dragon sect, ensuring the complete obliteration of its members and reducing the sacred dragon mountain to rubble. Boom. The elder, caught off guard, was sent flying hundreds of meters by the overwhelming aura emanating from Chen Mu. The others, witnessing this, dared not express anger or concern. It took them a considerable time to stabilize themselves. Noticing Lu Ruoxue staring intently at the dragon blood pill in her hand, Chen Mu, with an abundance of pills, casually tossed one to her. Even if the number diminished to 0, he could instantly modify it to 99, 999, 999. Thank you, master, Lu Ruoxue exclaimed with joy. With this dragon blood pill, she too could reshape her dragon blood body, vastly increasing her strength to assist Chen Mu in overcoming challenges. At that moment, her thoughts were solely focused on becoming stronger for Chen Mu's sake. Witnessing this scene, the powerful beings and Chu Renjia felt an amalgamation of emotions. Even they could not casually bestow 9th-grade pills upon others, let alone the dragon blood pill, a top-tier elixir considered extinct. Their reverence surged, further solidifying their belief in Chen Mu's immortal identity. I, Chu Renjia of the Sacred Dragon Sect, pledge my loyalty to the immortal sovereign. Along with all disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect, we only ask that the immortal sovereign spare the innocent and grant us a path to survive, Chu Renjia implored. This was the only means he could conceive to ensure their survival. The lives of hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Sacred Dragon Sect should not be sacrificed due to a few miscreants. We are willing to serve the immortal sovereign with utmost devotion, even unto death. We are willing to serve the immortal sovereign with utmost devotion, even unto death. We are willing to serve the immortal sovereign with utmost devotion, even unto death. The multitude of disciples present knelt in unison, with their leader kneeling. They had no reason not to follow suit. They had no desire, nor the courage, to oppose Chen Mu, especially considering the cautionary tales of Yuan Zhou and others. Hearing their words, Chen Mu did not rush to respond. His gaze swept over the powerful beings. Those who met his piercing eyes trembled involuntarily. They hastily knelt, echoing, "We too are willing to serve the immortal sovereign with utmost devotion, even unto death." Gaining an entire sect without lifting a finger was indeed a fruitful endeavor. Initially, Chen Mu had merely sought to eliminate Lu Oyu. The portal opened, and Chen Mu, followed by Lu Ruoxue, stepped inside, after which the portal closed. The hearts of the onlookers, which had been gripped by an unseen force, finally returned to their normal rhythms. After the immense sense of crisis dissipated, their bodies weakened, collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. This day would be etched in their memories forever. As for Chen Mu's identity as a member of the Qingxian sect, that thought had long been discarded. They did not believe the Qingxian sect was capable of harboring a powerhouse like Chen Mu. It was likely merely a matter of similar attire. If the Qingxian sect truly had such might at their disposal, would they still remain obscure? The position of the foremost sect in the Xian kingdom would undoubtedly belong to them. Even if they did not claim it, no one would dare to assume that role. To do so would mean certain death. Afterward, Chu Renjia began leading the entire sect in repairing their domain. Leisure? They dared not indulge in idleness. There was no time for it. After all, the sacred dragon sect of today no longer belongs to him. Chu Renjia. He is merely a steward, anxious that poor management may jeopardize his very life. As the hours slipped by, within the grand hall of the sect, his daughter, Chu Wuxiang, returned from her training and was taken aback by the dismal state of the sacred dragon sect, mistaking it for a declaration of war from other formidable sections. Chu Renjia, with one hand pressed against his forehead, gestured dismissively. He was reluctant to discuss this matter further. He then inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" With her heart solely focused on cultivation and disinterested in matters of romance, Chu Wuxiang expressed her desire to suspend the betrothal to the Chun family of Tianfu City, which her father had previously mentioned. Her gaze suddenly transformed into one of unwavering determination as she declared, "I wish to annul the engagement." Recently, she had discovered her betrothal to another. Thus, she had descended the mountain to prove her worth before formally requesting the annulment. "Do as you wish," Chu Renjia replied nonchalantly. The engagement with the Chu family had been arranged unilaterally by the late elder, and upon reaching adulthood, Chu Wuxiang was to wed the most outstanding scion of the Chen family. Now that the elder was no more, Chu Renjia chose to honor his daughter's wishes. Although he did not comprehend the rationale behind the elder's agreement with the Chen family, he acknowledged that, in terms of status, they were simply unworthy of the Chu family. No one could truly be deemed a match for his daughter, who was celebrated as a prodigy of the spear. "Thank you, father," Chu Wuxiang said, turning to leave without delay, setting forth immediately toward Tianfu City to annul her engagement with the Chen family. Chapter 53. The Forging of the Golden Scaled Dragon Armor. On the journey, within the carriage, the elder spoke. "Miss, allow me to handle the annulment. There is no need for you to go personally. It would only impede your cultivation." He had previously offered to return the betrothal document to the Chen family himself, but Chu Wuxiang had declined. In response, she explained, "After all, I am the one breaking the agreement. If I do not go myself, it may be perceived that the Chu family lacks decorum, tarnishing our reputation." "Your words hold merit," the elder conceded, no longer insisting and deciding to respect Chu Wuxiang's resolve. "Would you like to modify the quantity of dragon blood pills to 999? 999, 999? Modify. Modification in progress. Modification successful." Meanwhile, upon returning to Qingxian sect, Chen Mu found himself with idle time and decided to experiment with the dragon blood pills to test his inner thoughts. He began by modifying a modest number of dragon blood pills, consuming them as if they were mere candies, continuously refining and absorbing their medicinal properties. Having already refined over 100, he glanced at Lu Ruoshui, who had only managed to absorb less than 1% of a single dragon blood pill. Her expression strained. Soon, the number of dragon blood pills Chen Mu consumed surpassed 200, then 300, 400, and 500. When the total reached 1,000, he distinctly felt an odd sensation within his body, a tingling as if something was striving to break free from beneath his skin. Rolling up his sleeves, he discovered that he had sprouted vibrant, multicolored dragon scales. These scales were among the hardest materials known, impervious even to heavenly-grade divine weapons. Moreover, Chen Mu could will the scales to appear or vanish at his discretion. Had he truly only grown less than 50 scales from 1,000 dragon blood pills? Observing the remaining 900 million, Chen Mu smiled lightly and quickened his pace, devouring them by the handful. With the enhancement of the multiple sacred body, his tribulation level cultivation, and the thousands of dragon blood pills he had consumed, the thought of going astray was laughable. Even if inner demons were to appear, they would kneel before him in submission. 2,000 dragon blood pills, 3,000 dragon blood pills, 4,000 dragon blood pills. Before long, as Lu Ruoshui finally absorbed 30% of the dragon blood pills' effects, Chen Mu's consumption soared past 10,000. His body, now clad in golden scales, not only boasted unparalleled defense, but also delivered devastating blows, emanating an undeniable dragon might. Outside Qingyan Mansion, passers-by rubbed their arms together, shivering with goosebumps, feeling an unnerving chill as if they were being watched by an ancient deity. Why did it seem that the oppressive aura emanating from within Qingyan Mansion was now far more intense than before? It was not merely stronger, but 100-fold more so. Approaching even slightly sent their legs trembling uncontrollably. Could it be that the Holy Sun had reached some profound understanding of a divine technique? It was indeed a possibility. Truly, the Holy Sun was deserving of his title. They dared not draw too close, as the invisible pressure above made breathing a chore. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Chen Mu, now satisfied with his body adorned in dragon scales, closed the system panel. His strength had long transcended the mere concept of tribulation level. If one were to draw a comparison, an ordinary person's tribulation level was at the first tier, while he, having undergone the baptism and enhancement of over 10,000 dragon blood pills, had already ascended to the 999th tier. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Lu Ruoshui's peculiar expression. Her already pale complexion had grown even more ashen, her lips tinged with purple, an all too familiar sign of being on the brink of going astray. Had her rapid rise in power triggered a backlash from inner demons? Chen Mu pondered uncertainly. Indeed, as he suspected, Lu Ruoshui found herself ensnared in a mire of darkness, where her numerous shadowy facets sought to drag her down. Whispers of temptation echoed in her ears. She tightly shut her eyes, striving to ignore the turmoil. Deep down, she understood that she must overcome this trial to break through to a higher realm. What is happening? Who is pulling me? As she heard the confused, struggling whispers from her darker self, Lu Ruoxue slowly opened her eyes, only to see a beam of light shining before her. A large hand seized her shadowy self, forcefully pulling her toward that radiant door. As her vision focused, she found Chen Mu standing before her, clutching a swirling mass of darkness. With a mere squeeze of his fingers, he crushed it into oblivion. Is this the inner demon? How pitifully weak, Chen Mu remarked, bewildered. However, if anyone were to feel perplexed, it would be Lu Ruoxue. The inner demon that had caused her such torment was so effortlessly shattered by Chen Mu. This only fueled her determination not to disappoint his expectations as she focused on refining the remaining effects of the dragon blood pills. Seeing her complexion return to normal, Chen Mu made his way to the back courtyard and approached the spiritual spring pool. Stripping off his garments, he stepped into the water. With a snap of his fingers, a miniature blood dragon emerged from the void, swimming in circles within the spiritual spring pool. The breath of dragon blood rapidly infused the pool, turning it a deep crimson. Upgrading it to a dragon blood spiritual spring pool, its efficacy was exponentially enhanced. Ah, how delightful! Chen Mu sighed, raising his arms and leaning back, his expression one of sheer enjoyment. The dragon blood spiritual spring pool existed within the sacred dragon sect, yet such high purity was unprecedented. Even if the founding patriarch were to witness it, he would undoubtedly be left agape. As the blood essence wafted upward, it painted the skies above Qingyun Mansion a vivid crimson, spreading far and wide. Half an hour later, the entire Qingxian sect was enveloped in this ominous phenomenon, visible for miles around. Zhao Hingshan could hardly overlook such an event. Is that dragon qi? How could Qingxian sect possess dragon qi? Where could it have originated? He looked toward the source of the most concentrated dragon qi, ultimately settling his gaze on Qingyun Mansion. He couldn't help but sigh in resignation, knowing that such a massive surge of dragon qi would likely incite a beast tide. Zhao Hingshan had heard of such occurrences before. The sacred dragon sect, possessing the coveted dragon blood, frequently finds itself besieged by ferocious beasts. After all, for these creatures, the dragon blood is a rare and invaluable treasure that enhances their cultivation. Sect leader. No, this is dire. Our disciples have detected a substantial gathering of monstrous beasts from the north, south, east, and west, converging upon our Qingxian sect. A sharp clap of the hand against the face. Truly, one fears what comes to pass. Dispatch orders immediately. Rally all disciples to fortify our defenses against the impending beast tide. Yes. With the disciples hastily departing, Zhao Hingshan descended the mountain, intent on investigating the situation at Qingyun Manor. He was concerned that Chen Mu might be in trouble. Such a cataclysmic phenomenon, stirring up a horde of beasts, could not possibly arise from trivial circumstances. It must be a matter of great significance. Chapter 54. Can bathing cause celestial phenomena? The supreme gun intent. Upon reaching Qingyun Manor, Zhao Hingshan initially contemplated entering directly, but, considering it was Chen Mu's residence, he took a step back and grasped the copper ring held by the lion's mouth. He knocked thrice upon the grand door. Soon after, Su Qingtian opened a crack in the door and peered out. Recognizing Zhao Hingshan, he lowered his guard and opened the door fully. Zhao sect leader. What brings you to Qingyun Manor? Is the Holy Sun present? I wish to speak with him. Zhao Hingshan stated his purpose. Su Qingtian was about to respond, indicating he would notify Chen Mu when the latter's voice resonated in his mind from afar, allowing him to enter. Please. Upon hearing this, Su Qingtian stepped aside, and Zhao Hingshan proceeded inward. He soon beheld Lu Ruoxue seated cross-legged beneath a gazebo, in the midst of refining a dragon blood pill, nearing completion. Is that dragon qi? Zhao Hingshan's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, he quickly averted his gaze, for he discerned that the source of the dragon qi did not reside within Lu Ruoxue. Although her aura was impressive, it was insufficient to evoke such a grand and terrifying celestial phenomenon. It was wholly inadequate. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the backyard. His gaze finally settled, with absolute certainty, upon the true origin of the anomaly. Right there. The master is in the spiritual spring pool in the backyard, Su Qingtian interjected. Very well. Zhao Hingshan hastened his steps toward the rear. Upon arrival, he was rendered momentarily speechless. Is this truly the spiritual spring pool? It was entirely different from what Zhao Hingshan had envisioned. The water, a deep crimson, brimmed with spiritual energy, as though it had concentrated the essence of all the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles into this small pool. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he could see a blood dragon swimming in circles within. Another divine dragon after the Qilin? For reasons he could not fathom, Zhao Hingshan found himself less surprised than anticipated. Perhaps his perceptions had been so thoroughly reshaped by Chen Mu that he was nearly numb to them? He had envisioned countless scenarios that could have led to such a celestial phenomenon, yet he had never imagined it was merely a matter of taking a bath. He had witnessed baths infused with flower petals, spirit liquids, and medicinal herbs, but never one that involved a divine dragon. Truly, is this not deserving of his reputation? Such a pool of dragon blood was likely beyond the reach of even the sacred dragon sect, which hoarded vast quantities of dragon blood essence. Little did Zhao Hengshan realize that this blood dragon deity had been forcibly seized from the sacred dragon sect by Chen Mu. Otherwise, his expression would have been far more exaggerated. What brings Zhao's sect leader to seek me? Chen Mu, noticing Zhao Hengshan's prolonged silence, took the initiative to inquire. In response, Holy Son, the matter is as follows. Zhao Hengshan then divulged the details of the anomaly and the impending beast tide. I see, Chen Mu mused, genuinely surprised that his simple act of bathing could provoke such a commotion. He raised his hand and activated the celestial mirror. What is this? Zhao Hengshan, unaware of the celestial mirror's existence, could discern that it was no ordinary artifact. As Chen Mu's fingers glided through the air, the images shifted fluidly, revealing the situation beneath Qingxian Mountain. Beasts of all kinds, some ancient, emerged in droves. Their eyes glowed crimson, making it evident how desperately they craved the dragon blood. Then, with a mere thought, Chen Mu established a barrier, enveloping the entirety of Qingyun Manor to prevent the dragon chi from further dispersing. What? This is astonishing. Zhao Hengshan felt an overwhelming surge of incredulity. The speed at which this formation was activated was nothing short of extraordinary. He had not even perceived Chen Mu making a move. In the Zhangshuan realm, array masters were classified into 10 levels. The most formidable array master Zhao Hengshan had ever encountered was at level 6, and even then, their speed and quality were far inferior to Chen Mu's. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that comparing him to Chen Mu was an insult to the latter. The barrier that Chen Mu had effortlessly conjured was, in Zhao Hengshan's estimation, hundreds of times more powerful than the protective formation that had sustained the Qingxian sect for millennia. Nevertheless, the dragon chi that had already escaped and spread was unaffected by this barrier. The beasts continued to surge forward, eager to breach Qingxian sect. The disciples were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling at the sight of this once-in-a-millennium spectacle. How could such a terrifying beast tide erupt? This scale surely ranks first in a century, if not a millennium. Everything was vividly captured in the mirror, witnessed by both Chen Mu and Zhao Hengshan. Since this trouble had originated from him, Chen Mu did not wish to implicate others and commanded the blood dragon deity to resolve the matter. With a splash, the blood dragon deity surged forth from the water, soaring into the heavens. The farther it traveled, the larger it became. In mere moments, it restored its colossal form. Coiling atop Qingyan Mountain, a single roar reverberated, shaking the very heavens and instilling dread across the land. What is happening? A dragon. A dragon. How could a dragon appear in Qingxian sect? It was highly likely connected to the Holy Sun. Upon reflection, given that the Holy Sun can casually walk a Qilin, owning a dragon seems quite reasonable. Indeed, absolutely reasonable. They covered their ears, caught between laughter and tears. Look, the beast tide is retreating. Of course, those beasts would never dare to challenge a true dragon. Is this truly what a dragon is? The existence closest to the divine, at a demigod level. How utterly astonishing. As the beast tide receded, the blood dragon deity consumed the dragon chi that pervaded the sky, and after absorbing it, it transformed back into a miniature form. Returning to Chen Mu's side. Was it truly that simple? Has it been resolved? Zhao Hengshan pondered. Based on his past experiences, to quell a beast tide of this magnitude, Qingxian sect would typically suffer losses of at least 1/3 of its disciples. Yet, under Chen Mu's command, it was merely a fleeting affair. Where had Xiao Yun and the others discovered such an extraordinary individual, and how had they managed to persuade him to join Qingxian sect? It was not that Zhao Hengshan belittled the Qingxian sect, but rather that, even among the strongest sects in the Xian kingdom, they would be unworthy of possessing someone like Chen Mu. Had he, in a past life, saved the Zhangshuan realm? How fortunate to have such a holy son within their ranks. After expressing his gratitude to Chen Mu, Zhao Hengshan resolved to take his leave. However, just a few steps away, he halted, as if recalling something. Holy son, it is rumored that a peculiar stone has been discovered in the distant Zhengwu mountain, seemingly harboring a legacy treasure. He believed Chen Mu might take an interest in this matter, considering his remarkable strength must stem not solely from unparalleled talent, but also from diligence and effort, seizing every opportunity. Very well, I understand. Thank you for the information. Sect leader Zhao, Chen Mu acknowledged with a nod. You are most welcome. Once Zhao Hengshan had exited his line of sight, Chen Mu rose, without a drop of water touching him. Emerging from the water, his garments adorned him automatically. A legacy treasure? That piqued his interest. Opening the system's built-in map of the Zhangshuan realm, Chen Mu swiftly located Zhengwu Mountain. Using the celestial mirror, he sought to glimpse what manner of legacy treasure awaited. Perhaps he could modify it for enhancement. He realized he possessed a slight obsession with collecting. The term treasure inherently bore an irresistible allure. Around the massive black stone, a crowd of no fewer than 100 people had gathered. Among them was Chu Wushuang, whose strikingly elegant appearance compelled one to steal a glance more than once. She swiftly approached the black stone, known as the Heritage Stone. Reward, Supreme Spear Intent. Successor, none. Chapter 55, The Plunder of Spear Intent Heritage. Ascending from yellow rank to heavenly rank in a heartbeat. Miss. An elder. Noticing Chu Wuxuang staring blankly at the towering black stone for quite some time, without uttering a word, tentatively called out to her. It seemed that their journey to Tianfu City would have to be postponed. Coming back to her senses, Chu Wuxuang parted her delicate lips. Postponed? Are you suggesting that you have an interest in the heritage contained within this black stone? The elder continued to inquire. Indeed, Chu Wuxuang nodded, not concealing her intentions, and explained in a voice only audible to the two of them. This black stone harbors a legacy of spear intent, precisely what I require. Whether it be sword, saber, or spear, attaining a certain level of mastery offers the possibility of birthing sword intent, spear intent, or saber intent, significantly enhancing one's strength. Although Chu Wuxuang was a prodigy of the spear path, she still had a considerable distance to cover before comprehending spear intent. Unexpectedly, on the path of her broken engagement, she stumbled upon a gift of spear intent heritage. Casting her gaze over those present, she noted that her cultivation was the highest among them, specializing in spear techniques. The likelihood of her acquiring the spear intent heritage was certainly greater than others. It would be a pity not to give it a try. I understand, Mississippi. Please feel free to delve into it. I shall remain by your side to guard you, the elder replied. Thank you for your assistance, Chu Wuxuang said as she approached the black stone. Her stunning visage, combined with her tall figure, soon attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, who dared not harbor any improper thoughts, recognizing at a glance the attire belonging to the Sacred Dragon sect. Some even discerned, heavens, is that not Chu Wuxuang, the daughter of the Sacred Dragon sect's leader, celebrated as the foremost spear path prodigy? Chu Wuxuang. It was said that her understanding of spear techniques surpassed that of many veterans in the spear realm. With her presence, this heritage was beyond the reach of the rest of us. Indeed, such legacies are often monopolized by geniuses. We ordinary folk can only watch in longing. Sighs echoed as the crowd parted to make way for Chu Wuxuang. Their cooperation was a boon for her, alleviating much of the hassle. This spear path legacy was something she was determined to seize. Everyone shared the same sentiment. Besides, was there anyone more fitting for this heritage than her? Had it been left to them, they would have chosen to pass it on to a genius like Chu Wuxuang, believing that only in such hands could it flourish further. Taking a deep breath, Chu Wuxuang pressed her fingers against the black stone, channeling her consciousness to connect and comprehend. As her pair of autumn-hued eyes closed, they suddenly snapped open in disbelief. Why? How can this be? The heritage had already been claimed by someone else. Look, words are appearing on the black stone. Truly remarkable. The genius of the Sacred Dragon sect managed to gain recognition for the heritage so swiftly. Wait, shouldn't there be 3 characters? Why are there only 2? Perhaps the third character has yet to manifest? Upon hearing this, Chu Wuxuang quickly stepped back a few paces, lifting her gaze. There, on the black stone, 2 golden characters materialized. Chen Mu. Chu Wuxuang uttered the name, her eyes scanning the crowd in search of the individual, yet finding none who matched the description. When had this occurred? How had he accomplished it? A multitude of questions plagued Chu Wuxuang, leaving her utterly perplexed. Chen Mu? Does anyone know him? Never heard of him. He must be someone of great significance to have snatched the heritage right under Chu Wuxuang's nose. Strength speaks volumes. It cannot be deemed theft, but rather a testament to Chu Wuxuang's inferiority. Just as the words left the speaker's lips, he felt the piercing gaze of Chu Wuxuang upon him, causing him to shudder and quickly retreat into the crowd, vanishing from sight. Back in the carriage, the more Chu Wuxuang pondered, the more discontented she became. Clenching her fist, Chen Mu, is it? Well, I shall remember you. If he was capable of taking this heritage, it indicated that he too was a practitioner of the spear path. Given the opportunity, Chu Wuxuang would certainly seek him out for a sparring session to ascertain whether he was truly as formidable as he seemed. Modification successful. However, in reality, for Chen Mu, obtaining this spear intent was a matter of simplicity, as he was far removed from the scene. The method was equally straightforward. He simply modified the entry from successor, none, to successor, Chen Mu. With a single click, the transfer was complete. The spear intent heritage was now deeply ingrained within his mind. At this moment, all that remained was to acquire a suitable weapon. He casually opened a portal to the Qing Xian sect's treasure vault. This portal was likewise one of the many functions offered by the system, allowing for transport at any time and from any location, with no restrictions on usage frequency or distance. As long as Chen Mu desired it, he could traverse the world in an instant. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. Salutations, young master. Upon Chen Mu's emergence from the portal, the disciples within the treasure vault, who were currently selecting weapons, all greeted him with deference. The manager hurried over, panting, I had no knowledge of your arrival. Please forgive my lack of proper reception. How may I assist you, young master? I require a spear, Chen Mu stated directly, foregoing any circumlocution. A spear, is it? Very well, please follow me, the manager replied. Leading Chen Mu to the topmost level, where the Qingxian sect stored its finest weapons. This level of the treasure vault was rather ordinary, primarily offering choices for outer courtyard and lower-ranking inner courtyard disciples. As they ascended the stairs, the manager suddenly noticed that Chen Mu had not followed. Seeing him approach a wall adorned with over a dozen long spears, the manager hastily exclaimed, "Young master, those are mere yellow rank weapons, not suitable for your use. The 6th floor holds far superior options." Chen Mu, however, did not respond in haste. He casually selected a yellow rank medium spear named Breaking Cloud. Modify yellow rank to heavenly rank supreme. Modification in progress. Modification successful. In an instant, the previously unremarkable yellow rank medium spear transformed into the heavenly rank supreme sacred dragon spear. The spear's shaft gleamed silver, with a dragon entwining the spearhead, its mouth agape. Vividly lifelike, the spear tip emerging from within. The manager, witnessing this spectacle, stood frozen in place, speechless and astonished. Having dealt with weapons for most of his life, he had never encountered anything like this. How could a perfectly fine yellow rank medium spear suddenly elevate to heavenly rank supreme within the blink of an eye? He hadn't even blinked throughout the entire process. Although he had heard tales of Chen Mu's extraordinary feats, he had never imagined he would witness such a phenomenon firsthand. The limitations of his imagination were starkly revealed by his own inadequacy. "Is there a place nearby to test the spear?" Chen Mu inquired of the manager. "Of course. Please follow me." The manager regained his composure and resumed leading the way. Within the treasure vault were crystal stones designed to test the power of weapons. Upon striking the stone, corresponding values would be displayed. Chapter 56. A million at most. Your ordinary strike hits a trillion? Upon arriving at the testing ground, which was quite spacious and capable of accommodating thousands, they found walls lined with variously sized testing crystals. Even the smallest of these stood 3 or 4 meters tall, semi-transparent, barely allowing a glimpse of the colors behind the walls, adorned with specks of moss. "Look, it's the young master. Has the young master come to select a weapon too? Wait, that spear looks extraordinary. I have followed my father to the auction city since childhood and have seen several heavenly ranked divine weapons." The dragon spear in the young master's hand possesses an imposing presence far beyond any top-tier heavenly rank weapon I have encountered. Heavenly rank divine weapon. How envious. The highest grade I have ever used was merely a low-grade profound rank. Indeed, the disparity among individuals can be as stark as that between life and death. What audacity emboldens you to compare yourself with the Holy Sun? Ignoring the murmurs around them, under the guidance of the steward, Chen Mu approached the largest testing crystal, designated for the elite of the inner court, situated at the heart of the martial arts arena. Occasionally, figures such as the sect master or elders would visit to test their blades here. "You just mentioned that this crystal displays attack values. What is the highest record within the Qingxian sect?" Chen Mu casually inquired, seeking a reference for future comparisons. The steward did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a hefty tome and, after some perusal, revealed that the highest record stood at 10 million force. 10 million? In the world prior to his rebirth. That level of power would effortlessly annihilate worlds. After all, in that realm, there was no concept of cultivation or spiritual energy. Only the pinnacle of technological advancement existed. As Chen Mu brandished the holy dragon spear, the steward instinctively retreated, putting a distance of 30 meters between them, a place he deemed relatively safe. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mu suddenly opened his eyes wide and swiftly thrust the spear. Bang! Boom! The moment the spear's tip struck the testing crystal, an explosive sound soared to the heavens. An invisible shockwave, accompanied by a whirlwind of sand and stones, surged towards the steward and the gathered disciples. At that moment, the steward's mind echoed with a singular thought. It was over. He was catapulted backward uncontrollably, landing 30 to 40 meters away, his bones feeling as if they might shatter. The residual force alone was terrifying. How exaggerated would a direct hit be? The steward could scarcely fathom it. Struggling to rise, he cast his gaze towards the crystal. As the breeze began to disperse the dust, clarity returned, revealing the words displayed on the crystal. His legs weakened, and despite his efforts to stand, he collapsed back onto the ground. His eyes trembled, and his lips quivered as he stammered, 10 trillion? Rubbing his eyes repeatedly, he began to doubt his own perception, questioning whether he was hallucinating. Could this truly be the power attainable by humanity? It was utterly preposterous. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint crack beginning to form on the crystal. Indeed, a crack. This indicated that the strength Chen Mu had unleashed was nearing the threshold of what the testing crystal could withstand. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. At this moment, the Holy Sun, Chen Mu, transcended all attempts at description within the steward's mind. Words like unparalleled, a dragon among men, or a prodigious genius seemed woefully inadequate. The steward found himself smiling wryly, realizing that even someone as well-versed as he could find himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the surrounding disciples were in shock. 10 million force. Such exaggeration must have shattered the record, right? 10 million? Open your eyes wide and take a better look. Did you miss something? Miss something? Goodness. 10 trillion. Should we perhaps retreat to the mountains to tend to cattle and swine? Suddenly, I feel utterly devoid of confidence regarding my future. Could it be due to the celestial tier weapon? Ultimately, a divine weapon is merely an aid, even if bestowed upon you. Could you truly unleash a force of 10 trillion? Silenced, the steward nodded in agreement, preparing to approach and offer his congratulations to Chen Mu, only to witness him raise the spear once more, seemingly intent on delivering another strike. Truly a top-tier genius. Was 10 trillion not sufficient? Yet in the next instant, realization dawned upon him, freezing his expression. Spiritual energy. Yes, that was it. The previous strike had been devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, relying solely on raw strength. My heavens, what manner of being is this, capable of wielding such power without spiritual energy, simply through brute force? The steward could not help but exclaim. Bang! Boom! The next strike was earth-shattering, with the force of a tempest. Bang! Without needing to look, the steward instinctively knew that the testing crystal had shattered. Bang! 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 To his astonishment, the residual force from that strike had also obliterated the nearby testing crystal. As for why they remained unharmed, it was thanks to Chen Mu's mercy, who had timely erected a barrier. Otherwise, they would likely have been reduced to ashes, their souls scattered. The sheer magnitude of the residual force was already terrifying. A direct hit was unimaginable. No, inconceivable. As the dust settled, Chen Mu had vanished without a trace, leaving the onlookers in a daze, unable to recover their senses. Outside the treasure pavilion, Chen Mu surveyed the holy dragon spear in his hand, feeling quite satisfied. Yet, there lingered a sense of unfulfillment. That strike, far from being his full strength, hadn't he even utilized the spear intent. To his surprise, he had effortlessly unleashed 10 trillion force relying solely on brute strength. He had intended to experiment with a slight increase in spiritual energy to observe the effect, but instead, he had inadvertently devastated the entire martial arts arena and nearly caused the demise of hundreds of disciples. It appeared that the spear intent could only be tested in solitude, far from Qingxin's sect, for fear of raising the entire mountain gate. Such a possibility was not unfounded. It seemed that being excessively powerful could be a burden. Chen Mu mused with a wry smile. No wonder people often say that invincibility is a form of loneliness. He opened the system interface and switched to the map function. Tianfu City, population 500,000. Qianlu Mountain, population 500. Wanmu Cliff, population 20. Indeed, the map not only revealed the entire terrain but also displayed population numbers, even detailing the types and bloodlines of beasts, as well as treasure locations. It was no exaggeration to say that this single feature could elevate one to the status of protagonist, defying fate to rise to prominence. Lion Mountain, with a population of 300, comprised entirely of bandits? Even if they were all eliminated, it would serve to rid the populace of a scourge. Before persuading others, Chen Mu first sought to convince himself. Finding a completely deserted location suitable for testing the spear was no simple task, and he had already lost patience. Activating the teleportation portal, he set off. Arriving at the foot of Lion Mountain to the south, Chapter 57, a single shot levels the mountain, becoming Chu Wuxian's idol. Unbeknownst to the bandits of Black Eagle Stronghold, who prided themselves as the masters of Lion Mountain, a formidable presence was approaching. At that moment, they were gathered in large numbers along a shortcut to Tianfu City, lying in wait. Previously, the bandit leader, Yang Zhuang, had received word from his scouts patrolling the area, reporting that a convoy was making its way toward them, with carriages more extravagant than the last, clearly belonging to affluent families. Such a plump target, Yang Zhuang would not let slip by. He prepared to rob the entire convoy, seizing all their wealth. Men, eliminate them all. As for the women, they would be taken back to the stronghold, with the beautiful ones reserved for himself as the stronghold's matriarch, while the ordinary ones would be given to his subordinates for their amusement, further consolidating their loyalty. This way, they would understand that following their leader would not only yield lavish feasts, but also the company of women. However, little did they know that among the occupants of the carriages sat Chu Wuxian, the daughter of the sect master of the Holy Dragon sect. She chose this perilous route, partly out of disdain for the bandits, and partly to promptly deliver a marriage contract and an apology to the Chun family before returning to the sect to intensify her training, striving to comprehend the spear intent as soon as possible. Since she could not obtain the inheritance, she would have to rely on herself. Miss, we are being watched, the elder remarked, casting a glance around before lowering the curtain and relaying the information he had observed. Shall I take action to eliminate them? He inquired. No rush. Chu Wuxian replied, awaiting the bandits to make the first move. This way, she could engage without bloodshed, alleviating any guilt associated with taking a life. Although the probability was slim, she had heard from her master that excessive killing could, to some extent, impact a person's psyche. Reflecting upon history, the number of individuals who have descended into the abyss of becoming murderers in pursuit of gratification far exceeds the digits on a single hand. Slay, slay, halt. Soon, outside the window, there erupted shouts, whistles, and the startled whinnies of horses. My lady, there's no need for you to intervene with these petty minions. I can handle them. The elder interjected as Chu Wushuang prepared to disembark. After all, idleness begets idleness. This will expedite matters, she replied. Very well, the elder thought, discerning the unspoken tension within Chu Wushuang regarding the theft of her inheritance. This was an opportune moment for her to vent her frustrations. As Chu Wushuang and the elder emerged from the carriage, Yang Zhuang tightened his grip on the reins, brandishing a gleaming blade and proclaiming a rhyme. This mountain I claimed. This tree I planted, should you desire. Before he could finish, he was captivated by Chu Wushuang's unparalleled beauty, his gaze fixated. He even embarrassingly drooled, wiping it away and unabashedly declaring, stunning, truly exquisite, worthy of being my bandit queen. Chu Wushuang, however, remained speechless, drawing forth a silver spear. An aura of energy surged from her arm, entwining and enveloping the weapon's body. With a single thrust, bang, the earth trembled. Even the elder nearly lost his footing, teetering on the brink of collapse. Never had he imagined Chu Wushuang's resentment could manifest with such ferocity. To confront these mountain bandits, she unleashed such tremendous power. Moreover, her prowess seemed to have escalated significantly. Once steadied, she waved her hand to disperse the swirling dust before her. The elder stood in stunned silence, beholding the entirely pierced Lion Mountain and the minuscule remnants of the mountain walls flanking it, as fragile as parchment. He had never anticipated that Chu Wushuang's mastery of the spear had ascended to such a terrifying level. Was there truly a need to seek that inheritance? The elder pondered whether Chu Wushuang had, in this moment of fury, achieved a breakthrough and grasped the essence of the spear. With a beaming smile, he turned to Chu Wushuang, congratulating her on her newfound understanding of the spear. My lady? The elder sensed an incredulous expression etched upon her face. Before he could finish his thought, Chu Wushuang, spear in hand, vanished from sight. The elder, tracking her energy, found her already 1,000 meters away, calling out, I shall return shortly. Are there still remnants to be vanquished? Scanning the surroundings, he noted the absence of even a drop of blood. Before him lay a vast chasm, large enough to entomb 100,000 bodies. Without further contemplation, he resolved to remain in place, reassuring the drivers as they awaited Chu Wushuang's return. In the blink of an eye, a fragrant incense stick's worth of time passed. The elder finally heard Chu Wushuang's familiar voice, my lady you. But she interrupted. Did you happen to see anyone pass by here? No, my lady, what transpired? The elder, noticing the furrow in her brow, felt a surge of caution. Could it be that among the mountain bandits, there lurked a hidden master? Before I fired my shot, someone else struck with a blow, and like me, wielded a spear. I could sense an astonishingly immense essence of the spear emanating from them. Chu Wushuang's face lit up with admiration. What? All of this was not caused by you, my lady? The elder suddenly realized. Me? Chu Wushuang shook her head with a bitter smile. You overestimate me. I lack such strength, not even reaching a billionth of it. A billionth. The elder was left speechless. The foremost genius of the sacred dragon sect in spear mastery could not even attain a billionth of that mysterious individual's prowess. The elder could clearly sense that Chu Wushuang was not jesting. She was utterly serious. I can assure you, that person must be a peerless master of the spear. Perhaps the greatest spear practitioner in millennia. If I could become their disciple and receive their guidance, my understanding of spear mastery would surely ascend to greater heights. The more Chu Wushuang spoke, the more fervent she became. To describe the mysterious spear master who pierced through Lion Mountain with reverence seemed insufficient. It was more a feeling of awe and admiration. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she lamented, alas, how unfortunate. I was a moment too late. Had I been quicker, perhaps I could have met this esteemed elder. Such a pity. Chu Wushuang felt a pang of regret for not seeking them out immediately. Determined, she resolved that after the annulment of her engagement to the Chen family, she would remain. Remain? Do you mean in Tianfu City? The elder sought clarification. Yes, indeed. Chu Wushuang nodded emphatically. I wish to stay in Tianfu City until I find that elder and implore them to accept me as their disciple and teach me the way of the spear. Little did she know, the seemingly unassuming Tianfu City housed such a formidable and terrifying spear master. She was resolute in her quest to find him. Chu Wushuang was even prepared to remain in Tianfu City for a lifetime. Her excitement was palpable. Chapter 58, Perfecting the Supreme Spear Essence. He is my betrothed? The elder chose not to voice his opinions extensively, for one reason alone. Chu Wushuang's desire to grow stronger was commendable. Even if the sect leader were to learn of it, there would be no criticism. What parent would object to their child's ambition? Utilizing spiritual energy, he summoned a massive stone to bridge the chasm created by the shattered essence of the spear, allowing the carriage to continue its journey toward Tianfu City. Meanwhile, Chen Mu remained oblivious to the happenings on the other side. Having successfully tested the power of the sacred dragon spear in conjunction with the spear essence and reaped rewards of hundreds of bandit kills, he was thoroughly satisfied. Opening the portal, he returned to Qingyun Prefecture, convinced that his decision not to continue testing the spear at Qingxian sect was exceedingly wise. The scale of Lion Mountain was not dissimilar to that of Qingxian Mountain. Even with the sect's protective formation sustained over millennia, it could not alter the outcome. Yet, Chen Mu remained unsatisfied. He opened his personal attributes panel and navigated to the spear essence section. Modifying. Modification successful. Congratulations on attaining the supreme spear essence. Since he had acquired it, how could he settle for anything less than perfection? On the other side, the caravan led by Chu Wushuang finally arrived at the Chen family estate. After notifying the gatekeeper, the news swiftly reached the acting head of the family, Lin Wangquan, who was also the commander of the Chen family's assassins. Having been raised by the Chen family since childhood, he had heard whispers of the relationship between the Chu and Chen families. He gestured for them to enter and simultaneously relayed the information via long-distance communication to Chen Mu, who was far away at Qingxian sect. Sacred Dragon sect, Chu family? Chen Mu pondered with curiosity, wondering how they had come to Tianfu City. An apology? Unaware of the engagement between the Chen and Chu families, he waved his hand to unveil the viewing mirror. The image that materialized revealed Tianfu City, the Chen family courtyard. In the courtyard, Chu Wushuang walked ahead with an elder, followed by a long line of individuals, 4x4, carrying large redwood chests filled with treasures, precious metals, and medicinal weapons. It appears they truly have come to make amends, Chen Mu murmured. The Sacred Dragon sect is far more fearful than I had anticipated. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Wangquan approached directly. What brings the esteemed Lady Chu here? Reporting to you, Elder, Wushuang has come to annul the engagement. Chu Wushuang felt a palpable strength radiating from him, and her respect for him grew unabated, even though he did not exude an ounce of spiritual energy or might. Annul the engagement. Bam, bam, bam. At this proclamation, Lin Wangquan could no longer remain seated. He stood, and in an instant, the force he unleashed snapped the thick hemp ropes binding the wooden chests, which fell heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. Chu Wushuang suddenly felt an overwhelming force descending from above, pressing down on her knees. Do not rush, allow her to finish, Chen Mu's voice echoed in Lin Wangquan's mind. One must concede that the purpose of Chu Wushuang's visit took Chen Mu by surprise. It turned out that the Chu and Chen families were bound by a marriage contract. However, it certainly had nothing to do with him, or rather, with his previous incarnation. A talentless outcast, cast out by the Chen family, could scarcely be deemed worthy of a union with the illustrious Chu family of the Sacred Dragon sect. Indeed, Lin Wangquan silently acquiesced, retracting his imposing aura and returning to his seat. Why should the engagement be annulled? Chu Wushuang, trembling with trepidation, exhaled deeply. She had not underestimated Lin Wangquan's strength, but she never anticipated it would be to such a terrifying extent. A mere display of anger yielded such dreadful consequences. How could there be so many powerful beings in a small place like Tianfu City? Quickly regaining her composure, she explained. The engagement was arranged by the elder before I came of age. Now, I am wholly devoted to my cultivation, harboring no thoughts of marriage or children, as it would likely impede Chen Xingxing, the young master of the Chen family. I implore you, senior, to grant us your understanding. Chu Wushuang was not entirely ignorant regarding the engagement. The information she had gathered indicated that the most outstanding descendant of the Chen family was indeed Chen Xingxing. Yet, his strength was utterly insufficient to warrant respect. He was not even as formidable as an outer disciple of the Sacred Dragon sect. Furthermore, his conduct was equally criticized, marked by extreme debauchery. Even if she were not focused solely on her cultivation, the notion of marrying such a wretched individual left her deeply averse. Young Master Chen? Lin Wangquan chuckled. He is already deceased. Deceased? This revelation sent a shock through Chu Wushuang's heart. May I ask, senior, how did he meet his end? Just then, the portal opened, and a voice resonated before the figure emerged. I killed him. Chen Mu stepped forth from the portal. What a handsome young man. Even Chu Wushuang could not help but be momentarily captivated by Chen Mu's otherworldly aura, stealing a few glances. I pay my respects to the family head. Upon Chen Mu's appearance, Lin Wangquan and the others immediately rose and knelt in reverence. Chu Wushuang was taken aback. She had never imagined that such a formidable figure as Lin Wangquan would bow before a youth like Chen Mu. Moreover, he addressed him as the family head. If her memory served her correctly, the current head of the Chen family should be well over 50. How could he be so youthful, so charismatic? Could it be that he had consumed a longevity elixir or mastered a technique to retain youthful appearance? May I inquire, senior, are you Chen Tianyang, the head of the Chen family? Chu Wushuang asked tentatively. In response, Chen Mu shook his head, denying it. I am Chen Mu. Chen Mu. That name almost slipped from Chu Wushuang's lips, only to be swallowed back. What had once been bears no relation to the present. Just because he was once weak does not mean he remains so now. The truth has shown his remarkable resurgence. According to the information Chu Wushuang had received, among the several descendants of the Chen family, Chen Mu was considered the weakest in terms of talent, strength, and attention. Yet, astonishingly, in just a few short years, he had ascended to the position of family head. Chu Wushuang could scarcely fathom what he had endured during those years. Wait, if that were the case, could he not be the most outstanding among the Chen descendants? Was he truly her rightful betrothed? In an instant, her aversion to the engagement diminished significantly, and curiosity about this Chen family head, who was of similar age to her, surged within her. Woof woof woof. At that moment, the sound of barking emerged from the portal. Chu Wushuang turned her gaze to see a small black dog sprinting out. Miss, be careful. The elder instinctively moved in front of Chu Wushuang, aiming to protect her. The small black dog, sensing the hostility exuded by the elder, instantly activated its Qilin bloodline. Transforming into a Qilin. With an enraged demeanor, it startled the elder, causing his pupils to constrict and his form to falter. Hey, little black. You cannot interfere with your master. Following that, the voice of Lu Ruoshui accompanied her as she dashed out from the portal. Ruoshui. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Chu Wushuang's expression shifted to one of surprise. Chapter 59. Using fingers as guns. Shocked Chu Wushuang. As a prodigious disciple of a sect, such encounters were perfectly normal. The relationship between Chu Wushuang and Lu Ruoshui was one of mutual respect forged through battle. Both admired each other, one wielding a sword, the other a spear. It had been nearly 6 months since their last meeting, and she never expected to see Lu Ruoshui here, much less in such a manner. If she had not misheard earlier, Lu Ruoshui had referred to Chen Mu as her master. Surely, she must have misunderstood? How could a woman like her willingly call another master? The attention Lu Ruoshui commanded far exceeded that of the angrily glaring Qilin pup. That's enough, little black. They are not enemies. Chen Mu raised his hand and gently patted the side of little black's face. Only then did the creature retract its rage, extending its tongue to lick Chen Mu. Quick as a flash, Chen Mu dodged. Its tongue was of such size and bore transparent barbs that, had it licked an ordinary person, it would likely strip away a layer of skin. Chen Mu's physical defenses were certainly formidable, yet the drool could drench him entirely. Little Black seemed to comprehend this, showing no disappointment as it reverted to its smaller form, leaping into Chen Mu's embrace. It extended its little tongue, licking Chen Mu's chin repeatedly. The elder stood agape, unable to believe his eyes. To witness a Qilin, a mythical beast thought lost for countless years, was astonishing enough. What astounded him further was the unwavering loyalty this sacred beast displayed towards a mere human. Master, I apologize, I failed to keep an eye on it. Lu Ruoshui, oblivious to Chu Wushuang's presence, hurried to Chen Mu's side and bowed in apology. It's fine. Chen Mu gently stroked the dog's head, assuring Lu Ruoshui not to worry. Chu Wushuang. If she had been able to dismiss her earlier doubts, now they were utterly unfounded. Even if words could deceive. Lu Ruoshui's expression of admiration and reverence was unmistakable. She had truly pledged her loyalty to him, approaching an unwavering devotion. What on earth had this man done to earn such fidelity? Chu Wushuang's gaze returned to Chen Mu, brimming with curiosity. Moreover, regarding the name Chen Mu, she suddenly recalled the 2 characters she had seen on the Black Stone of Inheritance. Was it mere coincidence? Or was the person before her indeed the one who had claimed the inheritance? Wushuang, what brings you here? As Chu Wushuang was lost in thought, Lu Ruoshui's surprised voice broke her reverie. Before Chu Wushuang could respond, Lu Ruoshui recalled the earlier incident involving the disciples of the Sacred Dragon sect causing trouble in Qingxian. Could it be that Wushuang is here to hold the master accountable? With that thought, Lu Ruoshui quickly added, Wushuang, you mustn't blame the master for what happened earlier. It was the disciples of the Sacred Dragon sect who initiated the provocation, prompting my master to act. She hoped to persuade Chu Wushuang to refrain from confronting Chen Mu. Sacred Dragon sect disciples? Provocation? Chu Wushuang's face displayed confusion upon hearing this. Chen Mu, noting Lu Ruoshui's misunderstanding, took the initiative to clarify. She did not come here for that matter. Not for that matter? Then, she is here to annul the engagement with the Chen family, Chen Mu continued. Annul the engagement? Whose engagement? Lu Ruoshui was taken aback, turning to him. It cannot be yours, master, can it? According to the marriage contract left by the elder, I am to wed the most outstanding descendant of the Chen family. Chu Wushuang then revealed the contents of the marriage document. The most outstanding descendant of the Chen family? Lu Ruoshui pondered for a moment before suddenly looking up, realization dawning upon her. But that would be my master. Wushuang, you wish to annul your engagement with my master? She could hardly believe it. Having a marriage contract with someone as exceptional as her master was something she had never even dared to dream of. Chu Wushuang's remarks were rather ungracious, revealing a distinct lack of appreciation. On her end, she felt as though Lu Ruoshui regarded her as a simpleton. Lu Ruoshui hesitated, intending to persuade Chu Wushuang, yet upon reflection, she realized that if Wushuang did not annul the engagement, she would have no opportunity for herself. Thus, she resolutely sealed her lips. Is it too much to expect a little cunning for the one I cherish? I agree to the annulment. At that moment, Chen Mu spoke up. He held a favorable first impression of Chu Wushuang. If she wished to be free from the constraints of the betrothal to focus solely on her cultivation, he saw no reason to restrict her. Moreover, the engagement was never truly his to begin with. It was merely a matter of dissolving the arrangement on behalf of Chen Xingxing. Were Chu Wushuang to follow the predictable patterns he was familiar with, making a grand show of the annulment, employing various forms of humiliation, and proposing a 3-year agreement, Chen Mu would undoubtedly respond without hesitation, either slaying her with a single strike or consigning himself to a lifetime of servitude. crushing her pride into dust. Upon hearing this, Chu Wuxuang remained reticent, producing the marriage contract and presenting it to Chen Mu with both hands, expressing her gratitude to the head of the Chen family for his understanding. Graciously, Chen Mu accepted the contract, only to immediately incinerate it. By the way, I have another inquiry for the head of the Chen family, if I may. Chu Wuxuang hesitated but ultimately decided to voice her question. Go ahead. He replied with a nod. Did you ever visit Zhongwu Mountain and acquire a legacy of spear intent? I noticed your name inscribed on the stone of that legacy. Perhaps it is a coincidence? Chu Wuxuang sought to unravel this mystery. Indeed, there is some truth to it, as I casually obtained it, Chen Mu replied nonchalantly. Casually obtained it? There were too many points of contention, leaving Chu Wuxuang momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Then a thought crossed her mind. Does this mean that the head of the Chen family practices the spear as well? In the realm of Xuangu, sword cultivators predominated, while spear practitioners ranked outside the top 10, being exceedingly rare. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a spear practitioner, especially one who had acquired a legacy of spear intent. Chu Wuxuang was eager to engage in a spar, simultaneously curious about what made Chen Mu worthy of Lu Ruoshui's complete devotion. I am somewhat adept at everything, Chen Mu remarked, believing this response to be sufficiently humble. I happen to practice spear techniques as well. Might the head of the Chen family grace me with a sparring session and impart some of your wisdom? Hearing this, Lu Ruoshui could not help but tease, you've fallen into your old habits again. Initially, it was Chu Wuxuang who proposed a spar when she and Lu Ruoshui first clashed, and of course, those who could inspire such a suggestion were exceedingly few. I think it unnecessary. Chen Mu discerned Chu Wuxuang's level of cultivation and her grasp of spear techniques. Sparring? It was not only devoid of suspense, but also utterly meaningless. Observing Chu Wuxuang's reluctance to concede, Chen Mu took the initiative, raising his hand with his index and middle fingers aligned like the barrel of a gun. His arm perfectly straight, akin to the body of a spear. With a swift motion, a tempest arose, directing toward a century-old tree in the courtyard. The tree was so broad that it took 2 arms to embrace it fully. Boom! With a resounding crash, countless green leaves cascaded down. The tree's trunk bore a gaping hole, completely perforated. One could see the wall behind it. Chu Wuxuang found herself astounded by this display of power. Chapter 60. Crossing the Tribulation Realm. A paradigm shift in her perception. She could hardly fathom that Chen Mu had attained such mastery in the spear arts that he could seamlessly infuse spear intent into his fingers without reliance on a weapon, unleashing it with unabated potency. Chu Wuxuang held a profound understanding of her own capabilities. She was acutely aware that even her most formidable strike would pale in comparison to Chen Mu's casual gesture. No wonder he asserted that it was unnecessary. Initially, upon hearing these words from Chen Mu, she had perceived him as arrogant, dismissive of her worth. After all, she considered herself a remarkable talent in her own right. Yet, it became evident that there was indeed no basis for comparison. The disparity in strength between them was colossal, despite her reluctance to admit it. A bitter smile graced her lips. You are undoubtedly correct. I had not anticipated that the head of the Chen family possessed such formidable prowess in the spear arts. Surely, he must have an even more formidable mentor behind him. Chu Wuxuang subtly probed for information regarding the sage who guided Chen Mu. One could reasonably speculate that the elder who imparted spear knowledge to Chen Mu might be the same master who executed that earth-shattering strike. Why not Chen Mu himself? It was simply that, despite her belief in Chen Mu's extraordinary strength, indeed, almost exaggerated, she held the notion that at his age, reaching such heights was still a distant aspiration. In her established perception, only a venerable elder, one who had lived for millennia, could achieve such feats. Casually practicing, never having apprenticed under anyone, Chen Mu spoke candidly. Casually practicing? Chu Wuxuang hesitated to respond. Sensing her disbelief, Lu Ruoshui promptly interjected, saying, Wuxuang, my master is indeed incredibly powerful. He speaks the truth. He truly has no mentor. And no one is worthy of being his teacher. As she spoke, Lu Ruoshui herself could not help but feel a swell of pride. As for further matters, without Chen Mu's consent, Lu Ruoshui deemed it wise to remain silent, to avoid overstepping boundaries. In light of this, Wuxuang resolved not to intrude any longer. What other options did she have? He was unwilling to divulge, and she could not compel him to speak. To force him to share? One must possess the strength to do so. The key lies in self-awareness. Nevertheless, she at least grasped one truth. Lu Ruoshui had likely been captivated by Chen Mu's extraordinary prowess. After all, across the entire Xin kingdom, Chu Wuxuang believed she could count on one hand those who had attained the level of strength that Chen Mu possessed at such a young age. Not to mention, he had the unmatched fortune of subduing the divine beast, the Qilin, as his spirit companion. The age-old adage rings true. Beautiful women are often drawn to heroes. Chu Wuxuang felt no resentment toward Lu Ruoshui. As she turned to leave, she suddenly encountered a figure standing before her, appearing without a sound. Chu Wuxuang had not sensed when he had arrived. He looked like a wandering Taoist, with a topknot and a scruffy beard, clad in a long robe. Even from 7 or 8 meters away, she could detect a faint, unpleasant odor. Could this person be the sage behind Chen Mu? Chu Wuxuang glanced at the wandering Taoist and then back at Chen Mu. Parting her lips ever so slightly, she was about to speak when the Taoist interjected, fixing his gaze directly upon her. Did you break that tree? Chu Wuxuang shook her head. Was it you who did it? The Taoist's gaze shifted to Chen Mu. What concern is that of yours? Chen Mu felt an innate wariness toward this old man, sensing malevolence lurking in his eyes. He appeared to be a sinister and cunning individual. I am the wandering Taoist, King Gaizi. I sensed a formidable power and came seeking a disciple and heir. The Taoist introduced himself. King Gaizi. Upon hearing this name, Chu Wuxuang, the elder, and Lu Ruoxue all exhibited expressions of astonishment. Do you know him? Chen Mu inquired of Lu Ruoxue. Afterward, she revealed that King Gaizi was ranked among the top 50 powerful figures in the Xian kingdom, wielding a silver spear with unparalleled finesse. Those who have perished under his spear number in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. After all, the Earth ranking is the universally acknowledged power ranking in the Xian kingdom, and those who make the list are all formidable individuals who stand above the rest. With the existence of the Earth ranking, there naturally exists the Celestial ranking. The Earth ranking represents practical combat prowess, while the Celestial ranking signifies the heights of cultivation. King Gaizi ranks within the top 50 of the Earth ranking, while his position on the Celestial ranking lies beyond the 100th. It becomes clear now. Upon learning of King Gaizi's identity from Lu Ruoxue, Chen Mu remained uneasy. He examined the old man's personal profile, immediately discerning the reason for his interest in himself. It appears King Gaizi's fate was approaching its conclusion, and he had been seeking a suitable vessel for his soul to inhabit. Chen Mu was the perfect vessel he had sought. Possessing exceptional talent and the capacity to bear his entire cultivation, a truly rare find. Faced with such a splendid opportunity, Song Haizi was determined not to let it slip away. I, Wu Shuang, am devoted to the path of the spear, and I humbly request you, esteemed Elder Song, to accept me as your disciple. I promise to train diligently and never bring shame upon you. For Chu Wuxuang, Song Haizi had long been among the many potential mentors she wished to follow. Unfortunately, despite her wide-ranging search, she had yet to uncover any trace of him. To her astonishment, fate had allowed them to cross paths in Tianfu City. It was as if she had traversed 1,000 miles in vain only to find the treasure at her feet. You and I are not destined, Song Haizi declared, scrutinizing her with a dismissive glance, his rejection as resolute as it was disdainful. Your talent is commendable, but alas, you are merely a woman. I have no desire to transform into one. Yet, Chu Wuxuang was undeterred and attempted to plead her case further, only to be interrupted by Song Haizi's dismissive gesture. The repeated rebuffs left her heart heavy with disappointment. I advise you to abandon this notion forthwith. To take such a person with a beastly heart as your master would serve you no good, Chen Mu cautioned. A beastly heart? Chu Wuxuang struggled to grasp Chen Mu's insinuation. Young friend, what do you mean by that? Song Haizi inquired, narrowing his eyes into slits, a smile on his face that sent shivers down the spine. You seek to take a disciple merely to seize another's body and escape your own decayed form, Chen Mu bluntly stated, offering no pretense of politeness. Song Haizi felt a tightening in his chest. How could Chen Mu have discerned such a truth? Had he been that transparent? Since you have seen through my intentions, there is no need for pretense any longer. Surrender your body willingly, and I shall grant you a swift death. Song Haizi's true nature emerged, his tone condescending, as if he were bestowing mercy. Chen Mu scoffed. Fool, what did you say? Song Haizi roared in fury, vanishing in a blur before Chu Wuxuang and Lu Ruoxue, leaving behind only an afterimage. Master, be careful. By the time they reacted, Song Haizi was upon Chen Mu, his fingers poised like eagle talons, striking swiftly towards his throat. A hit. His lips curled into a triumphant smile. Yet, in the following instant, a figure interposed himself before Chen Mu, none other than Lin Wangquan. Song Haizi's hand collided with Lin Wangquan, but it was too late to withdraw. With a sickening crack, a bone shattered. You, Song Haizi began, but his face paled, eyes wide with terror. A tribulation stage? A tribulation stage? Chapter 61. The tribulation stage calls him master. Blood demon as a slave. How could this be? In such a place, how could a tribulation stage powerhouse exist? It must be an illusion. Song Haizi cried out in disbelief, yet his actions betrayed his true feelings, as he retreated step by step, the fear on his face growing more pronounced. Chu Wuxuang and the old man exchanged glances, both equally astonished. They knew Lin Wangquan was formidable, but this was beyond belief. Could it truly be that in Tianfu City, a place scarcely known in the Xian kingdom, a tribulation stage powerhouse resided? Even more absurdly, this formidable being referred to Chen Mu as his master. Just moments ago, he was to be her betrothed, and to say she felt no regret would be a lie. As the elder who had watched Chu Wuxuang grow, he was filled with remorse. Why had he not stopped her? If she could have secured a husband protected by such a powerful figure, it would undoubtedly have benefited the entire Shenglong sect, elevating it to a premier position in the Xian kingdom. No, throughout the entire Xian realm. Little did he know that not long ago, Chen Mu had unleashed a massacre within the Shenlong sect, slaughtering nearly 100 prominent elders, forcing the sect leader and other powerful figures to submit in order to survive. Who gave you the audacity to act against my master? Lin Wangquan raised a hand and inhaled deeply. No, don't. Song Haizi's body moved forward uncontrollably, his face gripped by Lin Wangquan's massive hand. Fear seeped into his very bones. He could feel his life force, cultivation, and soul being drained by Lin Wangquan. Yet, Song Haizi was powerless to resist. With great effort, he turned his gaze to Chen Mu, who now exuded nothing but an aura of humility and desperation, pleading, please, do not kill me. I apologize, I am guilty. Seeing that Song Haizi still wished to ruin Chen Mu's mood, Lin Wangquan tightened his grip. Crack, crack, crack. The sound echoed as he crushed Song Haizi's facial bones effortlessly, rendering him unable to return to his former self. Song Haizi was utterly vanquished. Reincarnation? There would be no opportunity. His 3 souls and 7 spirits were completely drained by Lin Wangquan's profound understanding of the technique, reversed into his own cultivation. Witnessing this scene, Chu Wushuang's emotions were a tangled web, unsure of how to respond. The invincible powerhouse she had admired was so easily dispatched before Chen Mu's servant, without putting up even the slightest resistance. Even as she witnessed it firsthand, she could not help but doubt the reliability of her own eyes. Her gaze flitted back and forth between Chen Mu and Lin Wangquan, perplexed as to why a figure of Lin Wangquan's caliber would pledge loyalty to Chen Mu and serve as his subordinate. Could it be merely a facade? Perhaps there were other unknown reasons compelling him to conceal his true self? Indeed, that was a possibility. Chu Wushuang began to associate the wielder of the spear intent with the mysterious master behind Chen Mu and Lin Wangquan. Master. Lin Wangquan discarded Song Haizi's lifeless body and presented his spatial ring on one knee with both hands. Chen Mu accepted the spatial ring without hesitation, as everything within was a boon he had bestowed. This left Chu Wushuang utterly bewildered. Given that his identity had been exposed, why continue the charade? As a tribulation stage powerhouse, wouldn't he bowing and offering up stolen treasures lower his status? It was a contradiction, a profound contradiction. Inside, Chu Wushuang was in turmoil. This old man, who prided himself as a wandering sage, a member of a righteous sect, had hoarded such an array of sinister techniques. Chen Mu infused his consciousness into the spatial ring and discovered it contained an array of treasures related to possession and reincarnation techniques. It was clear that over the years, Song Haizi had wandered the entire Xian realm in search of these artifacts, albeit he had chosen the wrong target. Soon, a blood-red orb resembling an eyeball, interwoven with golden threads, caught Chen Mu's attention. Utilizing the system to examine it, he learned it was called the Blood Demon Pearl, capable of nurturing blood demons as loyal servants. Blood demons were fearsome creatures, fiercely loyal to a single master, and when unleashed upon their foes, they fought with reckless abandon. At a single command from their master, they would not rest until their enemies lay dead. Item name, Blood Demon Pearl. Cultivation status, 98. Chen Mu speculated that Song Haizi may have considered using this blood demon as a vessel if he could not find another suitable target for possession. Though it was not human, this body certainly held significant utility, as the cultivation speed of blood demons was 2 to 3 times that of ordinary individuals, far surpassing many human talents. Would you like to modify 98 to 100? Modify. Modification in progress. Modification successful. Why would one refuse a formidable enforcer delivered to their doorstep? Extracting the blood demon pearl, he crushed it, unleashing a crimson aura that exploded forth, coalescing and weaving into flesh and bone, as a towering figure with long horns and a body drenched in blood appeared before the onlookers. It was the blood demon. Chu Wushuang recognized it at once. Roar. The blood demon spread its arms wide, letting out a long, piercing howl to the heavens. Seeing its intent to attack Chen Mu, Lin Wangquan reacted swiftly, exerting his might to suppress it. Roar. Despite the blood demon's strength, before a transcendent being, it could only kneel, filled with impotent fury. Master, this blood demon contains too much of that person's aura. It probably won't acknowledge you as its master. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate it? Lin Wangquan inquired about Chen Mu's thoughts. Patience, Chen Mu raised his hand, signaling Lin Wangquan to maintain his suppression. Observing Chen Mu's unwavering determination, Chu Wushuang grew increasingly concerned. He feared he would entrap himself, igniting a self-destructive fire. This blood demon was not so easily controlled. Mishandling it could very well cost him his life. What she did not realize was that Chen Mu possessed a system capable of unraveling such challenges, wielding the highest authority in this realm firmly in his grasp. Exclusively, altering the loyalty of the blood demon was not a daunting task. It was a trivial endeavor. Modifying. Modification successful. Release it. Chen Mu glanced at Lin Wangquan. Understood. As the blood demon gradually calmed, no longer displaying its previous ferocity, Lin Wangquan withdrew his oppressive force. The blood demon rose, swiftly charging towards Chen Mu once more. Beast, you intend to? Lin Wangquan began, but was halted by a raised hand from Chen Mu. Just as Lin Wangquan was about to speak again, the blood demon knelt before them with a thud. Bang, bang, bang. It bowed repeatedly, seemingly oblivious to the pain, as its head smashed against the stone floor, leaving a sizable crater. Chapter 62, Modification. 16-Winged Supreme Blood Demon Lord. To any discerning eye, it was evident that the blood demon was prostrating itself to Chen Mu, apologizing for its earlier insolence, its demeanor sincere and humble. Its gaze became markedly clearer, devoid of any lingering hostility. Fu Bo, did you not say that a blood demon would pledge loyalty to only one master throughout its lifetime? Why is this? Chu Wushuang looked at Su Fu, her eyes filled with confusion. This is likely because they had never encountered a transcendent being before. Su Fu offered with a strained smile, finding the explanation somewhat tenuous. Beyond that, he could conjure no other reasonable rationale. Chu Wushuang fell silent. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, Chen Mu allowed the blood demon to continue its bowing. After all, with its tough hide and resilient flesh, it could bow for 360 days without leaving a mark. He was currently engrossed in studying the evolutionary paths of the blood demon. The system panel clearly displayed two evolutionary routes belonging to the blood demon. One led to the 16-winged supreme blood demon, the other to the blood demon lord. Each path bore its own advantages. The 16-winged supreme blood demon boasted unparalleled personal strength, while the blood demon lord excelled in the ability to transform and summon spirits, commanding the souls of the deceased to create an army of blood demons. The quantity was limitless. Summon as many as desired. Which route to choose? Slap. Chen Mu smacked his forehead in self-reproach. Only children make choices. Real men take all. Modification. 16-winged supreme blood demon lord. Modifying. Modification successful. Boom. Blood surged into the skies. The crimson hue stained the heavens for miles. The entire world seemed to plunge into a hellish abyss, awash in dark red. Even the sun resembled a blood moon, glaring and bright, yet too daunting to behold. Chu Wushuang and Su Fu slowly raised their heads, their movements sluggish from shock. Before them loomed a blood demon so immense it could easily obliterate the entire Tianfu city with a mere swipe, towering into the clouds. Boom, boom, boom. A tempest arose, parting the clouds. The image of the 16 wings unfurled at that moment, indelibly etched into their very souls, impossible to forget. Was this not akin to the ancient demon gods that had slaughtered countless lives? Oh, indeed. Chen Mu assessed that while previously Lin Wangquan, with his transcendent cultivation, could crush the blood demon, now, facing this 16-winged supreme blood demon lord, he would likely find himself entirely outmatched. No exaggeration. Simultaneously, the emergence of the towering 16-winged supreme blood demon lord, accompanied by the otherworldly phenomena spanning miles, sent ordinary people fleeing to their homes, bolting doors and windows. Many began to suspect that the apocalypse had arrived. Within the vicinity, hundreds of sects trembled in their very souls. They gazed upward at the blood demon, bewildered at how a being that should exist only in ancient lore had returned to the mortal realm. Qingxian sect. In front of the main hall, Zhao Hengshan pondered. Could it be? Aside from Chen Mu, he truly could not fathom who else could accomplish such a feat after all. Only that young man never played by the rules. His behavioral patterns were utterly unpredictable. Returning his gaze to the Chun family estate, Chu Wushuang, shaken from her astonishment, could no longer suppress her worries. What was she concerned about? The fear that the blood demon pearl was, in fact, an ancient artifact. This blood demon had gone completely berserk. The ensuing rampage would be indiscriminate slaughter. No one could stop it. The entire Zhongshuan realm would face an apocalyptic crisis. Yet such thoughts were abruptly quelled by a single utterance from Chen Mu. How long do you intend for me to look up at you? Upon hearing this, the blood demon immediately shrank to a normal human size, its 16 wings still present, merely proportionally diminished without losing any grandeur. Bang, bang, bang. Once more, a familiar scene unfolded before them. Only this time the area of destruction caused by its bowing was distinctly larger. At this rate, if it continued, Tianfu City would inevitably sink. Enough. Chen Mu commanded the blood demon to rise, lest it ruin the entire Chen family. The blood demon obediently complied, demonstrating a level of obedience even surpassing that of the little black creature in Chen Mu's arms. Tianfu City had narrowly escaped the threat of submersion. Yet this spectacle left Chu Wushuang and Su Fu utterly speechless. After the holy beast Qilin, the foremost female prodigy of Qingxian sect, and then a transcendent being, now came the 16-winged supreme blood demon lord. Each of his servants was more extraordinary than the last. In comparison to this 16-winged supreme blood demon lord, Lin Wangquan's existence began to appear entirely reasonable. Chu Wushuang and Su Fu grasped a profound truth. To render an extraordinary and outrageous event plausible, one simply needed another, even more extravagant and absurd occurrence. Although, admittedly, that statement itself was quite ludicrous. Subsequently, Chen Mu caught sight of the blood demon's gaze and followed it. Discovering nothing amiss, closing his eyes and then reopening them, he activated his divine eye technique, his eyes shimmering with golden threads. It turned out the blood demon was observing the residual soul energy belonging to Zhonghaizi. Sparse, yet sufficient to summon blood demon soldiers. Summon. With Chen Mu's consent. The blood demon raised its hand, releasing a potent wave of blood energy, intertwining with the soul energy to form and weave the bodies of blood demon soldiers. What? Chu Wushuang could not contain her astonishment. The blood demon soldiers summoned by the 16-winged supreme blood demon lord possessed at least the strength of the golden core realm and above. In truth, blood demons summoned by the blood demon lord began at the golden core level, while blood demon generals had no limits to their growth. They could cultivate or continuously evolve by absorbing blood energy. Even Chen Mu, a being of extraordinary prowess, found this setting to be somewhat excessively formidable. If one were to forge a blood demon army on the scale of millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, would there remain anyone in this world bold enough to stand against oneself? Unless, of course, they were seeking their own demise. The summoned blood demon soldiers first bowed to the blood demon lord. Thud. In the presence of Chen Mu, they showed even greater reverence, kneeling on both knees. This signified that Chen Mu not only wielded absolute control over the 16-winged supreme blood demon lord, but also commanded a superior authority over the minions he summoned. Chu Wushuang and Su Fu were rendered speechless, their minds numb. The shock they had experienced over the years paled in comparison to the brief moment they had just witnessed. Silently, they withdrew, overwhelmed with too many questions, leaving their minds in a daze and their eyes glazed. They needed to find a place to rest and recuperate. Chen Mu did not attempt to retain them. Instead, he was preoccupied with thoughts of how to further augment the summoning of minions for the blood demon lord. The next moment, he gazed skyward. Was an opportunity not presenting itself? Chapter 63. Crossing the tribulation chair, the ancestor massaging shoulders? The face of extraordinary authority. In midair, a flying vessel was hurtling towards the Chen family estate, breaking through the clouds. Under the gaze of the divine eye technique, Chen Mu discerned that there were over 30 individuals aboard the vessel. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation level possessed half a step into the spirit separation realm, while the lowest was at the first level of the nascent soul stage. To the average person and ordinary cultivators, these figures were undoubtedly significant, beings not to be trifled with. Yet to Chen Mu, they were like mere ants, easily dispatched without lifting a finger. However, what intrigued him even more was the unmistakable aura emanating from these individuals, one that resonated with that of the blood demons. Almost identical, yet in terms of quality, the former was unworthy of even being compared to the latter. He promptly utilized the system to examine the details of that group. Soon, his inner questions were answered. The three characters' blood demon sect spoke volumes. Those individuals were the elite of the inner sect of the blood demon sect. As for the relationship between the blood demon sect and the blood demons, Chen Mu gleaned from the system that the blood demon sect originated from the remains of the blood demon ancestor. In times of chaos, when powerful beings were rampant, the blood demon ancestor was besieged and ultimately perished in the Yudu mountain. His colossal body fused with the mountain, forming the blood demon pool and the demon bone peak. Centuries later, individuals fleeing to Yudu mountain comprehended the blood demon great method, cultivating secret techniques using the ancestor's blood. They fashioned blood demon pearls from his bones, nurturing and cultivating blood corpses. Indeed, blood corpses, not blood demons. Blood corpses were in no position to be compared with blood demons. Even in the presence of blood demon soldiers, they could only kneel in submission, for the disparity in realms was vast. One was of the earth, the other of the heavens. This was primarily due to the limited resources left by the ancestor, and the disciples capable of refining blood demons and commanding them were exceedingly few. They could only settle for refining blood corpses instead. In the blood demon sect, those who could refine low-tier blood demons from the blood demon pearls were regarded as prodigies, revered by thousands. The reason these individuals arrived aboard the flying vessel was clear to Chen Mu. It was due to the overwhelming blood aura released by the supreme blood demon, which kindled hope for the resurgence of the blood demon sect's former glory. After all, when compared, the blood demon ancestor, from whom they derived their fortune, could only be considered a high-tier minion in contrast to the supreme blood demon Chen Mu had modified and enhanced. Reviewing the evolutionary trajectory of the blood demons, the blood demon ancestor occupied the foremost position. This meant that the 16-winged supreme blood demon represented the complete form of the blood demon ancestor. The ancestor was still 3 great realms away from this state. If even the 16-winged supreme blood demon could not be compared, how could one expect to contend with the ultimate evolutionary form born from 2 fully evolved paths? Merely a high-tier minion, indeed. On board the vessel, a group of elders from the blood demon sect, led by Wu Shufeng, closely monitored the direction of the blood aura. They were astonished to discover that, apart from their own sect, there existed a place with such a rich concentration of blood energy. It seemed that the heavens were favoring the blood demon sect. providing them with another opportunity to rise as the foremost sect of the Xian kingdom. This blood energy appeared to be on par with that left by the blood demon ancestor. Another blood demon ancestor? It was possible. Wu Shufeng refrained from getting involved. Recognizing the significance of the blood demon sect's rise and diligently maneuvering the vessel to follow the trail of blood energy. Eventually, they arrived above the Chun family's estate. Splash, splash, splash. A multitude of figures, hands clasped behind their backs, leapt down from above, landing silently and gracefully. They surveyed their surroundings before their gazes quickly fixated upon the supreme blood demon. Such an aura of blood could only belong to the blood demon ancestor. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, they knelt, exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to the blood demon ancestor." The supreme blood demon remained unresponsive. To him, these individuals were as inconsequential as air. Or rather, in his eyes, only Chen Mu mattered. Wu Shufeng assumed his voice had been too soft, leading the others to raise their voices in a more unified and powerful declaration. "We, the descendants of the blood demon, pay our respects to the blood demon ancestor." Futile. He could not hear. Whatever needed to be said could be addressed directly to me. Chen Mu interjected. "What are you even?" Boom. Just as someone was about to retort to Chen Mu, "What do you think you are? The blood demon ancestor is present, and you dare to speak?" They were immediately crushed under the oppressive force of Lin Wangquan, leaving not a trace behind. The only remnants were splatters of blood, as vibrant as flowers, staining the bluestone bricks, a sight to behold. Crossing the tribulation realm, the hearts of the others trembled, and they dared not entertain even a flicker of resistance or hostility. They glanced at the silent blood demon ancestor and the imposing presence of Lin Wangquan. Could it be that the blood demon ancestor was engaging in battle alongside a crossing the tribulation realm powerhouse? If that were the case, it would not be surprising to witness such a terrifying surge of blood. After all, regardless of the circumstances, they were facing a formidable opponent of the crossing the tribulation realm. What ordinary display could hope to contend with him? Wu Shufeng hesitated, pondering whether to share in the glory or misfortune or to withdraw entirely, avoiding entanglement in the disputes of these top-tier powerhouses. Upon reflection, even if he were to participate, it would merely be a matter of a single slap, leaving him in ashes, wouldn't he? "My legs are a bit weary. You go fetch me a chair." He had scarcely finished speaking when Lin Wangquan had already positioned the chair appropriately. Chen Mu, under the anxious expressions of Wu Shufeng and the others, sat down upon the chair. Who was he? How could he command a crossing the tribulation realm powerhouse to fetch him a chair? Shouldn't the situation be the other way around? If their recollections served them correctly, the crossing the tribulation realm was the pinnacle of cultivation, not foundation establishment. "You, come here and massage my shoulders." Chen Mu placed his left palm on his right shoulder, stretching and gesturing to the supreme blood demon. This young man must have lost his mind. How dare he issue orders to the blood demon ancestor? Wu Shufeng's eyes were nearly bulging from their sockets. Who would have thought that the blood demon ancestor would indeed follow Chen Mu's command, moving behind him, bending over, and diligently delivering a shoulder massage with perfect pressure? The sight left everyone dumbfounded. Wu Shufeng and the members of the blood demon sect were left questioning whether they were trapped in a dream. All this talk of surging blood energy, the blood demon ancestor, and crossing the tribulation realm powerhouses, was it all merely a grand illusion, not a reality? Otherwise, it was simply too astonishing to comprehend. Everything was surreal, far too fantastical. Even in the realm of dreams, such an absurdity would be hard to fathom. No human could possibly be this invincible, could they? They had seen displays of strength before, but none had ever boasted their prowess in such a manner as Chen Mu. This was a phenomenon they had never encountered in their long lives. The tribulation realm, the pinnacle of cultivation for practitioners. Are you offering a seat? The blood demon ancestor, the foundation of the blood demon sect that has dominated for centuries. Are you providing a shoulder rub? Such notions would have been unthinkable in the past. They would not have even dared to entertain such ideas. Chapter 64. The Resurrection of the Blood Demon Ancestor. Who is he kneeling to? This youth is terrifying beyond comprehension. The most elite conjectures about Chen Mu's identity that could possibly exist in their minds now seem utterly inadequate to encapsulate him. There is an undeniable sense of something lacking, a feeling of being utterly unworthy. Even the strongest of the strongest sects in the Xian kingdom, let alone offering a seat in the tribulation realm, has yet to ascertain whether they themselves have even reached that level. This treatment, when viewed across the entire Zhongxian realm, positions Chen Mu as the foremost individual in existence. Without equal, they could not help but nod in agreement with the saying, "There are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens." How so? Are you too embarrassed to speak? Seeing the crowd remain silent, Chen Mu displayed a hint of impatience. No, in truth, we initially sought to pledge allegiance to the blood demon ancestor, but we never anticipated encountering a monstrous figure like Chen Mu, a prodigy. Such statements, though inherently respectful, could only be thought rather than spoken aloud. Given that your blood demon sect wishes to rely on his power, it stands to reason that the discourse within the sect will undoubtedly be dictated by him from now on, right? Chen Mu harbored no objections to wielding additional influence. Naturally, of course, Wu Shufeng nodded fervently in agreement with Chen Mu's words. As the vice sect master, he vowed with a blood oath, should there be any dissent, may the heavens strike him down. An oath of blood is not something to be taken lightly. Any breach would lead to the fulfillment of his promises in the most dire manner. In light of this, let us proceed. Chen Mu was eager to witness the aesthetic of a sect primarily focused on blood corpses and blood demons. The knowledge stored in his predecessor's mind regarding this world was woefully insufficient to satiate his curiosity. Additionally, he harbored a bold idea he wished to explore. The blood demon sect would serve as an excellent experimental ground. Please, esteemed one, ascend the flying vessel. Wu Shufeng gestured respectfully. There is no need for such formality. With a mere thought, Chen Mu summoned the portal leading to the blood demon sect within the courtyard. As for the exquisite flying vessel overhead, without hesitation, he reached out and drew it into his possession. In response, Wu Shufeng and the others could only think one thing: as long as it pleases you, we are more than willing. There was not a shred of grievance. It was merely a flying vessel. What was a flying vessel? Even if he desired the entire blood demon sect, they would still present it willingly. Otherwise, glancing down at the still wet bloodstains at his feet, that would be their fate. Subsequently, he handed the little black creature to Lu Ruoshui so she could return with it. Chen Mu himself, accompanied by the supreme blood demon, entered the portal and arrived at the blood demon sect. Upon emerging from the portal, he was greeted by hundreds of disciples from the blood demon sect, already summoning blood corpses and lower-tier blood demons, all poised for battle, their faces etched with vigilance. For them, this portal was a rare phenomenon, mistakenly believing it heralded an attack on the blood demon sect. As Wu Shufeng and the others stepped through the portal one after another, witnessing the disciples' treatment of their esteemed guest, they were about to speak when, roar. The furious roar of the supreme blood demon reverberated throughout the mountain gate. Everyone winced in agony, hands clamped tightly over their ears, as if their eardrums might shatter. Yet, what shocked them even more was yet to come. The blood corpses and the blood demons, who should have been unwaveringly loyal, suddenly broke free from their control, completely unrestrained. Thud, 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 one after another. They moved towards Chen Mu, performing a kneeling salute. Bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed continuously. The force of the impact was such that a regular person would have likely suffered severe injury. This demonstrated the immense reverence the blood corpses and blood demons held for Chen Mu. Bold, who permitted you to summon blood corpses and disrespect the esteemed one in such a manner? Kneel and apologize at once. Wu Shufeng bellowed. The disciples understood he was attempting to preserve his own life and complied obediently. They already recognized that Chen Mu was extraordinary. A glance around revealed that none remained standing. Whether blood corpses or the disciples who had summoned them, all were kneeling. Wu Shufeng and the others quickly followed suit. Esteemed one, these youngsters are ignorant and have offended you. Please forgive them. Rest assured, I am no great demon. It was merely a misunderstanding. No need to be anxious. Chen Mu gestured for Wu Shufeng and the others to rise. In that moment, the disciples were further convinced that Chen Mu was no ordinary person. The mere fact that the vice sect master Wu Shufeng was so apprehensive and respectful before him was a testament to his extraordinary nature. After addressing Wu Shufeng and the others, Chen Mu's gaze lifted, fixating on a large stone. It bore a striking resemblance to a human skull, now overgrown with lush vegetation, including two eye sockets. Nearby, one could also discern stone remnants resembling bent arms, rib cages, and leg bones. The scene was rather eerie yet tinged with a peculiar artistry. In a game, it would undoubtedly be a boss battlefield. Chen Mu opened the system panel to inspect the skeletal mountain. Upon examination, he confirmed that the skeletal mountain was indeed a massive framework, the remains of the blood demon ancestor after death. After millennia of utilization and consumption, the remaining blood energy resources were now scant. In 1,000 years, it would surely decay. At that time, the blood demon sect, which had built numerous techniques based on this blood energy for cultivation, would undoubtedly face an inevitable demise. The outcome was not difficult to imagine. Name: blood demon ancestor. Status: deceased, transformed into bone. Would you like to alter the status from deceased to awakened? Alter. Modifying. Modification successful. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled. Few could maintain their standing posture. What was happening? The blood, the physical form of the blood demon ancestor, is restoring. My heavens! Is the blood demon ancestor returning? He is not dead? Shocked exclamations surged forth like waves, crashing upon the shore. Countless stones cascaded down as the blood demon ancestor gradually rose, towering even above the entirety of Yuta Mountain. His immense figure loomed, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure that made breathing difficult. Truly, the blood demon ancestor is formidable. The intensity of this pressure is simply extraordinary. We bow before the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon ancestor is majestic. In an instant, countless individuals began to pay their respects to the blood demon ancestor. It seemed Chen Mu's prominence had been overshadowed. However, Chen Mu did not mind this in the slightest. He awaited the complete restoration of the blood demon ancestor's form. At present, the reconstruction of flesh and blood was only halfway through. The skeletal structure was gradually becoming more robust and full. The rocks, soil, and trees clinging to his form fell away, revealing the original crimson body and muscular contours. In chaotic times, those who chose to wear clothing were but a minority. The blood demon ancestor clearly belonged to the majority, with wild black hair that epitomized the essence of chaos. Thud. Yet, what happened next exceeded the expectations of all the members of the blood demon sect. The blood demon ancestor's height suddenly plummeted, and he knelt. Who was he kneeling to? Chapter 65. Modifying the infinite summoning quantity. Testing the stone weight. Many gazes shifted, seemingly realizing something. They turned their heads, casting sidelong glances at Chen Mu. He was undoubtedly the most likely candidate, without a doubt. The reason was simple. Their blood corpses willingly knelt to him, yet remained indifferent to the appearance of the blood demon ancestor. Was he stronger than the blood demon ancestor? How could that be possible? They found it hard to convince themselves to believe in this reality. In their minds, the blood demon ancestor was an invincible entity. Would he not speak? Chen Mu contemplated the chaotic times. In an era where strength reigns supreme, the current realm of Zhangxian places even greater emphasis on the supremacy of the powerful. What need is there for words? Action speaks louder than rhetoric. Silencing one's adversaries is far more decisive than engaging in futile discourse. Fortunately, while the blood demon ancestor may not articulate thoughts, he possesses the capacity to comprehend human speech. Chen Mu's command was simple: you, and your own life. The rationale could not be more straightforward. The demise of the blood demon ancestor would yield far greater benefits than drawbacks, both for himself and the entire blood demon sect. What? He dares to demand the blood demon ancestor to take his own life? Surely, even he could not command such an entity. Indeed, especially not to the extent of self-termination. After all, this was the blood demon ancestor. The crowd was incredulous, doubting that the blood demon ancestor would acquiesce to Chen Mu's words. Bang! In the next instant, they witnessed the blood demon ancestor drive his fist into his left chest, extracting and crushing his heart. The act was executed with unwavering resolve, devoid of the slightest hesitation. As the heart burst, blood rained down, drenching the entirety of the ghostly capital mountain. The flora and soil absorbed the demonic blood, becoming more vibrant and alive. Bang! Boom! Subsequently, the blood demon ancestor's body collapsed with a thunderous crash, reminiscent of events from millennia ago. The crowd remained silent. Yet, this was merely a fragment of Chen Mu's grand design. He cast a glance at the supreme blood demon, silently commanding him to summon the soul power of the blood demon ancestor and convert it into his own blood demon army. The supreme blood demon complied. A tempest of blood energy intertwined with the soul power of the blood demon ancestor, shaping it into a colossal figure. The previously felt oppressive aura descended once more. The blood demon ancestor voluntarily shrank to human size, kneeling before Chen Mu in deference. At that moment, the members of the blood demon sect had no objections regarding the one who had just knelt. The identity of Chen Mu was unmistakable. They could not fathom how the deputy sect master had summoned such a formidable entity. No, he was even more terrifying than a demigod. Disregarding their thoughts, Chen Mu accessed the personal page of the supreme blood demon. Blood demon soldier, quantity, 1. Blood demon general, quantity, 1. Selecting the number 1. Chen Mu resolved to translate his audacious thoughts into tangible action. Would you like to modify 1 to infinity? Modify. Modification in progress. Modification successful. Now, regardless of whether it was the blood demon soldier or the blood demon general, the supreme blood demon could summon as many as he desired, an eternal absence of limits. This fetter had been entirely shattered by Chen Mu. Interference? Who would dare interfere? He would modify anyone who dared. With the system's invincibility, it was simply unparalleled. Report. No, this is grave. Deputy Sect Master, our disciples infiltrating the Mountain and Sea Sect have informed us that they are gathering forces to attack our Blood Demon Sect. A disciple pushed through the crowd to report to Wu Shufeng. Understood. If this were before, Wu Shufeng might have been concerned that this battle would severely injure the Blood Demon Sect, even if it did not lead to its extinction. However, now the Blood Demon Sect's vitality had recovered to an unprecedented degree. Most importantly, they had the formidable Chen Mu at their side. In his eyes, the actions of the Mountain and Sea Sect were tantamount to courting death. Why choose to attack now of all times? Such foolishness. He had heard of the Mountain and Sea Sect, known to be a highly ranked faction, far superior to the previous Qingxian sect. Conflicts between sects over resources were commonplace, leading to inter-sect battles, which was entirely expected. Chen Mu mused that this opportunity would allow the Supreme Blood Demon to showcase his limitless summoning prowess. With strength comes the necessity of recognition. Concealing it was not Chen Mu's style. This matter shall be resolved by me. You need not interfere. Chen Mu was not consulting Wu Shufeng. He was instructing him on what must be done. We shall diligently obey your command. Wu Shufeng clasped his fists in obedience. Now, with the sect master in seclusion, everything was at the discretion of the deputy sect master. The disciples of the Blood Demon sect, hearing Chen Mu's words, were curious about the extent of his power. Though they held disdain for the mountain and sea sect, they were quite aware of its might. Could he truly withstand them alone? Many disciples had already mentally prepared themselves for the notion that they would either triumph or fall together, as they felt the continuous influx of blood energy surging within them. Their combat spirit ignited. Meanwhile, dozens of flying vessels from the mountain and sea sect ascended into the sky. Sect Master Wuxianovel stood confidently on the deck of the leading ship, hands clasped behind his back. His cultivation had now breached the separation realm, bolstered by over 20 formidable entities at his side. Conquering a nearly defeated blood demon sect would be a mere formality. Even if the blood demon sect were to utilize their utmost abilities, Wuxianovel was confident he could obliterate the entire sect within a day. At that moment, a vast array of cultivation resources would belong solely to the mountain and sea sect. Today, even if deities descended, the blood demon sect would meet its demise. Wuxianovel chuckled lightly, brimming with confidence as they awaited their arrival at the blood demon sect. Within a tea's time, the sky above the blood demon sect revealed a sprawling fleet of flying vessels. An estimation indicated that at least 10,000 elite disciples from the mountain and sea sect had arrived. Clearly, the mountain and sea sect was intent on annihilating the blood demon sect. Wu Shufeng gritted his teeth. Wuxianovel, out of respect for our acquaintance, I extend to you an opportunity for self-termination. Perhaps then, I might consider sparing your disciples' corpses. Wuxianovel proclaimed from the head of the ship, looking down imperiously. You dream. Wu Shufeng retorted defiantly. Wuxianovel, I advise you to descend quickly and bow an apology to the master to preserve your corpse. Master? Wuxianovel followed Wu Shufeng's gaze to Chen Mu. A derisive smile formed on his lips, conveying volumes without words. You blood demon sect have truly fallen into a state of utter depravity. All disciples of the mountain and sea sect, leave not a single blood demon sect disciple alive. Wuxianovel's voice resonated, echoing through the heavens. Kill, 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 kill. A chorus of thousands responded. Wuxianovel was eager to witness how the blood demon sect's meager numbers would contend against him. It's your turn to make an appearance. Do not disappoint me. Chen Mu said calmly to the supreme blood demon. In his eyes, this was merely an opportunity to gather experience in summoning more varieties of blood demons. A testing ground. Chapter 66. Outnumbered? Summon 100,000 blood demons. The supreme blood demon accepted his command and stepped forward, facing Wuxianovel and the cadre of mountain and sea sect disciples alone. Bang! As he stepped down, the bluestone tiles shattered, sending fragments and dust flying. The crowd's gaze briefly lingered before they quickly followed the supreme blood demon into the sky, soaring to a height of 100 meters. Roar! He spread his arms wide, letting out a furious roar to express his wrath and discontent. Wuxianovel, however, dismissed the supreme blood demon as merely a loud beast. Not taking him seriously. He is just a blood demon. I've slain plenty before. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically as he noticed the scene before him twisting wildly. A massive wave of sonic energy, akin to a tornado, effortlessly shredded the flying vessels into debris. The protective formation? Bang! Instantly shattered. Everyone retreat. Wuxianovel rose into the air on his sword, as if sprouting from the ground, shouting loudly. Once stabilized, he looked down to see the fleet he led had been reduced to countless fragments, scattered across the sky. Nearly 1/10 of his disciples, unable to react in time, met the same fate as the vessels, transforming into blood mist and bone dust. Wuxianovel's gaze returned to the supreme blood demon, realizing he had underestimated them. It is no wonder that Wu Shufeng dares to look down upon himself. It turns out he possesses genuine trump cards, rather than merely displaying momentary bravado. Fear not. Wu Shufeng, for once I obliterate the blood demon sect, the methods of nurturing blood demons will be perpetuated by our Shanghai society. Wuxianovel also yearns to wield puppets as formidable as the supreme blood demon. Even if I could only refine 100, it would still yield extraordinary, unparalleled combat prowess. Alas, the blood demon sect lacks the strength and resources for such endeavors. Wuxianovel is resolutely convinced that he can achieve this. Defeat? Apologies. But he has never contemplated the possibility of losing this battle. The supreme blood demon merely relied on ambush tactics, exploiting the ignorance of his adversaries to slay a disciple who merely served as fodder among 1,000. The true elite still number nearly 10,000. Can he truly vanquish them all? Wuxianovel is eager to see just how long a mere marionette can withstand his might. Roar! The supreme blood demon once again howls at the heavens, its voice reverberating painfully in the ears of countless disciples of the Shanghai sect, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Just as Wuxianovel naively believed that the supreme blood demon's abilities were limited to this, vast swathes of red emerged within and beyond his field of vision. It was none other than legions of blood demon soldiers and blood demon generals. In an instant, their numbers dwarfed the advantage Wuxianovel had prided himself on. How could this be? Even Wuxianovel, who had felt confident just a second ago, was now unsettled. What was most terrifying was that the rate of increase in the blood demons was not only unimpeded by their burgeoning numbers, but was accelerating exponentially. A glance at the ground revealed no signs of spiritual energy emanating from Chen Mu, wuxianov, or the disciples of the blood demon sect. Where, then, did these crimson monstrosities originate? Could it be? At that moment, a horrifying thought took root in Zhui Yuanzhou's mind. His gaze snapped back to the supreme blood demon, his brow furrowing into a deep frown as he muttered, "Could it be that they are all summoned by him? Is this the true trump card of the blood demon sect?" Behind him, countless blood demons surged forth. What to do? Just moments ago, one had decimated the fleet, claiming the lives of over 1,000 disciples, and now their numbers threatened to reach a staggering 10,000. Don't even think about fleeing. Shoo, keep your voice down. If the sect master hears us, we're all doomed. Do we really have to fight? Are you certain this isn't a jest? We can't even defeat one. How can we overcome 10,000? That is simply impossible. Hearing the voices of his dispirited disciples, Zhui Yuanzhou understood that this could not continue. Therefore he spoke out, attempting to rally their spirits, declaring, "Do not panic. You are all elite disciples of the Shanghai sect, unparalleled among thousands. They are merely puppets that rely on numbers rather than quality. What is there to fear? We shall surely prevail. If we conquer the blood demon sect in this battle, the treatment for all disciples within our sect will be multiplied tenfold. As the saying goes, under heavy rewards, brave men will emerge. I am well aware of this truth." Tenfold increase in sect benefits. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, raising their arms in a fervent chant. "We shall prevail. We shall prevail." Hearing this, Zhui Yuanzhou's previously restless heart found solace once more. Was it time to sound the horn of counterattack? His mind blanked. The scenes unfolding before him stunned Zhui Yuanzhou to the core, nearly robbing him of his very essence. Before his eyes, the blood demon soldiers and generals surged forth, their bloodlust palpable, each one growing into towering giants, resembling monstrous deities. Boom. Especially the supreme blood demon, transforming into its complete form. As its 16 wings unfurled in an instant, the overwhelming spectacle left him at a loss for words. It felt as though he had plunged into an abyss, his heart chilling to the core. In the presence of the 16-winged supreme blood demon, one could only gaze upward in awe. For even to reach its knees was an unattainable aspiration. His neck ached. "Ah, no, I do not wish to die. Whoever desires to fight may do so. I want no part in this. I shall withdraw from the Shanghai sect. I have no ties to them. Spare me, please. Do not kill me." The disciples of the Shanghai sect, in an immediate reversal, turned their swords and fled with utmost haste from Yudu Mountain. Boom. The 16-winged supreme blood demon struck down, claiming the lives of 2,000 to 3,000. The legion of blood demon giants launched a ferocious assault, their movements shaking the very earth. Wu Shufeng and the disciples of the blood demon sect gazed upward, captivated by the unfolding chaos, as if transported back to the chaotic, blood-soaked era where killing reigned supreme. In that moment, they finally comprehended, experiencing firsthand why their blood demon ancestor was so willing to heed Chen Mu's commands, choosing self-destruction without a moment's hesitation. The reason was simple. Their blood demon ancestor, whom they revered as invincible, could summon an army of 100,000 in the blink of an eye. Even more astonishing was that it was evident this was far from his limit. Even these otherworldly demons complied with Chen Mu's directives without question. The blood demon ancestor? To put it bluntly, what audacity did he possess to resist? As for Wu Shufeng, he had always believed himself to be well acquainted with the blood demon lineage. Yet the gruesome scenes currently unfolding before him, showcasing the merciless slaughter of the disciples of the Shanghai sect, led him to a profound realization. The blood demon ancestor might merely be an inconspicuous figure within the vast blood demon family. For centuries, they had thrived and remained unyielding. Relying on this unremarkable figure, his eyes filled with a mix of reverence and trepidation, he discreetly glanced at Chen Mu's silhouette, yearning to discern the visage concealed beneath this youthful exterior. The blood demon true ancestor? The essence of the blood demon? Blood demon. Chapter 67. One-click unlock of thousands of summoning templates. Meanwhile, the slaughter of the blood demon army continued unabated. A single strike could level an unremarkable mountain, shattering it as easily as if it were mere dough. Though that colossal hand appeared to move slowly, it was, in fact, astonishingly swift. Just a slight brush against it would cause a body to explode under the unbearable pressure. Bones as white as ivory scattered like confetti. Swish, swish, swish. Moreover, countless blood-like tendrils erupted from the bodies of the blood demons, raining down like a torrential arrow storm. In comparison to the vast forms of the blood demons, these tendrils appeared as mere lines. Yet for the human race, they spelled certain doom. Facing such a wide-ranging catastrophe, even those who had honed their agility to perfection within the Shanghai sect found it impossible to escape. Bang, bang, bang. The tendrils struck the ground in a heavy arc, pulverizing everything into dust, burying corpses deep within the earth, hundreds of meters below, entombed in silence. Witnessing this unilateral and cataclysmic slaughter, The members of the Blood Demon sect felt an immense relief that they had not been born in that chaotic era. Otherwise, they would likely have been no match for even a mere insect. In stark contrast, the disciples of the Shanghai sect could only feel despair, an endless, frigid despair. No, please do not kill me. I beg you, spare me. I truly do not wish to die. I was coerced. I never intended to oppose you. Please, have mercy and grant me my life. The fervent battle cries that had once surged forth, fueled by the promise of enhanced sect benefits, had long been cast aside. Forgotten in the face of their current plight, there was no trace of fighting spirit, only frantic pleas for mercy, uttered in a desperate cacophony. The brain raced, spewing forth every conceivable word, regardless of its reasonableness. In the face of such an overwhelmingly one-sided situation, Zhui Yuanjiu, as the sect master, had likewise relinquished any thoughts of fighting, fully aware that such efforts would be in vain. He understood all too well that pleading for mercy would be futile. Thus, the notion arose to unite all the formidable powers present from the Mountain Sea sect, striving to preserve their lives and make an escape. However, as he turned his head, the sight that met his eyes was unmistakable. Boom! The towering demon god, adorned with 16 wings, swept his colossal hand, ensnaring over 20 powerful individuals within his grasp. With a tightening of his fingers, what transpired within that scene was something Zhui Yuanjiu did not need to contemplate. Flee! Flee swiftly, without a backward glance. At that moment, a singular voice echoed repeatedly in his mind. Gulp! 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 He hastily stuffed numerous pills into his mouth, swallowing them down. With various techniques of movement combined, he instantaneously traversed hundreds of kilometers. Was it a relief? Whoosh! 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 Not in the slightest, for he witnessed that the blood pillars, blooming like chrysanthemums, erupted forth, encircling him in a deadly embrace. Even a fly would find it impossible to escape certain doom. Hundreds of blood pillars surged around him, crashing, merging, morphing, dispersing, and then reforming into a sphere, only to finally retract. Successfully killed the elder of the Mountain Sea sect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a high-grade Earth-tier feather blade, 2 high-grade pills of the 6th rank, 10 low-grade pills of the 5th rank. Successfully killed the elder of the Mountain Sea sect. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 Earth-tier escape talismans, 5 small jade swords for self-defense, 8 mid-grade pills of the 5th rank. Successfully killed the sect master of the Mountain Sea sect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-grade celestial tier Songlong sword, 2 celestial spirit fruits. The rewards for slaying 10,000 disciples of the Mountain Sea sect all went directly into Chen Mu's possession. Notification windows from the system flashed before him in a frenzy, displaying so much information that it was nearly indecipherable at first glance. Indeed, witnessing the struggle between 2 forces from a distance, reaping the benefits, brought an immense sense of satisfaction. Once the Mountain Sea sect was thoroughly dealt with, all the blood demons returned to the small world. The Supreme Blood Demon regained its human form and approached Chen Mu to report back. Well done, Chen Mu praised, sparing no words of admiration. The Supreme Blood Demon, unable to speak, felt an unwavering sense of pride and fulfillment within. The mere 4 words from Chen Mu eclipsed the sense of achievement gained from slaughtering tens of thousands. It could even be said that there was no comparison between the two. Were over 10,000 disciples of the Mountain Sea sect truly gone? Indeed, they were. The one responding had confirmed it several times before daring to nod emphatically. After all, these were the elite disciples of the Mountain Sea sect. Could it possibly be false? How could it be anything but true? If they were false, then the sect master and the elders could not be mere illusions, could they? The blood demon ancestor. He is indeed our blood demon ancestor. In my view, we've all misunderstood. That figure lying in the mountains is likely just a servant who served tea and water billions of years ago. I concur. The blood demon ancestor can only be him. Hush. Is the blood demon ancestor someone you outer disciples can casually discuss? Silence. Upon hearing himself substituted as the blood demon ancestor, Chen Mu smiled faintly. Without uttering a word, he implanted commands into the Supreme Blood Demon's mind, instructing it to absorb the soul energy of those 10,000 individuals, thereby expanding the types of blood demons that could be summoned. The Supreme Blood Demon nodded, raising its hand as myriad strands of blood energy erupted from its palm, showering the heavens like torrential rain. Merge and absorb the soul energy. 10,000 blood demon soldiers, effortlessly acquired. Chen Mu opened the system panel to review the newly unlocked types of summonable blood demons. Devouring type, capable of continuously strengthening itself by consuming the flesh and blood of others, with no limitations. Undying type, as the name suggests. As long as the Supreme Blood Demon's heart continues to beat, they can resurrect infinitely, sharing damage with the Supreme Blood Demon. Celestial Demon type, smaller in stature, possessing wings and the ability to fly at high speeds. Transformative type, capable of mimicking the appearance of anything, even altering colors, regardless of life or death. Imitative type, able to learn from any attack with a 100% success rate. Once one learns, all share the knowledge. A total of 5 new summoning types were unlocked. The harvest was indeed substantial. As an ordinary cheat user, one might feel content and choose to stop here. However, as someone wielding the power to alter the game's rules, Chen Mu resolved to directly modify and obtain a complete summoning template. Modifying in progress. Modification successful. The system's response was swift as ever. One could say it was a case of having one's wishes granted. With over 10,000 summoning types, the page count shot up to 999. As for the number of summons, all selected and modified to infinite. Whatever one desired, they could have in abundance. Limitations had no place in a cracked fantasy world. Naturally, it was all about maximizing pleasure. Chen Mu was now keenly curious about what those 10,000 blood demons would look like. He commanded the supreme blood demon to summon them all. Meanwhile, at the back mountain, the blood demon cliff. Poof! A column of water soared dozens of meters high as a flesh-colored figure burst forth from the blood demon pool. Upon reaching the shore, he quickly donned his robes, having finally broken through to the spirit division realm. Now, even if the Mountain Sea sect desired to wage war, he need not fear. He could fight back. This individual was none other than Zhao Futuo, the sect master of the blood demon sect. Strange. Why does it feel as though the blood energy within has become significantly more potent than before? Is it an illusion? What is this overwhelming sense of oppression? Chapter 68. Blood Demon Sect Master. Did my retreat render me a mere ornament? Why are all of the ancestors' bones exposed? They look remarkably fresh. Those unaware might think they were just recently deceased. Could it be that the ancestor sensed the current plight of the blood demon sect and intends to lend us a hand? With this thought, he quickly adjusted his posture, lifted his robe to reveal his white trousers, knelt on the ground with his head bowed, and touched the earth, saying, "Thank you for your protection, ancestor." He faced the eerie, bone-white skull and offered 3 resounding bows to express the sincerity of his attitude. Rising again, he was suddenly struck by the sight of several blood demons, exuding formidable energy, standing in the blood-red sky. These blood demons varied in form, and the vast majority had never been seen by Zhao Futuo, even as the blood demon sect's master. He recognized only the tip of the iceberg. Yet, even that glimpse was enough to leave him astounded. Heavens, is that not the long-lost roaring blood demon from a millennium ago? Wait, that is the frenzied blood demon, renowned as the strongest warrior and the 9th blood demon sect master's favorite. The celestial demon. It truly exists, not merely recorded in ancient texts. Astonished exclamations filled the air as Zhao Futuo pondered why so many ancient-level blood demons had suddenly appeared in the blood demon sect. After all, these were beings he had never heard of, either existing in legends or documented as powerful blood demons in ancient records. Aside from attributing it to the ancient past, Zhao Futuo could conceive of no other explanation. Any one of them, if singled out, would be more than sufficient to overpower him, who had just broken through to the spirit division realm and felt immensely confident. Moreover, there were thousands of them. What on earth is going on? Zhao Futuo's gaze returned to the skull mountain. Ancestor, is this blessing too heavy? I can't shake the feeling that I am unworthy of it. Meanwhile, within the Mountain Sea sect, several elders who remained behind were deliberating on how to welcome back Yuanzhou and his party after their triumph. Would holding the celebration tomorrow morning pose any issues? Morning? You're overestimating those trash from the blood demon sect. They will surely be annihilated by the sect master before the moon is high. Then let us move it to the evening? Just as they were discussing, a hurried footfall echoed from outside. Elder, it's bad. Something has happened. The 5th elder did not connect this with Zhui Yuanzhou and their expedition, thinking there must be some incident within the sect. Sect master, and the thousands of disciples who went to battle, along with the fate tablets of those powerful individuals, have all shattered. The young disciple reported earnestly. What? The 3 elders' expressions turned ashen. Yet, they did not doubt that the other party would jest about such a matter. With resolute determination, he strode towards the fate pavilion to inspect the fate tokens of Zhui Yuanzhou and the others. Why had this occurred? They were shattered, utterly destroyed. Could it be that there was an issue with the fate tokens? It must be so, without a doubt. How could the trifling blood demon sect annihilate the elite of my Shanghai sect? The 5th elder immediately issued a command. Bring forth all remaining flying boats. We shall head to the blood demon sect. He intended to personally ascertain the truth. They had already gathered ample intelligence on the blood demon sect through their infiltrated core members. Their secrets were laid bare before them. Their meager resources were no match for the Shanghai sect. According to their pre-battle assessments, they wouldn't last a single day. Now, the individuals dispatched to battle had all seen their fate tokens shattered, including the sect's most formidable powers. The 5th elder found this outcome hard to believe, nearly impossible to accept. He had to go himself and uncover the truth. Meanwhile, back at the blood demon sect, bang, 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 as he struck his stiffened, almost petrified thigh, Zhao Futu resolved to leave the back mountain to seek clarity about the current situation. An unprecedented pressure loomed over him. His cultivation at the spirit division realm offered him no semblance of security. Should he take to the skies? No, he would prefer to walk. He feared falling from the heavens. It felt as if this path, traversed countless times over the years, had suddenly become exceedingly arduous. Each step felt as heavy as lead. Finally arriving before the main hall of the sect, Zhao Futu sensed the dense blood energy that continuously enhanced his cultivation, and he swallowed hard. His gaze quickly fell upon Wu Shufeng and the others. Just as he was about to speak, he abruptly noticed the presence of the supreme blood demon. 16 wings. Stunned. He marveled at the existence of such a blood demon. Moreover, it appeared that the multitude of ancient-level blood demons soaring high above had been summoned solely by him. Zhao Futu could hardly suppress the suspicion that the ancestor had returned. Who else but their own ancestor could command such a spectacle? Modifications in progress. Modifications successful. What had been altered? Chen Mu felt that the supreme blood demon's inability to speak was rather inconvenient, so he simply endowed him with a language function. Realizing he could now speak, the supreme blood demon paused, then clasped his fists toward Chen Mu. Master, I have summoned all varieties of blood demons as per your request. Indeed. Chen Mu's gaze swept rapidly across the skies. The oppressive force emanating from this was far superior to that of 10,000 human soldiers. To face 1 against 100? Too conservative. It should be 1 against 1,000,000, 10 million, even 100 million. Which among them, if singled out, wasn't he capable of apocalyptic destruction? If not, then the modifications shall continue until it is achieved. Master. After confirming that those blood demons were summoned by the supreme blood demon, Zhao Futu was utterly unsettled by the manner in which the supreme blood demon addressed Chen Mu. A mere youth. He gasped in astonishment. The crowd redirected their attention towards him, and in that moment, Zhao Futu felt an overwhelming pressure. Beads of cold sweat streaming down his brow. This included the myriad blood demons hovering above. In a daze, he beheld a great door, flanked by 2 figures clad in black and white, beckoning him. Sect Master. It was Wu Shufeng's voice that finally pulled Zhao Futu back to reality. Oh, it is the deputy sect master. What on earth is happening? Zhao Futu was genuinely perplexed. He had only been in seclusion for half a month, and yet upon emerging, the world had transformed. A cataclysmic upheaval. Sect Master, that individual over there is a being even more terrifying than the blood demon ancestor. I suspect he is of the blood demon's primal origin. Wu Shufeng stepped forward, briefly explaining everything. There was no time to elaborate on the details. However, from all that Wu Shufeng had conveyed, Zhao Futu could only grasp the fact that this being was even more fearsome than the blood demon ancestor. More terrifying than the blood demon ancestor. By the way, Sect Master, I must report one more matter. During your seclusion, I took the liberty of having the entire blood demon sect submit to the master. You won't hold it against me, will you? Wu Shufeng inquired cautiously. Casting a glance upward at the 16-winged supreme blood demon, Zhao Futu felt utterly speechless. He thought to himself, you greatly overestimate my disposition. Why would I blame you? Would I even dare to? Even if he were in Wu Shufeng's position, he would undoubtedly have made the same choice without hesitation. Regardless of Chen Mu's true identity or whether he was of the blood demon's primal origin, aligning with such a formidable entity was undoubtedly a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Disregarding Wu Shufeng, Zhao Futu approached Chen Mu, and with a resounding thud, he knelt before him. Declaring, I, Zhao Futu, the sect master of the blood demon sect, pay my respects to the master. Rise, Chen Mu responded succinctly, having witnessed the sequence of events unfold. The disciples present had grown numb to such displays of reverence, their hearts remaining unfazed. Had Zhao Futu displayed more defiance, refusing to relinquish control over the blood demon sect, they might have viewed him with a modicum of respect. Yet, upon reflection, such a possibility was exceedingly slim, if not entirely non-existent. Those beings above were not to be trifled with. Dare to utter a word of dissent, and they would obliterate you in an instant. Then, from the crowd, someone shouted, Look, another flying boat is approaching. The insignia confirmed it was indeed the Shanghai sect. Did they dare to come to their demise? Aboard the flying boat, the 5th elder gazed upon the crimson sky and the myriad blood demons suspended in the air, his heart quaking with trepidation. Lowering his gaze, he beheld vast, unimaginable handprints and countless remnants of flying boats. The blood demon sect possessed such profound reserves? Even the elders and disciples who had previously clamored to annihilate the blood demon sect, dismissing them as worthless, were now rendered speechless. Eliminate them. Chen Mu did not wish to waste excessive energy on such trivial matters. Kill. The supreme blood demon commanded, raising his gaze. A giant blood demon emerged, and upon receiving the order, it opened its abyssal maw, large enough to consume the entire Yuta mountain. Boom. A colossal blood pillar erupted from above the blood demon sect disciples, obliterating the flying boats and their occupants in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Zhao Futu felt an immense sense of relief. Thankfully, he had not been enamored with power and had chosen to yield in time. Otherwise, he feared he would have been obliterated by now. No wonder Wu Shufeng remarked that this individual was even more terrifying than the blood demon ancestor. This level of terror had surpassed Zhao Futu's imagination. The giant blood demon exceeded his understanding, let alone the 16-winged supreme blood demon and his master, Chen Mu. Zhao Futu had once believed that upon reaching the spirit division realm, he would be entitled to consider himself a formidable force. Now, it seemed that the Spirit Division realm was merely the threshold. This world was far grander than he had ever envisioned. Once all matters were settled, Chen Mu, accompanied by the Supreme Blood Demon, stepped through the portal, returning to the Qingxian sect, the Qingyan prefecture. The members of the Blood Demon sect cheered, "Farewell, ancestor." Indeed, at this moment, Chen Mu had supplanted the Blood Demon ancestor in their hearts, becoming a true ancestor-level figure. Subsequently, Zhao Futu planned to personally lead over 10,000 disciples to the Shanhai sect to secure a definitive victory. He must not disappoint the ancestors' expectations and must guide the Blood Demon sect to an even greater pinnacle. Setting a modest goal of becoming one of the 10 strongest sects seemed prudent, lest he overreach and suffer the consequences. "Master, you have returned." Upon the appearance of the portal, Lu Ruoshui and Su Qingtian promptly stationed themselves at the entrance to offer a warm welcome. Standing before the portal, they could distinctly hear the reverence with which the disciples of the Blood Demon sect addressed Chen Mu. The term ancestor is not one that just anyone could bear. Moreover, it is particularly significant coming from a formidable sect like the Blood Demon sect. Truly, he is deserving of such admiration. Lu Ruoshui and Su Qingtian shared a unified thought in their minds. As Chen Mu approached the pavilion and settled down, he raised his hand to pat his right shoulder. Lu Ruoshui immediately stepped forward with a bright smile, saying, "Master, allow me to massage your shoulder." One could only admire how considerate this girl is. The aloof image of the senior sister, who seemed untouchable, had long vanished. For Chen Mu, having a beautiful and pleasing maid by his side was indeed a delightful prospect. Harmonizing the overwhelming aura of the Supreme Blood Demon with the demonic and masculine energies emanating from Su Qingtian and the others. "By the way, Master," Lu Ruoshui suddenly recalled, "while you were away, the sect leader paid a visit and asked me to convey that news from the dynasty indicates they will soon send someone to meet you. The holy son of Qingxian." Lu Ruoshui delivered the message without missing a word. Chen Mu chuckled. "They probably want to ascertain whether I possess the qualifications to be courted by them, right? To think they would even consider themselves worthy of courting you, Master. They might as well be your dogs." Lu Ruoshui genuinely believed so, without a hint of flattery. "I relish hearing such remarks." Chen Mu opened his system backpack, randomly selecting a top-tier heavenly-grade god-slaying sword, which he tossed to Lu Ruoshui, saying, "A reward for you." Such swords, he possessed a staggering 9,999 of. Heavenly grade. Lu Ruoshui cradled the sword with both hands, her exquisite eyes widening in astonishment. Regaining her composure, she promptly knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. Rise and continue your massage." "Yes. Wait. Where's my rebate?" Chen Mu pondered aloud. When suddenly, he recalled the system had mentioned that items obtained through a 10,000-fold rebate could not continue to generate rebate rewards. Amused, he inquired, "System, can I modify you? If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. Erase the conditions of the 10,000-fold rebate. Modifying. Modification successful. Good heavens. System, are you serious?" Chen Mu had initially jested, but he was taken aback by the system's audacity to comply with his request. It was bold enough to alter its own parameters. With that in mind, why not aim for something grander? A 10,000-fold rebate felt trivial, insufficient to satiate Chen Mu's burgeoning ambitions. "Shall I modify the 10,000-fold rebate to a billion-fold rebate?" Modify. Modifying. Modification successful. Chen Mu realized he was beginning to fall in love with this system. Was it truly this obedient? Did it not fear spoiling him? A billion-fold rebate. This was indeed a billion-fold rebate, without restrictions, capable of endless recursion. Even if more advanced dimensional worlds emerged in the future, he could still utilize this function to conjure treasures formidable enough to shake the very heavens. At this moment, he intended to put it to the test. Chapter 70, Holy Artifact Acquired. As Chen Mu hesitated over what to use for the billion-fold rebate, he suddenly felt that utilizing existing magical artifacts for recursion lacked challenge. His peripheral vision caught sight of a small pebble at his feet, prompting him to pick it up. "Come here," he beckoned Su Qingtian. "Extend your hand," Chen Mu commanded. "Understood." Su Qingtian obediently raised his hand. Chen Mu placed the small pebble, which he held between his thumb and forefinger, into Su Qingtian's palm. A small pebble? Su Qingtian was puzzled by Chen Mu's intention. Did he wish to convey that? No matter how strong he became, in Chen Mu's eyes, he was as inconsequential as this pebble? A reminder to remain humble and not become arrogant? Chen Mu remained silent, and Su Qingtian dared not inquire further, clearing his mind of unnecessary thoughts. Meanwhile, Chen Mu's attention remained fixed on the system's pop-up display, granting the small pebble successful. Billion-fold rebate triggered. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the prison-suppressing stone 1. Through the details, Chen Mu learned that the prison-suppressing stone surpassed the heavenly grade level, being an even more prestigious holy artifact. Only one existed in the entire Tsangshuan realm, a personal treasure reserved for the emperors of the Xian kingdom throughout the ages. It was rumored that even beings at the half-step crossing tribulation stage could be subdued by it, a treasure of national significance. Chen Mu was intrigued to consider how the Xian royal family would react upon learning that their ancestral holy artifact was merely a common pebble he had casually picked up from the roadside. The insatiable nature of human desire would never be satisfied. Among these individuals, if your strength were the weakest, this prison-suppressing stone would be bestowed upon you for your protection. Chen Mu spoke grandiloquently, yet he merely regarded the other as a tool. However, who among the world would decline to be granted a national treasure as a mere tool? The prison-suppressing stone. Isn't that an ancient holy artifact meant solely for the Xian royal family? Su Qingtian was taken aback, sensing the extraordinary nature of this stone that should not exist in the mortal realm. Unparalleled in its might. You are quite knowledgeable, but rest assured, this is not the one owned by the Xian royal family. Keep it safe. They would not dare trouble you, Chen Mu explained. Thank you for the generous gift, master. In that moment, Su Qingtian thought he might comprehend the true meaning behind the pebble and the prison-suppressing stone. It was likely meant to convey that the more loyal one was, the greater the rewards. Yet he had already resolved to dedicate his entire future to Chen Mu. Even without this prison-suppressing stone, Su Qingtian would never entertain thoughts of betrayal. If Chen Mu could read minds, he would undoubtedly tell him, "You are overthinking it. I simply used you to generate a rebate." Granting the prison-suppressing stone successful. Billion-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the God-suppressing stone 1,000,000. Not just 1 million. Upon closer inspection, Chen Mu realized that the rebate had upgraded from the prison-suppressing stone to the God-suppressing stone. A full million. The power of the God-suppressing stone was beyond comparison with that of the prison-suppressing stone. It could suppress even deities. Both the prison-suppressing stone and the God-suppressing stone would incur wear with each use. Once they reached a certain level of depletion, they would cease to function. This was why, historically, the Xian kingdom had rarely utilized the prison-suppressing stone. However, once the quantity reached a significant number, the issue of wear became less critical. 1 million God-suppressing stones. Even 10,000 celestial soldiers could be obliterated. Modification successful. To be prudent, Chen Mu altered the figure of 1 million to the infinite. The world, especially the Xian royal family, which had inherited the prison-suppressing stones, could hardly dream of this. A coveted top-tier holy artifact, not only did he possess the upgraded version, but he could also use it without limit. The demon-slaying jade sword, the king of hell's edict, top-tier teleportation talismans. Afterward, Su Qingtian was tasked with cooking, while Lu Ruoshui took over his role, becoming Chen Mu's tool to continue generating rebates, often in units of billions. This was even more extravagant and outrageous than any hacking game Chen Mu had ever played. Consequently, Lu Ruoshui also acquired numerous treasures. Understood. Here is the improved version of your text in English. Having concluded the day's events, Chen Mu, feeling a sense of satisfaction, lifted his gaze only to find himself momentarily taken aback mid-sentence. Why was this woman suddenly in tears? What troubles you? He inquired, his brow lightly furrowed in confusion. Please, do not misunderstand, master, Lu Ruoshui implored, her eyes glistening. I am merely overwhelmed with emotion. I never anticipated your kindness towards me. You are the most benevolent person in the world to me, akin to a second set of parents. I would willingly dedicate my life to you at any moment. Despite the redness around her eyes, Lu Ruoshui's gaze remained resolutely steadfast. The gifts bestowed upon her by Chen Mu, regardless of their nature, were treasures she could never have hoped to encounter before, let alone possess, even if she had labored to the point of death in her training. Thus, it was only natural that such generosity would move her to tears. Enough of this, they are merely trifles. Let us dine, Chen Mu declared, rising to his feet and affectionately ruffling Lu Ruoshui's hair. Lu Ruoshui's cheeks flushed slightly, for it was the first time anyone other than her father had touched her head. It felt warm and comforting. After their meal, noticing that the hour was late, Chen Mu retired to his room for the night. Naturally, the enthusiastic foot-washing service from the aloof senior sister was not to be missed. Lu Ruoshui was well aware of the techniques that would bring Chen Mu the utmost pleasure and satisfaction. If only Situ Qing and Luo Yuru knew, they would surely choke on their own blood in disbelief. Alas, they were long gone, their spirits dissipated. At that moment, a carriage drawn by 4 magnificent steeds came to a halt in front of an inn located in Angry Sheep City. This city, like Tianfu City, was among the closest to the Qingxian sect. A pale-faced elder, speaking in a hushed tone, produced a high-grade spirit stone and requested 2 top-tier guest rooms from the attendant. Before long, a man and a woman checked in. Brother, why has father sent us to this godforsaken place? Is it really worth our personal involvement, just for a mere holy son of Qingxian? The youthful maiden complained. Father only instructed me to come. He did not require your presence, the young man retorted. The maiden, named Qin Yu, was the youngest princess of the Xian kingdom, while the young man was Qin Yufei, one of the 9 princes. Brother, I am merely concerned for you. How could you say such a thing? It wounds my heart. Qin Yu pouted, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. Regardless, our mission at Qingxian sect must not falter. You should temper your temper, Qin Yufei cautioned, his tone earnest. He had received whispers of a significant number of disciples from the Holy Dragon sect and the Heavenly Sword sect ascending the mountain, only to be heard from no more. His instincts warned him that the Qingxian sect was far from ordinary. He worried that Qin Yu's fearless disposition, one that disregarded anyone, might lead her into peril. Though Qin Yu verbally acquiesced, her heart did not regard Qin Yufei with much weight. As a proud princess of the Xian kingdom, with the blood of emperors coursing through her veins, how could a sect that failed to even penetrate the top 10 dare to cross her? Chapter 71. A princess? If they wish to kill, so be it. What can you do about it? In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. The blazing sun hung high, and Qin Yufei's party arrived at the foot of the Qing Xian sect's mountain. This staircase seems excessively long. Are we really expected to walk all the way up? Qin Yu lamented, casting a forlorn glance at the seemingly endless stone steps. Apart from her beauty and royal status, she was nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person, possessing mediocre talent and an excruciatingly slow cultivation speed. Yet, she had little interest in training, relying on her status as a princess to indulge in a life of leisure and decadence, thinking to herself, with so many brothers and sisters, why should I strive? Let us proceed. Qin Yufei, still unversed in sword riding, had no choice but to ascend on foot. No, I refuse to arrive tomorrow with swollen ankles, she protested, stepping up to a disciple guarding the entrance. With hands on her hips and an air of arrogance, she commanded, "Go inform that holy son of yours that the royal prince and princess of the Xian kingdom have arrived, and he should hasten down to pay his respects." This was undoubtedly the funniest joke the guard had ever heard in his life. A mere prince and princess expected the holy son to descend to meet them? Who gave them such audacity? Yet, acknowledging their royal status, he chose to remain silent. Hey, are you deaf? Can't you hear what I'm saying? Or do you not comprehend human speech? Qin Yu huffed, her cheeks puffing up in indignation. Enough. What good does it do to press him? Let us ascend. If you tire, your brother will carry you, Qin Yufei said, pulling Qin Yu back beside him. She huffed in annoyance, feigning a punch. You should be grateful to my brother. Had we been in the capital, I would have commanded your execution. Huh. I'm utterly exhausted, she gasped. What should have taken a mere incense stick's duration turned into an entire hour of laborious ascent, with Qin Yufei losing count of how many times they paused due to Qin Yu's complaints. After much coaxing and persuasion, they finally made their way to the sect leader's hall. Concurrently, news of their arrival reached Su Qingtian, who promptly related to Chen Mu, who had just finished having his face wiped by Lu Ruoshui and looked particularly rejuvenated. The prince and princess wish to see me? I shall not grant them an audience. Why should I extend them any courtesy? What is royal status to me? Chen Mu mused, dismissing them outright. There was no need to consider their perspective or whether they could provide him with resources for cultivation. After all, what they possessed, he also had, and what they lacked, he had in abundance. Very well, I shall convey your message, Su Qingtian replied, reopening the door to communicate Chen Mu's intentions to the disciple. The message then returned to the sect leader's hall, where it was presented to Zhao Hengshan, Qin Yufei, and Qin Yu. What? He refuses to see us? What does he mean by that? Does he dare to disregard the royal family of the Xian kingdom? This is an affront. He must pay for this, Qin Yu exclaimed, her emotions running high. The thought of having exerted herself to ascend such lofty steps only to be met with the dismissive phrase, "not seeing you," was infuriating. Should I step back and let things settle? Should I endure for the sake of peace? No. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. The more I endure, the more I feel wronged. Her heart felt as though it might burst from frustration. Having lived a life of luxury and privilege, she had never before experienced such indignity. Qin Yufei remained silent, not intervening with Qin Yu's outburst. He was waiting for Zhao Hengshan's response. Believing that as the leader of the Qing Xian sect, he could not possibly allow a holy son to insult the authority of a dynasty, trampling the dignity of the royal bloodline beneath his feet. It was not that Qin Yufei underestimated the holy son. Even the entirety of the Qing Xian sect lacked the standing to oppose the Xian kingdom. The might of a nation could easily crush a sect. It was all too simple. As one of the 9 princes and a potential heir to the Xian kingdom's throne, he understood the necessity of composure, unlike Qin Yu's impetuousness, lest rumors spread and diminish his standing in their father's eyes. A prince must embody the dignity of his status. Since the holy son refuses to meet you, I must ask you to take your leave. However, should you wish to linger longer at the Qing Xian sect, you are free to do so, Zhao Hengshan stated. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yufei's expression remained largely unchanged, yet internally, his features stiffened. Was this man serious? Did he truly intend to stand against the entire Xian kingdom for the sake of a single holy son? Master Zhao, we are under the current emperor's direct order to meet with the holy son. Surely, this is not appropriate? Qin Yufei raised his hands, palms facing skyward, subtly threatening Zhao Hengshan while urging him to reconsider the implications of such a decision. Even if the holy son had not awakened in 300 years, there was no need for such favoritism. A mere holy son, is he truly worth the entire sect's allegiance? Think carefully about this. What is inappropriate about it? He refuses to see you. What can I do? Zhao Hengshan chuckled wryly. He could see through Qin Yufei's subtle intentions without voicing his thoughts. Zhao Zongzhu, should my royal father learn of this, I fear it would implicate the entire Qing Xian sect. Qin Yufei made his stance clear. Indeed, you, a mere Qingxian sect, do not even rank among the top 10 of the Xian kingdom, yet you dare to oppose it? Do you not believe that with a single command, my father could send the 10 strongest sects to raze you to the ground? Qin Yu's attitude was tenfold more arrogant as he pointed a finger at Zhao Hengshan's nose. No matter, should the Xian kingdom desire war, we are ever ready to engage. Zhao Hengshan was unperturbed, willing to pledge allegiance to a different monarch. The weight of Chen Mu in his eyes could not be encapsulated merely by the title of Holy Son of Qingxian. To serve him as a master or a monarch felt quite similar, if not more dignified. In Zhao Hengshan's perspective, Chen Mu was far more suitable to occupy the dragon throne of the Xian kingdom than any member of the Qin family. You. Qin Yu was furious. What of you? How can a princess of a nation stoop to the level of a shrew, shouting in the streets? A voice echoed from behind. A shrew? Qin Yu spun around in an instant, her face flushed with anger upon recognizing the speaker, demanding, "Who do you think you are to insult this princess? Do you believe I won't have you executed?" Chen Mu raised a hand, and an invisible force grasped Qin Yu, contorting her form before exploding. Bang! A splatter of blood erupted, staining Qin Yufei's side. The warmth of the blood seeped through his garments, clinging to his skin, though it was anything but comforting. Qin Yufei, knowing Qin Yu's temperament would inevitably lead to trouble, never anticipated she would meet such a grim fate, reduced to a crumpled, tattered remnant of flesh. You wretched fool. Do you even know who she is? She is the princess of the Xian kingdom. How dare you kill her? Are you not afraid of annihilation upon your entire clan? Qin Yufei was enraged. More than feeling pity for his half-sister, he was appalled at the audacity of appear to trample upon the pride of a royal prince. How dare he? His fury, having accumulated, erupted in that moment. A princess? Kill her? What of it? The Xian kingdom? Is it truly formidable? Chapter 72. He is indeed at the transcendent stage. To slay the emperor. Despair. A princess slain? The Xian kingdom? So powerful is it? At these words, Qin Yufei gritted his teeth, his fingers clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his palms. Blood oozed from between his fingers, dripping onto the crimson carpet, hardly noticeable. Since he could remember, no one had ever humiliated the Prince Qin Yufei to such an extent. This boy is utterly despicable. Who are you really? He demanded. In the grand hall, Zhao Hengshan spoke up to answer for Chen Mu. He is the holy son of Qingxian you wish to meet. He is the holy son of Qingxian. Zhao Zongzhu, he has slain my royal sister. All present witnessed it. Do you not intend to take action? Is the Qingxian sect truly willing to oppose the Xian kingdom for the sake of this holy son, standing firmly against us? Qin Yufei began to exert pressure on Zhao Hengshan and the elders, attempting to force their hands. Earlier, you were ready to protect this fellow. Now that he has killed my sister, surely you cannot shelter him any longer? Yet, it was evident that Qin Yufei had misunderstood a crucial matter. The relationship between the Qingxian sect and Chen Mu was inverted in his comprehension. It was not the Qingxian sect protecting Chen Mu, but rather Chen Mu's existence that safeguarded the Qingxian sect and its longevity. Zhao Hengshan remained silent, dismissive of the need to respond. He had already made his stance abundantly clear. If Qin Yufei could not grasp this, it was a reflection of his own lack of understanding, not Zhao Hengshan's fault. Very well. You Qingxian sect are indeed admirable. Tai Lao, no need to conceal yourself any longer. Take action. As soon as Qin Yufei's words left his lips, an elder clad in black robes appeared beside him. Removing his hood, he revealed a shock of white hair. Eighth Prince. Tai Lao was about to speak when Qin Yufei interrupted him angrily. What are you babbling about? Do not hesitate. Slay the one who has killed my royal sister. In his view, any further discussion was a waste of breath. It was better to eliminate Chen Mu and restore the royal family's honor. The knowledge of Zhao Hengshan's cultivation being merely at the golden core stage was no great secret. Qin Yufei was not naive enough to leave the imperial city without a single personal guard. Tai Lao was his most trusted confidant. A personal guard bestowed upon him by the emperor of the Xian kingdom 7 years ago, whose strength had already reached the threshold of the Yuan infant stage. He could easily crush the sect master of Qingxian, and dispatching a holy son was trivial. Qin Yufei was eager to see if Zhao Hengshan had the audacity to act beyond his borders. However, what Tai Lao truly wished to convey was that this young man possessed extraordinary abilities, and his cultivation was likely not low. He recommended restraint until they returned to the capital to devise a plan. Yet, given Qin Yufei's aggressive demeanor, he would have no opportunity to voice his concerns. Although unaware of Chen Mu's exact cultivation level, Tai Lao was compelled to step forward, releasing his half-step Yuan infant stage power and presence. Suppressing one's cultivation? Chen Mu chuckled lightly. Such matters, in the presence of one who had reached the pinnacle of this world, were mere jest. Boom. In the next instant, a surge of power descended, leaving all present in a state of chaotic confusion, as though a death knell reverberated in their ears. This is the transcendent stage. Tai Lao knelt on the ground, as if rooted, unable to move an inch. What? Transcendent stage? Qin Yufei, possessing even lower cultivation, fell prostrate. Crushed beneath the invisible force, utterly immobilized. Not only could he not rise, But at that moment, even the simple act of parting his lips was beyond his capability. Zhao Hongshan, seated in his chair, felt the pressure and had already crushed the armrests in his grip. Seeing this, Chen Mu concentrated his spiritual energy, forming a circle primarily around Qin Yufei, Tai Lao, and the others. Zhao Hongshan and the elders felt a wave of relief wash over them. Who could have anticipated that Chen Mu would possess the strength of the transcended stage? Zhao Hongshan even contemplated relinquishing the position of sect master after this matter was resolved. Unworthy, he truly felt unworthy. A mere golden core stage, in the face of someone at the transcendent stage, was fit only to serve as a menial servant. Unworthy of holding such a position. As the saying goes, comparing oneself to others is a humbling experience. In that moment, Zhao Hongshan and the others finally grasped the essence of this proverb. Chen Mu stepped forward, standing before the prostrate Qin Yufei, inquiring, "What can you do?" Qin Yufei seethed with hatred, despising his own weakness, lacking the strength even to retort. He understood that since Chen Mu dared to kill Qin Yu, he would not hesitate to eliminate him as well. However, he thought that if news of his death reached the Xian kingdom, his father would certainly not stand idly by. Surely, his father would come with a mighty army and the sacred relics of the kingdom to obliterate the Qingxian sect. The dignity of the royal family must not be tarnished. To Qin Yufei, Chen Mu clearly possessed such strength, yet chose not to pledge allegiance to the royal family, which he believed would narrow his own path. To eliminate this potential threat, he resolved to act preemptively. Opening the system interface, he examined the map of the Zhongshuan realm. Pinpointing the capital, the royal palace of the Xian kingdom, he then opened the heavenly peering mirror. At that moment, the mirror revealed a scene of Qin Yufei's father, the current emperor of the Xian kingdom, Qin Shu, amusing himself with several concubines in the harem, blindfolded and with a lewd expression. Where was the dignity expected of an emperor? Opening his system inventory, he retrieved the town god stone, extracting a piece. That is. Qin Yufei instantly recognized it as the town prison stone. Why would this stone, exclusive to the royal family of the Xian kingdom, appear in his possession? No, this cannot be. Upon closer inspection, Qin Yufei discerned that the black stone, resembling a small mountain, bore certain discrepancies when compared to his recollections of the Jinyu stone. It appeared more refined. Surely, it was a counterfeit. How could a mere rock be on par with a sacred national artifact? Qin Yufei reassured himself. Just then, he witnessed Chen Mu hurl the Jinyu stone toward the Kuaitian mirror. Instantly, a divine mountain materialized above the palace. Qin Shu quickly learned of this development from a guard at the entrance and rushed out. Initially perplexed as to how the sacred artifact he carried could ascend to the heavens. After some exploration, he unexpectedly discovered that there were, in fact, 2 Jinyu stones in existence. Although unaware of who was plotting against him, Qin Shu promptly summoned the Jinyu stone to retaliate. Observing this, Qin Yufei could already foresee the outcome, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He believed that after witnessing the Jinyu stone's power firsthand, Chen Mu would surely kneel and beg for mercy. Given Chen Mu's formidable strength, Qin Yufei might choose to forgive his transgressions and recruit him as an ally. This way, he could secure a more favorable position in the future contest for the Dragon Throne against the other 8 princes. Boom, boom, boom. As the Jinyu stone and the Jinshin stone collided, the air was violently compressed, resulting in explosions that reverberated throughout the capital. Bang! In the next moment, the 2 mountains clashed. However, the scene Qin Yufei had envisioned did not materialize. The genuine artifact he believed himself to possess was swiftly shattered into fragments by the Jinshin stone. It was as if an egg had struck a stone. Fragile and easily broken. Chapter 73. Establishing a new empress for amusement, the 9th prince. Boom. The outcome was obvious. The residence known as Hongxiu Hall was crushed to the ground by the Jinshin stone, seamlessly merging with the earth. Had his father truly perished just like that? Was the sacred national artifact reduced to mere rubble? Qin Yufei wore a vacant expression, clearly still reeling from the revelations. All of this was beyond his wildest expectations. Meanwhile, the Jinshin stone returned to its palm-sized form, rippling like water upon the Kuaitian mirror, ultimately returning to Chen Mu's grasp. Is the Xian kingdom truly so formidable? Chen Mu inquired, fixing his gaze upon Qin Yufei with a piercing intensity. Qin Yufei found himself at a loss for words. He wished to plead for mercy, but could not bring himself to utter a sound. Perhaps nothing could be more despairing than this. Chen Mu raised a finger, sketching a simple circle in the air. Heads rolled, and Qin Yufei, Tai Lao and others met their demise. Gulp. Witnessing this, Zhao Hongshan could not help but swallow hard. He felt fortunate for having resolutely allied himself with Chen Mu rather than the Xian royal family. To him, the Xian royal family was no different from ants. In this gathering, who among you holds an interest in the imperial throne? Chen Mu posed the question. Silence ensued. They believed Chen Mu was jesting. Little did they know. As long as they were willing, Chen Mu could truly place any one of them upon the throne. Why not sit upon it yourself? Seize power? Spend all day managing state affairs. That was not the life Chen Mu desired. He preferred to control those who wielded power. My lord, I wish to give it a try. Lu Ruoxue, standing beside the portal, mustered her courage to speak. She sought to seize every opportunity to strengthen herself, to qualify for a place at Chen Mu's side. If things continued as they were, the distance between them would only grow further apart. Very well. Chen Mu agreed without hesitation. Allowing Lu Ruoshui to ascend to the imperial throne of the Xian kingdom would indeed prove more convenient, even streamlining the process of altering loyalties. The two stepped into the portal, which had already been redirected to the capital, the Xian imperial palace. Left behind, Zhao Hongshan and the others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded and at a loss. Was he, in fact, serious? In the Xian imperial palace, the news of the Jinyu Stone's destruction and the tragic demise of the emperor and numerous concubines rapidly spread throughout the royal family. Rather than seeking revenge, several princes, accompanied by their respective armies, gathered before the Grand Hall to uncover the truth behind the incident. Brother, our father has just passed away, and you bring tens of thousands of imperial guards here. What do you intend to accomplish? How dare you question me? I never imagined you had secretly taken control of the Jinyui. Brothers, the late emperor favored me above all. It stands to reason that he would leave a decree naming me as emperor. I advise you to lay down your arms and submit peacefully. In light of our past brotherly bond, I may show you some leniency. Shut your mouth. Chen Mu shook his head in disbelief. Are all Xian princes of such ilk? Who? At the sound, thousands raised their gazes to the top of the steps, where stood two unfamiliar figures, devoid of any mental imprint in their minds. They held aloft the Jinyu Stone, which should have been shattered. Wait, that's the black stone that just destroyed the Jinyu Stone. Someone exclaimed, piecing together the clues. You're the one who murdered my father. Upon this accusation, Chen Mu showed no intention of responding. With a swift motion, he selected all the imperial guards, the elite guards, and the death attendants. Modify loyalty. Processing. Modification successful. At that moment, the loyalty of thousands towards Chen Mu reached 100%, while their loyalty towards Lu Ruoshui stood at 99%. Seize their fates. Although he was confident that Lu Ruoshui would not betray him, it was wise to remain cautious. I intend to nominate her as empress. Do any of you have objections? Chen Mu inquired. You must be dreaming. Absolutely not. How could a mere woman, one who is not of royal blood, claim the throne? Such delusions. Long live the empress. Long live the empress. In the next instant, thousands knelt in unison, their voices resounding like thunder, almost shaking the heavens. Truly, they were well-trained elite soldiers. What are you doing? Stand up, all of you. Do you wish to rebel? The princes' faces turned pale, despair evident in their eyes, growing ever more intense. Now, you may issue commands to them. Chen Mu turned to the still astonished Lu Ruoshui and said, Ah, yes. Lu Ruoshui stepped forward, raising her hand with a sweeping motion. Her arm sliced through the air as she ordered the execution of all the princes. She recalled Chen Mu's earlier admonition, eradicate the roots, otherwise, the grass will regrow with the spring breeze. No, you can't do this to me. I am the crown prince. I am the crown prince. You wretches dare to rebel. Amid the curses, several princes were mercilessly slain by a flurry of swords, spears, and blades. Those who were stabbed met their end. Those who were beheaded met the same fate, reduced to mere flesh and blood. In such a state, survival became exceedingly difficult. Afterward, Chen Mu handed over the Jinshin Stone, which had ended a dynasty, to Lu Ruoshui with a smile. Rest assured, with this Jinshin Stone in your possession, no one will dare to oppose you. Processing. Modification successful. Additionally, he maximized Lu Ruoshui's capabilities in governing the dynasty. Establishing a female emperor for amusement was indeed a delightful notion. He was eager to see how far she could advance the Xian kingdom in the future. Thank you, my lord. Lu Ruoshui knelt, tears streaming down her face. Unable to contain her emotions, they dripped to the ground like blossoms blooming. Do not disappoint me. Chen Mu waved his hand and strode away. Ruoshui will never let you down, my lord. Lu Ruoshui vowed, determined to transform the Xian kingdom into the foremost dynasty of the Zhongshuan realm. Unbeknownst to her, a myriad of brilliant and powerful ideas for governance and reform had been flooding her mind since earlier, as if she had mastered them without a teacher. The sensation was utterly extraordinary. She believed it must be her lord secretly watching over her. Indeed, it had to be. Your Majesty, when do you plan to hold the coronation ceremony? Several commanders knelt on one knee at the foot of the steps and inquired. Now, meanwhile, Chen Mu remained. Qingxin sect? Qingyan mansion? He did not utilize the portal to return. The reason? Because the body of one prince still lay beneath the Grand Hall, incomplete. In the realm of Xian Kingdom, there exist a total of 9 royal princes. One perished at Qingxin sect. And with the 7 corpses that lay before the Grand Hall accounted for, only one remains unaccounted for. Through the system, Chen Mu learned of the individual named Qin Wujuo, the youngest among the 9 princes. Many years prior, he had been punished with 50 years of confinement for drunkenly teasing the current empress. He had languished in the cold palace, deprived of sunlight. The act of teasing the empress had led to a lifetime of disgrace. The more Chen Mu contemplated, the more he felt that this narrative seemed eerily familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Chapter 74. Seizing the Fate of the Chosen One, a Scheme of Reincarnation. Within the depths of the cold palace, situated in the southern quarter of the imperial palace, the ninth prince, Chen Mu, abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that filled every nook and cranny of the cold palace. Remarkably, at such a tender age, he had already broken through to the heart movement realm, destined to be a dragon among men. Given time, he would undoubtedly reach the golden core and nascent soul stages. At that point, both the vengeance against your mother and the individuals who conspired against you would be crushed beneath your feet. Listening to the voice of the elder resonating in his mind, Chen Mu smiled faintly, grateful that his mentor had taken him as a disciple. Were it not for the elder's assistance in unshackling his spiritual roots, he would likely still be regarded as a worthless fool in the eyes of others. The elder chuckled heartily, stating that it was not merely a one-sided affair. They had mutually aided one another. Had it not been for Chen Mu's vital energy awakening him and nourishing his soul, he might have long since perished, reduced to ashes. 3 years prior, Chen Mu had been favored by the emperor due to his exceptional talents, which inadvertently stirred envy among many. One fateful day, he was caught off guard and led to the imperial garden by the empress, where their conversation had been amicable. Unexpectedly, the empress began to undress, exposing her delicate shoulders, and accused Chen Mu of heinous transgressions, claiming he had violated moral codes and was unworthy of existence. Just then, the emperor arrived, and with no opportunity for defense, Chen Mu was stripped of his cultivation, demoted from his princely status, and condemned to a life of seclusion in the cold palace. Subsequently, his mother, having knelt in the rain for 3 days and nights, was never granted an audience with the emperor, let alone the chance to plead for his son. Ultimately, she succumbed to a grave illness, passing away in despair. From that moment, a deep-seated resentment towards the emperor, even as his biological father, took root within Chen Mu's heart. Fortunately, fate did not abandon him. He fortuitously discovered a powerful remnant soul sealed within an abandoned well in the palace's rear courtyard. By nurturing it with his life force for half a year, he managed to awaken it, subsequently taking on the role of disciple, restoring his spiritual roots, and diligently practicing for 2.5 years. Under the guidance of the elder, who provided him with numerous formidable techniques, Chen Mu finally attained the heart movement realm. He deemed himself a genius, a title not at all inflated. After all, among the 9 princes, apart from himself, even the prince with the highest cultivation, the crown prince, had barely managed to break through to the fusion realm. Chen Mu was resolute in his determination to continue his silent cultivation until he could overwhelm his peers. He would slay the emperor, seize the throne, and live the life he had always yearned for, to wield power and revel in the embrace of beauty. Oh, and as for that wretched woman, since you have wronged me so, once I attain greatness, I shall ensure your every desire is fulfilled. You shall be my eternal slave. By the way, master, just now when I broke through, I sensed an immense surge of spiritual energy. What could it be? Chen Mu inquired, recalling the incident. It is likely that someone is causing a ruckus within the palace, and your father has suppressed them with the suppression stone, replied the elder, who had been wholly focused on protecting Chen Mu and had not paid close attention. The suppression stone? That artifact is indeed troublesome. With it around, I shall find it difficult to slay that dog of an emperor. Chen Mu gritted his teeth. Fear not. As long as you diligently cultivate the techniques I have imparted to you to perfection, even if he possesses sacred artifacts for protection, I shall effortlessly claim his head. Yes, master, rest assured, I will strive to cultivate diligently and shall not disappoint you. Chen Mu vowed. Well, continue to cultivate. Just as the words were about to escape his lips, he abruptly halted. Master, what is the matter? Chen Mu asked softly. Someone approaches. Their aura is formidable. Be cautious, the elder warned in a serious tone, reiterating his caution. Just then, with a creak, the door swung open. The intruder was none other than Chen Mu, his gaze fixated on Chen Mu, who was seated cross-legged on the ground. The emperor would never have anticipated that the son, destined to be a mere waste, harbored great fortune, not only acquiring a legacy, but also revitalizing his spiritual roots, cultivating at a pace swifter than before his downfall. Chen Mu had thoroughly discerned Chen Mu's background. It is no exaggeration to say that he was the most knowledgeable person about Chen Mu in the world, even more so than the prince himself. Rising to his feet, Chen Mu scoffed. It seems someone is quite eager for my demise. Who would have thought it would ultimately be exposed? He then continued in his thoughts. Master, it appears we must change our place of cultivation. However, before that, grant me some time to eliminate this assassin. It will serve as an excellent opportunity to test my strength. The elder agreed. Very well, your strength is increasing rapidly. If this continues, it will soon become impossible to conceal. A change of location for cultivation is indeed more prudent. Kid, since you are aware I am not a waste, yet still dare to come and kill me, who bestowed upon you such courage? Boom. A tempest arose. Upon receiving his master's consent, Chen Mu instantly appeared before Chen Mu, his expression fierce, his fingers resembling the claws of a tiger as he lunged toward Chen Mu's face. When confronting an enemy, Chen Mu would not show any mercy. He had to eliminate the threat swiftly. Bang! Thud, thud. Before Chen Mu could even react, he was sent flying, tumbling several dozen meters away, crashing violently against the wall. Lying on the ground, his bones felt as though they had been shattered. And it was only at that moment that Chen Mu's fierce expression froze, replaced by shock and disbelief. A distinct red handprint slowly swelled upon his face, the lines of the palm clearly visible. Chen Mu could scarcely believe that, despite having attained the heart movement realm, he had been struck and sent flying without even sensing it. You seek death. Chen Mu unleashed all his spiritual energy, enveloping his arms, exuding an aura akin to a roaring tiger as he charged once more at Chen Mu. Slap. The result was reminiscent of a returning swallow, the so-called child of fortune. Endowed with great destiny, was it truly this feeble? Chen Mu shook his head with a wry smile, having utterly lost interest in Chen Mu. Master, why? Why is this happening? Why am I so weak? Chen Mu questioned in disbelief. It is not that you are weak, but rather that the fellow is far too strong. Thus, relinquish control of your body to me. I will assist you in dealing with him, the elder proclaimed. All right. Chen Mu nodded without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu chuckled. You are so oblivious that you don't even realize you've been sold, fool. Nonsense. Chen Mu retorted, regarding Chen Mu with disdain. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Mu distinctly sensed that something was amiss. Merely relinquishing control of his body, why was his consciousness gradually becoming hazy, even fading away? Master, what is happening? My consciousness is disappearing. The elder ignored Chen Mu's plight, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon Chen Mu. Thanks to your appearance, I can seize control of this body ahead of schedule. Unfortunately, I am only at the heart movement realm, and my cultivation will suffer considerably. This debt shall be yours to repay. Upon hearing these words, Chen Mu instantly realized he had been played. The elder, whom he had revered and regarded as a parental figure, had all along viewed him as a mere puppet for reincarnation. The techniques, elixirs, and cultivation secrets, everything had only served to enhance his strength and improve his physical form, making it easier for the elder to seize control and inherit greater power. The realization of being used plunged Chen Mu into a profound despair, a despair far deeper than being framed and wronged by the Empress. As if a multitude of daggers were mercilessly piercing through the heart of Chen Mu, reducing it to a pulpy mass. His inquiries were entirely disregarded by Meng Changqing. Presently, Meng Changqing found himself devoid of any reason to maintain a connection with him, swiftly seizing control of this corporeal form. He was taken aback by the sheer foolishness of his predecessor for patiently awaiting his successful usurpation. It seemed as though he was overly eager to meet his demise. His tone dripped with mockery. At this moment, the surrounding spiritual energy enveloping Chen Mu surged to incomprehensible levels, intensifying several-fold. His cultivation soared from the fusion realm to the third stage of the nascent soul. Meng Changqing never entertained the notion that he might be outmatched at the third stage of the nascent soul. Shaking his shoulders and twisting his neck, he released a heavy exhale, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of rebirth. Only those who have tasted death can truly appreciate the comfort of life. Suddenly lowering his gaze, a dark expression overtook him, eyes gleaming with a coldness sharper than blades. He turned to Chen Mu and declared, Now, it is time to address the issues between us. You must account for the loss of my cultivation without cause. Is it possible that I am stronger than you? Chen Mu, observing Meng Changqing's confident demeanor, posed the question with utmost seriousness. Preposterous. You claim to surpass me? Before Meng Changqing could complete his retort, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from behind Chen Mu, akin to a colossal wave towering over 100 meters, crashing down upon him. Stunned, Meng Changqing beheld this spectacle, feeling as if he were facing a ferocious beast, an unparalleled harbinger of death. In an instant, he was engulfed by the energy, his body uncontrollably propelled into the air. The resounding crashes echoed as he shattered countless walls. Clouds of dust rising in a chaotic frenzy. The cries of anguish grew increasingly shrill. With tattered garments, disheveled hair, and trembling legs, Meng Changqing leaned against a wall, his eyes flickering with terror and confusion as he repeatedly shouted, Transcendence Realm! Transcendence Realm! Transcendence Realm! His mind was clearly in disarray. Clambering up the fallen bricks in an attempt to flee, Chen Mu, positioned 100 meters away, lifted his hand. Meng Changqing's body levitated, fingers tightening around him. The sound of bones cracking resonated, accompanied by a torrent of blood that splattered like ink, creating a gruesome symphony of carnage. The minuscule consciousness of the ninth prince, Chen Mu, was entirely obliterated the moment Chen Mu unleashed his might. As the child of destiny, had Chen Mu refrained from intervening, even with such an unfortunate master, his fate would undoubtedly not have descended to such depths. Most likely, he would have turned the tables to usurp Meng Changqing, refining him to augment his own cultivation, or perhaps even moved him to form a genuine bond of master and disciple. However, none of that mattered now. After all, Chen Mu had positioned himself in opposition to Chen Mu. Misunderstanding was one thing, but calling for violence was another. Initially intending to assess the potential value of the child of destiny, he foolishly threw himself onto the blade. The sound of a horn resonated from afar, solemn and sacred, most likely heralding the coronation ceremony of Lu Ruoshui. Chen Mu lacked any interest in attending, dismissing the system notifications regarding Meng Changqing's demise. He found them to be of little significance, especially to one like Chen Mu, who was akin to a walking treasury of the heavens. A mere token of a god-subduing stone would hold more value than the trifling rewards he had received. Opening a portal, he returned to Qingxian sect, to Qingyun Manor, reclining leisurely in a sun-drenched chair. It took little time before news of the imperial transition in the Xian kingdom, with the empress named Lu Ruoshui taking power, spread throughout the realm and even beyond to the vast Zhongshuan world. The rise of a female emperor, while not unheard of in the Zhongshuan realm, was exceedingly rare, historically, perhaps occurring once in 100 instances. In the hall of the sect leader, Zhao Hongshan repeatedly sought confirmation from the disciple who had come to report. Are you certain the newly appointed empress is named Lu Ruoshui? Indeed, sect leader, I can confirm it 100%. Zhao Hongshan glanced at the elders seated to his left and right, feeling a tumult of emotions, utterly at a loss for how to articulate his current sentiments. Chen Mu was earnest. He had genuinely placed Lu Ruoshui, his personal maid, in the position of empress of the Xian kingdom. If memory served correctly, it had been nearly 5 centuries since the Xian kingdom last had a female emperor. What merit did the Qingxian sect possess to warrant such an honor? Observing Zhao Hongshan's distressed expression, the elders could empathize with him. However, the one harboring the most complex feelings was likely the Lu family of Leiyan City. Upon witnessing luxurious carriages adorned with embroidered 5-clawed golden dragons arriving at their doorstep, come to fetch their daughter to the palace, Lu Hanqing was left dumbfounded. After multiple confirmations, he finally dared to believe that this was no jest. Wasn't his daughter studying and cultivating at the Qingxian sect? How had she suddenly ascended to become the empress over millions in the Xian kingdom? Lu Hanqing could not recall having any entanglements with any royal women. In the carriage, he fervently swore to Lu Mu, insisting he had never wronged her in any way. He was truly wronged. As dusk fell, disciples passing by Qingyun Manor stumbled upon an intricate formation inscribed on the ground. Upon connecting the two ends, a burst of blue light erupted, and a graceful figure emerged, none other than their stunning senior sister, Lu Ruoshui. However, the Lu Ruoshui of today was vastly different from their recollections. Her countenance bore a chilling makeup, draped in resplendent robes, and the alternating black and red silks adorned with 5-clawed dragons were clearly garments befitting an emperor. Why is senior sister Ruoshui wearing the dragon robe? Could it be that the new empress, Lu Ruoshui, is not merely sharing her name? Is senior sister Ruoshui truly the empress of our Xian kingdom? Those quick of mind promptly knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "Long live the empress." Lu Ruoshui turned her back, lightly raising a hand to signal them to rise, as she ascended the steps towards the grand entrance of Qingyun Manor. Just as the disciples began to wonder if Lu Ruoshui, now occupying the dragon throne, was seeking revenge for being treated as a mere servant by the Holy Sun, they heard a soft knock at the door. "Master, Ruoshui has returned to wash your feet." Chapter 76. The Empress? Merely a foot-washing maid, stirring the entire sect. The fawning tone and posture left those who had just connected Lu Ruoshui of the Qingxian sect with the current empress of the Xian kingdom utterly speechless. They couldn't help but question, is this truly the same person? Where was the imperial majesty? How could the empress be reduced to washing someone's feet? Yet upon further reflection, the object of the empress's foot-washing was none other than their holy son, a prodigy with multiple holy bodies, the unparalleled genius of the ages. In that light, it seemed there was nothing amiss. On the contrary, it was an honor for the mere empress to wash the feet of their illustrious holy son. Regardless of how others perceived it, they had already convinced themselves. With a resonant creak, the crimson doors swung open. Upon seeing Lu Ruoshui clad in imperial robes, Su Qingtian was momentarily taken aback, initially puzzled by the prolonged absence of Lu Ruoshui, who had always been so attached to Chen Mu. He had thought Chen Mu was jesting when he mentioned she had gone to take on the role of empress in the capital. Yet upon witnessing Lu Ruoshui in her resplendent attire, he realized his master was not joking. Lu Ruoshui had truly ascended to the throne. Had she done so through her own merit? Su Qingtian had not considered that angle, believing it was certainly the result of his master's influence behind the scenes. From Lu Ruoshui's current demeanor, it was not difficult to discern the truth. From the depths of her gaze, Su Qingtian felt an unprecedented respect, and his heart swelled with submission to Chen Mu. Is the master present? Lu Ruoshui's words brought Su Qingtian back to reality. Yes, the master is preparing to retire for the night. It seems I have returned at just the right moment. With a beaming expression, Lu Ruoshui lifted her skirt and gracefully crossed the threshold into Qingyun Mansion. Su Qingtian did not impede her. For no matter how grand Lu Ruoshui's identity as an empress might be, within the walls of Qingyun Mansion, she was merely a maid. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Truly, our revered holy son is remarkable. Even the maids of the mansion are none other than the reigning empress. Do you think the one who opened the door could also be a figure of immense power, unbeknownst to us? Of course. Can anyone of simple stature stand by the side of the Holy Sun? Indeed, for even the guard dog is a sacred beast, the Qilin. As they spoke, their gazes fell upon the noticeably larger figure of Little Black, who lay at the entrance. No longer cute and clumsy, it exuded a newfound air of valor and majesty. Little Black, however, remained unresponsive, resting with its eyes closed. Hungry? It retrieved several ninth-grade superior elixirs from the spatial ring crafted for it by Chen Mu and consumed them, refining and enhancing its cultivation. The sight stirred envy among the onlookers, lacking the Qilin bloodline, the spatial ring, and even ninth-grade superior elixirs. A life lived worse than that of a dog. At that moment, countless disciples of Qingxian began to regard the prospect of becoming Chen Mu's loyal companion as a fervent ambition, some even contemplating whether to procure a roast chicken to curry favor with this esteemed canine. Meanwhile, within Qingyun Mansion, Lu Ruoshui held a wooden basin. Having fetched a bowl of blood-red spirit spring water from the backyard's spiritual spring pool, preparing to wash Chen Mu's feet. She had even requested the blood dragon god, which Chen Mu had nurtured within the pool, to spit forth a drop of dragon blood essence into the basin, ensuring a more efficient outcome. Observing Lu Ruoshui, who was now diligently removing his long boots and white socks to place them in the basin, Chen Mu felt quite pleased. To have an empress wash his feet, such treatment surely placed him at the pinnacle of the entire Zhongshuan realm, did it not? Frankly, he had not anticipated that Lu Ruoshui would go to such lengths to return before he fell asleep. Her loyalty was off the charts. Lu Ruoshui remained silent, meticulously attending to every toe, ensuring no crevice was overlooked. Her snow-white fingers caressed the tops and soles of his feet, infusing them with strands of spiritual energy that brought a unique sensation to his heart, especially complemented by her resplendent attire and the shimmering adornments atop her head. Meanwhile, upon hearing from the disciples that Lu Ruoshui had returned and entered Qingyun Mansion, Zhao Hengshan and his entourage found themselves in a predicament. As the esteemed empress of the Xian kingdom, would it not be too disrespectful for them to not pay their respects? Yet, she was also a disciple of their Qingxian sect. As elders, was it appropriate for them to bow to a junior? Lu Yuchan, as Lu Ruoshui's true mentor, found her emotions in turmoil. Not long ago, her proud disciple had humbly sought her guidance, and now she had inexplicably become someone else's personal maid, only to then ascend to the position of empress. This stark contrast was difficult for Lu Yuchan to accept, leading her to question if she had lost her mind during cultivation. Was everything before her merely an illusion? Reaching behind her to pinch her waist, she gasped. The pain was real. Even with this confirmation, Lu Yuchan remained uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow, sensing the growing chasm between herself and her disciple. Ultimately, irrespective of past circumstances, Lu Ruoshui now held the title of empress, and as subjects of the Xian kingdom, they must pay their respects. Otherwise, it would be perceived that the elders of Qingxian's sect lacked decorum. All disputes were laid to rest by Zhao Hengshan's declaration. The group mounted their swords and soared toward Qingyun Mansion. In a short while, they arrived. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Hengshan rapped on the door. Su Qingtian opened it, somewhat surprised by the unexpected visit from these individuals. After a moment's reflection, he deduced they were likely seeking Lu Ruoshui, who had just ascended to the throne. Without further inquiry, he stepped aside to invite them in, preemptively informing them, "The master and her majesty the empress are in the backyard." "Thank you," Zhao Hengshan replied, hastening forward with his entourage. Along the way, he reminded everyone to temper their airs and to avoid any missteps before the two of them. "Understood," they replied in unison. Even without Zhao Hengshan's admonition, they were already acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. One was the reigning empress, and the other, a prodigious figure capable of toppling a dynasty at will. Offending either was unthinkable. Upon reaching the backyard, the wooden door swung open from within. "Master, Ruoshui has taken her leave. Please rest well." Coincidentally, they caught sight of Lu Ruoshui, clad in imperial robes, emerging from Chen Mu's chamber, carrying a wooden basin while engaged in light-hearted conversation. "Wait, is that a foot basin?" Chapter 77. Is my master envious of me? Why not join me as a maid? Is that a foot basin? Zhao Hengshan couldn't help but turn to the elder beside him and inquire. "I suppose it must be," the elder replied, his mind wandering far beyond the present moment as he answered, somewhat absent-mindedly. The empress of one of the four great powers of the Xian kingdom was serving as a foot washer for the holy son of her own sect. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, who could have fathomed such a scenario? Could it be that he had misunderstood? Perhaps it was not merely a foot basin, but a treasure basin? "Master, esteemed elders, and my mentor." Upon closing the door, Lu Ruoshui turned to see Zhao Hengshan and his entourage and was perplexed as to why they had all come to Qingyun Mansion. Were they here to pay their respects to her master? She seemed to have forgotten her own status as the empress of the Xian kingdom. "Ruoshui," Zhao Hengshan began. But Lu Ruoshui interrupted. "Apologies, master. May we discuss this after I dispose of the foot washing water?" "Of course, please," Zhao Hengshan replied, his smile stiff as he gestured politely. Internally, he was astonished. It truly was a foot basin. Zhao Hengshan then turned his gaze to Lu Yuchan, feeling compelled to say something. "Lu Shimi, You have a remarkable disciple. The master jest, Lu Yuchan replied with a wry smile. I fear I no longer have the standing to consider myself her mentor. No one contradicted her. After all, none could match Lu Ruoshue's prowess among them. Having been by Chen Mu's side for so long, she had likely amassed numerous treasures. Collectively, they might not even be her match. The more she thought about it, the more she felt her life had been a failure. Master, esteemed elders, may I inquire what brings you here? Lu Ruoshue asked upon her return. Zhao Hengshan clasped his fists and, leading the way, knelt in homage, proclaiming, Zhao Hengshan, sect master of Qingxian sect, pays his respects to the empress. Lu Yuchan of Qingxian sect pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Zhao Weiyan of Qingxian sect pays his respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Witnessing the assembled figures kneeling before her, Lu Ruoshe felt utterly at a loss. Wait, master, esteemed elders, what is the meaning of this? She attempted to assist Zhao Hengshan to his feet, but he resolutely refused to rise. With no other recourse, Lu Ruoshue waved her hand helplessly, calling, Please, rise. Rise. Thank you, your majesty, they exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hengshan and the others finally dared to rise. Observing this, Lu Ruoshue soon comprehended that these individuals had come specifically to pay their respects. Realizing that no amount of persuasion would sway them, she decided it was best to let things unfold naturally. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Hengshan and the others did not linger for long, with Chen Mu already asleep. They were reluctant to intrude. Left behind were Lu Ruoshue and her master, Lu Yuchan, seated beneath the pavilion, the atmosphere palpably awkward. Master, Lu Ruoshue began. But Lu Yuchan immediately interjected, Your Majesty, you flatter me. Master, please don't say that. Once a teacher, always a father. Regardless of the present or what the future holds, you shall forever remain my revered master. Lu Ruoshue was not one to forget her roots. Without Lu Yuchan's protection and indulgence, she would not have achieved her current standing. Touched, Lu Yuchan sighed deeply. Feeling a sense of relief as she reflected on how just days ago, Lu Ruoshue had been troubled by her pursuit of breakthroughs. Now, she had experienced a meteoric rise in cultivation and wielded significant power. All this is thanks to the master who granted me my cultivation and authority. Without him, I would be nothing, Lu Ruoshue graciously acknowledged. Following this, the two engaged in extensive conversation. Lu Yuchan learned much from Lu Ruoshue about matters she had never encountered, particularly regarding Chen Mu, including the submission of the Sacred Dragon sect, and even the Blood Demon sect. What? Lu Yuchan exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. You mean to say that the Blood Demon sect, and even the Sacred Dragon sect have submitted to him? Indeed, if they do not submit, they face death. Lu Ruoshue nodded earnestly. Lu Yuchan ceased to harbor doubts. The notion of the Sacred Dragon sect, one of the 10 strongest sects, being swept aside, and the legendary Blood Demon ancestor being revived at a mere command to self-destruct his heart to restore the sect's vigor, was astonishing yet entirely plausible for him. Unable to suppress her thoughts, Lu Yuchan mused, I never imagined that I, the illustrious peak master of the Pure Moon Peak, would find myself envying the status of your maid. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoshue excitedly suggested, If it pleases you, master, I could request my lord to allow you to become his maid as well, so we may serve him together. Lu Yuchan was taken aback, never anticipating that she would hesitate. Forcing a smile, she replied, Perhaps it is best to refrain. He would surely prefer a young woman like you. I have already faded into obscurity. Master, you are far too modest. You are recognized among our disciples as the most beautiful in the Qingxian sect, Lu Ruoshue earnestly declared. In terms of beauty, she genuinely believed Lu Yuchan resembled a celestial being, especially with her exquisite demeanor. Let us not dwell on this any longer. It is getting late. You should rest, and I must return for my own rest. Lu Yuchan gently shook her head and stood. Very well. Seeing her resolute attitude, Lu Ruoshue did not press further. The two departed from the Qingyun mansion together. As the array was redrawn, Lu Ruoshue was transported back to the capital, to the imperial palace. This teleportation array was something she had discovered in the royal treasury, perfectly suited for her daily returns to Qingyun mansion to attend to Chen Mu's daily routines. Being a maid was her primary duty. The title of empress was merely a side role. Additionally, she could bring back delightful pastries from the capital for Chen Mu. Watching the blue light extinguish and the array vanish, Lu Yuchan wore a pensive expression, in a voice only she could hear. Her lips parted slightly as she muttered to herself, Should I have agreed? A surge of regret washed over her, filling her heart. She couldn't shake the feeling of having made an erroneous choice. But the moment had passed, and it was too late for regrets. How would one serve him? Lu Ruoshue found her mind wandering, conjuring images that were decidedly inappropriate. A faint blush crept onto Lu Yuchan's fair cheeks. Spotting a disciple approaching from afar, she hastily took to her sword and departed, her heart racing violently. Embarrassment, regret, and distress intertwined within her. She resolved to return quickly and focus on her cultivation to forget these thoughts. In the imperial palace, she lamented, What a pity. I was genuinely looking forward to serving alongside my master. Wait, is this feeling akin to sharing a husband? What an absurd thought. Lu Ruoxue scolded herself for her lack of propriety, covering her face with her hands, feeling flustered. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door broke her reverie. Immediately, her expression turned cold. Come in. Your Majesty, what brings you here? News has arrived from the Zhuyan Kingdom. They wish to meet with you to discuss matters concerning the border. If Lu Ruoxue recalled correctly, the Zhuyan Kingdom and the Xian Kingdom had always been adversaries, with constant skirmishes over their borderlands. Given that Zhuyan's overall national strength exceeded that of Xian, she perceived their intentions as far from benevolent. Nevertheless, she agreed to the meeting. We cannot show weakness. We must not tarnish Chen Mu's reputation. Meanwhile, in the Zhuyan Kingdom, the prince, Zhu Xiaodian, questioned, Father, is it really necessary for you to go in person? I can handle this. That Empress of Xian is not worthy of such attention. She lacks the qualifications. Why do you say that? Zhu Changzhan inquired curiously. I have received word that before ascending to the throne, she was merely a nameless disciple of a minor sect in the Xian Kingdom, a lowly maidservant beside the sacred San. Chapter 78. Bestowing the Tribulation Realm Cultivation. Such outrageous demands. Is there more to this? Zhu Changzhan's interest was piqued. Tell me more, my son. Yes, father. I have learned that, after 300 years, the Qing Xian sect finally awakened a new sacred son. The woman named Lu Ruoxue, a once prominent figure in the inner sanctum of the Qing Xian sect, was bestowed upon that sacred son as a maid to attend to his needs. Now, she has inexplicably risen to become the empress of the Xian Kingdom. I suspect her rise is due to internal strife within Xian. Being a lost royal bastard, the treacherous ministers likely found her easier to control and thus pushed her forward. Zhu Xiaodian openly shared his thoughts. The Qing Xian sect? Indeed, it is a sect of little renown. How could the Xian Kingdom promote such a person to empress? It seems their fate is sealed. It is high time we consider deploying troops for an attack, Zhu Changzhan resolved, intending to finalize his battle plans after meeting Lu Ruoxue. We cannot continue with minor skirmishes. We must completely annex the Xian Kingdom. If we miss this opportunity, we may have to wait many years for another. Once we consume the territory of the Xian Kingdom, Zhu Yan will undoubtedly rise to become the foremost power in the Tsang Xian realm. No one will dare to oppose us. Upon hearing Zhu Changzhan's ambitions, Zhu Xiaodian pounded his chest and volunteered, Father, allow me to personally lead the troops and trample the Xian Kingdom. Excellent. You are indeed my son, full of ambition, just as you wish. Zhu Changzhan laughed heartily. Securing the Xian Kingdom seemed almost guaranteed. What kind of country would choose a maid to be their empress? It was impossible for them not to decline into ruin. What merit could a mere maid possess? Could they really expect that sacred son to support her? Ha ha ha, how ludicrous. The following day, as Chen Mu opened his eyes and stepped out of his room, he found Lu Ruoxue waiting eagerly outside. Master. Lu Ruoxue greeted him with a beaming smile and a respectful bow. What brings you here at this hour? Do you not have court duties? Chen Mu asked with curiosity. To serve my master, I have commenced court half an hour earlier, Lu Ruoxue replied. Chen Mu hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Well done. Lu Ruoxue beamed with delight at his praise. Thank you for your commendation, master. I shall continue to strive diligently. After taking a few steps, Chen Mu suddenly paused. Would you like to modify Golden Core Realm to Tribulation Realm? Modify. Modification in progress. Modification successful. As Chen Mu halted, Lu Ruoxue was about to inquire about the sudden change when she felt a surge of energy within her, her blood and spirit roiling. Nascent Soul Realm. Out-of-Body Realm. Divine Transformation Realm. Great Ascension. In an instant, she had broken through to the Tribulation Realm. It was clear without a doubt that this was the work of Chen Mu. Tears of joy welled in her eyes as she knelt in gratitude. Thank you, master. This is what you rightfully deserve. Chen Mu held a profound admiration for individuals of intellect and unwavering loyalty. Lu Ruoxue's demeanor warranted the bestowal of her cultivation to the Tribulation Realm, ensuring that should any troubles arise in the future, he would not need to intervene himself, a task he found tedious. Furthermore, it would serve to alleviate some of his own predicaments, a dual benefit indeed. Lu Ruoxue rose, gently wiping away her tears with her sleeve, her voice tinged with sorrow as she spoke. Master, I specially instructed the royal kitchen to prepare some pastries for you. Would you care to try them? If they please you, I shall have them made daily and delivered to you. Very well, Chen Mu replied in agreement. After Chen Mu finished his breakfast, Lu Ruoxue took out a handkerchief and delicately wiped the remnants of food from the corners of his mouth before hastily returning to the capital. She immersed herself in various state affairs, with the foremost issue being the flooding crisis in the northern region. By the time she had attended to all matters, 2 hours had elapsed. Initially, the court officials harbored concerns that this newly appointed empress, who relied on brute strength, might herald the decline of the Xian Kingdom. However, upon reviewing her revisions to the memorials and reform proposals, they found themselves genuinely impressed. They even felt that their years of service paled in comparison, realizing the need for further learning and observation. Truly, the old adage rings true, one learns until the end of their days. As their respect for her deepened, so too did Lu Ruoxue's gratitude towards Chen Mu. Before long, News arrived from outside the palace that the envoy from the Zhuyan kingdom had reached the city's outskirts. Lu Ruoxue rose to head to the main hall, preparing herself in advance. She was eager to discern the schemes of these individuals from Zhuyan. In the hall below, Zhu Changzhan surveyed the individual seated upon the dais with a sense of surprise. He could not help but marvel, having heard tales of the Xian kingdom's abundance of beauty. He now saw that such rumors were indeed well-founded. Mind your words. A nearby official from the Xian kingdom rebuked him. When did this become your place to speak? Zhu Changzhan's arrogance was deeply ingrained. He regarded Lu Ruoxue with disdain, let alone a mere minister. I shall not beat around the bush, Zhu Changzhan declared, clarifying his intentions. I have come primarily to discuss the cessation of hostilities at the border. Cessation of hostilities? Lu Ruoxue replied with a calm smile. Hasn't the war always been instigated unilaterally by the Zhuyan kingdom? The Xian kingdom has consistently remained on the defensive. If you truly wish to cease hostilities, simply withdraw your troops. What need is there for discussion? While hostilities can be halted, it cannot be without recompense. That is my condition. Zhu Changzhan produced a scroll, which was presented to Lu Ruoxue. Upon receiving it, she noted that it contained a map of the Xian kingdom, with several major cities circled in red. Zhu Changzhan's intentions were glaringly apparent. He sought to compel Lu Ruoxue to cede these cities to the Zhuyan kingdom in exchange for peace. Such outrageous terms are utterly unacceptable, Lu Ruoxue asserted, revealing her formidable stance. Zhu Changzhan seemed to have anticipated her response, a smirk gracing his lips as he replied, Your Majesty, I advise you to consider your words carefully. It would be prudent. The Zhuyan kingdom's million-strong cavalry is less than 1,000 paces from your northern gate, poised to strike at any moment. Upon hearing that 1,000,000 cavalry stood so close to their borders, the officials exchanged anxious glances, each aware of the dire implications. Should war erupt, even a victory for the Xian kingdom would merely prolong its suffering. What if, at this critical juncture, the other two kingdoms chose to wage war? The Xian kingdom would undoubtedly face annihilation, a fate they were desperate to avoid. Though ceding territory was disgraceful and ignoble, it was surely preferable to the loss of the nation itself. All eyes turned to Lu Ruoxue, eager to witness her decision. Am I to understand that you are threatening me? Lu Ruoxue inquired with an air of calm, her heart unperturbed. That is indeed one interpretation, Zhu Changzhan readily acknowledged, stepping forward with several aides who emanated powerful auras. What? Those 4 individuals are all formidable beings at the cusp of integration, or even already within that realm. The oppressive force was terrifying, making it difficult to breathe. Is this the true strength of the Zhuyan kingdom? I sense that Her Majesty must be reaching a decision. Though it is truly disheartening,